Chapter 850. Liberation. The moment Tang Tian laid eyes on the devouring ghost, he was unequivocally certain of one thing. The devouring ghost was the source of power for the dual systems within him. After conversing with the Realm Lord, he had merely speculated about this connection, lacking direct evidence to substantiate their relationship. However, at this juncture, Tang Tian was utterly convinced. It was akin to gazing into a mirror, where the reflection staring back is unmistakably oneself, requiring no further contemplation. Subsequently, a deluge of information surged into Tang Tian's mind, all pertaining to the core essence of the devouring ghost. In essence, it was an energy entity constructed by the Realm Lord utilizing powers beyond eternity. This entity had embedded its roots within the myriad realms, continually siphoning primordial energy. Moreover, an enigmatic force altered its nature, allowing it to coexist within Tang Tian's body, forming a profound connection with his soul. It was as if someone had assisted Tang Tian in refining it. Thus, Tang Tian wielded complete dominion over the devouring ghost. Not even the Realm Lord himself could reclaim control from Tang Tian unless he willingly relinquished it. Having comprehended the entirety of the devouring ghost's essence, Tang Tian exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. With the control firmly in his grasp, if Jun Chongqing sought to ascend to eternity, he must first surmount Tang Tian's challenge. The ultimate victor remained an enigma. Furthermore, the information he now possessed placed him ahead of Jun Chongqing. For Jun Chongqing was unaware that the key bestowed upon him by the Realm Lord could no longer facilitate the summoning of the devouring ghost. This created an advantageous information gap for Tang Tian, one that required careful contemplation. However, the time for such musings was not now. Although only a brief interval had elapsed, Tang Tian sensed that his true form was becoming increasingly strained. He had yet to reach the realm of eternity, and even mere glimpses demanded an exorbitant expenditure of energy. Yet, having acquired what he sought, there was no need to linger. Casting one last glance at the floating devouring ghost, Tang Tian's figure flickered and vanished into the gray expanse. Cough, cough. As his spirit returned to his body, Tang Tian could not suppress a violent coughing fit. Forcefully peering into the domain beyond eternity had proven excessively taxing. Even with the support of the ginkgo world, he could not withstand such a formidable drain. After a brief respite, he turned his gaze back to the Eternal Emperor, who appeared even more weakened than before. "Have you found what you were seeking?" inquired the Eternal Emperor. Tang Tian nodded, replying, "Yes, I have located it. Thank you for your assistance." The Eternal Emperor slowly waved his hand, stating, "You have merely borrowed the essence of eternity from me. With your strength, even without my assistance, you could achieve these feats. Therefore, there is no need for gratitude." Tang Tian smiled faintly, replying, "Yet, ultimately, it is impossible without you." With that information, the hope for this world has grown a little brighter. If we can rescue it from the brink of death, your contribution will forever be etched in memory. Upon hearing these words, the Eternal Emperor displayed little reaction. Is there truly hope? His eyes were filled with weariness. "When you departed moments ago, I glanced at the current state of the world. Withering, decay, death. Though I am unaware of your current endeavors, from my understanding, this situation seems irreversible." Tang Tian gradually retracted his smile. The Eternal Emperor's assessment aligned closely with that of the Realm Lord. Even if he were to eliminate Jun Chongqing, the world would inevitably descend into decline, unless that so-called fisherman decided to intervene. However, the intentions of the fisherman remain unfathomable. In other words, if she wished to act, she would have done so long ago, rather than wait until now. But what could Tang Tian do? The Realm Lord referred to him as the savior sent by the fisherman to rescue the world. Yet he genuinely did not know how to proceed or how to acquire the power necessary for salvation. At present, there was only one course of action available to him: to stop Jun Chongqing. If successful, at least this world would not perish so swiftly. One must strive for progress. Tang Tian smiled, saying, "Perhaps a turning point will emerge." The Eternal Emperor did not respond to this. After a moment of silence, he suddenly lifted his gaze, looking earnestly at Tang Tian. "Might I ask you for a favor?" Tang Tian was taken aback, replying, "Of course. Speak your request. Provided it is within my ability to fulfill, I shall do so." For this being, the first to unify all spirits and realms, who has touched eternity, Tang Tian was indeed willing to assist him in accomplishing unfinished thoughts. However, The request that the Eternal Emperor subsequently presented left him momentarily speechless. I wish to ask you to kill me. The Eternal Emperor spoke slowly. Tang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He even doubted whether he had misheard. Yet the Eternal Emperor nodded solemnly. Please, in my life. For over 1 billion years, though I have existed in a state of madness, my suffering, the torment I have endured, has never lessened in the slightest. I do not wish to prolong such agony any further. In my life, grant me liberation. Confronted with the earnest plea of Emperor Hung, Tang Tian's heart brimmed with turmoil. To take the life of Emperor Hung was not an insurmountable task for him. Yet, he found himself unable to act. This was a figure deserving of profound respect, a pioneer of myriad beings. However, as Emperor Hung articulated, if one remains ensnared in inescapable suffering, it may indeed be more merciful to end his life. For him, this would constitute a form of liberation. I can devise a means to free you from your madness and restore your clarity, Tang Tian attempted to persuade Emperor Hung. Yet, the emperor merely offered a sorrowful smile and replied, But can you resolve her? The one you referred to as the fishkeeper? She is the source of my torment. As long as she exists, suffering shall endure, be it in clarity or in madness. In my life, I can no longer bear this hopeless reality. Tang Tian fell silent. He had yet to confront Jun Chongqing, let alone possess the ability to deal with the fishkeeper. She was a being capable of shattering even the resolve of those like the Realm Lord, who lacked a firm spiritual foundation. For someone like Emperor Hung, whose dedication to the Tao was unwavering, the fishkeeper represented an insurmountable nightmare. Although Tang Tian could not fully empathize with such anguish, he could grasp a fragment of its essence. Ultimately, as the signs of Emperor Heng's lucidity began to wane once more, Tang Tian nodded. Very well, I promise you. Chapter 851. The final preparations. Tang Tian acquiesced to the death wish of the Emperor Hung, who for the first time revealed a sincere smile and bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, Tang Tian gradually diminished the flow of life essence into the Emperor Hung's spiritual platform, allowing a crimson aura to spread in the Emperor's eyes. Madness surged forth, suppressing rationality once more. Tang Tian was reluctant to undertake this task, while the Emperor was still lucid. After a brief moment, the conscious Emperor Hung vanished, replaced by the old madman, consumed by madness and fear, reappearing before Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian did not wait for him to regain his strength. Extending a mighty hand, countless golden chains surged towards the old madman, piercing directly into his body. Following this, a terrifying suction force emerged. The old madman's power was rapidly siphoned away by the chains of regulation, transforming into primal energy that flowed into Tang Tian's own being. This was the operational method of the devouring demon. Having comprehended the essence of the devouring demon, Tang Tian instinctively adopted this technique. As he sensed his power being swiftly drained, the terror in the old madman's eyes intensified. Yet, simultaneously, his madness began to wane. As time elapsed, the amount of power extracted by Tang Tian increased, and the old madman's gaze grew increasingly serene. Ultimately, when all his strength had been depleted, the once mighty Emperor Hung seemingly re-emerged. Looking at Tang Tian, he offered a faint smile. In the next moment, the entirety of the Emperor's form dissipated like ethereal smoke in the void. This pioneer, the first to unify myriad races and realms, the first to touch the eternal domain, was irrevocably obliterated. Once the figure of the Emperor vanished entirely, a dark green ring fell into Tang Tian's palm. This ring was the sole artifact belonging to the Emperor. After centuries of madness, he had retained this ring, which surely held profound significance for him. Thus, Tang Tian deliberately chose to keep it. Subsequently, all the power he had extracted from the Emperor re-emerged from his palm, entwining around the ring. Perhaps there would be a chance for your return. If only I could eliminate the fisherman. With that thought, Tang Tian shook his head and stowed the ring away, considering it a lingering sentiment. Having completed these tasks, he lifted his gaze toward the boundless void. It was time to resolve the final matters. With that, his figure vanished within the starry realm. Tai's sacred land. Since the calamity that engulfed the world months ago, the entire sacred land has been under strict vigilance. However, no further incidents have transpired since. Under the coordination of the higher echelons, everything remained remarkably orderly. Ordinary cultivators continued to live their lives as they always had. However, what they were unaware of was that the Lord of the Sacred Land had changed. When the transaction between Tang Tian and Long Jiuzhou was completed and the supreme contract took effect, the higher-ups among the Dao lords in the Sacred Land were already privy to this development. However, under Tang Tian's directive, this information had yet to be made public. The higher-ups were oblivious to the underlying reasons, but they sensed that something dreadful had transpired. Otherwise, how could their divine lord have relinquished the entire sacred land to another? During this period, they were filled with trepidation, awaiting the arrival of the new lord. They were unaware of who the new lord was, nor did they know what the future held for the Tai sacred land. At the summit of the sacred land, Sun Wuhui, Junior Dao Lord, and several other high-ranking officials sat quietly in the grand hall. Almost all the pinnacle Dao lords of Tai sacred land were present, including the lords of several main cities, with Junyang Dao Lord of Wangchuan City prominently among them. At that moment, every face was etched with tension, restless and anxious. The new lord had conveyed his will to them, and his arrival was imminent. What new policies would the new lord bring? What would their circumstances be? All of this remained an enigma, resting solely on the new lord's intentions. After a prolonged wait, just as they were beginning to fidget, a magnificent will suddenly descended upon the grand hall. Following this, an overwhelming aura arrived with a fearsome presence. A spectral figure began to materialize above the hall. Instinctively, everyone rose to their feet, understanding that the new lord was finally making his appearance. As the apparition gradually solidified before them, all were momentarily rendered speechless, gazing at the figure with wide eyes, their faces reflecting disbelief. "What's this? Have you forgotten me after just half a year?" Tang Tian said with a faint smile. Moments later, Sun Wuwei was the first to regain his composure, quickly bowing in respect. "We greet you, Lord." Following suit, the others hastily responded, all bowing deeply. Addressing him as Lord, Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities here. Please, take your seats." After he took his place upon the Lord's throne, the others gradually sat down, though their expressions still bore signs of astonishment. Only Sun Wuhui, Junior Dao Lord, and Junyang Dao Lord, who were already aware of Tang Tian's prowess, appeared somewhat less astonished. Once everyone had settled, Tang Tian surveyed the room and spoke gently, "Esteemed friends, you are all familiar faces. Much has transpired during this time, but I shall refrain from recounting each detail. Time is of the essence, and I have some matters to discuss, which I hope we can address swiftly." He then proceeded to outline a few brief arrangements for them. The esteemed master sat upright, fully prepared to embrace the impending transformation. Yet, upon the completion of Tang Tian's discourse, they exchanged bewildered glances, their uncertainty palpable. Observing their expressions, Tang Tian inquired, "Is there a problem?" After a brief silence, Sun Wuhui clasped his hands and spoke, "Your Excellency, these arrangements pose no significant issues and can be swiftly executed. However, it feels rather akin to fleeing, does it not?" Tang Tian's directives were straightforward: to gather all core personnel within the jurisdiction of the Holy Land into its confines, accompanied by all their possessions, ready for an extended stay. Once these tasks were accomplished, it would signify the relinquishment of everything outside the Holy Land, leaving only the Tai Holy Land, established in a realm apart from the world. Is it not reminiscent of a desperate escape? Nonetheless, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed. "Indeed," he affirmed, "it is an escape." He responded, before confronting Jun Chongqing. He needed to finalize his preparations. Chapter 852. The Sorrow of the Dao Master in the Near Future. A confrontation between Tang Tian and Jun Chongqing is inevitable. Despite Tang Tian's acquisition of control over the sky-eating ghost, the outcome of this impending battle remains an enigma. At the height of his power, Jun Chongqing's strength is unfathomable. Furthermore, he possesses the bronze cauldron and the primordial divine power, attributes that Tang Tian lacks. Thus, prior to this confrontation, Tang Tian must make the utmost preparations. Currently, the vast majority of realms across the myriad worlds are under his dominion. However, he is incapable of sheltering all beings. He can only select a faction of trusted confidants or those of significant importance to him. One could label him as selfish, yet this is the essence of Tang Tian. He cannot extend impartiality to all living creatures. Securing the Tai sacred ground and the 9 celestial realms is already his limit. Perhaps he could add one more sacred ground, but no more than that. Beyond this, it exceeds the capacity of the Ginkgo world. This world is on the brink of a monumental catastrophe. Thus, the notion of fleeing is not without merit. Tang Tian spoke softly. The crowd below exchanged glances, aware that some changes had undoubtedly transpired at a level far beyond their comprehension. Yet, none could have anticipated the gravity of the situation, prompting an entire sacred ground to consider evacuation. Even the mighty sovereign could no longer provide their protection. After a moment of silence, Sun Wuhui, with a grave expression, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Holy Master, what else can we do apart from fleeing?" He refrained from probing into the specifics of the impending disaster, recognizing that even issues beyond the sovereign's resolution would render any inquiry futile and meaningless. Nevertheless, Tang Tian shook his head. There is nothing that can be done. This catastrophe will engulf the entirety of the myriad worlds, leaving no being unscathed. The likelihood of survival may dwindle to a mere 1 in a trillion. Should the disaster truly descend, you must remain within this small world of the Tai's sacred ground, safeguarding it from external intrusion. That will suffice. The Ginkgo world already enables beings to thrive within its confines, yet Tang Tian does not intend to proceed in this manner. The future remains uncertain. What if he emerges victorious? Unlike the Lioli world, the Ginkgo world is a complete and entirely new realm. Should beings inhabit it, they would inevitably absorb the essence of the Ginkgo world, an essence that would conflict with the myriad worlds. To put it simply, entry is facile, but exit is fraught with difficulty. Thus, Tang Tian conceived an alternative strategy to utilize the Ginkgo world in the form of a small world, providing sanctuary. He intends to connect the world of the sacred land and the 9 celestial realms with the Ginkgo world, while preserving their ties to the greater universe. Thus, if the greater universe remains intact, all will proceed as before, and they may continue to exist within it as they have. Conversely, should the greater universe face destruction, the Ginkgo world shall intervene, relocating these smaller realms to its vicinity, establishing a formal connection. In this manner, both advancement and retreat would become inconsequential. Moreover, this strategy possesses an additional advantage. It maximizes the Ginkgo world's potential, providing sanctuary to a greater multitude of beings. Otherwise, the sheer number of entities within the 9 celestial realms would exceed the Ginkgo world's current capacity. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the assembly fell into a profound silence once more. Their thoughts had already ventured to the bleakest scenarios, yet reality seemed even more dire than their imaginings. Were they truly powerless? Reduced to mere refugees? This was indeed a despairing revelation. Very well, Tang Tian resumed. If there are no further inquiries, let us hasten to action. Remember to maintain order. I do not wish to witness the sacred land descend into chaos. Once this arrangement is fulfilled, the population within the sacred land may increase 100-fold. Competition for resources and power will inevitably arise. Nevertheless, I have faith in Sun Wuhui and the others to manage these challenges adeptly. After a brief moment, seeing that no one else had questions, Tang Tian rose. Then it is settled. He then turned to Sun Wuhui. Come with me. With that, he departed from the grand hall, and Sun Wuhui stood and followed him. The two made their way to the garden where they had first met. The pavilion remained unchanged, still in its original place. Yet their standings had transformed entirely since that initial encounter. Is there something you wish to convey, my lord? Sun Wuhui inquired respectfully. Tang Tian took a moment before responding, sitting in silence before softly saying, Wuhui Taoist, what are your thoughts on the Supreme? Sun Wuhui paused, seemingly taken aback by the suddenness of the question. He quickly began to ponder the purpose behind Tang Tian's inquiry and what answer he sought. However, Tang Tian reiterated, I wish to hear the truth. Sun Wuhui's gaze faltered momentarily. After a brief sigh, he replied, I still believe it is a realm that ought not to exist. He voiced this sentiment once more, reminiscent of their first meeting, for he genuinely felt discontented. Sun Wuhui's cultivation talent undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of existence. Few supreme beings possess a gift as formidable as his, coupled with an unwavering heart for the Tao. However, the inability to locate a divine artifact capable of elevating him to supremacy confines him eternally within the realm of the Tao Master. This predicament embodies the sorrow shared by all peak Tao Masters. The path of cultivation should not be obstructed by external entities, hindering all avenues forward. I have persistently sought a route to ascend to supremacy without reliance on divine artifacts. Ultimately, I discovered that bypassing these artifacts to achieve supremacy would inflict irreversible, catastrophic harm upon the world. It represents a realm attained at the expense of the world itself, a state of existence in absolute discord with the universe. Thus, I deem it a realm that ought not to exist, Sun Wuhui articulated. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the reality aligns with this notion. For this world is inherently flawed, and the existence of a supreme being resembles a loophole in its fabric. Yet, he was astonished to learn that Sun Wuhui had genuinely discovered a pathway to ascend without divine artifacts. His innate talent is truly astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian spoke again. Allow me to pose another question. Would you prefer to inhabit a world with supreme beings? Or would you rather dwell in a realm devoid of them? This question prompted Sun Wuhui to ponder for an extended period. In the end, he responded earnestly, I wish to live in a world governed by complete and harmonious principles. Chapter 853. Sanctuary, a world governed by impeccable rules. This vision of Sun Wuhui appears deceptively simple. Yet, in reality, it is far more arduous than creating an entirely new realm. The concept of rules, regardless of their scale, inherently lacks the possibility of absolute perfection. A particular rule may be favorable to some, yet serve as a synonym for injustice to others. Consider the matter of innate talent in cultivation. Those endowed with greater abilities are more likely to advance further along the path of cultivation. While this rule is straightforward, can it truly be deemed flawless? By what right does one with superior talent enjoy a smoother journey? Why do those born into affluent families live without want, occupying positions that ordinary individuals can scarcely aspire to? Yet, this is the nature of rules. Furthermore, the notion that only by obtaining divine artifacts can one ascend to the pinnacle of power represents a similar principle. Why is it that Sun Wuhui struggles to find such artifacts? Hence, the idea of absolutely perfect rules exists solely within the realm of human illusion. However, rules can indeed be categorized as good or bad. If a rule infringes upon the rights of the vast majority, it is undoubtedly a detrimental rule, one that ought to be abolished. The Supreme Being embodies such a problematic existence. Its overwhelming power is so formidable that it renders any possibility of surpassing it non-existent. Moreover, its potency inflicts harm upon the very world that sustains life. When a rule reaches this level of detrimental impact, its abolition becomes a matter of righteousness. I understand, Tang Tian replied, nodding slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. In contrast, Sun Wuhui appeared somewhat anxious. My lord, he began, this is merely my personal perspective. Tang Tian smiled gently. I merely wish to hear your genuine thoughts. There is no ulterior motive. The primary reason for your presence here is to discuss the subsequent arrangements for the sacred land. As numerous individuals enter the sacred land, it is inevitable that various disputes will arise. As the steward of the sacred land, I hope you can manage these affairs judiciously and minimize any potential turmoil. Sun Wuhui nodded earnestly. I shall do my utmost. Tang Tian acknowledged him with a sound of affirmation. He then opened his palm, revealing several pieces of gray jade upon the table. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the jade, Sun Wuhui was taken aback. This is natural relics, Tang Tian confirmed with a nod. Indeed, these are the purest forms of natural relics, each capable of enabling a peaked Dao master to successfully ascend to the realm of the Supreme. He sighed softly, reflecting on the weight of responsibility. To manage a sacred land, one must possess sufficient strength. Should I fail to return after the impending calamity, it will fall upon you to oversee the entire sacred land. I shall assist you in ascending to the realm of supremacy, after which you may allocate the remaining natural relics as you see fit. Regardless of what fate awaits us, possessing these artifacts will undoubtedly prolong the endurance of the Tai Chi sacred land. As he gazed upon the natural relics before him, Sun Wuhui's eyes flickered with a mixture of emotions, his breath quickening slightly. While he held no fondness for the supreme realm, it did not imply a lack of desire to attain it. The aspiration to grow stronger resides within every cultivator's heart. Now, the very items he once yearned for now lay before him, stirring an undeniable excitement within him. After a brief moment, Sun Wuhui rose and bowed deeply to Tang Tian. Your subordinate expresses gratitude to the esteemed lord. He assured, rest assured, regardless of what transpires in the future, I shall stand resolutely with the Tai Chi sacred land. Tang Tian nodded with a smile. In truth, the situation might not deteriorate to such an extent. There remains a possibility of victory. This is merely a precautionary measure. Since Xin Wuhui has been chosen as the helmsman, it is prudent to clarify matters with him. Xin Wuhui appeared momentarily taken aback. Then why did you not mention this earlier? Tang Tian gently shook his head. It suffices for you to know. If too many individuals are aware, I fear they may develop a sense of complacency, leading to negligence. Should calamity indeed descend upon us, it would be too late to act. Organize the relocation efforts. And should you encounter any insurmountable issues, seek me out. I shall be present during this time. Xin Wuhui respectfully acknowledged the directive. Subsequently, Tang Tian engaged him in further discussions before permitting him to return. Such a large-scale evacuation is a monumental and intricate task that necessitates collaboration among Xin Wuhui and the other Dao lords to devise a concrete plan. Once the general framework is established, Tang Tian will personally assist Xin Wuhui in ascending to the realm of supremacy. Xin Wuhui had long possessed his own miniature world. Now, with the natural relics and Tang Tian's guidance, he would soon attain true supremacy. After Xin Wuhui departed, Tang Tian's figure flickered, and he found himself in the void beyond the Taichi's sacred land. Observing the small world beneath him, Tang Tian extended his palm, drawing forth an invisible essence from within the world, resting it in his hand. This was the mark of this small world. With a mere thought, he reached out to the ginkgo world, located far beyond the chaos. Under the dominion of the ginkgo tree, an ethereal thread extended across the boundless chaos, now grasped firmly in Tang Tian's hand. Next, the seals of the two distinct worlds merged under his command, establishing a connection between them. Should the myriad realms be obliterated, the ginkgo world shall become the new primary world of this small realm. Having accomplished this, Tang Tian proceeded to the 9 celestial domains under the aegis of the sacred land. Subsequently, he executed the same operation, intertwining them with the ginkgo world. This method indeed maximizes the safeguarding of the greatest number of beings. The ginkgo world, which was initially unable to accommodate even the denizens of the 9 great heavenly realms, still retained a portion of its capacity after binding them all. Contemplating further, Tang Tian directed his gaze towards another sacred domain, the Yaoran sacred land, revered by the esteemed Xiao Jun. Of course, it was now his own sacred land as well. However, unlike the Tai sacred land, which possessed a miniature world as its foundation, the Yaoran sacred land lacked such a base. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian resolved to summon a small world, endeavoring to transfer the Yaoran sacred land along with the essence of his other sacred lands into it as much as possible, as long as the essence remains. Regardless of what transpires in the future, there will always be a degree of operational flexibility. As for how many souls he could ultimately protect, that would be left to the whims of fate. He had exerted his utmost effort. The Savior, as spoken of by the Realm Lord, surely could not be referring to this matter, could he? If that were indeed the case, then the so-called omnipotent fish farmer would be rather unimpressive. With a shake of his head and a smile, Tang Tian vanished in an instant. Chapter 854. The identity of Lin Ying. A month later, under Tang Tian's orchestration, the world began to stir. Almost all sacred places simultaneously opened their gates to varying degrees. Previously, entering these sanctuaries was an arduous endeavor. However, the barriers had now diminished significantly. It appeared as though they were actively inviting external individuals to join, albeit under different criteria. Some were selected based on age, others on talent, strength, or even personal connections with friends and family. Each sacred site employed its own unique set of rules, a circumstance beyond Tang Tian's control. He could not impose a singular regulation upon all. Instead, he allowed each to devise their own plans according to their respective situations. Regardless of the stipulations, only a select few were chosen to enter the sanctuaries, leaving the vast majority cast aside. Yet, what options remained? It was simply the way of things. Over 2 weeks prior, Tang Tian had aided Xin Wuhui in ascending to the supreme realm. He did not disappoint his innate gifts. Upon reaching this pinnacle, his power placed him among the foremost supremes, second only to the venerable Xiao Jun Supreme and Yi Xian, both renowned for their formidable prowess. Observing this development, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. With Xin Wuhui in place, even if he could not return, the sanctuaries would remain stable for a time. Consequently, He entrusted Sun Wuhui with overseeing matters in the other sacred places. This task proved far more complex than managing Tai's sacred land. The multitude of sanctuaries and the intricacies of interest distribution made Tang Tian's head spin. It was far wiser to leave such matters to a competent individual like Sun Wuhui. As for the future, it would unfold as it would. He had exerted his utmost effort. Once all matters fell into place, only one final task remained. Tang Tian turned his gaze toward the ginkgo world. Gu Xiaoxue sat quietly within her treehouse, surrounded by an array of books. Recently, she had developed a sudden fondness for reading. Meanwhile, the causal thread of the seed of nature remained intricately connected to the crystal coffin. The emergence of a new world necessitated the seed of nature, but Tang Tian would not allow Gu Xiaoxue to become its sacrificial vessel. He needed to transfer the seed's host to another being. This dilemma had occupied his thoughts for some time. Previously, he had been unaware of the true nature of this world, which hindered his search for a suitable medium. Now, however, he possessed all the necessary knowledge. The choice of mediator would not disrupt the overarching scheme, thus making the selection process considerably easier. Any being could suffice. Yet Tang Tian had a more fitting candidate in mind. Extending his finger, a slumbering woman materialized before him. It was Lin Ying, the very same woman he had subdued amidst the spirit-fallen mountain range using the chaotic swamp. At that time, Lin Ying had intentionally approached Tang Tian, seeking to exploit him to gain access to the spirit lake for some inscrutable purpose. However, her machinations were discerned by Tang Tian, who subsequently utilized the power of the chaotic swamp to ensnare her completely, sealing her within his personal space. This turned out to be a rather advantageous medium, for Lin Ying's connection with Jun Changqing was undoubtedly significant, potentially yielding unforeseen outcomes. Yet, prior to this, he needed to undertake another task. He was to meet another Lin Ying. Back at the Moonless Cliff, he had engaged in an extensive dialogue with her, marking their inaugural conversation. During this exchange, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The will of another Lin Ying descended upon the current Lin Ying, revealing fragments of hidden truths, such as subtly indicating that the Moon Fairy was a traitor. Regrettably, at that moment, Tang Tian was unable to grasp the deeper implications of her words. This Lin Ying was not the same as the one before him. She appeared to be aligned on a different path than Jun Changqing. Tang Tian was uncertain of her true stance. Nevertheless, whatever her intentions might be, it was high time for her to emerge, lest it be too late. Gazing at the slumbering Lin Ying, Tang Tian directly unleashed his consciousness, invading her soul. Indeed, it wasn't long before he discovered another soul's imprint deep within Lin Ying's psyche. This imprint was exceedingly faint, almost indistinguishable from the present Lin Ying, sharing the same origin. Even he might easily overlook it now, let alone other supreme beings. Even a deity of the sun would fail to detect it. No wonder she had managed to elude Jun Changqing's scrutiny. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian ignited that soul imprint. If there was anything more to convey, now was the time. Through the ignited soul imprint, he transmitted his will. As time flowed slowly, Tang Tian awaited patiently. Just as the soul imprint was on the verge of extinguishing, a familiar will finally descended upon Lin Ying from the unfathomable distance. Gradually, Lin Ying opened her eyes. "You have indeed come," she remarked. Tang Tian smiled softly, rising to her feet. She emanated an aura that was decidedly different from the Lin Ying he had previously known. Her gaze upon Tang Tian was complex. "I never imagined things would unfold in this manner. Everything happened so swiftly that I scarcely had time to devise any plans. Had you not ignited the imprint I left behind, I would have been unable to emerge at all. Jun Changqing has been monitoring me closely," Lin Ying stated. Exhibited no discernible reaction to her words, merely nodding slightly. "You previously informed me that I am destined to be a rival to Jun Changqing. I did not comprehend this at the time, but now I am beginning to grasp its meaning. What you said holds substantial truth," he remarked. Lin Ying's gaze flickered. "Are you aware of the existence of the devouring ghost?" With a soft affirmation, Tang Tian replied, "Indeed, I am now aware. I also understand that the devouring ghost is a pact between the Realm Lord and Jun Changqing, a gift bestowed upon Jun Changqing by the Realm Lord. However, how did you come to know it resides within me?" A hint of complexity appeared on Lin Ying's face. "It was Jun Changqing who disclosed this to me." This revelation did not surprise Tang Tian. The existence of the devouring ghost was known only to a select few: the Realm Lord, Jun Changqing, Yu Xian, and the Mother of Nature. At this juncture, only Jun Chongqing remained privy to that knowledge. I must admit, I am quite curious, Tang Tian mused. The devouring ghost, even for Jun Chongqing, represents a profoundly significant entity. One could say it is of utmost importance, and that would not be an exaggeration. Why would he choose to share this matter with you? You, what is your true identity? Chapter 855. A cruel past confronted with Tang Tian's inquiry. Lining bit her lip, her expression fraught with turmoil. It appeared she was wrestling with the decision of whether to unveil the truth. Observing her struggle, Tang Tian exhaled softly. At this juncture, was there any necessity for further concealment? You once declared that we stood united on the same front. Now, this is our final opportunity. Should we fail to be forthright with one another, no matter your intentions, they would hold no significance. Tang Tian's words plunged Lin Ying into a prolonged silence once more. Ultimately, she released a deep sigh. In truth, there was nothing that could not be disclosed. I simply wish to evade those harsh realities. She lifted her gaze to Tang Tian. I am the daughter of Jun Chongqing. His biological daughter? Tang Tian's eyebrows arched in surprise. A daughter? I was under the impression that Jun Chongqing had no offspring. He was a historical figure of monumental stature, akin to the realm's sovereigns, and the sun gods had long since stripped him of his secrets in an effort to confront him. Yet, never had it been rumored that Jun Chongqing had a daughter. Among the whispers of the populace, he seemed to have traversed his path in solitary devotion to his craft, impervious to any worldly distractions that might impede his ascent to greatness. However, the sudden revelation of a daughter was indeed astonishing. Lin Ying, on the other hand, managed a sorrowful smile. You, of course, remain unaware. She began, for my mother and I perished long before his rise to fame. We were imprisoned and ultimately succumbed at his own hands. Tang Tian was taken aback. Such an ordeal had transpired? Lin Ying inhaled deeply, stifling her inner fury and resentment. If only momentarily. At that time, he was merely a mortal cultivator. During his training, he fortuitously saved my mother, and a bond blossomed between them, leading to their union as partners in cultivation. It was during this time that I was brought into the world. In the realm of cultivation, partnerships are exceedingly rare. We were destined for a blissful existence. Jun Chongqing and my mother would have been revered as a couple of celestial beings. Yet, in Jun Chongqing's world, there was only the pursuit of cultivation, with no room for my mother or me. Nevertheless, my mother wholeheartedly supported his path, striving to aid him in reaching greater heights in his practice. However, he was ultimately constrained by his limited talent, confronting insurmountable obstacles. At that juncture, had Jun Chongqing chosen to accept his fate and cease his endeavors, we could have continued to live in happiness and joy. Yet, he was unwilling to yield. After countless attempts, he ultimately ventured down the path of darkness. As she spoke, Lin Ying gritted her teeth, her face awash with boundless fury. I shall never forget that fateful night. He returned home with unnerving calm, and under the watchful and concerned gaze of my mother, he unsheathed his long sword and, with chilling composure, plunged it into her heart. Subsequently, he approached me, seated at the dining table awaiting his meal, and with the same unsettling tranquility, drove the sword into my heart as well. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, he displayed no sign of emotion, as if he were slaying not his wife and daughter, but merely two wooden effigies. In that moment, I comprehended that within him resided none of the sentiments that define living beings. Lin Ying growled. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but gasp in horror. From the very beginning, his impression of Jun Chongqing was that of extreme power, an unyielding pursuit of strength, and an unwavering resolve. However, he never anticipated that Jun Chongqing's resolve was fortified to such an extent. It was nothing short of perverse. He had personally extinguished the lives of his own wife and daughter. Did he then succeed in his subsequent breakthrough? Tang Tian inquired. Lin Ying closed her eyes and nodded. When she reopened them, the hatred that had surged within her was once again suppressed. The path he chose was one of confinement, to imprison all. Thus, in his quest to fully comprehend this path, he did not entirely extinguish the lives of my mother and me. Instead, he left our souls ensnared, perpetually imprisoned. Each day, I could see his gaze, cold, devoid of any emotion, staring at us from beyond the bars of our cage. My mother, despaired and yearning for death, was denied that release, for he was still unraveling the secrets of the path of confinement. Ultimately, he grasped the essence of this road, and only then did he permit my mother's soul to dissipate. Perhaps it was because my veins still coursed with his blood that he chose to retain my soul until 1,000,000 years had passed. As she recounted this part, Lining instinctively clenched her hands tightly, her entire body trembling slightly. Even after all these years, the memories still invoked a piercing pain within her. If she felt such agony, Tang Tian, merely listening to Lin Ying's narrative, was also seized by a chill. Could such atrocities truly be perpetrated by a human? To slay one's wife and daughter was not enough. He sought to imprison their souls, exploiting their suffering to gain insights into his own path of cultivation. Could this be the essence of the demonic way? Regardless, Tang Tian could not fathom such behavior. When Lin Ying had once again calmed somewhat, he ventured to speak. I have indeed heard that Jun Chongqing fully comprehended the path of prohibition during his ascension to the Dao realm. It was from that moment that he began his journey towards invincibility. Yet, I did not realize he had embarked upon this path from the mortal realm itself. Lin Ying chuckled softly. The world remembers him only in moments of glory. Who cares to ponder the dreadful truths concealed behind such accolades? When he established the Celestial Empire, revered by the masses, I could only smile wryly. All I wished was to witness his fall from grace, to see him reviled by the multitude. Tang Tian sighed quietly. From the perspective of a cultivator, Jun Chongqing is, to some extent, indeed a symbolic figure. He is formidable, unwavering in his convictions, willing to pay any price to achieve his ambitions. Yet, from Lin Ying's viewpoint, this man is nothing short of a heinous devil. Hence, your hatred for him. Even now, you wish to prevent his resurgence to greatness. This is why you proclaimed that you stood on the same front as us. Tang Tian gradually comprehended Lin Ying's earlier words. With a gaze clouded by memories, Lin Ying looked into the distant void. When the Realm Lord appeared, I once believed my desires were finally within reach. Yet, I never anticipated that the Realm Lord would choose to forge an alliance with this demon. Chapter 856. A smokescreen as Lin Ying recounted her tale. Tang Tian gleaned a semblance of understanding regarding Jun Chongqing's past and the intricate story that lay behind Lin Ying. She harbored an intense loathing for Jun Chongqing, fervently wishing for his demise and longing for his fall from grace. Thus, when the Realm Master returned, she was filled with elation, believing that at last, a force had emerged capable of vanquishing this malevolent entity. Yet, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Although the Realm Master triumphed over Jun Chongqing, he chose not to extinguish his life. Instead, he forged an enigmatic pact with him for reasons unbeknownst to Lin Ying. While she remained oblivious to the Realm Master's motives, her concern lay solely in the knowledge that once the agreement was fulfilled, he would wholeheartedly aid Jun Chongqing in ascending to the Eternal Realm. This notion confounded Lin Ying. Why did this devil always seem to elude the clutches of death? In her frustration, she resolved to seek a means to eradicate him once and for all during his slumber. However, she could scarcely fathom that Jun Chongqing would once again perceive her merely as a tool, a pivotal figure in his resurrection. The revival of Jun Chongqing was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, necessitating the convergence of myriad factors. The principal orchestrators of this resurrection were Tang Tian and Lin Ying, his daughter, who bore a deeply entwined bloodline connection to him. Thus, prior to his sealing, Jun Chongqing took Lin Ying's life for the second time, casting her into the cycle of reincarnation, simultaneously transforming her into a crucial piece on this grand chessboard. Ultimately, Lin Ying succeeded in reviving Jun Chongqing, and in that moment, her memories of her previous life resurfaced. At that instant, I was engulfed in an abyss of anguish. Lin Ying's gaze flickered, her inner turmoil visibly threatening to overwhelm her. I dreamt of his death, yet it was I who breathed life back into him. This torment surpassed even the relentless agony of being scorched in the fires of damnation for eternity. Moreover, he had sacrificed Lu Ming. At this juncture, Lin Ying could no longer contain herself. A torrent of crimson erupted from her lips, her will teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this, Tang Tian hastily channeled a substantial essence of life into her spirit, barely stabilizing her frayed psyche. Take a moment to breathe. These events have already transpired, he offered, unsure of how to provide solace. Yet, Lin Ying's resilience far surpassed his expectations. Drawing a deep breath, she suppressed the tumultuous emotions once more. Encountering me was Lu Ming's misfortune. Our love ultimately led him to a tragic end. I love him, yet I remained powerless to alter our fate. From the moment of my inception, My destiny had been firmly grasped by Jun Chongqing. Nevertheless, even with the faintest glimmer of hope, I would not relent. I would strive to vanquish this nightmare that had haunted my existence. Her tone was icy as she said, after regaining my memories. I realized that Jun Chongqing would soon come seeking me, intending to imprison me once again. I am not his Achilles heel. But the bloodline coursing through my veins is an undeniable vulnerability he must contend with. Thus, before Jun Chongqing locates me, I divided my soul in two, concealing one half of my bloodline. The other half transformed into the Lin Ying you will encounter later. He raised his hand, scrutinizing it before chuckling softly. Indeed, my suspicions were not unfounded. Upon acquiring my half of the bloodline, Jun Chongqing swiftly erased many of her significant memories and extracted his own bloodline from her being. Yet he remained aware that a portion of it had been taken from me, hence he has persistently monitored my existence. In times past, when he had yet to restore his strength, I could still venture out unnoticed. However, after he merged his complete soul, I could only hide myself completely. Were it not for your igniting that mark today, I would still be unable to meet you, Lin Ying stated. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. He had not anticipated that such a tragic tale lay hidden behind all of this. It was indeed quite cruel for Lin Ying. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand remained how to confront the fully empowered Jun Chongqing. Can your bloodline be utilized as a means to contend with Jun Chongqing? Tang Tian inquired. Lin Ying nodded. Yes, but I must take action personally. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. If he was not mistaken, her current strength was merely that of a supreme. She would not be able to participate in our battle. With a mere thought, he could obliterate her. The current Tang Tian and Jun Chongqing had transcended countless levels beyond a supreme. Even the sun god would be incapable of partaking in their conflict. Lin Ying pondered and suggested, could this matter be accomplished through the devouring sky demon? I am not well acquainted with the devouring sky demon, but it is of paramount importance to Jun Chongqing. However, this requires you to voluntarily offer the devouring sky demon to him. Therefore, the crux of the issue is whether you possess the confidence to utilize the devouring sky demon to defeat Jun Chongqing. Upon hearing Lin Ying's words, Tang Tian's frown deepened. How do you know that the devouring sky demon needs to be willingly given to Jun Chongqing? This information is something he gleaned from probing the eternal realm. How could Lin Ying possibly be aware of this? Yet, Lin Ying was taken aback as well. Jun Chongqing informed me that the devouring sky demon is currently within your possession. Tang Tian questioned. Did he ever mention to you that he possesses a key that can directly take control of the devouring sky demon? Lin Ying was rendered speechless, clearly indicating that Jun Chongqing had concealed this information from her. However, Tang Tian secretly let out a sigh of relief. The concealed information regarding the key was of little consequence. He had initially assumed that Jun Chongqing was already aware that he now held complete dominion over the devouring demon. It was no wonder Lin Ying had once claimed that she was destined to be Jun Chongqing's rival, asserting that the fate of the world rested upon his every thought. It seemed she believed that the devouring demon was perpetually under Tang Tian's control. He had never mentioned this to her. Lin Ying gritted her teeth and said, he informed me that the devouring demon is under your command, and he must seize it for himself. Only through the devouring demon can he successfully enter the realm of eternity. Additionally, he requires the powers of several divine artifacts, the heart of stars, the heart of the sun, the moon heart, and the seed of nature. He needs to absorb their energies to attain eternity. However, I am uncertain which of these are, as you suggested, mere distractions. Upon hearing Lin Ying's words, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he let out a wry smile. This time, he had been the one misled by a smokescreen. I should have anticipated this. How could eternity possibly lack the powers of those divine artifacts? Chapter 857. Bloodline Assault Within the Vast Expanse of Time. Jun Chongqing imparted numerous revelations to Tang Tian, among which were the enigmatic artifacts known as the Heart of Stars, the Heart of the Sun, the Heart of the Moon, and the Seed of Nature. According to Jun Chongqing's earlier assertions, these divine relics were solely intended for the creation of a new world, devoid of any other significance. He appeared rather indifferent towards their importance at the time. Later, during a conversation with the Realm Master, this matter was revisited, confirming that the new world indeed required the infusion of these artifacts to realize its true potential. However, it was never mentioned that these relics held any relation to Jun Chongqing's quest for eternity. Yet, Tang Tian overlooked a critical aspect. The era of the Realm Master was fundamentally distinct from the present age. If the age of the Realm Master represented the pinnacle of all realms, then the current epoch undeniably embodies a time of decline, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Within such a context, Jun Changqing's aspiration to tread a path akin to that of the Realm Master in pursuit of eternity likely necessitated the assistance of these primordial spirits. Given that Tang Tian's strength was on par with Jun Changqing's, he was swiftly able to deduce this truth, albeit having subconsciously disregarded it until now. Thus, when Lin Ying articulated another perspective from Jun Changqing, Tang Tian promptly surmised that her interpretation was highly plausible. It seemed that Jun Changqing's earlier words were intentionally crafted as a smokescreen, designed to downplay the significance of those artifacts, thereby facilitating Tang Tian's willingness to relinquish them. This fellow. In a fleeting moment, Tang Tian underwent a profound reassessment of Jun Changqing. He was not merely a singularly devoted cultivator. He possessed depth, cunning, and an unsettling cruelty. Upon reflection, such a disposition was entirely normal. After all, it is preposterous to assume the existence of an absolutely perfect being in this world. Even the formidable Realm Master acknowledged his own selfishness without a hint of remorse. The collective perception of Jun Changqing had merely cloaked him in a thick veil of idealization, rendering him seemingly impeccable. In truth, he was not an invincible deity, but merely a sentient being. And since he was not a god, vulnerabilities existed within him. Lin Ying represented one such vulnerability. The seed of nature, the heart of the moon, and the heart of the sun are all in my possession, Tang Tian declared. Lin Ying was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, then we can completely capitalize on these artifacts. However, her expression soon turned pensive. Yet, if he possesses the key to the devouring demon, his dominion over it surpasses yours. Even if I could wield my bloodline to exert some influence over him, it may ultimately prove futile. As long as he possesses the devouring demon, he will be infinitely close to eternal existence, yet still unable to conquer it, Lin Ying remarked. However, Tang Tian merely smiled faintly. The control over the devouring demon lies within my grasp. Lin Ying was momentarily taken aback. But what about the key? Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. The relationship involved is rather complex and cannot be clarified in a short time. However, I can assure you with utmost certainty that the devouring demon is currently under my complete control. As long as I do not relinquish it, he shall never attain it. A glimmer of hope finally emerged in Lin Ying's dim gaze. That's wonderful, she exclaimed with excitement. If that is the case, then Jun Changqing is merely at his peak strength, not significantly more formidable than you are now. Coupled with my involvement, we truly have a chance to eliminate him completely. As she spoke, Lin Ying unconsciously raised her voice. Her hatred for Jun Changqing ran deep within her bones. But what method shall we employ? The seed of nature has yet to return to the heart of nature, Tang Tian stated. My original intention was to transfer the seed of nature into your body, and then utilize your identity to see if it could impact Jun Changqing in some way. I am aware that your relationship with him is extraordinary. However, it seems that this method may no longer be effective. Thus, we are left with the heart of the sun and the heart of the moon. How do you plan to utilize them? Lin Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation. No, if that is the case, I believe transferring the seed of nature is the optimal approach. Tang Tian was taken aback. Why? Lin Ying explained. Causing trouble for Jun Changqing through the power of bloodline is no simple task. It must be sufficiently concealed. Using my body as a medium for the seed of nature will allow my aura to be completely hidden within it. At that point, once he begins to absorb the power of the seed of nature, I can strike unexpectedly and deliver a critical blow. Tang Tian frowned slightly. However, if that is the case, your body will be entirely sacrificed. If I am not mistaken, during your previous splitting, you only divided a portion of your soul and did not separate your body. Regardless of the outcome, you will lose your original form. Merging with the seed of nature is no trifling matter. Once you lie in the crystal coffin as the seed of nature, it is equivalent to a complete sacrifice, transforming into the pure heart of nature. Therefore, the body carrying the seed of nature will cease to exist, which is why Tang Tian resolutely opposed Gu Xiaoxue becoming the heart of nature. However, Lin Ying resolutely shook her head. On that fateful night 1,000,000 years ago, I had already perished. What fear is there in losing one's corporeal form? As long as I can eliminate Jun Changqing, I am willing to pay any price. Let us proceed with this plan. It is indeed the most prudent course of action. Her determination was unwavering. Observing Lin Ying's steadfast gaze, Tang Tian let out a silent sigh. How significant will your assault be against Jun Chongqing? He inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ying replied, in half an hour. I shall diminish his strength by half. If the plan unfolds flawlessly, I will render him incapable of wielding even the power of the Creator. Tang Tian felt a surge of trepidation. Such a degree of impact could indeed be fatal, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arise. Half an hour would certainly present an opportunity for Tang Tian to completely subdue Jun Chongqing. Let us proceed with this, Lin Ying stated earnestly. This is the sole method by which I can eliminate Jun Chongqing, and the only chance I have to partake in this endeavor. I implore you. Chapter 858. The Transfer of the Seed of Nature. Ultimately, under Lin Ying's almost pleading insistence, the two reached an agreement on this method. The seed of nature would be transferred into Lin Ying's body, subsequently concealed within a crystal coffin. As soon as Jun Chongqing commenced absorbing the power of the heart of nature, Lin Ying would seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow, utilizing the connection between their bloodlines. Of course, this method was merely a plan. Adjustments would undoubtedly be necessary when the time came. Tang Tian needed to create the most opportune moment for Lin Ying to maximize the impact on Jun Chongqing. Before the transfer of the seed of nature, Tang Tian and Lin Ying exchanged a plethora of other information. During Jun Chongqing's peak, Lin Ying had remained by his side, thus possessing an intimate understanding of his true prowess. He must not be underestimated. Lin Ying solemnly stated that the battle a million years ago between him and the Realm Master was not as one-sided as the rumors suggested. For a significant duration, they were evenly matched. Ultimately, the Realm Master employed a power beyond eternity to successfully suppress Jun Chongqing. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Recently, during his experience in the River of Time, he had witnessed a fraction of Jun Chongqing's strength. His abilities were indeed formidable. However, if it were merely ordinary power, it would not pose a significant challenge. The only truly troublesome aspect remained the power of the Creator God. That force was overwhelmingly potent, and for the time being, he possessed no means to confront it directly. Lin Ying concurred with a nod. The power of the Creator God transcended all forces in existence. Only powers surpassing eternity could suppress it to some extent. Yet, the force of eternity was not easily mastered. The power of creation was nearly unattainable, as Jun Chongqing had taken the last remnants of divine power from the pillar of creation. However, if our plan unfolds flawlessly, I can ensure that he will be unable to wield the power of the Creator God effectively. Tang Tian responded affirmatively. As long as the issue of the Creator God's power could be resolved, he retained considerable confidence in overcoming Jun Chongqing. Moreover, over a month had passed, and the accumulated consumption points had all transformed into primal energy, merging with his being. He was no longer the same as he had been during his time in the River of Time. Faced with the power of the Creator God again, he would not be as helpless as before, reduced to mere annihilation. Very well, I shall devise a plan, Tang Tian declared. I will certainly create the most perfect opportunity for you. Lin Ying nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two discussed various other intricate details before preparing to initiate the transfer of the seed of nature. Without further ado, Tang Tian severed the causal link between Gu Xiaoxue and the seed of nature. Once the link was cut, the seed of nature began to dissipate rapidly. If left unchecked, it would revert to its former state, potentially residing within every living being in the world. Fortunately, the presence of the ginkgo tree has mitigated the dispersal of the essence of nature. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Tian swiftly grafted the severed thread of fate onto Lin Ying. Upon the completion of this grafting, Tang Tian distinctly sensed the breath of nature's essence momentarily stagnate. The process of dispersal abruptly ceased. In the next instant, it manifested within Lin Ying's body. Thus, the transfer of nature's essence was finally accomplished. Gu Xiaoxue, having been liberated from this curse-like entity, reclaimed her freedom, no longer needing to hide beneath the ginkgo tree. Once he confirmed that nature's essence had indeed transferred into Lin Ying, Tang Tian exhaled gently. Has it succeeded? Lin Ying, in her own right, could not perceive the existence of nature's essence. The crystal coffin, suppressed by the ginkgo tree, rendered her oblivious to that pulling force. It has succeeded, Tang Tian affirmed with a nod. He then softly inquired, "When do you intend to enter the coffin?" "Once you do, your body shall never emerge again." Without hesitation, Linning replied, "I shall go now. There is nothing in this world worth clinging to. My life has been reduced to that singular goal." Tang Tian inwardly sighed. To have nothing but hatred left in life is indeed tragic. Yet, besides the time spent with her mother and the moments before regaining her memories with Lu Ming, Lin Ying's existence had been fraught with endless suffering and torment. Her entire life epitomized tragedy, a tragedy wrought by Jun Chongqing. "Very well. Are you prepared?" Tang Tian asked. Lin Ying nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Tang Tian released the ginkgo tree's suppression on the crystal coffin. That intangible thread of fate enveloped Lin Ying completely in an instant. In the next moment, her figure vanished before Tang Tian's eyes. The gray crystal coffin, after flickering with a burst of light, was soon adorned with a delicate sheen. It resembled a seed nurturing life, on the verge of breaking free. This life embodies nature itself. Observing the crystal coffin finally settle into tranquility, Tang Tian sighed softly before disappearing into the void. In the next moment, he materialized within the treehouse constructed by Gu Xiaoxue. "I knew you would return." Gu Xiaoxue greeted Tang Tian with a knowing smile, rising to her feet. "When I sensed the pull of that coffin dissipate, I knew you must have come back. How did it go?" She approached him, naturally entwining her arm with his. "It's quite complex and rather troublesome." Tang Tian rubbed his temples, reflecting on the multitude of events that had transpired and the profound secrets he had uncovered about the depths of this world. The truths, they were rather difficult to accept. Gu Xiaoxue offered a faint smile, gently assisting Tang Tian to sit down, her hands tenderly kneading his shoulders. "You can certainly manage this. Nothing can truly overwhelm you." Tang Tian chuckled softly. "You believe in me more than I believe in myself." Gu Xiaoxue chose not to say more, opting instead for the most primal means to help Tang Tian relax. Although their exchanges were few, there seemed to exist an unspoken understanding between them. Upon returning to the treehouse, the presence of Gu Xiaoxue brought a sense of comfort. Under her soft ministrations, Tang Tian quickly found solace. Even his chaotic thoughts began to ease. After a long while, he slowly raised his hand and grasped Gu Xiaoxue's jade-like fingers. "In a moment, I will connect you to the ginkgo tree. Thus, the world of ginkgo will serve as your foundation," Tang Tian said softly. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue visibly trembled. She understood the significance of Tang Tian's intention. However, she ultimately said nothing more, merely responding with a gentle mm. Chapter 859. The Celestial Sword Beneath the Ginkgo Tree. Tang Tian intricately intertwined Gu Xiaoxue's life essence with the world tree. From that moment forth, Gu Xiaoxue would coexist with the entire ginkgo realm. As long as the ginkgo world remained untroubled, no external calamity could affect her essence. This connection marked Tang Tian's most profound bond, and at last, it was settled. Free from the constraints of natural seeds, Gu Xiaoxue's cultivation realm opened up entirely. Boundless primordial energy surged from the ginkgo tree into her being, allowing her to shatter the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm and successfully step into the Tao realm. Subsequently, her cultivation continued to ascend, and it would not be long before she reached the zenith of the ginkgo world, equivalent to a half-step supreme being, akin to the first innate spirit, Gungun. Moreover, due to her life essence coexisting with the ginkgo tree, her power became virtually limitless, unmatched by any other Taoist lords in the outside world. Even a supreme could not contend with her. Throughout this process, Gu Xiaoxue did not inquire about Tang Tian's motives or his future plans. She simply followed his commands, sitting quietly. Yet, she understood everything within her heart. If Tang Tian ventured out again, he might truly never return. Once the connection between Gu Xiaoxue and the ginkgo tree was firmly established, she slowly opened her eyes. "Are you in a hurry to leave?" she gently asked. Tang Tian responded with a soft, "No hurry. There are still a few days." He estimated that it would take another 4 or 5 days to exhaust the accumulated points he had gathered. Once all points had transformed into primordial essence, he would seek out Jun Chongqing to resolve this final matter. Then, "Shall I prepare some food for you? It has been a while since I last cooked for you," Gu Xiaoxue said with a smile. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." Moments later, a wisp of smoke curled up beneath the ginkgo tree. Tang Tian sat at a table, gently stroking the slumbering Gungun beside him. 2 cups of fragrant tea awaited Gu Xiaoxue's arrival on the table. Before long, Several dishes were arranged before them: millet porridge, spicy and sour taro shreds, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and a refreshing cold dish of bok choy. I hope you still enjoy these homestyle dishes, Gu Xiaoxue said as she settled down with a smile across from Tang Tian. Tang Tian picked up his chopsticks and sampled the taro shreds, nodding in satisfaction. Home-cooked meals. They are indeed fragrant. He recalled their first meeting at the purple bamboo courtyard, when they cooked together, and these were the very dishes he had chosen. It seemed Gu Xiaoxue had not forgotten. To you, the great chef. Having spoken, he lifted the fragrant tea before him, preparing to clink cups with Gu Xiaoxue. However, Gu Xiaoxue did not raise her teacup but paused momentarily before suggesting, "How about we switch to wine?" The sudden craving for alcohol struck her. Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and nodded, retracting his teacup. He had always regarded her as a little girl, forgetting that she was now of legal drinking age. Very well, he agreed, and subsequently retrieved 2 glasses along with a fine bottle of wine, ready to pour. Yet again, Gu Xiaoxue interjected, "I would like to have the Moon Immortal wine." Tang Tian was momentarily stunned and then asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of shedding tears?" The effects of Moon Immortal wine varied for each individual. He recalled how Gu Xiaoxue had wept uncontrollably the first time she tasted it. Later, he learned that this was due to her possessing the seed of nature, imbued with the essence of the Mother of Nature. The relationship between the Mother of Nature and the Moon Immortal was profoundly intricate, which explained her tears after consuming the wine. That sensation is quite extraordinary. I can perceive a myriad of complex emotions from it. I didn't quite understand it before, but now I wish to explore those feelings again, Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Meeting her earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "As you wish." He then exchanged the wine jug for a silver celestial brew, pouring it into the glasses. "Come, let us toast." The 2 glasses gently clinked together on the dining table. After the toast, Tang Tian took a slow sip, while Gu Xiaoxue tilted her head back and downed the entire contents in one go. Once finished, she set down her glass, and tears welled up as anticipated. Looking at Tang Tian, she chuckled softly, "I feel like I can understand some things now. It seems to embody a sense of love that cannot be attained." Moon Immortal must have felt quite distressed back then. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of food to eat. Although she struggled to control her emotions, it was evident her hand trembled slightly as she brought the food to her mouth. Tang Tian let out a silent sigh. The seed of nature had already been transferred from Gu Xiaoxue's body, so the Moon Immortal wine would no longer affect her as it once did. "Silly girl. If you wish to cry, then do so. There is no need to conceal it." Nevertheless, Tang Tian refrained from exposing her, instead placing a piece of stir-fried meat into her bowl. Moments later, the meal concluded, with both of them leaving the remnants untouched on the table, sitting there leisurely in the breeze. "Oh, I almost forgot. I have something else for you," Tang Tian suddenly said, retrieving the Star Moon Immortal Sword. "This is the only celestial artifact I have forged, though it holds little significance for me now." "Let it be," Tang Tian said, contemplating for a moment before producing a dark red orb, the heart of the sun. He then drew forth a primal force from the heart of the sun, infusing it into the celestial moon sword. After a brief interval, the blade of the celestial moon sword showed no visible alteration, except for the appearance of a dark red gem at the hilt. The 3 primal powers of the sun, moon, and stars converged, endowing the celestial moon sword with formidable strength, even when not wielded by Tang Tian. However, at this juncture, it seemed inappropriate to continue referring to it as the celestial moon sword. After some reflection, Tang Tian declared, "Let it be called the Tianshan sword." Upon uttering this, he presented the sword to Gu Xiaoxue. She reached out to receive it, gently caressing the silvery blade, a faint smile gracing her lips. The Tianshan sword. Indeed, I am fond of this name. Chapter 860. The battle resumes with Jun Chongqing in the ensuing days. Tang Tian remained in the ginkgo world alongside Gu Xiaoxue. Her rate of growth was astonishing, nearly matching Tang Tian's own meteoric ascent. This transformation was due to a fundamental shift in her life essence. In a certain sense, she could no longer be regarded as an ordinary being, but rather akin to a spirit of the world, freely traversing the realms. Nevertheless, she seemed disinclined to depart from the ginkgo world, steadfastly by Tang Tian's side. 5 days later, the accumulated consumption points finally coalesced into primal energy, which Tang Tian absorbed, integrating it into his own power. Gazing at the distant sky, he let out a long sigh. Are you going to leave? Gu Xiaoshua's voice resonated beside him. This girl was ever so perceptive. Tang Tian nodded. It was time to confront the final challenge. Gu Xiaoshua did not impede him nor inquire further, merely stating softly, I will always wait for your return. A moment later, Tang Tian stood amidst the chaos, gazing into the infinite expanse. His sight pierced through all, landing upon an immense, unusually shaped peak. This peak resembled a smooth, vertical cylinder, with a few gentle slopes emerging only at its apex. It appeared much like a finger pointing skyward, the pillar of creation. Previously, Tang Tian had been unable to discern its location. However, upon absorbing all the consumption points, his strength surged dramatically, surpassing his power during the time continuum by several fold. Consequently, the pillar of creation naturally emerged within his perception. At the summit, a familiar figure sat cross-legged, Jun Changqing, whom he had not seen for over a month. As Tang Tian's gaze fell upon him, Jun Changqing opened his eyes and looked back. Your rate of growth is indeed remarkable, he remarked, despite the vast distance separating them. As if they were face to face. From what you have accomplished, it seems you intend to continue opposing me, Jun Changqing stated. Tang Tian's expression remained indifferent. He offered no reply. Stepping forward, he instantly traversed the boundless chaos, arriving at the apex of the pillar of creation. This time, they were truly face to face. Observing Tang Tian ascend the pillar, Jun Changqing sighed and rose to his feet. Do you believe you can subdue me now? He inquired, his tone calm. Tang Tian smiled. How will I know unless I try? Jun Changqing shook his head. Tang Tian, although I have yet to comprehend the reason the Realm Master chose you as the challenger, this world is not as you envision it. You will inevitably come to realize that all resistance is utterly futile. Everything has already been predetermined. Tang Tian disdainfully curled his lips. Nonsense. How can you ascertain the significance of something without taking action? I acknowledge that the betrayal of the divine favor has profoundly affected me, even leading me to question the allegiances of the Realm Master and the Mother of Nature. However, during my travels across the world, I have finally grasped a singular truth. Jun Changqing raised an eyebrow slightly. What truth? Tang Tian smiled broadly. Even if the world is destined for destruction, it shall not perish at your hands. The myriad beings of existence are certainly not your sacrificial pawns for ascending to eternity. With that declaration, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sweeping away the chaotic forces within a radius of millions of miles around the creation pillar. Such terrifying might, if unleashed upon the greater world, would surely accelerate the demise of that already crumbling realm. Yet, in the face of Tang Tian, who had evidently grown exponentially stronger, Jun Changqing's expression bore a deep disappointment. I had thought you would gain clarity. Jun Changqing spoke, yet I did not foresee that you would become even more foolish. I have overestimated you. Do you truly believe that after I have regained my full strength, you could still pose a threat to me as before? Tang Tian let out a dismissive hum. If you are so certain of your advantage, why have you hesitated to strike? Let us dispense with the trivialities. My resolve is unwavering. Today, it will be either your demise or mine. With that, Tang Tian unleashed his full power, surging towards Jun Changqing with an unimaginable ferocity. The great 10,000 Laws fist was unleashed with unbridled force. Yet, Jun Changqing merely shook his head slowly. In the face of Tang Tian's formidable assault, he simply raised a hand. Sealed. As the words fell, his renowned technique, the path of sealing, was executed. However, this time it did not function as it had in the River of Time, restricting the laws surrounding Tang Tian. Instead, Jun Changqing employed the path of sealing to establish a vacuum of laws around himself, possessing absolute defensive properties against law-based attacks. In the next moment, Tang Tian's great 10,000 Laws fist crashed violently against this barrier. However, the anticipated cataclysmic shockwave did not materialize. The vacuum of the path of sealing absorbed all the power of the great 10,000 Laws fist silently, as if it had plunged into an unfathomable quagmire. Despite the failure of his strike, Tang Tian's expression remained largely unchanged. It was merely as expected. His objective was simply to approach Jun Changqing. Observing his great 10,000 Laws fist devoured by the barrier, Tang Tian did not slow his pace, continuing his advance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the boundary established by the path of sealing. In the next moment, he retracted all of his mystical powers. Even the aura surrounding him completely withdrew into his being, no longer revealing the slightest trace. Having witnessed Jun Changqing's prowess once, how could Tang Tian not contemplate a countermeasure? The path of forbidden Tao has the ability to sever all forces of law. Even the tiniest fragment of power would be unequivocally suppressed. However, it holds no dominion over pure strength. Thus, after concealing all of his presence, Tang Tian effortlessly traversed the barrier of the path of forbidden Tao. Simultaneously, Jun Changqing let out a soft exclamation, seemingly astonished that Tang Tian could retract all of his aura in such an instant, not releasing even a hint. Such a feat of descending from a pinnacle state to complete obscurity is no small accomplishment. Yet, while he was still in shock, Tang Tian had already crossed the barrier of the path of forbidden Tao and stood before him. A simple yet powerful punch was aimed directly at his face. Chapter 861. The unfathomable power of the creator. The clash between Tang Tian and Jun Changqing erupted almost instantaneously, a sudden and deliberate strike initiated by Tang Tian. During this period, he had gleaned all the secrets from the Realm Master and realized that the information he possessed far surpassed that of Jun Changqing. He wished to avoid lengthy discourse that might reveal any insights to his opponent. When faced with a figure of such caliber, utmost caution was imperative. Hence, he feigned the demeanor of an inexperienced fighter, launching directly into the fray. In this tumultuous exchange, he sought to uncover the perfect moment for Lin Ying to showcase her abilities. After unraveling Jun Changqing's forbidden technique, Tang Tian delivered a straightforward, yet formidable punch aimed squarely at his adversary's face, a display of pure physical might. However, Jun Changqing remained unperturbed. Meeting that lethal punch, he extended his index finger. The prison sky finger materialized in an instant. Unlike the forbidden techniques, the prison sky finger was a manipulation of space itself. In a heartbeat, countless spatial barriers formed between Tang Tian and Jun Changqing. Although their physical proximity suggested closeness, they were, in truth, worlds apart. This was not a phenomenon that could be surmounted by mere physical strength. The combination of the forbidden technique and the prison sky finger constituted the very essence of Jun Changqing's invincibility. Unfortunately for him, he was pitted against the even more formidable Tang Tian. The moment the prison sky finger appeared, Tang Tian summoned his internal power once more, rising from the dust to reclaim his zenith. The domain of all laws unfolded, and under its suppression, the endless spaces that had just formed shattered, revealing Jun Changqing's true form before Tang Tian once again. The techniques wielded by both were in a state of mutual restraint. In such circumstances, it became a matter of whose foundation was more profound and whose strength more potent. Clearly, Tang Tian had once more gained the upper hand. At such a close range, Jun Changqing found it impossible to continue employing his forbidden techniques. Reluctantly, he sidestepped Tang Tian's punch, conceding the initial exchange to Tang Tian, who had achieved an advantage even more swiftly than during their previous encounter in the River of Time. "Ha!" Tang Tian scoffed mockingly. "Is this what you refer to as unstoppable?" He tailed Jun Changqing's movements, relentless in his assault. Jun Changqing's power had indeed been restored to its peak, now several times greater than before. Yet, Tang Tian's own advancements were far more terrifying. This urgency to confront Jun Changqing stemmed from Tang Tian's recent absorption of all consumption points. As he could not ascertain whether Jun Changqing possessed any further means to augment his strength, delays could lead to unforeseen changes. From their earlier exchange, Tang Tian sensed that should he rely solely on conventional tactics, Jun Changqing would remain, as before, no match for him. The onslaught ensued, impenetrable and relentless. The summit of the creation pillar is vast, yet the figures of the two combatants seemingly occupy every corner simultaneously. Their speed is astonishingly rapid. Within mere moments, they have engaged in hundreds of thousands of exchanges. Notably, Jun Changqing has opted for direct confrontations with Tang Tian on several occasions. As a pinnacle existence, his strength is undeniably formidable. Alas, after numerous clashes, one truth becomes evident. In terms of raw power, he is indeed inferior to Tang Tian. Following yet another fierce exchange, the two momentarily part ways for the first time, though their positions have now reversed. Tang Tian stands atop the creation pillar, while Jun Changqing finds himself below. Observing the still vigorous Tang Tian, Jun Changqing furrows his brow slightly. Your strength possesses elements that defy reason. Logically, you should not be this formidable, he states. Tang Tian chuckles lightly. When did you start reasoning with others? Moreover, this world is rife with irrationalities. Much like how many fail to comprehend why someone like you can ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Unmoved by Tang Tian's jibes, Jun Chongqing asserts, in this world, the strong prevail. The powerful remain powerful, while the weak remain weak. This is the most fundamental law. My position at the summit is solely due to my unwavering pursuit of strength. Tang Tian smirks. By your logic, you should heed my words, for I am currently more powerful than you. Therefore, surrender, Ah Qing. You shall achieve nothing. Jun Chongqing's gaze remains unfazed. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Tang Tian shrugs. Isn't that the case? Even if I cannot vanquish you, I can ensnare you indefinitely atop the creation pillar. What can you do to me? Jun Chongqing shakes his head. When you grasp the truth, you will understand the absurdity of your thoughts. However, for now, I do not intend to conclude this playful engagement. Quite intriguing, he continues. Your confidence compels me to see whether you have devised a method to contend with such power. With that, he raises his hand once more. A formidable aura descends, sending shivers through the air. Tang Tian instantly focuses, recognizing the nature of this technique, the Genesis divine power. A terrifying force that transcends all powers except for the eternal strength. Previously, during their encounter in the River of Time, Tang Tian was instantly shattered by the Genesis divine power, only able to counter its effects by drawing on the replenishment from the ginkgo world. Yet this time, he is determined to test whether any changes might occur. Sensing the arrival of the Genesis divine power, Tang Tian unleashes all his strength and employs every means at his disposal. In the realm of myriad laws, it seemed as if Tang Tian had constructed a world uniquely his own. However, when the divine power of creation truly descended, he realized he had overestimated himself. That force was an existence that could not be obstructed. In the blink of an eye, the realm of myriad laws was reduced to mere dust. The great myriad law fist, too, was rendered formless before the might of the creation deity, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. In the next moment, Tang Tian's body was, as before, utterly shattered by the divine power of creation. Damn it, he muttered. Was it still futile? Tang Tian's figure re-emerged in another direction. The divine power of creation was overwhelmingly formidable. The situation was almost identical to the last time, perhaps only slightly slower in its capacity to obliterate Tang Tian. Yet that minute difference was nearly negligible. Meanwhile, Jun Chongqing remained perpetually indifferent. Is your confidence still intact? Tang Tian scoffed. Isn't this merely a battle of attrition? It's not as if I haven't faced this before, it's simply a repeat. But this time, I absolutely will not relent, he declared coldly. Jun Chongqing offered a faint smile. Very well then, let us attempt once more. As those words fell, the divine power of creation once again descended with a thunderous force. Tang Tian's body was immediately fragmented. Chapter 862. Extracting the power of origin in the absence of the eternal power, the power of creation stands as an almost insurmountable force. It disregards any means, any mystical arts, and any degree of physical strength one might possess. The sole outcome of contact with it is destruction and annihilation, with no alternative result to be found. Previously, within the river of time, Tang Tian, much like in the present moment, found himself devoid of any means of retaliation. However, on that occasion, he managed to exhaust the creation power wielded by Jun Chongqing through the inexhaustible replenishment of the ginkgo world, ultimately seizing a genuine advantage. Yet, the emergence of a minor distraction later disturbed Tang Tian's thoughts, preventing him from continuing his pursuit. This time, however, Tang Tian was resolute in his determination to press on. The power of creation relentlessly ravaged his body, yet in the next moment, he reappeared, launching a fierce assault against Jun Chongqing. Although his attacks proved ineffective, they aimed to deplete as much of Jun Chongqing's creation power as possible. However, after an extended period, a frown creased Tang Tian's brow. Jun Chongqing's creation power showed no signs of diminishing. Unlike the last encounter, it remained unwavering, with a calm demeanor and a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he were savoring an intriguing performance. Undoubtedly, Tang Tian was the protagonist of this spectacle. Ultimately, Tang Tian had no choice but to temporarily halt this war of attrition. Have you finally realized? Jun Chongqing remarked. a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This is impossible. You cannot fully control the creation power. The creation power exists on another level. Its essence differs fundamentally from that of the eternal power. Should one successfully ascend to the realm of eternity, then the eternal power could be completely mastered, akin to spiritual energy, celestial energy, and the power of laws. However, the creation power is finite. Even upon entering eternity, one cannot fully grasp it. Not even the realm masters can achieve this. Thus, Jun Changqing is equally incapable. In response to Tang Tian's doubt, Jun Changqing smiled lightly. You have overlooked the location in which we currently find ourselves. Tang Tian was instantly awakened to the revelation. Indeed, where does the creation power originate? The Pillar of Creation. According to Lin Ying's account, all the creation power within the Pillar of Creation has been claimed by Jun Changqing. However, this does not imply that the creation power has vanished entirely. As Tang Tian visited the Pillar of Creation for the first time, he lacked understanding of its nature and essence. Hence, a scenario could arise. As long as he remained within the Pillar of Creation, Jun Changqing's creation power would flow ceaselessly. Given the circumstances, this was likely a prevailing truth. If he were in the outside world, he could engage in a battle of attrition against me, much like the last time in the River of Time. But now he was in my domain. Jun Changqing spoke in a calm voice. Tang Tian's expression gradually darkened. If that were truly the case, it would indeed present a considerable challenge. He could not simply cry out unfairness and expect Jun Changqing to voluntarily abandon the creation pillar to engage him in a fair battle. Nor could he remain outside the creation pillar, trapping Jun Changqing indefinitely. Such an endeavor would bear no significance. His ultimate goal was to eliminate Jun Changqing entirely. Give up, Jun Changqing said. You cannot contend with the power of creation. Present me with what I require, and I shall divulge everything to you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Lin Ying had long been poised within the crystal coffin, awaiting the perfect moment to unleash her full potential. However, he believed that such a moment had yet to arrive. He needed to find a way to endure the power of creation. Although he still lacked any means of retaliation against it, he sensed that after his power had increased, the speed at which the power of creation sought to annihilate him had begun to slow. Perhaps, if he could continue to elevate his strength observing Tang Tian's reaction. Jun Changqing let out a gentle sigh. It seems you still have no intention of surrendering. Tang Tian lifted his head and smiled coldly. The notion of surrender does not exist in my lexicon. Indeed, I may not fully comprehend the creation pillar and have overlooked its significance. But do you truly understand me? Do you truly grasp the source of my power? As his words echoed, countless invisible tendrils materialized in various corners of the world. They spiraled above certain worlds that had been utterly abandoned, before suddenly plunging into them. Having discerned the essence of the devouring demon, Tang Tian had completely mastered its operational mechanisms. Now, he could actively control the devouring demon, drawing primal energy from the world. Under the relentless consumption of the devouring demon, those forsaken worlds began to collapse rapidly. Countless sources of primal energy flowed through the invisible tendrils into Tang Tian's being, causing his strength to surge terrifyingly once more. Sensing the sudden shift in Tang Tian's aura, Jun Changqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Truly astonishing. I wonder from where the Realm Lord found a being such as you. His tone bore surprise, yet remained devoid of panic, maintaining its calmness. There are many things you remain unaware of. Tang Tian scoffed. It is merely the power of creation. I shall surely conquer it. With that declaration, he unleashed all his strength once more, launching an even more formidable offensive toward Jun Changqing. Jun Changqing shook his head slightly. The power of creation continued to descend. Even though Tang Tian's strength had multiplied several times, he still appeared utterly vulnerable against the power of creation. The offensive was swiftly obliterated. Tang Tian's body, once again, was utterly shattered. However, upon his subsequent reemergence, his gaze radiated an even greater confidence than before. This time, the speed at which he was vanquished was visibly diminished. His assessment was accurate. Although the power of the Creator could not be resisted, it was not entirely without vulnerabilities. As long as his strength continued to escalate, it was only a matter of time before a balance was achieved, or even a reversal of fortunes. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. However, after he activated the devouring demon, he had consumed nearly all the abandoned small worlds. Extracting power from the greater world would inevitably jeopardize the existence of many sentient beings. The premature collapse of the world was not an impossibility. Thus, he could no longer draw strength from the greater world. Contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian's gaze settled upon another desolate realm, the starry world. It exists independently of the greater world, yet its primordial power is immensely vast. Furthermore, the devouring demon had already enveloped it within its grasp. Chapter 863, Blood Moon. As Tang Tian extracted vast amounts of the primordial energy from the abandoned worlds, the rate at which the Creator's divine force sought to extinguish him began to slow significantly. Yet, it remained insufficient. He required more power. To avert a cataclysm that could befall the beings of the great world, Tang Tian set his sights upon the desolate star world, which harbored immense primordial energy. With this thought, Tang Tian activated the devouring ghost once more. Countless invisible tendrils materialized within the boundless expanse of the star world. The sea of stars was infinitely vast, and the number of celestial bodies was beyond counting. However, the tendrils outnumbered the stars themselves. They descended upon each star, plunging deep into their cores. In an instant, a torrent of primordial energy surged into Tang Tian's being, causing his power to escalate dramatically. Simultaneously, the brilliantly radiant sea of stars, suspended in the void, began to extinguish at a visible pace. Jun Changqing, naturally, perceived this phenomenon. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. "How splendid," he mused. "This has saved me a considerable amount of effort. I am now inclined to believe that the reason the Realm Lord sought you out was to facilitate my swift ascension to eternity and the rapid birth of a new world." Tang Tian smirked inwardly, aware that Jun Changqing had gravely misinterpreted the situation. According to the pact between him and the Realm Lord, the control over the devouring ghost resided unequivocally with him. Unbeknownst to Jun Changqing, however, the intervention of the fisherman had granted Tang Tian complete dominion over the devouring ghost. This disparity in information would ultimately sway many events. Yet, Tang Tian concealed his true thoughts, responding coldly, "I do not comprehend what you are implying. My power is beyond your imagination." Jun Changqing smiled faintly. "You shall soon find out. Nevertheless, before that, I am quite curious to see if you can truly unravel the Creator's divine force with sufficient strength." With that, he actively summoned the Creator's divine force. Without hesitation, Tang Tian unleashed a powerful punch. The primordial energy of the star world flowed ceaselessly into his body, causing his strength to rise at an alarming rate. He faced the Creator's divine force once again, only to be shattered once more. Yet this time, he managed to endure for a fraction longer. In the next moment, he re-emerged with even greater might. As more stars succumbed to oblivion, Tang Tian found himself able to withstand the Creator's divine force for increasingly prolonged intervals. When the entire sea of stars had been extinguished, he had managed to endure for several breaths of time. However, it was still not enough. In this brief span of time, he still could not breach the blockade of the Creator's divine power, inflicting harm upon Jun Changqing. Thus, Tang Tian's gaze shifted toward another realm, radiating a luminous white glow, the Moon Realm. The primordial force it harbored was far more immense than that of the shattered star realm. Tang Tian's eyes grew stern as countless tendrils extended from the eternal, deeply embedding themselves within the Moon Realm. His strength began to surge anew. Meanwhile, Jun Changqing's smile blossomed even further. "I eagerly anticipate the moment when one has exerted all their efforts only to discover they are weaving garments for another. What a delightful expression that must be," he remarked with a faint smile. Tang Tian's gaze was frigid. "I am well aware that the Creator's divine power, which you pride yourself on, is nearing its end. Today, you are undoubtedly doomed." As the devouring entity relentlessly consumed, the resplendent moonlight began to wane swiftly. Ultimately, the pure white glow faded into a dark crimson hue. A blood moon supplanted the once sacred moon, hanging in the heavens. After engulfing the Moon Realm, Tang Tian had nearly reached the pinnacle of power. The force within him was terrifyingly overwhelming. He appeared as a mere embodiment of pure energy, far more fearsome than chaotic power. The surrounding space was utterly distorted, naturally forming an insurmountable barrier that isolated him from the outside world. "Excellent." Observing the transformed Tang Tian, Jun Changqing remarked, "I must concede that you, the calamity's harbinger, possess quite a compelling narrative. The Realm Lord is indeed the most magnificent being in this world's ancient history. Suspended in the sky, Tang Tian felt as though he were on the verge of touching that forbidden line. Yet, he knew all too well that this line was an unattainable existence. He merely possessed power, which did not satisfy the conditions for ascension to eternity. However, ascension to eternity was not his desire. As long as he could rival the Creator's divine power through sheer quantity, he had achieved his objective. Did you not express your anticipation earlier? Then let us test it. With that, Tang Tian launched another assault against Jun Chongqing. With a single punch, he collapsed all space between them, reaching straight for Jun Chongqing himself. The so-called forbidden path, the celestial prison finger, had, at that moment, lost all efficacy. This was the crushing advantage of quantity. Jun Chongqing did not dare to be negligent, continuing to summon the power of the eternal. If Tang Tian's unleashed force resembled a block of ice, then the Creator's divine power was akin to a searing iron brand. When the two met, the ice began to melt instantaneously. Previously, this block of ice was no larger than a snowflake. However, after absorbing the primordial forces of the entire star realm and moon realm, its size had increased manifold. The soldering iron continued to melt the ice and snow, yet the icy elements successfully hindered its advance. At last, Tang Tian's strength reached a delicate equilibrium with the primordial divine force. For the first time since confronting the creative divinity, he was not entirely vanquished. Regrettably, despite achieving this state, he could merely contend with the divine power rather than subdue it completely. Consequently, he remained unable to pose a lethal threat to Jun Chongqing. After a period of stalemate, Tang Tian finally set his gaze upon the last world capable of harnessing the essence of primordial energy. It was a realm ablaze with flames, the most formidable world aside from the great world, the Sun World. The primordial energy concealed within it could undoubtedly empower Tang Tian to transcend the creative divine force and eliminate Jun Chongqing, his greatest adversary. Thus, it seemed he might suppress Jun Chongqing entirely without needing Lin Ying's assistance. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian once again commanded the sky-devouring demon, its ethereal tendrils emerging upon the surface of the Sun World. Chapter 864. The key at this moment. The myriad realms were enveloped in the cloak of night. Yet, the beings who remained awake found themselves gazing at the heavens, frozen in place, their eyes brimming with boundless terror. The sea of stars had been extinguished. The once luminous moon had abruptly transformed into a blood-red orb, hanging ominously in the sky. Its dark crimson light spilled across the land, infusing everything with a sense of malevolence and foreboding. What calamity had befallen the world? Whispers filled the air, as an icy dread surged from the depths of their souls. Simultaneously, in a remarkably secluded realm, a multitude of immensely powerful figures convened. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have recognized many familiar faces among them. Long Jiuzhou, Supreme Xiujun, Supreme Can Dao, and even the previously deranged Supreme Hongmeng were all accounted for, as they beheld the vanishing starry expanse and the ominous blood moon. A grave solemnity settled upon their faces, enveloping them in silence. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. After a protracted silence, Supreme Can Dao broke the stillness, inquiring, "Is it Jun Chongqing or Tang Tian?" Long Jiuzhou shook his head. Regardless of who it was, the apocalypse had already commenced. He turned to face the other Supremes and spoke in a low voice. "The Sun God is dead. The Realm Lord, once regarded as our beacon of hope, has aligned with Jun Chongqing. We cannot ascertain Tang Tian's stance yet, but when it concerns survival, we cannot afford the slightest risk. Thus, we are left to rely solely on ourselves." All present fell into silence. How could they possibly contend with the formidable Jun Chongqing? Observing their expressions, Long Jiuzhou exhaled softly and remarked, "Indeed, we are powerless against Jun Chongqing, nor can we halt his destruction of this world. This is the stark reality. Let no one harbor illusions of achieving such a feat. What we can do is strive to relocate as many beings as possible before the true apocalypse descends, ensuring their survival through this calamity. In doing so, we may preserve a portion of our living strength and perhaps leave behind a glimmer of hope for the future." Upon hearing this, the others collectively sighed. They stood as paragons of power atop the world. Yet in the face of such a terrifying entity as Jun Chongqing, their capabilities were painfully limited. At that moment, One of the Supremes spoke up during this time. It seems Tang Tian has been engaged in endeavors akin to ours. Could this not imply that he still stands on the same front as us? The fact that Tang Tian had thwarted the mass exodus of all sacred lands was not a secret, easily discerned by these Supremes. I am aware of this matter, Long Jiuzhou replied. However, our understanding of the relationships among the Realm Lord, Jun Chongqing, and Tang Tian remains utterly vague. Who can guarantee that Tang Tian will always align with us? This matter leaves no room for error. The crowd fell silent once more. This was indeed an unavoidable truth. I will continue to closely observe Tang Tian's actions, Long Jiuzhou stated. If he can truly be trusted, I would not hesitate to divulge everything to him. Should he regard me unfavorably as a result, I would humble myself, even to the point of sacrificing my life to bring him back. After all, he alone possesses the opportunity to defeat Jun Chongqing. The assembly nodded in agreement with Long Jiuzhou's assertions. Taking a deep breath, Long Jiuzhou spoke. Enough of that for now. We shall commence our plan immediately. Let us name this endeavor the seed plan, the creation pillar. At that moment, Tang Tian had metamorphosed into the most substantial and terrifying mass of energy in existence. He stood quietly, collapsing the surrounding void. Even the fearsome chaos recoiled in trepidation, retreating far from him, knowing that any proximity could lead to annihilation. Empowered by the primordial forces of the starry realm, moon realm, and sun realm, Tang Tian reached an astonishing state from another dimension. The Lord of the Eternal Realm, despite wielding immense power, merely utilized it, unlike Tang Tian, who had entirely transformed into an unobservable entity of energy. Tang Tian embodied power itself. Witnessing this, Jun Chongqing was filled with awe. It was truly remarkable. Only a being such as you, one not of this world, could accomplish such an extraordinary feat after achieving eternity. I must uncover the nature of your existence, as well as that of the one who can vanquish the Realm Lord, Jun Chongqing lamented. In response, Tang Tian, with a cold and expressionless demeanor, remarked, "You may find that opportunity elusive." He sensed that the divine power of creation could no longer extinguish the terrifying energy emanating from him. As time progressed, he would soon surpass it entirely. Yet, even so, Jun Chongqing displayed no signs of panic. Setting aside whether you can truly pose a fatal threat to me after conquering the power of eternity, do you genuinely believe you possess such an opportunity? A hint of mockery glimmered in Jun Chongqing's eyes. Have you not sought to uncover the origins of the powers that propelled you to ascend the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit? Do you truly believe that power belongs to you alone? Tang Tian's gaze remained unperturbed. He was indeed aware of the truth behind it. However, until he held absolute certainty in completely subduing Jun Chongqing, adhering to his original plan remained the most prudent course of action. Fortunately, the formidable strength I currently possess obscures everything around me, rendering any pretense of astonishment unnecessary. Yet, a proper reaction remains imperative. Nonsense, Tang Tian scoffed, asserting, I am acutely aware of the source of my power, but I find no necessity to divulge it to you, for you possess no trump cards left. With that, he intensified his assault, the previously invincible divine power of creation now faltering under relentless pressure. Meanwhile, Jun Chongqing merely smiled faintly. How could you possibly know my hidden cards? Yet, I am fully aware of yours. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a dual-colored fish symbolizing yin and yang, manifesting in the center of his hand. I have previously mentioned that the swifter your strength increases, the more delight it brings me. 4. All your endeavors merely pave the way for me. With that, the yin-yang fish gradually unfurled within Jun Chongqing's grasp. Chapter 865. The acting skills of Tang Tian upon encountering the duality of the yin and yang fishes. Tang Tian instantly recognized it as the key capable of unlocking the devouring demon and seizing control over it. As the dual fishes began to swim within Jun Chongqing's palm, an overwhelming force was exerted upon the devouring demon. Tang Tian distinctly sensed a presence contending with him for dominion over the demon. In that moment of hesitation, he pondered whether to persist in his guise, allowing Jun Chongqing to believe he had successfully acquired control over the devouring demon. He contemplated prolonging this ruse to create the most opportune moment for Lin Ying, for he believed that, with his current strength, he could perhaps completely subdue Jun Chongqing. However, after a brief reflection, he relinquished this notion, opting to adhere to his original plan. Jun Chongqing had once remarked accurately that his trump card was not fully comprehended by Tang Tian. Should he fail to subdue him, it would awaken Jun Chongqing's wariness, complicating Lin Ying's impending ambush. Moreover, he distinctly recalled Lin Ying's cautionary words, "Never underestimate Jun Chongqing." Thus, it was prudent to proceed with the most cautious approach. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, the deliberation lasted but an instant. After making his decision, Tang Tian temporarily surrendered control over the devouring demon, allowing Jun Chongqing to wield its power through the yin and yang fishes. Yet Tang Tian knew that should he desire it, he could reclaim control at any moment. At the precise moment Tang Tian relinquished his grip, the divine power of creation, previously forcing Jun Chongqing to retreat, suddenly ceased. A faint smile emerged on Jun Chongqing's lips. Tang Tian, seizing the moment, emitted a cry of astonishment. "How could this be? What have you done?" Jun Chongqing remained silent, instead utilizing the devouring demon to confine all of Tang Tian's strength. He then waved his sleeve, dispersing the energies surrounding Tang Tian. The shock etched upon Tang Tian's face was palpable. "There is nothing impossible," Jun Chongqing asserted, stepping forward to tower over Tang Tian. "I have long foretold that this was destined. All your efforts have been in vain. An accord has already been forged between me and the realm's lord. And you, the so-called calamity bearer, are merely a tool in the hands of the realm's lord." He had presented me with a delightful surprise. Tang Tian's eyes widened, shock written across his features, the disbelief consuming him. "I refuse to accept this," he declared through gritted teeth, suddenly erupting with the intent to launch a renewed assault on Jun Chongqing. However, Jun Chongqing merely extended his finger and firmly ensnared him with the prisoner of heaven technique. Tang Tian sought to unleash the realm of myriad laws to counter this confinement, yet discovered that he was utterly unable to wield the power of the laws any longer. "Do you now believe?" Jun Chongqing inquired softly. Gritting his teeth, Tang Tian made several more attempts, but to no avail. The formidable power he had recently acquired seemed to vanish into thin air, eluding his grasp entirely. Gazing at Jun Chongqing before him, his expression was a tumult of complexity, teetering on the brink of chaos. "I understand that this is undoubtedly difficult to accept, yet it is the truth," Jun Chongqing stated. "The realm master does not regard this world as you may have envisioned. His true concern lies with that entity in the chess pavilion, who has bested him for a millennium. To leave behind a new world, a sanctuary for the beings of countless realms to endure, is the extent of his mercy. And you?" Jun Chongqing paused, shaking his head. "I have always known you to be but a tool, expendable once your purpose is served. However, I do not wish for you to perish so easily. Submit to me willingly, and I shall grant you existence within the new world. Perhaps in the future, you may find the opportunity to challenge me once more. You know what I require." Tang Tian slowly lowered his head, fearing that if he continued to gaze at Jun Chongqing, he might betray himself. The art of pretense was not something one could master at will, especially when Jun Chongqing's words were laden with a pretentious air that nearly provoked a smile from him. After a prolonged silence, he gradually regained his composure and immersed himself in the performance. Jun Chongqing, oblivious to any ulterior motives, assumed Tang Tian was merely processing the harsh reality before him. "You would even spare the life of one who seeks to kill you." Tang Tian lifted his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Jun Chongqing replied calmly, "Having a challenger is indeed an intriguing prospect. I am rather eager to encounter someone formidable enough to pose a threat to me. In this vast expanse, you alone possess such potential." Tang Tian slowly shook his head, appearing to have completely lost his fervor. "I have no interest," he declared. "After striving so hard and persevering for so long, you now reveal that it was all a facade, a grand conspiracy." "Ha," he scoffed, "play your game as you wish. I no longer wish to participate. If you desire to kill me, do so. If not, that is your choice. Let this world unfold as it will." With that, Tang Tian raised his hand, and three objects gradually materialized within his palm: a dark red orb, a crescent-shaped jade pendant, and a luminescent jade coffin. Seeing that Tang Tian seemed to have completely abandoned himself, Jun Chongqing exhibited no reaction. His indifference was palpable, as he was solely focused on his path to eternity. "I shall not take your life. You are no longer worth the effort," Jun Chongqing stated with an air of detachment. He then seized the items from Tang Tian's grasp, Gazing at the three divine artifacts, he spoke languidly. In truth, I have deceived you. These objects exist not only for the birth of the new world. They are also essential to my eternal journey. I concealed this information out of concern that you might discover a way to wield them against me. Yet, it appears that my caution was unwarranted. Apart from that power which does not belong to you, you possess nothing else. With those words, a diminutive silver star materialized in the void, joining the other three divine artifacts. Jun Changqing then invoked the Genesis divine power once more, isolating Tang Tian. At this stage, his meticulousness was surprising. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that among those four divine artifacts lay a hidden bomb. Soon, Jun Changqing activated the four artifacts. Four distinct primal forces surged into his body, melding with his own power. What he failed to notice was that within the essence flowing from the heart of nature, an additional force was intermingled. He remained oblivious to the anomaly, for it was, in fact, the essence of his own being. By the time he perceived a blood-red dagger plunging into his heart, it was too late. Die! A voice, filled with boundless hatred, reverberated throughout the pillar of creation. Chapter 866. The Success of Revenge. Jun Changqing. Lin Ying's voice, brimming with hatred, echoed throughout the creation pillar. In that instant, a dark red dagger plunged ferociously into Jun Changqing's heart. Upon witnessing the emergence of that blood-colored blade, the once serene depths of Jun Changqing's eyes flickered with a fleeting hint of disturbance. Yet, that momentary tremor vanished as swiftly as it appeared, replaced once again by an unyielding indifference. Even as the dagger pierced his heart, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Die! Lin Ying's figure materialized before Jun Changqing. It was not a physical form. Her corporeal body had disappeared upon entering the crystal coffin with the seed of nature. Instead, what stood before him was a spectral apparition, entirely composed of bloodline power. Cloaked in a deep crimson hue, her eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, glaring fiercely at Jun Changqing, as if she were a vengeful demon risen from the depths of hell. At the moment the dagger struck Jun Changqing's heart, a surge of bloodline power, derived from the same source as his, violently coursed into his being. This force, although sharing a common origin with Jun Changqing, was fundamentally opposed in nature. As it flooded into him, it immediately invaded the very essence of his life, wreaking havoc. In mere instants, Jun Changqing's formidable presence diminished by more than half. Lin was not mistaken. She had seized the most opportune moment, when Jun Changqing was completely unprepared, to effectively diminish his power by half. Simultaneously, the omnipotent power that had ensnared Tang Tian seemed to abruptly sever its source, swiftly fading into nothingness. Jun Changqing, too, found himself bereft of control over the divine power of creation. Gazing into Lin Ying's eyes, filled with boundless animosity, Jun Changqing calmly inquired, "Why must you do this?" Lin Ying clenched her teeth tightly, her hands trembling slightly around the dagger. "Why must I?" She leaned closer to Jun Changqing's face, her voice resonating with a hellish intensity. "Do you know how many years I have waited for this moment? I have dreamed of killing you with my own hands. Each fleeting moment, I yearned to shatter you into 1,000 pieces, to slay you 1,000 times." She growled in a low voice. Yet, Jun Changqing remained largely unmoved. "A daughter should not slay her father," he replied softly. "Is it right for a father to take the lives of his wife and daughter, tormenting them for millennia, solely for his own wretched path?" With that roar, Lin Ying drove the dagger another half-inch into Jun Changqing's heart. The force that utterly countered him surged wildly within, causing his aura to wane yet again. Lin Ying was evidently consumed by an unparalleled fury, while Jun Changqing slowly shook his head. "You do not understand. I did not intend to kill you or your mother. It is merely that you happened to cross paths with my path. That is my lifelong pursuit, and it embodies the entirety of my existence's value. Your mother was well aware of this before we became partners on the path." Jun Changqing spoke, as if the act of slaying wives and daughters was a matter of utmost normalcy in his ideology. Two streams of blood tears flowed from Lin Ying's eyes. "Indeed, I am not well versed in your path. Yet, I possess a profound understanding of my own. Since that fateful night, my singular ambition has been to eliminate you completely." Her voice gradually steadied, though it resembled a profound finality. "But you cannot achieve that, shouting." Jun Changqing cast a glance at Tang Tian beside him and remarked, "You have chosen the wrong ally. Tang Tian is hardly the most suitable choice. he lacks the capacity to aid you in realizing your inner path. You have indeed found a rather opportune moment to significantly weaken my strength. However, regrettably, you are still far from being able to kill me. Tang Tian, bereft of others' power, is left with nothing but a surplus of useless strength. The harm you have inflicted upon me is merely temporary. In fact, I can erase you completely with a mere gesture. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, revealing a key forged from the essence of yin and yang resting in his palm. Yet, after a brief moment, a look of surprise crossed his brow. Then, a voice resonated calmly. What is it? Is it ineffective? Tang Tian approached Jun Changqing with a smile, his demeanor now a stark contrast to the despondent state he had previously exhibited. As Lin Ying's dagger pierced Jun Changqing's heart, he had already reverted to his original composure. After all, acting was truly exhausting. It was not suited for him. Upon witnessing the smiling Tang Tian, Jun Changqing's expression shifted slightly. This is impossible, he furrowed his brow. Tang Tian chuckled softly. Nothing is impossible. He returned Jun Changqing's words to him. Jun Changqing pondered for a moment and asked, the realm master deceived me? Did he truly tear apart the agreement he established? Tang Tian shook his head. No, he did not deceive you. He has steadfastly upheld the agreement between you. It's just that another entity of a higher order intervened. Jun Changqing paused. Are you suggesting that so-called fishkeeper? Tang Tian smiled. He indeed informed you about this matter. Jun Changqing did not deny it. He has mentioned the fishkeeper to me. However, I do not believe in such an extraordinary existence. Omniscient and omnipotent. This transcends reality too greatly. I can accept that there are beings of higher power beyond eternity. However, I shall never be swayed. That is a foe that cannot be vanquished. As long as it exists, I will undoubtedly discover a means to overcome her. Jun Changqing's confidence radiates from within, impervious to any external influence. Tang Tian refrains from passing judgment on such self-assurance. He is free to think as he pleases. Perhaps, Tang Tian remarked, for according to the Lord of the Realm's conjecture, the dominion of the Devourer of Worlds is a contrivance of that angler. Before arriving at the Pillar of Creation, I made a visit to the Multiverse Dojo. The Lord of the Realms divulged all matters to me, including the agreement he forged with you. Jun Changqing furrowed his brow once more. I have visited the Multiverse Dojo, yet there was nothing there. How could you have encountered the Lord of the Realms? Tang Tian smiled faintly. That is not for you to know. You merely need to understand that you do not know me as well as you imagine. Upon hearing these words, Jun Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, while Tang Tian reveled inwardly. It turns out that manipulating others through the disparity of information can be such a delightful experience. No wonder everyone relishes in this game. Chapter 867. The hidden card. Through a series of stratagems and performances, Tang Tian finally succeeded in outmaneuvering Jun Changqing. Prior to this, he had harbored concerns regarding his acting skills, fearing that Jun Changqing might perceive something amiss. However, in truth, his worries were unfounded. Jun Changqing, in his endeavors, paid no heed to others, focusing solely on himself. His unadulterated confidence was a pivotal reason for his ascent to the pinnacle of success. Yet, it was this very confidence that led him to believe he had everything under control, thus falling into Tang Tian's trap. This was inevitable, as the fisherman had intervened. Moreover, Jun Changqing did not even believe in the existence of the fisherman, rendering any predictions futile. What do you intend to do? Jun Changqing inquired. Despite finding himself in an absolute disadvantage, he remained remarkably composed, as if no predicament could sway his emotions. Tang Tian had grown accustomed to this demeanor of his. What else could I do? He replied with a smile, just like Lin Ying. I shall eliminate you. Jun Changqing chuckled lightly. Is there any significance in that? In this world, everything had long been irrevocably altered. Just moments ago, you personally ushered it to its final journey. The sun, moon, and stars, the three realms, have all been consumed by you. The beings of the vast world can hardly endure for long. Where lies your justification for slaying me? Tang Tian stroked his chin. Because I desire it. Is that reason sufficient? He said with a faint smile. Jun Changqing fell silent. Because of desire. Well, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. At the very least, I cannot abide by the notion of the world perishing at your hands. Tang Tian continued. Without you, I can still create a new world in accordance with the methods provided by the Realm Master, preserving the last spark of life for the beings. Although for all creatures, this would still represent a catastrophe akin to extinction. I could at least delay the inevitable. Allowing the new world to develop a little longer would ensure the survival of more beings. Even the preservation of one life carries its significance. I assume you would not choose to do so, would you? Jun Chongqing refrained from rebuttal. He would certainly not postpone his entry into eternity merely to spare a few more beings. Once he had obtained everything, he would immediately embark on the path to eternity. The sooner, the better. As for how many beings would ultimately survive, and who would endure, that was left to their own fate. In his view, this was all destiny. Boring, Jun Chongqing remarked softly. This does not resolve the fundamental issue. I believe the primary purpose for which the Realm Master chose you as the Calamity Bearer is to salvage this fractured world, is it not? You have yet to fulfill your mission. Tang Tian chuckled softly. You possess quite the talent for guessing. However, regrettably, you have only uncovered half the truth. The Lord of Realms indeed harbors hopes for me to save the world, yet this is not my destiny. I am devoid of any mission, and he shall not interfere with my choices. Should I deem you worthy of death and wish to enact it, then so be it. Jun Chongqing fell silent once more. He sought to extract some pivotal information to salvage his current predicament, yet the revelations he received diverged entirely from his expectations. The Lord of Realms chose Tang Tian to rescue the world, yet simultaneously imposed no demands upon him. All actions would be dictated solely by Tang Tian's volition. This seemed illogical. Nonetheless, Tang Tian had no reason to deceive him. Gradually, Jun Chongqing began to entertain the notion of the fisherman's existence. If I survive today, he spoke, I shall uncover the true nature of that being. Tang Tian shook his head. Survive first, and then we shall see. With that, he raised his hand and struck a powerful punch towards Jun Chongqing's face. Jun Chongqing swiftly reacted, raising his hand to block the incoming blow. In his former state, he would have easily absorbed the sheer force of Tang Tian's punch. However, due to the foundational damage inflicted by Lin Ying, his strength had significantly waned. Although he managed to intercept the punch, he could not withstand Tang Tian's formidable power. Bang! The sound echoed as Tang Tian's fist connected with Jun Chongqing's face. In the next instant, Jun Chongqing's body was propelled backward at great speed, nearly exiting the bounds of the creation pillar. Yet, before that could occur, Tang Tian reached out and halted him. Lin Ying, too, was carried along with Jun Chongqing's trajectory. Nevertheless, she had merely become a phantom, linked to Jun Chongqing through their shared bloodline power, thus remaining unaffected by the impact. The Crimson Dagger remained firmly embedded in Jun Chongqing's heart. After securing Jun Chongqing, Tang Tian once again approached him. A trickle of blood flowed from Jun Chongqing's face. At last, he had bled. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, fixing Tang Tian with a gaze devoid of any superfluous emotion, merely serene. Such a degree of assault was far from sufficient. He even pointed this out. Tang Tian was acutely aware that mere physical strength would not suffice to vanquish Jun Chongqing. The punch served primarily as an outlet for his frustration. This fellow's demeanor could indeed be infuriating at times. However, he could not afford to linger on this. Lin Ying's suppression of Jun Chongqing would only last half an hour. Very well, he declared. Let us continue to test this. Let us see what means you will employ to defend yourself in the absence of the power of the Creator. With that, the essence that had previously been seized by Jun Chongqing erupted anew from Tang Tian. The surrounding space was instantaneously obliterated. Observing Tang Tian, who appeared to be engulfed in flames, Jun Chongqing finally displayed a grave expression. Without uttering excessive words, Tang Tian summoned all his strength and launched a powerful strike towards Jun Chongqing. This punch was even more formidable than the previous ones. The entire creation pillar trembled violently, as if it could no longer withstand such terrifying power. Jun Chongqing's countenance turned exceedingly grave. Faced with this unprecedentedly fearsome assault, he unleashed a fierce punch of his own, striking fiercely against the creation pillar beneath him. In the next moment, an indescribable aura erupted from the entire creation pillar, converging towards Jun Chongqing's direction. Just before Tang Tian's attack struck Jun Chongqing, that aura successfully coalesced around him. Boom! An extraordinarily terrifying roar echoed throughout the chaos. The dreadful energy fluctuations rapidly spread out from Jun Chongqing's position, radiating towards infinite directions. The overwhelming force, laden with the scent of death, completely engulfed Jun Chongqing. Yet, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. This fellow truly had a hidden card up his sleeve. Chapter 868. A difficult decision. A terrifying surge of energy erupted at the pinnacle of the creation pillar. Were this collision to occur near the vast world, even at a distance of tens of thousands of miles, it would inflict irreparable harm upon the entire realm. Tang Tian, having extracted the primordial forces from the three great celestial worlds, found his power reaching an unfathomable magnitude. Beneath the eternal sky, such a formidable force was unparalleled. Yet, despite this, as his attack struck Jun Changqing, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. When all the brilliance dissipated, Jun Changqing remained steadfast before him, unmoved. An incomprehensibly mysterious aura emanated from the creation pillar beneath their feet, coalescing around Jun Changqing's form. This aura was formless and colorless, yet remarkably resilient, effectively thwarting Tang Tian's cataclysmic assault. It was the very essence of the creation pillar itself. However, Jun Changqing was not unscathed. Although he had utilized the pillar's innate strength to counter Tang Tian's onslaught, he was evidently injured, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, staining his pale blue robes. You indeed possess a hidden card, Tang Tian mused with a hint of relief, fortunate that after absorbing the primordial powers of the three worlds, he had refrained from unleashing his full might, thus keeping his greatest trump card, the devouring fiend, concealed. Had he gambled everything at that moment? Once Jun Changqing revealed his own secret and combined it with the power of creation, he would have had no chance whatsoever. Cough, cough. Jun Changqing was seized by a violent fit of coughing, spitting forth another mouthful of blood. In the path of the Tao, I have never trusted anyone. This was merely a precaution against the World Master's capriciousness. Now, in this moment, it seems fortuitous. Ultimately, he was wounded, his breath becoming noticeably more labored. Thus, this may be considered a clash between you and the World Master. Let us see who shall prevail. With that, Tang Tian wasted no further time, channeling all his power once more towards Jun Changqing. A tempest of terrifying force swept over the entire creation pillar. Tang Tian held nothing back, unleashing every ounce of strength upon Jun Changqing. This was the most formidable assault beneath eternity, a boundless might enveloping Jun Changqing, akin to a furnace of death, scorching everything in its vicinity. The creation pillar was, at the very least, a being of equal stature to eternity. Yet, Jun Changqing had not fully refined it. He could only harness a fraction of its power. In the face of Tang Tian's frenzied onslaught, Jun Changqing could merely hold on with all his might. The barrier formed by the mysterious aura trembled perilously, as if it might shatter at any moment. After a brief interval, it began to falter. However, Jun Changqing appeared less agitated than before. It seems I have the upper hand. With a sly smile, a surge of azure light suddenly erupted from his being, joining the clash of offense and defense. This power was second only to the might of the Creator. It was the essence of the bronze cauldron. Soon after, the ethereal image of the bronze cauldron appeared around Jun Changqing, merging with the force of the pillar of creation. The barrier, which was on the verge of shattering, was once again fortified, repelling Tang Tian's frenzied assault. Although, as time progressed, the defense formed by the fusion of the bronze cauldron and the pillar of creation would ultimately succumb to Tang Tian's inexhaustible might. He was running short on time. Lin Ying's means of weakening Jun Changqing would only last half an hour. Once that time elapsed, Jun Changqing would regain his full strength and reassert control over the power of creation. At that moment, Tang Tian would truly find himself unable to slay this adversary. With merely about 15 minutes remaining before Jun Changqing's resurgence, Tang Tian had to dismantle the defenses of the bronze cauldron and the pillar of creation within that fleeting time frame. But how could that be achieved? Give up, Jun Changqing said, gazing at Tang Tian with the tranquility he had fully regained. This world had already been forsaken. Since death was inevitable, why futilely attempt to salvage it? I can promise you that as long as I ascend to eternity smoothly, I will not hastily consume the essence of all worlds. I shall endeavor to fortify the new realm, allowing more beings to survive. This is the optimal choice, and it aligns with what the Realm Lord sought to accomplish. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Given the current circumstances, what Jun Changqing proposed indeed seemed to be the most advantageous option, yet he was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity so easily. Since the Realm Lord had successfully received a response from the fisherman, allowing him to descend into this world, The outcome should not be as it presently stood. Mere survival was an act of desperation, not the true desire of the Realm Lord. Thus, even if there remained a sliver of hope, he could not afford to give up. Observing the seemingly confident Jun Changqing, Tang Tian chose not to respond, but instead directed his gaze toward the vastness of the world around them. Perhaps, with just a bit more power, he could successfully breach Jun Changqing's defenses. Tang Tian's focus sharpened. A potent source of primordial energy surged into his body. His strength began to swell once more. Jun Changqing, sensing this shift, furrowed his brow. "What are you doing?" He paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "Have you lost your mind? Are you intent on destroying the entire world prematurely?" Indeed, Tang Tian began to extract primordial energy from the final realm, the Grand World. Beneath the formless tendrils of the devouring demon, a vast quantity of primal energy was extracted from the myriad corners of the great world, incessantly flowing into Tang Tian's corporeal form. However, the repercussions of such an act led to a swift deterioration of the world's condition. Already precarious, it began to unravel completely. Yet, Tang Tian endeavored to contain the collapse as much as possible, striving to minimize its impact on sentient beings. "How does your action differ from mine?" "No. You are far more cruel. If the world collapses now, no living soul shall survive." Jun Changqing exclaimed in horror. He genuinely could not fathom that Tang Tian would disregard the existence of life itself, merely to eradicate him utterly in this moment. Wasn't Tang Tian meant to be like the sun god and others, seeking to save the world and all its beings? Nevertheless, in the face of Jun Changqing's words, Tang Tian remained resolute, unmoved. A torrent of primal energy continued to be siphoned from the great world, amalgamating within his being. His strength surged ever upward. The defense, which had previously stabilized due to the fusion of the bronze tripod and the creation pillar, now exhibited marked fluctuations once more. Yet even so, it still fell slightly short. Tang Tian had done all he could to confine the area of the world's collapse. Should he continue to extract, it would inevitably impact countless gathering places of sentient beings, leading to their immediate demise. However, without drawing upon the primal essence, he would be unable to breach the tortoiseshell-like defenses before Jun Changqing could regain his strength. At this juncture, he was faced with a momentous choice: to halt or to pursue the complete annihilation of Jun Changqing at any cost. Chapter 869. To abandon or to persist. Tang Tian stood at a crossroads, faced with an exceedingly arduous decision. This was his sole opportunity to vanquish Jun Changqing. Should he choose to relinquish this chance? Once Jun Changqing regained his strength and successfully harnessed the power of the Creator, even with control over the devouring demon, he would be powerless against him. What would ensue if Tang Tian continued to wield the devouring demon while Jun Changqing lost his chance at eternity? Would they reconcile and collaboratively forge a new world to save all beings? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Jun Changqing's singular ambition was eternity, and when the possibility of achieving it arose, everything became negotiable. Yet, should hope be extinguished, he would undoubtedly transform into the most terrifying demon known throughout history, and calamity would be inescapable. Conversely, what if he chose not to abandon this pursuit? By continuing to extract the primal energies from the great world, he could indeed breach Jun Changqing's defenses and obliterate him entirely. However, the consequence would be the premature destruction of the entire world at Tang Tian's own hands. Except for a few small worlds he safeguarded, nearly all other beings would perish instantaneously in the process. This was a fate Tang Tian ardently wished to avoid. It was not the intent behind the Lord of the Realm's sacrifice in summoning him to this world. Thus, how should he decide? Tang Tian found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He began to ponder whether the fishkeeper truly responded to the Lord of the Realm's plea. Was his existence within this fishbowl world as a savior, or merely as a scullion? What was the true will of the fishkeeper? This was the crux of the matter. However, the Lord of the Realms never uncovered the answer throughout his life, ultimately opting for self-sacrifice to wager whether the fishkeeper harbored hope for the continued existence of this world. Had the Lord of the Realms triumphed in his gamble? With Lin Ying's control over Jun Changqing drawing ever closer, Tang Tian fixed his gaze on the anxious Jun Changqing and slowly raised his hand. Perhaps he would take a gamble as well. If the fishkeeper genuinely cared for the fate of this world, if the fishkeeper possessed the omnipotence as described by the Lord of the Realms, then upon witnessing the imminent demise of the fish within the bowl, he would likely intervene. Having arrived at this conclusion, a surge of primal energy flooded into his being once more. Simultaneously, in a certain region of the great world, calamity struck instantaneously. The earth shattered, the sky collapsed, and countless beings perished in an instant. Yet, nothing else occurred. Tang Tian's power continued to augment, and the barriers surrounding Jun Changqing quivered more violently. Is this insufficient? Tang Tian clenched his teeth and continued extracting a vast amount of primal energy. Again, several areas where beings congregated experienced catastrophic disasters, with innumerable lives extinguished before they even had a chance to react. Upon witnessing such a tragic scene, even if Tang Tian held a casual disregard for the fate of this world, he could not escape a profound psychological discomfort. After all, he was a fundamentally normal person. The lives lost were akin to those he had personally extinguished. Simultaneously, Jun Changqing was thrown into utter disarray. He had always believed that Tang Tian, who sought to save the world and its myriad beings, was easily manipulable, as this desire represented a vulnerability. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang Tian did not care for this world as much as he had presumed. Consequently, Jun Changqing's most significant advantage evaporated. When Tang Tian truly acted without restraint, his demise was inevitable. Tang Tian, Jun Changqing shouted desperately, "If you wish to kill me, you must extract every ounce of the world's essence, leading to the demise of all beings, a result you cannot desire. This cannot be your desired outcome. Let us strike a bargain. Should you cease your actions, I will guarantee I will not take the initiative to destroy this world or hasten its demise. Before the world succumbs to its natural end, I will strive to cultivate a new realm, allowing it to accommodate the greatest number of beings possible. This way, at least a fraction of life may endure. I swear this on my very heart." Feeling the barriers around him begin to shatter, he implored fervently, even vowing on the spot. In response, Tang Tian suddenly smiled. "So, you too can feel fear." The proposition put forth by Jun Changqing was indeed enticing. However, he could not have anticipated that Tang Tian's focus had shifted entirely away from him. His true objective lay with the fisherman. He must gamble on the fisherman's will, for this was the crux of the matter. Only by deciphering the fisherman's intentions could the ultimate vision pursued by the Realm Lord and the Sun God possibly come to fruition. Invisible tendrils once again descended upon the grand world. Naturally, Jun Changqing perceived all of this, and despair began to rise within his eyes. With the awakening of the sky-devouring demon, the essence of all worlds was converging relentlessly into Tang Tian's being. Should he absorb all this power, Jun Changqing would undoubtedly perish, and the grand world would face annihilation. At that moment, a voice resonated. "Tang Tian, enough." It was the voice of Lin Ying. Now intertwined with Jun Changqing, she too could observe the state of the grand world. Perhaps witnessing the countless lives lost prompted her to intercede, urging Tang Tian to reconsider. Upon hearing Lin Ying's voice, Tang Tian gradually halted his final step, not out of heeding her counsel, but because he recognized that he had lost this impromptu gamble. The fisherman truly did not care for the existence of the world and its myriad beings. This wager was insufficient. It could not draw the fisherman into the fray. In that case, the notion of annihilating the world to eliminate Jun Changqing seems to lose its significance. However, such sentiments are not something he could articulate. Observing the tearful Lin Ying, he spoke. "This is the final opportunity to end his life. Can you truly relinquish the pain and hatred of your existence?" Lin Ying lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Yet, this time, they were not bloodstains, but rather crystalline droplets of clarity. "I am sorry. If the price of vengeance is the annihilation of all living beings, I cannot do it," she sobbed, releasing the dagger she had clutched in her hand. The bloodline suppression exerted by Jun Changqing ceased abruptly. Seizing this moment, Jun Changqing summoned the divine power of creation once more, forming another formidable barrier to thwart Tang Tian's assault. In this interval, Tang Tian could have easily breached his defenses and struck him down on the spot. Yet, Tang Tian chose not to. He merely gazed quietly as Jun Changqing regained his strength and rebuilt his formidable defense. Jun Changqing, too, sensed the unfolding events. He looked at Tang Tian and the ethereal image of Lin Ying, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "I do not comprehend," he uttered. Tang Tian shook his head. "You truly cannot grasp it. For Lin Ying is but a human. So it is." With that, he waved his hand. retracting all of the invisible tendrils of the devouring ghost. Chapter 870. Establishing a stance at the pinnacle of creation. The terrifying waves of energy have dissipated into nothingness. Tang Tian did not extract the last essence of the grand world, nor did he continue his assault on Jun Chongqing. Due to Lin Ying's relinquishment of her dagger, Jun Chongqing has regained his strength and mastery over the divine power of creation. Yet, he chose not to retaliate. Instead, standing silently as he gazed at the ethereal figures of Tang Tian and Lin Ying before him, he was perplexed. Lin Ying's hatred for him was as vast as the ocean. Yet her unwillingness to witness the death of sentient beings led her to abandon a lifetime of anguish and resentment. In his eyes, this was an utterly foolish act. However, Tang Tian regarded it as an embodiment of humanity. Simultaneously, in that fleeting moment of Jun Chongqing's restored power, Tang Tian could have chosen to eradicate him entirely. Yet he refrained from doing so. Thus, was his previous judgment of Tang Tian truly erroneous? Did Tang Tian still resemble a being akin to the Realm Master? Jun Chongqing fell into silence. I am sorry. Lin Ying wept profusely. She believed that her concession had led to Tang Tian's failure to eliminate Jun Chongqing. All their efforts had thus been rendered futile. This does not pertain to you, and you need not apologize. Tang Tian replied with a gentle smile. I merely did not anticipate that you could relinquish such immense hatred at this juncture. That is no small feat. Lin Ying's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with boundless confusion. She did not know how to articulate her choice, yet it was an instinctive response. This woman, whose life was steeped in tragedy and darkness, ultimately revealed the brilliance of humanity in her final moments. Tang Tian refrained from passing judgment on the rightness or wrongness of her choice, yet he genuinely admired such an act. If this were indeed the essence of sentient beings, then this world ought not to meet such a sorrowful fate. In that moment, Tang Tian finally solidified his stance. This world is worthy of salvation. It is all right, Tang Tian said with a smile. Pain is not everlasting. Trust me, I will surely discover the true path to resolution. The Realm Master once professed that he could save this world, but it required a quest for answers. At that time, Tang Tian did not believe he could achieve it. Yet now he had faith. Regardless of whether this was a mere illusion, he was prepared to genuinely pursue this endeavor. Unbeknownst to Lin Ying, the implications of Tang Tian's words eluded her. She sighed deeply, gazing upward at the sky. The hatred in her eyes had vanished, replaced solely by a pure sorrow and weariness. I miss my mother. Upon uttering this, her ethereal form gradually faded away. The essence of her bloodline power was swiftly dissipating, and her dark crimson form was continuously fading, reverting to its former state. Jun Chongqing had the ability to halt this process, to maintain control over Lin Ying. However, this time, he chose not to do so. Lin Ying's silhouette gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a scattering of luminous feathers, drifting into the void. Had you dared to obstruct her just now, I would have certainly taken action against you, Tang Tian said in a calm voice. Jun Chongqing remained silent for a moment before responding. What are your intentions now? I shall never relinquish the path of eternity. At this juncture, Jun Chongqing had regained his full strength, and with his back against the pillar of creation, even if Tang Tian were to extract all primordial power, he would be unable to harm him. Yet, similarly, Jun Chongqing found himself powerless against Tang Tian. Without the devouring demon, the primordial power could not sustain his ascent to eternity. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate. Upon hearing this question, Tang Tian turned his head and said pensively, What will you do if I refuse to give you the devouring demon? After another moment of silence, Jun Chongqing finally murmured, I have stated before that eternity is the sole pursuit of my life. I must reach the ultimate destination of the Tao, regardless of the cost. Tang Tian shook his head, having anticipated such a response. Jun Chongqing would undoubtedly exhaust every means to seize control of the devouring demon. Should their conflict continue, everything would cease to exist. This world could scarcely endure the turmoil of their battle. Previously, Tang Tian might have opted for mutual destruction, ensuring that neither party emerged unscathed. However, he now harbored different intentions. The Lord of Realms was correct. If one sought to save the current world entirely, only one individual could accomplish this, the Fisher of Souls. Yet, the will of the Fisher of Souls was inscrutable. Whether she would intervene and in what manner remained an enigma. Earlier, Tang Tian had contemplated annihilating the entire world to compel the Fisher of Souls into action, wagering that she would not wish to witness its utter destruction. Regrettably, he lost that wager. The Fisher of Souls was indifferent to the fate of the world. Thus, how could he summon her presence into this realm? Or, how could he obtain her omnipotent powers to save all living beings? He needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. In comparison, Jun Changqing had become less significant. As long as he could decipher the will of the Fisher of Souls and acquire her abilities, even if Jun Changqing succeeded in attaining eternity, it would matter little. The Lord of Realms served as a prime example. If eternity truly could be likened to the Fisher of Souls, he would not have so casually withdrawn from it. After careful consideration, Tang Tian spoke up. "The vow you made with your heart, you will not go back on it, will you? I am aware that you must have a way to circumvent the oath." Jun Changqing's gaze flickered momentarily. "Are you willing to reach an agreement with me?" Tang Tian nodded. "Continuing to remain at a stalemate serves no beneficial purpose for either of us. If you can construct the new world as adeptly as possible before the natural course of the world leads to its demise, allowing more lives to persevere, it would indeed be a commendable conclusion. Just as you mentioned, the original plan of the realm's master was precisely this." Jun Changqing regarded Tang Tian silently. Ultimately nodding in affirmation, "I shall do so. I will never go back on my word." Tang Tian acknowledged with a sound. Given Jun Changqing's approach to matters, it is nearly impossible for him to renege. However, even if he were to do so, it would not matter. As long as the power of the fisherman can be found, everything can be reversed. "Very well then. The devouring demon, you may take it. This was indeed a gift promised to you by the realm's master." Upon finishing his words, Tang Tian relinquished complete control over the devouring demon. Jun Changqing hesitated for a moment, seemingly wishing to say more, but ultimately remained silent. The key composed of the dual fish of yin and yang manifested once again in the palm of his hand. Chapter 871. The disappearance of Tang Tian. With the activation of the yin-yang dual fish, the dominion of the devouring ghost swiftly returned to Jun Changqing's grasp. He did not linger, immediately commencing the gradual extraction of the devouring ghost from Tang Tian's body. Standing still, Tang Tian felt his intrinsic power dissipating at an alarming rate. His physical form remained unchanged, yet his cultivation was plummeting precipitously. This was anticipated, for his strength was intrinsically linked to the devouring ghost. In a short span, he transitioned from a power nearly eternal to an ordinary supreme sovereign. Moments later, he fell from the supreme sovereign rank directly back to the sovereign realm. Soon, even the might of the sovereign vanished, relegating him to the status of a boundless Tao master. As the devouring ghost continued to be extracted, Tang Tian's cultivation power continued to decline. Primordial Tao, Tai Tao, Sentient Tao. Beneath the Tao realm were the immortal emperors, immortal sovereigns, and immortal kings. Before long, he had plummeted to the mortal realm. In 6 years, he had risen from the weakest qi refining practitioner to the most formidable being under heaven. Yet now, in less than half an hour, he returned to square one, even lower than his initial state. Upon his arrival, he had been at the second level of qi refining. Now he found himself at the first level below that. If one disregarded his unchanged physical form, he was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary mortal. As the last vestige of power was extracted, 2 ethereal lights soared from Tang Tian's body, merging into the yin-yang dual fish qi. Within those lights resided distinct phantoms. One, a white chess piece, the other, a golden long sword. Upon witnessing them, Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was you. When the worlds will informed him that the realm master and the opening heaven sword had returned, coinciding precisely with his own rebirth, Tang Tian began to suspect a connection between these two entities and the system residing within him. Although it was ultimately revealed that the essence of the system was the devouring ghost, the latter could only consume intrinsic power. Other functionalities required supplementary elements. Thus, the primordial source of the dual systems was the devouring ghost, while their framework was constituted by the realm master and the opening heaven sword. This was evidently the work of the fisherman. Tang Tian pondered the rationale behind her actions. With her capabilities, she could have effortlessly conjured an identical dual system from thin air, yet chose this convoluted approach that seemed more logical. Wasn't that akin to removing a skirt to pass gas? Why the mention of a skirt? Tang Tian shook his head. The emergence of the two phantoms marked his first genuine encounter with traces of the fisherman's existence. As for the essence of her existence, Tang Tian firmly believed he would eventually unravel it. After extracting the devouring demon from Tang Tian's being, Jun Changqing gazed at him, his eyes filled with perplexity. I still do not comprehend. You are not the type of person who harbors a desire to save the world, he spoke. Tang Tian smiled gently and replied, You are mistaken. I was not so before, but now, I have become one. At the very least, my objective is clear, to thoroughly rescue this world. He spoke candidly. Yet, the confusion in Jun Changqing's eyes deepened. If that is the case, I am even more bewildered. Without the devouring demon, you will have no chance of achieving this goal. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. You will understand in due time. With that, he turned away and stepped towards the edge of the pillar of creation. Remaining here to engage in idle chatter with Jun Changqing held little significance. Jun Changqing recognized Tang Tian's intent to depart and offered, I can escort you back. Anywhere you wish. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need. I shall walk on my own. Jun Changqing furrowed his brow. This is the pillar of creation, and below lies an endless abyss far more terrifying than chaos itself. Although your body remains incredibly powerful, impervious even to chaotic storms, descending from here may mean you will never return to the great world. Tang Tian turned his head and smiled once more. Trust me, we will surely meet again. Remember your promise. With that, he leaped from the pinnacle of the pillar of creation, swiftly vanishing into the seemingly eternal darkness. In a small world, Long Jiuzhou and Xiu Junzun stood outside, gazing towards the distant great world, their faces etched with astonishment. Before them, immense fissures appeared on the surface of the great world, fracturing it into numerous segments of varying sizes. Countless beings perished in this sudden catastrophe. What manner of power is this? Xiu Junzun murmured. Long Jiuzhou's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Let us take action. We shall do what we can. He continued softly. As for Jun Changqing and Tang Tian, do not dwell on them. They are beyond our influence. Xiu Jun nodded slightly. It seemed there were only about 1,000 years left. Long Jiuzhou responded with a hum. I hope we can leave more seeds for this world. In the ginkgo world, Gu Xiaoxue stood atop the canopy of the ginkgo tree. She had merged with the ginkgo, its fan-like leaves encircling her, gently caressing her in a display of affection. However, at this moment, Gu Xiaoxue was already in tears. Since the moment Tang Tian departed, she had remained here, waiting for his return. Yet, merely a few hours had elapsed, and she suddenly felt the absence of Tang Tian's presence. The traces of his existence had completely vanished, signifying death. No, it cannot be. Gu Xiaoxue wept bitterly, her tears soaking her gauzy dress and dampening her garments. The ginkgo tree continuously offered solace to Gu Xiaoxue, exuding an abundance of pure primordial energy in an attempt to alleviate her sorrow. Yet, it proved futile. Tang Tian was Gu Xiaoxue's sole companion. She could forsake everything else, as long as Tang Tian remained. But now he had vanished. After a considerable time, Gu Xiaoxue slowly lowered her head to gaze upon the Tianqian sword she carried close to her. No, I cannot believe that such a fate would befall you. I will certainly find you. No matter what, I will undoubtedly seek you out. Chapter 872, Awakening in the Lightless Years. A dark crimson blood moon hung distantly in the sky. Below lay an expansive plain, shrouded in an eerie stillness. The moon's feeble glow failed to illuminate the landscape, revealing only the faint outlines of peculiar, stunted flora that grew in a haphazard manner. The air was filled with an unsettling atmosphere, occasionally pierced by the distant calls of night wraiths, sending chills through the bones. A narrow path stretched across the plain, leading towards an unseen horizon. Suddenly, the rapid clatter of hooves and the creaking of a carriage echoed from afar, resembling a ghostly figure racing across the land. Miss, we should be nearing our destination. Shouldn't we? A melodious voice chimed. In the dim light of the blood moon, it appeared that the driver was a young girl. Moments later, a gentler voice emanated from within the carriage. There is still about half an hour's journey left. Once we reach the vicinity of Nine-Star City, we will be safe. The girl exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. The wilderness is truly terrifying. One can see nothing, and only light can bring a sense of security. Miss, shall we light a lantern? She suggested. The woman inside the carriage quickly retorted, Absolutely not. Lighting a lantern in the wilderness was exceedingly perilous, as it could easily attract the attention of malevolent beasts. Let us endure a little longer. Within 9-Star City, there are 9 stars, visible from a great distance. Once we see them, the path will be illuminated. The girl acquiesced with a soft "oh" and instinctively urged the horses to quicken their pace. However, before she could catch sight of 9-Star City, a sudden, jarring bang reverberated through the air as the carriage jolted violently, nearly toppling over. In a flurry, the girl managed to regain control of the horses, preventing the carriage from overturning completely. What just happened? The woman inside inquired anxiously, peering out from the front of the carriage. The blood moon cast a dim light, obscuring her features. The girl, somewhat flustered, turned to her and said, "It's not, miss. I think I may have collided with someone." The woman furrowed her brow. Someone? What kind of person would be wandering alone in such a perilous wilderness? Could it be a cultivator hunting outside the city? Yet, any cultivator capable of hunting here would likely be at least at the nascent soul level. The speed of our carriage should not have allowed such an encounter to occur so easily. Did you see clearly? The woman pressed. The girl replied, "Not very clearly, but it seemed to be a person. Without a lantern, I couldn't see ahead. They appeared suddenly, and then we collided." The woman fell silent. The distance to the 9-Star City is not far, and the number and strength of the strange beasts are not particularly formidable. Perhaps it is merely a wandering minor cultivator or an ordinary person. How unfortunate for him to have encountered their carriage instead of the beasts. Such an occurrence is unlikely to happen even once in a decade. "Let's see if he is still alive," the woman remarked. Their carriage was inscribed with array patterns. A typical cultivator would be left incapacitated by a violent collision, while an ordinary person might perish on the spot. Upon hearing the woman's command, the girl paused momentarily and asked, "Should I go down and stab him a few times? If he dies, no one will know we hit him." The woman tapped the girl's head, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? We have only just arrived at 9-Star City, and you already want to embroil us in a homicide. This place is not like ours. The laws are quite stringent. Let us see if he is injured. We'll apologize if necessary, and provide treatment. If he truly dies, then we can stab him once and toss him away. The strange beast will be drawn to the scent of blood swiftly." The girl responded with an "oh" before leaping from the carriage. It seemed that the idea of stabbing someone was quite routine for them. Approaching the back of the carriage, she found the individual who had been knocked away at the edge of the road. After a brief examination, she called out, "Miss, he is still alive, but he seems to have lost consciousness. How strange. He is not a cultivator, yet he does not appear to have sustained serious injuries." The girl's voice echoed across the wilderness. The woman shook her head in resignation. "Since he is alive, bring him over. Do not shout so loudly. Some strange beasts are quite sensitive to sound." Moments later, the girl returned briskly, carrying the unconscious man. His stature was notably larger, contrasting sharply with the petite girl. Yet she bore him with ease, evidently a cultivator herself. "He hasn't even bled. He must have only struck a peripheral area," the girl remarked. The woman scrutinized the unconscious man. He appeared quite young, dressed in peculiar, scant clothing. In this cold and dark era, few ordinary people would attire themselves so lightly. Indeed, he was an ordinary person, lacking any aura of a cultivator. However, his physique was robust. Having been struck by their carriage without a trace of bloodshed perhaps explained why he dared to venture alone into the wilderness. "Let us take him to 9-Star City. Once he awakens, we can compensate him with some gold and jade." "An ordinary person wouldn't demand much," the woman said. The girl responded with an "oh," and began to prepare to place the man inside the carriage. "What are you doing?" the woman asked, startled. The girl replied, puzzled, "Didn't you say to bring him back?" The woman sighed in resignation. "Why not just place it on the horse's back? Regardless of whether he is an ordinary person or not, we must remain vigilant. After all, we are in the wilderness." Her frustration was palpable. "I truly regret bringing you along. Your dullness is exasperating." In response to her reprimand, the young girl merely chuckled and replied, "Well, who told us we share such a close bond? All right, I understand now. Please, return to your seat. Let us hasten to Joshing City, for I truly wish to leave this desolate place behind." A moment later, the carriage resumed its journey, galloping toward the horizon. Tang Tian was unaware of how much time had elapsed. When he leaped from the apex of the creation pillar, it was not long before he lost all consciousness. The creation pillar is an extraordinarily unique location, accessible only to the supreme beings who can successfully return to the great world from there. A person like Tang Tian, acting as he did, would be condemned to drift eternally in the boundless chaos. Unless, by an extraordinary stroke of luck, he was caught in the chaotic storms and fortuitously swept back into the great world, the likelihood of which is less than 1 in a billion. Nevertheless, Tang Tian had faith that he would indeed reach the great world. After all, he was the messenger that the realm master had beseeched from the fisherman. Until his mission was fulfilled, he was certain he would return. Thus, when Tang Tian gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he realized that this time, he had indeed placed his bet wisely. The fisherman still required him. Chapter 873. Amnesia. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a modest chamber, its furnishings remarkably simple, reminiscent of an inn's humble decor. In the center of the room, a solitary candle flickered gently, its flames swaying occasionally. "Ha ha," he mused. "You have indeed brought me back." Tang Tian lifted the covers and sat up on the bed, oblivious to the duration of his unconsciousness, his head swirling with a slight dizziness. Within him, a hollow void lingered, as if all his cultivated power had been extracted alongside the devouring specter. Fortunately, his physical strength remained intact, allowing him to emerge unscathed from the chaos. His body had been honed to perfection, aside from Jun Chongqing. No one could withstand a single punch from him, not even the supreme ones. Yet, at that moment, Tang Tian's mind was far from such thoughts. He had won the gamble. The fish farmer had indeed returned him from the pillar of creation. But what of the power that could alter everything? Tang Tian scrutinized his body carefully. Apart from the absence of his cultivation, he retained a formidable physique in the spatial realm he had previously established. Everything remained unchanged. "Did you bring me back to witness how this world descends into oblivion?" He pondered, shaking his head. He still could not decipher the fish farmer's intent. Yet he believed it was not without purpose. There must be an opportunity lurking within. After sitting in silence for a while, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Let it unfold in due time, he thought. If such incredible power could be obtained too easily, it would hold little significance. The fish farmer had awakened him here for a reason. Perhaps the key lay within this very circumstance. Resolute, Tang Tian rose to his feet, preparing to venture forth and discover what had become of the world in his absence. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed since his fall into oblivion. As he pushed open the door, a faint light from the sky bathed him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the illumination did not originate from the heavens, but rather from 9 dim stars suspended in the sky. These were not true stars, but a grand formation that illuminated everything below. Their brightness resembled that of a full moon on a clear night, barely sufficient to cast light. No wonder candles needed to be lit within the room. Gazing at the distant sky, Tang Tian could not help but sigh quietly. The sun, the moon, and the stars had all vanished, consumed by his own hand. Though he could not ascertain how many years had passed since that moment, he could imagine the profound struggles of life in this lightless era. Was he truly the savior? Tang Tian crouched down, settling on the steps at the entrance. Gazing quietly at the sky while contemplating this question he had pondered countless times before. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the silence beside him. "Isn't it bright?" Turning his head, he saw a girl clad in long robes. Her attire differed from his previous impressions, prioritizing warmth over appearance. The girl's skin was excessively pale, perhaps a consequence of being deprived of sunlight. Moreover, she was a practitioner. Although Tang Tian had lost his cultivation, his perception and vision remained intact. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with the initial stage of golden core cultivation, showcasing considerable potential. 9 stars. She approached and squatted beside him. "I only have 1 star. Sometimes, if I'm not careful, I bump into walls while walking. Here, I needn't worry about such matters." Tang Tian remained silent. This predicament was, in fact, of his own making. The world had lost its sun, moon, and stars, leading to dire consequences. Beyond the absence of light, the environment had undergone drastic changes. Most notably, the spiritual energy within the atmosphere had become significantly more sparse. Celestial materials and earthly treasures would wither and vanish swiftly with the passage of time. In this era, cultivation would become increasingly arduous. Given the girl's innate talent, she should not merely be at the initial stage of golden core. In the past, she might have been close to transcending tribulations. After a moment of silence, the girl inquired again, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Tang Tian pondered before responding. Nothing much. Although he felt a slight headache, he still struggled to grasp the intentions of the fish farmer. Despite having established his stance, he remained uncertain about his course of action. Indeed, there was a hint of a headache. The girl looked taken aback. A headache? That's easily remedied. I'll fetch you some medicine. Rest assured, as a practitioner, my remedies are quite effective. After speaking, she glanced at Tang Tian, only to find him unresponsive. She couldn't help but marvel at the nonchalance of someone from a large city, accustomed to practitioners, showing no signs of surprise. In her realm, ordinary people would either be exceedingly excited or intensely nervous upon encountering a practitioner. Such calmness was rare. What is your name? The girl asked once more. Tang Tian. He replied. Oh, she responded. Where is your home? Your injuries aren't severe. I can get you some medicine and then take you home. Tang Tian looked up at the sky. Home. The first person that came to his mind was someone else. He wondered where she was now and how she was faring. Having lost his cultivation, his connection to the ginkgo world had also been severed. He could only sense its existence from afar. Returning is not as difficult as it may seem. It merely requires the restoration of one's strength. Within my spatial realm lies an abundance of resources accumulated over time, ample enough for my needs. However, Tang Tian is in no haste to return. He seeks to uncover the mysteries behind his awakening orchestrated by the fish farmer. Noticing Tang Tian's prolonged silence, the girl furrowed her brow momentarily before her eyes widened, as if a thought had struck her. You don't mean to say? She twirled her gaze and inquired. Do you know how you arrived here? Tang Tian shook his head. The girl let out a knowing sound. Then, with a playful smile, she leaned closer to him and said, Allow me to enlighten you. You encountered us, my lady and I, in the wilderness. At that moment, you were entangled by a bizarre beast and on the verge of death. Fortunately, we intervened just in time to rescue you. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, questioning. A bizarre beast? The girl nodded vigorously indeed. What were you thinking, wandering into the wilderness as an ordinary person? We drove away the beast and saved you. You were gravely injured, drenched in blood, and had already lost consciousness. Out of compassion, we brought you back and cared for you meticulously for an entire month, pulling you back from the brink of death. As Tang Tian gazed into the girl's earnest eyes, he pondered, what transgression has she committed to fabricate such an outlandish tale? Who could have inflicted such wounds upon him? Has Jun Chongqing transformed into a bizarre beast? Chapter 874. Have you ever seen the sun? Tang Tian was convinced that the young girl must have committed some misdeed to concoct such a tale. Aside from Jun Chongqing, there was no other entity capable of causing his body to bleed. If it were indeed Jun Chongqing, it was inconceivable that this girl, at the nascent stage of her golden core, could have driven him away. Nevertheless, Tang Tian chose not to expose her fabrication, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he said, So, that is how it is. The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, it is truly a stroke of fortune that you have encountered us. One must be grateful for such blessings. However, she continued, we naturally take pleasure in doing good deeds, so there is no need for gratitude. Perhaps out of a pang of conscience. The girl did not insist on Tang Tian's thanks. Yet, he still expressed his gratitude, for he indeed owed his rescue to her. The girl was effusive and chatty, incessantly chattering away beside him. Most of her discourse revolved around her observations of the nine-star city, which she seemed to be visiting for the first time. Her original city was quite small, possessing but a single star, which was exceedingly dim. This topic dominated their conversation. Have you ever seen the sun? Tang Tian suddenly inquired. The girl paused momentarily, responding, The sun? What is that? Tang Tian reflected for a moment before explaining. It is a fiery orb suspended high in the sky. Much like the star directly above us, there is only one, but it shines with brilliance 1,000 times greater, illuminating the entire world and warming it as well. The girl stared at him in astonishment before chuckling. Stop exaggerating. Such a thing cannot possibly exist. Her expression was one of disbelief. What fiery orb could illuminate the entire world? That is utterly preposterous. How exaggerated. She continued. You must have hit your head, no. It must be that you were gravely injured by a strange beast and are now hallucinating. She nearly let slip more than she intended. However, she completely dismissed Tang Tian's account, asserting that he was spouting nonsense. Tang Tian fell into silence. It was evident that a considerable amount of time had elapsed since then. Otherwise, even if she had never seen the sun, she should have at least heard of it. You must be mistaken. The sky is filled only with the blood moon. devoid of the sun. It symbolizes misfortune and calamity. The girl resumed her incessant chatter, while Tang Tian listened with a detached interest. Through her narration, he gleaned a general understanding of the current situation. The girl's name was Xiao Yin, and the lady she referred to was Zhu Zian. They hailed from a noble family in another small city, having come to Nine-Star City solely to seek a certain individual. In Xiao Yin's perspective, the concepts of day and night had long ceased to exist, replaced instead by an eternal night. After the blood moon descended, another, slightly larger blood moon would rise again. Rising from another direction, this cycle persists. Tang Tian understood that it was the remnants of the sun. When the great blood moon ascends, the world becomes somewhat brighter, yet still insufficient to illuminate it fully. Regardless of the passage of time, many circumstances have undergone drastic transformations. The most apparent change is the once abundant flora and fauna that populated the earth. For plants, the absence of light is the gravest calamity. They begin to perish rapidly, and those that survive become distorted and strange. Likewise, beasts and demonic creatures have mutate under the blood moon, now referred to as enigmatic beasts. They are bloodthirsty and irritable, prone to attacking humans, making survival in the lightless wilderness exceedingly difficult for mankind. Fortunately, some formidable beings have established great formations within certain cities, illuminating the darkness, allowing people to thrive there. Jiuxing City stands as the largest gathering place for humanity within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Upon hearing these accounts, Tang Tian could only remain silent. No matter the circumstances at that time, this tragic reality was one he had wrought with his own hands. After conversing for a while, the young lady mentioned by Xiaoyin returned. She was a woman in her early 20s, adorned in garments reminiscent of youth, albeit with a touch more color. Her skin was exceedingly fair, almost excessively so. She was also a practitioner, her cultivation slightly surpassing that of Xiao Yin, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing Zhu Zian return, Xiao Yin hurried to greet her. "Miss, how did it go?" she inquired. Zhu Zian shook her head. There has been no response yet. The regulations of the Holy Temple are stringent, making it challenging for ordinary folk to probe into internal affairs. I have located the individual who took away Ziyu. He promised to look into it, but we must wait a while longer. After speaking, she glanced at Tang Tian, who sat on the steps. He has awakened. Xiaoyin nodded. He was unconscious for a full 3 days. Had he not woken, I would have considered returning him. However, miss, it seems our carriage has caused him to lose his memory. Zhu Zian paused in surprise. Lost his memory? Xiaoyin affirmed, yes. He does not even know where his home is, nor that we are presently in Jiuxing City. He has forgotten many of the most fundamental things. What shall we do? Should we fabricate some excuse and send him away? Zhu Zian furrowed her brow. How could an amnesiac, ordinary person survive in Jiuxing City? During this time, I have learned that although laws exist in Jiuxing City, the living conditions are even harsher than those we encountered before. If we allow him to leave like this, he may not even survive until tonight. Xiaoyin opened her mouth. What then? We cannot continue to care for him indefinitely. We have our own matters to attend to. Zhu Zian contemplated for a moment and said, let him stay here for now. Our situation will not resolve itself in the short term. Take good care of him. Perhaps he will soon regain his memory. When I have some free time, I shall inquire to see if anyone is searching for a missing family member, though the likelihood of success seems rather slim. After all, his current predicament is a consequence of our actions. Despite the perilous nature of the world, we must not abandon our fundamental sense of morality. Do you understand? Xiaoyin nodded obediently. The distance between them and Tang Tian was considerable, and their voices were scarcely audible. Yet, every word they uttered reached Tang Tian's ears with clarity. It appears that he had just returned to the world when their carriage inadvertently collided with him. At that moment, he had not yet awakened, leading them to mistakenly believe they had rendered him unconscious. What an amusing coincidence. These two girls are quite intriguing. In a world that has become exceedingly ruthless, it is indeed rare to encounter individuals who still uphold basic moral values. After concluding their discussion, the master and servant approached Tang Tian under Zhu Zian's guidance. Chapter 875. The troubles of master and servant. Zhu Zian was not the archetypal aristocratic young lady. Her demeanor was marked by decisiveness and a certain air of valiance. Upon her arrival before Tang Tian, she inquired, how do you feel now, young Master Tang? Is there any discomfort you are experiencing? Tang Tian smiled gently and replied, I am well. A slight headache had troubled him earlier, but it had since abated. Thank you for your timely assistance. Zhu Ziyan paused momentarily and waved her hand dismissively, saying, it was merely a trifling effort. You need not feel indebted. She was astute enough not to refute Xiaoyin's account, for revealing the truth could undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. They maintained their kindness, yet did not rely on it as their guiding principle. For survival in this harsh world demanded a more pragmatic approach. If you feel any discomfort, you may always speak with Xiaoyin. For the time being, rest here. I will endeavor to assist you in finding your way home. Additionally, remember not to venture out alone. Should you wish to leave, it must be in Xiaoyin's company. Otherwise, danger may ensue, Zhu Ziyan advised. Tang Tian nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Following this exchange, neither spoke further, and Zhu Ziyan retreated to her chamber. Shortly thereafter, a wave of cultivation energy emanated from her room, revealing her industrious nature. Thus, the courtyard was left with only Tang Tian and Xiaoyin, who engaged in light conversation. The subsequent days passed in a similar manner for Tang Tian. Each day, following her practice, Zhu Ziyan would depart the inn to gather information from a place known as the sanctuary, while Tang Tian and Xiaoyin remained behind, either conversing or allowing Tang Tian to sit in contemplation while Xiaoyin practiced beside him. Tang Tian held little interest in venturing outside. His thoughts were predominantly occupied with unraveling the mystery surrounding his awakening. However, no matter how deeply he pondered, the key eluded him. The inn's courtyard bore no extraordinary features, save for an ancient locust tree standing resolutely in the center. Initially, Tang Tian had speculated that this tree possessed some unique significance, akin to the locust tree in Zhuzi courtyard, or perhaps held some connection. Yet, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be merely an ordinary locust tree, likely 500 or 600 years old, having sprouted shortly after the sun's extinguishment. Through casual exchanges with Xiaoyin over the past few days, he had managed to deduce the duration of his unconsciousness, approximately 700 years. For cultivators in the realm of immortals, such a span was negligible. A single retreat could extend for a millennium or more. Yet, for ordinary beings, it represented a profound passage of time, akin to the shifting of seas and sands. The vast majority of people have long forgotten the once blazing sun, the luminous moon, and the endless rivers of stars that hung in the sky, illuminating the entire world. To the ordinary person, these are merely ethereal legends. As time passed, Tang Tian gradually acclimated to his present surroundings. He ceased his contemplations, realizing that no amount of pondering would yield any results. Thus, he decided to embrace a state of indifference. Indifference, after all, can be an attitude in itself, perhaps leading to the unexpected revelation of some profound truth at a later time. Consequently, Tang Tian began to sit on the steps, savoring wine and tea, relishing the simple pleasures of this era, often lost in thought for entire days. Xiaoyin and Zhu Ziyan gradually grew accustomed to Tang Tian's demeanor, believing it to be a consequence of his amnesia, and refrained from interference, content to prepare meals for him daily, coming from esteemed families. This small expense was hardly a burden for them. However, as time wore on, Tang Tian's condition improved, and he became increasingly at ease, while Zhu Ziyan and Xiaoyin appeared to grow more despondent, as if they were facing significant challenges. Through casual conversations with Xiaoyin, Tang Tian learned that they had come to Jiuxing City in search of someone, Zhu Ziyan's brother, Zhu Ziyu. Upon hearing this name, Tang Tian was instantly reminded of an old acquaintance, a friend. Nevertheless, Zhu Ziyu was evidently unrelated to him. That individual was secure within the confines of the Taichi sacred land. To return to the matter at hand, Zhu Ziyu, Zhu Ziyan's biological brother, possessed extraordinary cultivation talent. A year prior, he had caught the attention of a distinguished figure from the Sacred Hall, who brought him to Jiuxing City. The Sacred Hall is a place of great prestige in this era. Anyone valued by it is destined for a bright future, and their families benefit significantly from such a connection. Thus, Zhu Ziyan's family was elated to allow Zhu Ziyu to depart with that individual into the Sacred Hall. Originally, this matter seemed to conclude there. However, not long ago, Zhu Ziyan learned through a rather unusual means that Zhu Ziyu had encountered trouble. Having lost their parents in childhood, the siblings had relied on each other for support, fostering a deep bond. Upon hearing of Zhu Ziyu's predicament, Zhu Ziyan promptly informed her family, seeking to ascertain his current situation. Unfortunately, her family showed little concern. Having reaped considerable benefits, they essentially regarded Zhu Ziyu as sold to the sacred hall. Indifferent to his fate, left with no other choice, Zhu Ziyan resolved to embark on a journey herself, accompanied by Xiao Yin, traveling from another city to Jiuxing City solely to uncover news of Zhu Ziyu. Regrettably, the situation proved far more complex than they had anticipated. The regulations of the temple are exceedingly strict. It is nearly impossible for outsiders to make contact with them. Although Zhu Ziyan managed to locate the individual who had taken Zhu Ziyu away, that person was not well informed about Zhu Ziyu's current situation and could only gather information gradually. To this end, Zhu Ziyan expended considerable resources as compensation for the information sought. Nevertheless, progress was painfully slow. The temple's members were exceedingly arrogant. The individual accepted Zhu Ziyan's remuneration, yet displayed little concern, merely instructing her to await further news. A full month passed without any updates. In recent days, even communication had ceased, rendering all efforts and sacrifices futile. During this period, both Zhu Ziyan and Xiao Yin's spirits noticeably sank. Upon returning, Zhu Ziyan would retreat to her room, neglecting her practice and isolating herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin sat beside Tang Tian, sighing in silence. After a few more days, Xiao Yin approached Tang Tian and sighed deeply. "Brother Tang," she began, "we may have to return." Chapter 876. The mysterious temple. During this period, the young lady had exhausted every conceivable means. Yet she could not even gain entry to the temple. They remained obstinately tight-lipped regarding the fate of young Master Ziyu, leaving her in a state of despair, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. Xiao Yin sat beside Tang Tian, resting her chin on her small hands, her face a portrait of helplessness and despondency. "Have all the gifts we sent yielded no results?" Tang Tian inquired. He had heard Xiao Yin recount this matter numerous times, and was aware that Zhu Ziyan had invested substantial resources in her quest to uncover news about Zhu Ziyu. Given her affluent background, it seemed reasonable to expect that merely seeking information would not pose much of a challenge. However, it appeared that her efforts had been in vain. "Don't even mention it. It's utterly useless," Xiao Yin exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "I initially believed that the elder who took young Master Ziyu was rather amiable, but I've come to realize he is nothing more than a stubborn mule. He insists on following his rules, claiming that once one enters the temple, it is beyond his jurisdiction, leaving him powerless. What kind of rules are those? Clearly, he seeks to pocket money without providing any service, using excuses to trap us." Xiao Yin's voice rose in anger, and only after shouting did she remember that Zhu Ziyan was still present in the room, quickly lowering her tone. "I now find that Jiuxing City is utterly disappointing. The people here are incredibly difficult to engage with and excessively utilitarian, devoid of any sense of human compassion. Aside from the 9 stars, everything else is utterly deplorable. It pales in comparison to our chasing Cloud City." With a long sigh, she appeared utterly defeated, a stark contrast to the spirited individual she had been upon her arrival in Jiuxing City. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Tang Tian offered, observing Xiao Yin's despondency. Though they had previously caused him harm, they had treated him well since. With no pressing matters at hand, he thought it worthwhile to lend her a hand. However, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Xiao Yin looked at him in astonishment. "You?" She shook her head, saying, "Perhaps you should reconsider. You don't even know where your own home is, yet you wish to help us? Moreover, this is a matter among cultivators. How could an ordinary person possibly comprehend it?" "I appreciate your kind intentions," Tang Tian chuckled lightly. His cultivation had entirely vanished along with the departure of the devouring ghost, leading Xiao Yin to perceive him as an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, despite the absence of his powers, he was not someone to be underestimated by regular cultivators. In all likelihood, only the current Jun Changqing could contend with him. Furthermore, although he had lost his system, the resources he had previously amassed remained, like a mountain, nestled within his personal space, not to mention the previous purchases made with spirit jade. The transactions established during our time in the great ancestral city with a group of supreme and unsurpassed supremes represent an immeasurable sum. The matter concerning Zhu Ziyan and her servant should still be resolvable. Do enlighten me. Perhaps I possess a solution? After all, it appears you are devoid of alternatives," remarked Tang Tian with a smile. Upon meeting Tang Tian's earnest gaze, Xiao Yin could only shake her head in resignation. "Very well," she conceded. "Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be her to share with you." She then began recounting the events that had transpired during this period. Before arriving at the nine-star city, they had never anticipated the difficulty of this endeavor. After all, it was merely a quest for information about an individual. How troublesome could it be? Furthermore, they had located the person who initially took Zhu Ziyu, which should have simplified matters. However, the reality proved far more complex than they had envisioned. The regulations of the Holy Temple were exceedingly stringent. Their roles were clearly defined. The individual who had taken Zhu Ziyu was solely responsible for recruiting talents. And once Zhu Ziyu was delivered to the Holy Temple, he too lost all contact with her. That person had been rather amiable, promising Zhu Ziyan that he would endeavor to inquire about Zhu Ziyu's situation, provided that Zhu Ziyan covered the necessary expenses. Yet, after more than a month had elapsed, Zhu Ziyan expended a considerable amount of cultivation resources, but still yielded no results. Hearing this, Tang Tian pondered aloud. Could it be that you have been deceived? Perhaps that person simply took your money without truly assisting in your search? Xiaoyin scoffed. Do you think us foolish? Besides that individual, we explored several other avenues to gather information related to the Holy Temple. Yet, as he indicated, the Temple's regulations are indeed as formidable as they seem. Even insiders find it challenging to intervene. That person did his utmost. All the resources we invested have gone to waste. Xiaoyin sighed once more. Tang Tian stroked his chin, suggesting, could it be a matter of insufficient resources? I could provide some support. Perhaps it would lead to a breakthrough. Xiaoyin shot him a sideways glance, retorting, we are the ones who foot your bills, and you wish to support us? Moreover, the resources I speak of are not mere trinkets, but rather precious items required by cultivators, and they must be exceedingly costly. You? Xiaoyin shook her head repeatedly, stating, you should focus on your own plans for the future. My lady and I will soon return to our homeland, and it is impossible for us to take you along. With a final sigh, she added, in truth, resources are not the primary issue. While our family has yet to send anyone proactively, they remain very supportive of us. The problem lies in the fact that no amount of resources will suffice. The temple is an extraordinarily unique place, governed by its own chaotic principles. Even if we were to present an array of remarkable celestial artifacts, they would prove futile. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. He had previously gathered knowledge about this era, which is marked by a severe scarcity of resources akin to the end of the Dharma Age. Celestial artifacts still possess considerable power. Could it be that even these artifacts are incapable of challenging their established norms? What, then, is the true purpose of this temple? Tang Tian posed this question to Xiaoyin. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyin replied, I am also uncertain about the specific functions of the temple. However, I have heard from others that they do not conform to the traditional notion of an organization. They are shrouded in mystery. It seems they undertake certain critically significant secret missions. In every sizable city, their presence can be observed. Moreover, they refrain from engaging in worldly affairs, only recruiting exceptionally talented cultivators from around the globe. In summary, they are exceedingly enigmatic. Upon hearing Xiaoyin's words, Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. What could this peculiar organization, emerging in such a time, possibly be up to? Chapter 877. Activating the Bloodline through Xiaoyin's narration. Tang Tian gleaned a general understanding of the Sacred Hall, a truly enigmatic organization. Before the sun and moon extinguished, he had never encountered such an entity. They appeared indifferent to cultivation resources. Otherwise, they would not have expended such great effort to abduct young Master Ziyu. Xiaoyin sighed and remarked, the young lady and young Master Ziyu have relied on each other throughout their lives. They are each other's most significant person. However, the young lady has truly exhausted all her efforts, considering and attempting every possible solution. Yet, it remains futile, a mere exercise in despair. As she spoke, 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing the sorrowful Xiaoyin, Tang Tian spoke gently, do not be disheartened. Where there is a will, a way shall emerge. A solution to this dilemma will surely present itself. Xiaoyin shook her head. I grieve for the young lady. She has truly done her utmost. Yet she cannot uncover even the slightest trace of information, leaving her anxious and helpless. We do not even know whether young Master Ziyu is alive or dead. Tang Tian sighed softly. Is there truly no other means to access the inner sanctum of the Sacred Hall? Wiping her tear-streaked face, Xiaoyin replied, there is one way. If one is similarly favored by the Sacred Hall, entry into its depths becomes feasible. However, Their criteria for selecting geniuses are exceedingly high. At merely 15 years of age, do you know the cultivation level young master Ziyu has attained? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. What level is that? Xiaoyin widened her eyes and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, the tribulation stage. Do you comprehend what that signifies? If the young lady's talent for cultivation is akin to a gold nugget the size of a fist, then I am but a minuscule fragment, no larger than a pinky finger, and young Master Ziyu is like. She gestured toward a centuries-old locust tree before them, saying, even larger than this grand locust tree. Thus, it is impossible for either the young lady or myself to be chosen by the sacred hall. Do you understand? Tang Tian nodded. This analogy was simple, yet vividly illustrative. Alas, Xiaoyin sighed deeply again. So, we truly have no means left. You cannot assist us. You should focus on regaining your memory and recalling the location of your home. Otherwise, if we depart from Jiuxing City, your survival will indeed be exceedingly difficult. As he watched Xiaoyin resume her lamentations, Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that is the case, I might indeed have a way to aid you. Tang Tian mused. The Sacred Hall values talent above all else, so let us create a genius for them. It cannot be said to be mere creation. The innate talent of Zhu Ziyan is nothing short of extraordinary. When Tang Tian first laid eyes on Zhu Ziyan, he perceived her essence entirely. She was not a mere cultivator of little merit, but rather a prodigious genius. Her lineage was that of pure Yang blood. In times past, such a bloodline would have been fervently sought after by various sects, with even the sacred lands extending their olive branches. The path of cultivation for one with pure Yang blood flows as easily as a river, free from any constraints, provided she does not meet an untimely demise. It would be effortless for her to ascend to the ranks of formidable beings of the mortal realm. With further diligence, even becoming the Lord of Infinite could be within reach. Should fortune favor her, and she discovers a rare divine artifact, the world would witness the emergence of another supreme being. Alas, the sun has extinguished. The world now lies shrouded in coldness and strangeness. The pure Yang bloodline that should have propelled her forward has instead become her shackle. Thus, Zhu Ziyan remains merely a nascent soul cultivator to this day. If she could harness certain divine artifacts to activate her pure Yang bloodline, a profound transformation would ensue. Her terrifying talent for cultivation would unveil itself before all. At that time, she would undoubtedly gain entry into the Sacred Hall. Fortuitously, within Tang Tian's spatial realm, such a divine artifact already exists. However, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Xiaoyin's countenance was marked by disbelief. Brother Tang, I know you wish to assist us, but this is truly beyond your reach. Do not waste your efforts. Instead, contemplate how to survive in Jiuxing City. Be good, Tang Tian thought with resignation, realizing that she perceived him as an ignorant child. He chose not to elaborate further and instead raised his hand, revealing a stone that radiated a crimson glow, resting in his palm. Within the stone, an endless inferno seemed to burn fiercely. This was a sun-origin divine stone. During his time in the Sun God Temple, the Sun God had bestowed upon him an abundance of divine stones, now piled within his spatial realm like a small mountain. This stone was sufficient to ignite Zhu Ziyan's pure Yang bloodline. Moreover, the energy it harbored was ample enough to elevate Zhu Ziyan's cultivation beyond the Tao realm. As the sun-origin divine stone materialized, the already faint light in the sky appeared to dim further. The red brilliance cast a rosy hue upon Xiaoyin's fair visage. Wow, what is this gem? Why is it so radiant? Her eyes sparkled with wonder, and she instinctively reached out to touch the sun-divine stone. Such a luminous object held an irresistible allure for her. Yet, before her fingers could graze the stone, Tang Tian swiftly closed his palm once more. With a mere crack, when he opened his palm once more, the resplendent sun god stone had been reduced to a heap of ashes. What are you doing? Xiaoyin exclaimed, her anger palpable. Such a magnificent gem, why would you want to destroy it? Do you comprehend how rare luminous gems are nowadays? I could simply explode with frustration. Witnessing the destruction of the treasure before her eyes infuriated her immensely. Yet, she seemed to regard it merely as an ordinary stone. Tang Tian smiled without offering an explanation, producing a small fragment of natural remains, which he crushed and sprinkled into the ashes of the sun god stone when Xiaoyin was not looking. This was necessary to harmonize the energies, for it would be exceedingly difficult for Zhu Ziyan to withstand the explosive power of the sun god's force. Dissolving it into your lady's tea will resolve the predicament you currently face, Tang Tian stated. Xiaoyin paused, her expression one of skepticism. Are you certain? Tang Tian nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. After all, you have no other alternatives, do you? As an ordinary person, I could never pose a threat to cultivators like you. Xiaoyin fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting between the pile of powder before her. Ultimately, she chose to accept his proposition. Fine. I will trust you this once, she declared. Chapter 878. The anxious Xiao in the passage of several centuries has wrought profound transformations upon this world, particularly for the vast majority of ordinary individuals, for whom this duration equates to the passage of numerous generations. Social norms and cultivation systems have diverged significantly from their predecessors, leading to a redefinition of what constitutes a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Individuals like Zhu Zian, who were once deemed extraordinary talents, have now been relegated to the status of mere practitioners. Without the discovery of any extraordinary artifacts, ascending to the celestial realm would remain a distant dream for them. Tang Tian believed that individuals in circumstances akin to Zhu Zian's were certainly not few in number. With a collection of powder gifted by Tang Tian in hand, Xiaoyin returned to prepare tea for Zhu Zian. Rather than merely placing her faith in Tang Tian, she was genuinely reluctant to allow Zhu Zian to depart from Jiuxing City burdened by regrets and anxieties. Thus, despite the method appearing illogical, she resolved to proceed, for they truly had no other options available. Before long, Xiaoyin entered the room where Zhu Zian was sequestered, carrying the tea. In recent times, Zhu Zian had largely remained confined within her quarters, emerging only occasionally, only to swiftly retreat in despair. She had not engaged in any cultivation, choosing instead to isolate herself within the confines of her room. Upon Xiao Yin's entrance with the tea, a cacophony of shattering glass soon echoed from within, followed by Zhu Zian's violent coughs and Xiao Yin's panicked exclamations. Miss, what has happened? Are you all right? Do not frighten me. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when a tremendous explosion reverberated through Zhu Zian's chamber. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from the room, instantly shattering the doors and windows, only to retract almost immediately thereafter. The force of the explosion hurled Xiao Yin out of the room, leaving her in a disheveled heap on the ground, her garments tattered and torn. However, her concern for her own condition was eclipsed by sheer terror as she scrambled to her feet and rushed back toward Zhu Zian's room. Miss, she dashed forward in desperation, only to collide with an invisible barrier as she neared the doorway, causing her to be repelled and fall to the ground once more. Miss, how are you? Miss, Xiaoyin rose again, pounding against the unseen barrier with all her might, calling for Zhu Zian from within. Yet, no response came, for the barrier was exceedingly robust, and she found herself incapable of breaching it. Meanwhile, Tang Tian observed the scene with calm detachment. The barrier was a manifestation of Zhu Zian's pure yang bloodline being ignited, and the preceding explosion had been anticipated. The primordial solar divine power was far too advanced for her to handle, even with the natural forces acting as a mediator. It was beyond the grasp of a mere nascent soul cultivator. Once this tumultuous phase subsided, Zhu Zian would swiftly regain her composure. However, little Yin was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. After calling out for an extended period without receiving a response, her face was laden with anxiety and concern. Tears could not help but cascade down her cheeks. After a moment, she turned to face Tang Tian, who remained seated on the steps. What on earth did you give her? Little Yin cried out in distress. Some substances meant to assist you, Tang Tian replied. Assist? Little Yin, with a quivering voice, retorted. She has coughed up blood. She collapsed right before me. Is this your notion of assistance? Are you not harming her? Tang Tian remained silent. Whether it was assistance or harm would soon be revealed. Yet, it was evident that the anxious little Yin could not wait for that revelation. Looking at the silent Tang Tian, she, with tears in her eyes, implored, Have we ever wronged you? My lady and I brought you back from the wilderness, cared for you with the utmost hospitality for over a month. If you cannot express gratitude, why must you harm her? Why? Tang Tian spoke softly. I understand your urgency, but you must remain calm. Just wait a moment. Little Yin was taken aback and turned to glance at Zhu Zian's room. However, she soon realized that Zhu Zian's breath was growing increasingly faint. This was a normal manifestation of the pure yang bloodline being ignited. Yet, Little Een was oblivious to this, and in her eyes, Zhu Ziyan was perilously close to death. What have you done to her? Have you regained your memory and realized what had happened? It was not our intention. In her desperation, she recounted the events of that day, believing that this was the only thing that might provoke a sense of revenge in Tang Tian. Can I apologize to you? You must have the antidote, right? I will apologize, just give me the antidote. As long as my lady is safe, I will do anything you ask. Little Een pleaded through her tears. Observing the pitiable Little Een, Tang Tian sighed. She truly is fine. I have not harmed her. Just wait a little longer, and results will soon manifest. He sensed that Zhu Ziyan's pure yang bloodline was undergoing a rapid awakening process and would soon restore itself. The speed of this awakening exceeded Tang Tian's expectations in terms of the potency of her pure yang bloodline. Unfortunately, Little Een had lost her rationality at that moment and did not believe Tang Tian's words. After her pleas bore no fruit, she straightened up and drew her sword. The formidable aura of the golden core stage erupted instantaneously. I do not wish to harm you, but do not force my hand. Bring forth the antidote, or I shall certainly kill you. I truly will. She shouted hoarsely. She was not lying. In this cruel world, the vast majority of cultivators bear the weight of lives on their hands, and Xiaoyin is no exception. Observing the murderous intent radiating from Xiaoyin, who could no longer heed any form of explanation, Tang Tian wore an expression of helplessness. He could only wish for a swifter awakening of Zhu Ziyan. As Tang Tian remained unmoved, Xiaoyin, sword in hand and brimming with malice, advanced step by step towards him. Hand over the antidote. She is my only kin. Should anything happen to her, I shall ensure you endure every agony this world can inflict. In no time, she stood before Tang Tian. The long sword, a spiritual weapon, emanated a chilling light, seeming poised to strike him at any moment. However, just as Xiaoyin was on the verge of unleashing her wrath, a feeble voice echoed from behind her. Xiaoyin, do not be impolite. Zhu Ziyan had finally succeeded in igniting her pure yang bloodline and emerged from the room. Chapter 879. Whatever works, just as Xiaoyin was about to launch an attack on Tang Tian, Zhu Ziyan successfully ignited her pure yang bloodline and emerged from the room. However, the force of the solar divine power was still overwhelmingly fierce, leaving her pallid, with blood trickling from her lips and her chest stained crimson with the blood she had expelled. Upon hearing Zhu Ziyan's voice, Xiaoyin immediately turned and rushed over, her previous murderous intent dissipating entirely, replaced by deep concern. Miss, are you all right? She inquired, supporting the weakened Zhu Ziyan. I'm fine. Zhu Ziyan replied feebly before releasing Xiaoyin's hand and unsteadily making her way to Tang Tian. To Xiaoyin's astonishment, she knelt before him. Ziyan. She expressed her gratitude for the elder's life-giving grace. Tang Tian observed her calmly, accepting her homage. After igniting her bloodline, Zhu Ziyan had undergone a profound transformation. Though she appeared frail, the area around her heart radiated with the intensity of a blazing sun. At every moment, powerful primal energy coursed through every corner of her being. Moreover, Zhu Ziyan's cultivation had ascended from the late Yuanying stage to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. This was due to Tang Tian's infusion of natural power. Otherwise, had Zhu Ziyan been able to withstand the explosive energy of the solar divine force, she could have directly stepped into the realm of immortals. However, that would have been perilously reckless. A gradual approach was far more prudent. Do not worry. Rise, Tang Tian instructed. Consider this my appreciation for your care over the past month. Yet Zhu Ziyan remained kneeling, offering another bow. This second bow is an apology. In truth, it was our carriage that struck you in the wilderness, and we deceived you. However, I believe you have long been aware of this matter. Tang Tian chuckled softly. This situation is rather intricate. In a certain sense, it would not be incorrect to say that you saved me. Now, please rise. I am not fond of such formalities. After a brief moment, with Xiaoyin's assistance, Zhu Ziyan stood once more. Miss, are you truly all right? Xiaoyin's focus remained entirely on her mistress. Zhu Ziyan shook her head, reassuring her, I am fine. And you? Xiaoyin queried, concern etched on her face. That force was beyond my control. It must have injured you. At that moment, Xiaoyin's condition was not much better than Zhu Ziyan's. However, as a cultivator at the Jinan stage, she had merely sustained minor injuries. I am also unscathed. So, Xiaoyin glanced at Tang Tian, confusion dawning upon her. Is he truly helping us? Or is he poisoning you? She found it difficult to grasp the current circumstances. Observing the bewildered Xiao Yin, Zhu Zian helplessly clasped her hands in front of Tang Tian and said, "Earlier, Xiao Yin acted impulsively. I hope you, esteemed elder, do not hold it against her." "Xiao Yin," she urged, "quickly apologize to our elder." Xiao Yin, momentarily taken aback by the swift turn of events, struggled to gather her thoughts. Nevertheless, she complied with Zhu Zian's request and bowed to Tang Tian, saying, "I am truly sorry, Brother Tang." "Oh no, esteemed elder Tang." Tang Tian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. I much prefer the original address. It is but a trivial matter. Let us continue as we did before. You both should tidy yourselves up. The inn staff will likely arrive shortly." In truth, the inn staff had already come by, but, upon realizing they were dealing with cultivators, hastily retreated, presumably to fetch their own practitioners. At that moment, Zhu Zian and Xiao Yin were both in disarray, so it was prudent to clean themselves up. After a brief interval, Zhu Zian and Xiao Yin re-emerged in fresh attire. The inn staff soon arrived, and after a brief discussion, the matter was settled. For the inn, as long as there were no major issues, the occasional disturbances caused by cultivators were quite commonplace. After this series of events, Zhu Zian's aura had largely returned, her vitality flourishing, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm and stepping into the separation realm. Once the trivial matters were resolved, Zhu Zian and Xiao Yin approached Tang Tian once more. Xiao Yin appeared somewhat shy, uncertain whether it was due to her change in status or because her earlier fabrications had likely been seen through by Tang Tian. "Please, sit and converse," Tang Tian invited. Zhu Zian nodded and, alongside Xiao Yin, took a seat on the steps beside Tang Tian. The scene was somewhat peculiar, yet remained rather natural. "Can this help you resolve the challenges you currently face?" Tang Tian inquired. Zhu Zian pondered for a moment before responding. "To enter the sanctuary, there are only two paths. The first is to be favored by a seeker from the sanctuary, who would then take you in, akin to my junior disciple US situation. The second route involves participating in the pilgrimage selection held in Jiuxing City. Each year, Jiuxing City hosts such an event, open to all mortal realm cultivators under the age of 25. At that time, the sanctuary will send observers, and those who perform exceptionally well may be admitted into the sanctuary. However, based on past occurrences, those who are accepted are typically at least in the tribulation stage or above. With less than 3 months remaining until the next pilgrimage selection, the time is quite pressing." Zhu Zian articulated. She lacked confidence in her chances of succeeding in the selection and was uncertain of the nature of the rare elixir Tang Tian had administered to her. Thus she recounted the entire process. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian nodded. "That is sufficient. Do not be anxious. Focus diligently on solidifying your foundational training." Zhu Zian's gaze shifted as she inquired, "Does the esteemed young Master Tang believe my foundation is insufficient?" Tang Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Not at all. I am merely concerned that you may advance too swiftly, achieving immortality before the grand selection even commences. The selection is exclusively for practitioners in the mortal realm, is it not?" Zhu Zian fell silent, taken aback by the notion that he was worried about her rapid advancement. It was indeed an unexpected thought. What sort of elixir had this young Master Tang administered to her, yielding such potent effects? The sacred selection undoubtedly pertains solely to cultivators in the mortal realm. The path to the celestial realm must surely lie elsewhere. "I have yet to inquire about it," Zhu Zian mused. Tang Tian acknowledged her words with a nod. "Very well. You shall decide for yourself. If the sacred hall truly prioritizes exceptional talents in cultivation, they would certainly not overlook you. However, in the realm of cultivation, a steady and gradual approach remains the most advantageous. Your foundation is already commendable. With further refinement, you shall achieve even greater heights in the future." Zhu Zian once again fell into contemplation. Countless individuals have exhausted every means and racked their brains to gain entry into the sacred hall, yet in Tang Tian's words, it seemed a trivial matter. What manner of being is he truly? "Thank you for your guidance, young master," Zhu Zian expressed sincerely. Chapter 880. The words of the fated. Ultimately, Zhu Zian decided to heed Tang Tian's advice and focus on refining her foundational skills, refraining from hastily seeking a breakthrough in her cultivation. This was indeed a wise choice. Although she felt anxious about her younger brother, Zhu Ziyu's predicament, The current state of affairs was a far cry from the despair of feeling utterly powerless. Zhu Ziyu had already reached the tribulation phase a year ago. If he encountered difficulties without sufficient strength, knowing of his troubles would be of no benefit. Previously, she had not contemplated this issue, as it seemed futile to do so. However, now there was an opportunity before her. Tang Tian represented her greatest chance. If she could receive even a few words of guidance from him, the benefits would be immeasurable. Beneath the pristine glow of 9 stars, 2 women and a man sat on the steps conversing, presenting a peculiar tableau. Zhu Ziyan and Tang Tian had not exchanged much before, yet they found themselves discussing numerous matters that Xiaoyin was not well acquainted with. I heard Xiaoyin mention that you spoke of the sun, the moon, and the stars, Zhu Ziyan remarked. Indeed, Tang Tian nodded, smiling as he replied. Xiaoyin told me that these are scenes that appear only in dreams. Zhu Ziyan paused before continuing. The existence that can illuminate the entire world indeed feels dreamlike. However, she added, I once heard an elder from my family mention that many years ago, there truly existed a sun, a moon, and stars. His description was not dissimilar to yours. I once thought these were merely beautiful legends and coincidences, but now it seems. Turning her gaze toward Tang Tian, she inquired, Young master, did such wondrous things truly exist in this world? And how did they vanish? Faced with this question, Tang Tian fell silent. It is only in the dimness of the ages that people harbor such an intense yearning for light. Yet this light was extinguished by his own hand. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian spoke softly. Indeed, they existed. It was a beautiful era, at least in comparison to the present. Zhu Ziyan and Xiaoyin were taken aback. Living in an age devoid of light, they could scarcely imagine what a world filled with brilliance might look like. If it were truly so, we would never fear colliding with walls while walking, Xiaoyin murmured. She had often recounted her childhood struggles with direction, recalling frequent mishaps involving various obstacles and even tumbling into ditches. In her vision, simply avoiding walls would be a remarkable blessing. They will return. This world shall once again be illuminated by light, Tang Tian declared. Really? Both Zhu Ziyan and Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled with hope. Endless yearning filled the clear depths of their eyes. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Indeed, they would certainly return. Gazing into the brilliance within their eyes, Tang Tian was suddenly reminded of a previous saying regarding the destined ones. The destined ones, born from darkness, break through the clouds, allowing light to cascade upon the earth. Initially, they believed that the so-called darkness and clouds referred to Jun Changqing. However, at this very moment, it seemed more fitting in another sense. Looking up at the sky, Tang Tian reiterated the words in his heart. They would definitely return. In the days that followed, life resumed its initial rhythm. After despair, hope rekindled the spirits of Zhu Ziyan and her maid, Xiaoyin, reviving their vivacity. To repay Tang Tian for his benevolent act of rebirth, Zhu Ziyan promised to fulfill any of his needs to the best of her ability. Tang Tian, in turn, expressed his desire for a blue stone table beneath the old locust tree, along with a few additional stools. After sitting on the steps for a month, he found it rather tiresome. This request posed no challenge, and soon enough, Tang Tian's usual spot transitioned from the steps at the entrance to beneath the old locust tree. Xiaoyin remained his primary companion for idle chatter, occasionally engaging in a game of chess or savoring tea. She showed little interest in cultivation, focusing solely on Zhu Ziyan and reveling in it. This reminded Tang Tian of someone, Gu Xiaoxue, who was much the same. Meanwhile, after awakening her bloodline, Zhu Ziyan dove back into her cultivation. Yet, the potency of the pure Yang bloodline far exceeded her expectations. In just one night, she ascended from the late stage of transformation to the realm of departure. Had she not exerted great effort to suppress the immense power within her, she might have directly broken through to the later stage of departure. In that moment, she comprehended why Tang Tian had expressed concern over her rapid advancement. Fearing she might ascend before the grand selection began, she had thought it merely a jest. Yet, in truth, Tang Tian had been conservative in his estimation. If she were to fully embrace the elevation of her realm, it was possible she could transcend within a month's time. Should such an event reach the ears of the Holy Temple, there would be no need for participation in the pilgrimage selection. She could be directly admitted into the Holy Temple by special decree. Nevertheless, Zhu Ziyan chose to heed Tang Tian's advice, focusing intently on solidifying her foundational cultivation. Throughout this process, she was astute enough not to overlook Tang Tian, her readily available teacher. Whenever she encountered any confusion, she would seek him out and earnestly inquire. Tang Tian, generous with his knowledge, would always offer guidance whenever Zhu Ziyan approached him for counsel. What level of expertise did he possess in cultivation? If he claimed to be second, even Jun Chongqing would not dare assert himself as first. A casual piece of advice from him would prove immensely beneficial to Zhu Ziyan. Thus, Zhu Ziyan's foundation in cultivation was rapidly solidified, propelling her towards becoming a true, unparalleled genius. After more than half a month, her cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, poised to summon heavenly thunder and initiate her tribulation at any moment. This was the outcome of her relentless effort to suppress her own realm. However, her most significant growth lay in the strengthening of her cultivation foundation and her understanding of the Tao. It could be said that she had transformed entirely compared to her state just a fortnight ago. If she had previously been merely an ordinary cultivator, now she had undoubtedly stepped into the realm of the profound, capable of establishing her own sect with ease. Zhu Ziyan's first tribulation took place at the location for the registration of the sacred pilgrimage grand election. This was both a natural progression and a deliberate choice on her part. Her aim was to garner the attention of the sacred hall and subsequently seek information regarding Zhu Ziyu. What could possibly be more eye-catching than undergoing her tribulation at the site of the grand election? Zhu Ziyan was indeed astute. In truth, her tribulation was marked by an immense spectacle, successfully capturing the gaze of the sacred hall and drawing the interest of other formidable powers within Nine-Star City. From this moment forth, Zhu Ziyan officially entered the purview of Nine-Star City. Chapter 881 Departure from the Courtyard. Time flies swiftly. Soon, only half a month remains until the sacred pilgrimage election. Since Zhu Ziyan successfully overcame her tribulations upon registering for the election, her name has grown increasingly illustrious within the Nine-Star City. On the third day, she passed her second heavenly tribulation. By the seventh day, she triumphed over the third. On the 10th day, she boldly shattered the fourth tribulation. In the days that followed, Zhu Ziyan continued to face heavenly tribulations with remarkable prowess, effortlessly surmounting challenges that would appear insurmountable to ordinary cultivators. Within just over a month, her name soared like a rocket, transforming from that of an obscure practitioner to one of the most celebrated prodigies. Even the lofty sanctuary cast a gaze upon her, which was precisely the effect Zhu Ziyan sought to achieve. The sacred pilgrimage election is not merely a contest of strength. It is a display of brilliance that can capture the sanctuary's favor. Of course, strength is an essential criterion, but it is not the sole measure. Individuals like Zhu Ziyan, whose renown precedes the official commencement of the election, significantly enhance their chances of being selected by the sanctuary. With just a little over a month spent traversing the tribulation phase and entering the ascendant realm, she has emerged as one of the most prominent talents in this year's sacred pilgrimage election. Several prominent families within Nine-Star City began extending olive branches to Zhu Ziyan, eager to incorporate this extraordinary talent from other cities into their own ranks. The conditions they offered were exceedingly enticing. Regrettably, Zhu Ziyan harbored only one ambition: to enter the sanctuary. Nevertheless, as someone hailing from a distinguished family herself, she adeptly navigated the nuances of social interactions, ensuring that she neither offended these powerful factions nor compromised her independence and autonomy. In essence, no troublesome situations arose. The only potential source of complication might be the young scions of these influential families. Zhu Ziyan, being exceptionally beautiful and exuding the grace of nobility, coupled with her formidable cultivation talent, naturally attracted suitors. Thus, during this period, the conversations between Xiao Yin and Tang Tian became increasingly lively, filled with tales of which young master was a sly fox and which one was naively innocent, among various other frivolous matters. Previously, Tang Tian would have shown little interest in such gossip. However, having resolved to adopt a more relaxed demeanor, he found it quite amusing and engaged in conversations with Xiao Yin with relative ease. Yet, he was not genuinely apathetic. Rather, he employed this attitude as a means to gauge the intentions of the one who nurtures him. The nurturer would not casually bring him back into the greater world. Since he could not discern her intentions, it was wiser to wait patiently. If the nurturer had any plans, they would surely manifest in due time. This can indeed be regarded as a contest between him and the fish farmer. In any case, I shall continue to languish in my current state. Either you find me something to do, or you can simply watch me waste away. This is Tang Tian's plan, faced with an omniscient and inscrutable existence. This is the only course of action available. Each day is spent indulging in wine, savoring tea, relishing the unique culinary delights of a mundane existence, and listening to the gossip that Xiaoyin brings from the outside world. This lifestyle is, in its own way, quite pleasant. Occasionally, when the mood strikes, he will offer guidance to Zhu Zian in her cultivation. Zhu Zian possesses considerable insight. It is merely her bloodline constraints that have held her back. After receiving Tang Tian's pointers, her foundational cultivation and understanding of the Tao have made remarkable strides. Others are often astonished by the rapid ascension of Zhu Zian's realm. Yet they remain unaware that her actual progress is the slowest in her realm. She has been diligently suppressing her cultivation. If she were to fully unleash her potential, it would likely leave them utterly astounded. On this particular day, Tang Tian was once again seated beneath the old locust tree, leisurely sipping tea. He had begun to acclimate to this life devoid of ambition. Suddenly, Xiaoyin dashed back, brimming with excitement. Tengu, Tengu, she called out loudly upon her return. What is it? More explosive gossip? Tang Tian straightened up, casually placing a handful of sunflower seeds on the table, preparing to partake as an audience member. Not quite, Xiaoyin replied, sitting before him and taking a sip of tea. It's about a banquet. The young lady has been invited to a banquet. Tang Tian immediately lost interest. A banquet could hardly compare to the allure of juicy gossip. What is so thrilling about a mere banquet? He rolled his eyes and began to shell sunflower seeds. Xiaoyin quickly interjected, but this is no ordinary banquet. It is the most prestigious gathering in Jiuxing City, attended by the most powerful factions. Moreover, seed candidates for this year's pilgrimage elections have also been invited. Our ability to secure an invitation signifies that the young lady has officially entered the upper echelons of Jiuxing City. Tang Tian responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Such matters held little appeal for him. He found more enjoyment in hearing tales of young masters visiting brothels. Are you going? Xiaoyin inquired. I've heard there will be many exceptional talents present. Tang Tian shook his head. I have encountered many exceptional individuals. I doubt anyone would catch my eye. Xiaoyin opened her mouth to speak. Tengu, I know you are quite impressive, but we shouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world, should we? She felt that Tang Tian was being somewhat arrogant. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Tang Tian was not merely boasting. You all go ahead. I'll remain at home, sipping tea. I have no desire to move. Tang Tian stretched his arms wide and effortlessly closed his eyes. Xiaoyin rolled her eyes and said, but those banquets are precisely the places where gossip flourishes. Don't you wish to witness it in person? Tang Tian lifted his eyelids slightly, revealing a narrow slit. Instantly, Xiaoyin chuckled, grasping his arm and urging, come on. You have been cooped up in this little courtyard for over 3 months, never stepping outside. I find it stifling just to watch. A stroll might lighten your mood, and perhaps you will stumble upon a solution to your troubles. I can sense that you are burdened. Come on, come on. Xiaoyin tugged at Tang Tian's arm, her face beaming with delight. Under her insistence, Tang Tian finally rose from the chair that seemed to have melded with him. Let me clarify beforehand. I am not accompanying you merely to indulge in gossip. Tang Tian stated. Xiaoyin giggled. Oh yes, of course, that is not the case at all. You are here to alleviate your spirits and seek a brighter future. Truly magnificent, no need for further elaboration. Tang Tian could not help but roll his eyes. Her acting was rather poor. All right, let us hurry. If we delay any longer, the banquet will commence. Ultimately, under Xiaoyin's persistent pulling, Tang Tian ventured out of the inn's little courtyard for the first time. Chapter 882. The Zhen family mansion. This marked Tang Tian's inaugural departure from the inn's courtyard. Jiuxing City, the largest and most bustling metropolis within a radius of several million miles, paled in comparison to a previous modest city he had encountered. The streets were sparsely populated, with few shops open for business, and the passers-by hurried along, their demeanor tinged with an inherent wariness towards strangers. Yet, Xiaoyin radiated joy, enthusiastically guiding Tang Tian through the surroundings. To her, this was the epitome of vibrancy and liveliness. After traversing several main thoroughfares, the duo entered the heart of the city. The ambience here remained largely unchanged, perhaps even more desolate. However, the number of practitioners was noticeably on the rise. Moments later, a brilliantly illuminated complex came into view. In this age of darkness, light was a rare luxury. The ability to illuminate the entire structure signified that those residing within this grand estate were far from ordinary. This was the Zhun family mansion of Jiuxing City, the most formidable power in the area, excluding the Holy Temple. Impressive, isn't it? You cannot fathom my astonishment when I first beheld the Zhun family mansion. I was nearly left speechless. It truly is extravagant. The light here must surely outshine even that of the sun, as you once mentioned, Xiaoyin exclaimed in awe. Tang Tian pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. The mansion that had so captivated her was easily rivaled by any family of modest means. As for comparing it to the sun, Xiaoyin's understanding of the sun remained unchanged, hence her inclination to juxtapose the two. Noticing Tang Tian's less than enthusiastic response, Xiaoyin pouted and said, "All right, I know you are well versed in the world. Let us proceed. The young lady awaits us over there." With that, she took his hand and led him toward the Zhun family mansion. Before the grand entrance of the Zhun family, numerous exquisite carriages were parked in the open space. The value of these carriages was readily apparent from the number of lanterns they bore. The more radiant the illumination, the greater the stature of the carriage's owner. As Tang Tian and Xiaoyin approached, Zhu Ziyan stood not far from the entrance, surrounded by a throng of elegantly attired young gentlemen. Indeed, no matter the time or place, exceptional women were invariably accompanied by a retinue of youthful admirers. Yet, Zhu Ziyan appeared quite at ease, engaging them in lively conversation with grace, neither diminishing their pride nor compromising the harmonious distance between them. Clearly, such scenarios were not unfamiliar to her. Upon noticing Xiaoyin and Tang Tian approaching, Zhu Ziyan subtly inclined her body towards the others before gracefully departing from the crowd to meet Tang Tian. Not a single incongruous individual chose to follow her, further underscoring Zhu Ziyan's adeptness in navigating social situations. However, the gazes of the onlookers shifted, captivated by Zhu Ziyan's figure, now resting upon Xiaoyin and Tang Tian. "Young Master Tang," Zhu Ziyan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight as she addressed him. "At long last, you have emerged. Today's banquet boasts an impressive assembly of esteemed guests from all walks of life. There will undoubtedly be a plethora of exquisite delicacies from various regions. You surely shall not find it tedious." Having spent several days in Tang Tian's company, Zhu Ziyan had gleaned some understanding of his preferences, whether it is dull or not. "I am merely glad to be out," Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. "Of course, the presence of fine cuisine is most welcome. After 3 months of the same fare at the inn, the flavors have indeed lost their allure. Rest assured," Zhu Ziyan responded with a bright smile. "During this time, I have cultivated a commendable rapport with the Jin family. I will ensure you are well accommodated." Just as Tang Tian was poised to reply, he felt several penetrating gazes directed towards him. It was evident that the group of young lords had taken notice. To them, Tang Tian was merely an unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome stranger. Meanwhile, Zhu Ziyan, who had maintained her distance from them, appeared to engage in amiable conversation with this gentleman, undoubtedly piquing their curiosity. They were likely already speculating about Tang Tian's true identity. Observing this, Tang Tian shook his head and said, "No need to concern yourself with me. You may attend to your own affairs. I shall find a suitable place to linger. If anyone inquires, simply inform them that, like Xiaoyin, I am someone you brought from your family." Astute as ever, Zhu Ziyan quickly recognized the underlying issue. Casting a glance at the young lords behind her, she expressed her apologies. "I was remiss in my considerations. If you are genuinely worried about potential troubles, I can notify the Zhen family to arrange a more secluded spot for you." Tang Tian chuckled. "In such a short span, you have managed to forge connections with the most formidable faction in Jiuxing City. I must admit, I underestimated you. However, there is no need for such complications. Let us proceed as I suggested." If Zhu Ziyan were to secure special arrangements for him, it might avert trouble today, yet future complications could arise. He preferred to avoid such entanglements. Seeing Tang Tian's resolute stance, Zhu Ziyan refrained from further protest. She resumed her previous demeanor, allowing the scrutiny directed at Tang Tian to diminish. "Shall we enter? The banquet is likely to commence shortly," Zhu Ziyan proposed. Tang Tian nodded slightly and then gestured for her to walk ahead. He and Xiaoyin followed Zhu Ziyan into the grand entrance of the Zhun family estate. Once their figures faded from sight, the group of young lords who had previously surrounded Zhu Ziyan began to murmur amongst themselves. "I had not heard that Ziyan Immortal brought additional company to Jiuxing City. Indeed, I have seen Miss Xiaoyin before, but that gentleman is new to me. I have heard whispers that there was another presence in the inn where immortal Xian resides, though they have never shown themselves. It must be him, relative, servant, or... It was difficult to discern. Immortal Xian's demeanor towards him was rather peculiar, initially quite animated, even displaying signs of reverence, but soon returning to her usual composure, leaving them perplexed. The others nodded in agreement, as they had observed the exchange between the two. However, just as they were deep in analysis, a disdainful voice interjected. A bunch of inept fools. You spend your days indulging in flattery while others feast, and you can barely sip the broth. You are only worthy of a whiff. This statement was undeniably humiliating. Just as the young lords prepared to seethe with anger, they quickly stifled their ire upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu family's young master, Zhu Jinchang. Chapter 883. The Golden Cicada. A youth clad in golden-scaled armor descended from a chariot radiating a resplendent golden glow. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of all present at the entrance. He was none other than Zhu Jinchang, the esteemed young master of the illustrious Zhu family, the second most powerful clan in Nine-Star City. He bore an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance over the assembled crowd. Trash, he scoffed, looking down upon the group of young aristocrats who dared not voice their indignation. With a haughty demeanor, he disregarded them entirely and strode into the Zhun family estate, accompanied by his servants. Once his figure had long vanished from sight, the murmurs among the onlookers resumed. TCH, who does he think he is? What is so impressive about him? Among the crowd, some felt a surge of indignation at Zhu Jinchang's lofty attitude, for they too were young prodigies in their own right. However, one voice soon interjected, let us not be too harsh. After all, he is the eldest son of the Zhu family. His prowess has already reached the 7th stage of the Ascension realm. It won't be long before he truly becomes an immortal. He is also one of the favored candidates in this year's sacred pilgrimage selection. Still, another individual, unable to contain his displeasure, retorted, let us wait until he actually enters the sacred hall. The competition is fierce this year. I doubt he'll make it. With his arrogant demeanor, he might very well find himself bested. Upon uttering these words, several individuals instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from him. Brother, such words should not be spoken lightly, one cautioned in a hushed tone. Whether Zhu Jinchang enters the sacred hall is uncertain, but we must never provoke him. He is not one to take slights lightly, and those who cross him often meet unfortunate fates. Another chimed in, Zhu Jinchang's strength is indeed formidable. But let us not forget his most fearsome ability, the mysterious art of raising goo, passed down through his family. These goo worms can kill without a trace, leaving behind nothing but gruesome deaths. We may discuss this privately, but we must ensure it does not reach his ears. Yet, the defiant individual remained undeterred. TCH, am I afraid of him? The Zhu family may be powerful, but my lineage is no pushover. I refuse to believe that Zhu Jinchang would dare to strike against me in broad daylight. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a golden light tinged with crimson erupted from his brow. Blood began to pour uncontrollably from his 7 orifices, while his skin transformed, cracking and resembling scales, golden light spilling forth from the fissures. A wretched scream echoed outside the Zhun family's gates. Witnessing the spectacle, the surrounding young lords turned pale and fled from the scene in terror. When they dared to glance back, the unfortunate individual was engulfed in a shimmering golden-red glow, his form diminishing until, with a piercing cry, he was reduced to a puddle of viscous liquid, pooling upon the stone pavement. Subsequently, a thumb-sized golden cicada emerged from the imprint it left upon the stone slab, emitting a low buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, it darted before everyone and vanished behind the gates of the Jin family. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, all onlookers were left in a state of shock, their faces etched with horror. The golden cicada had indeed, in plain view, taken the life of another scion from a prominent family, employing such a dreadful means that left no trace of his remains. All of this transpired merely because the victim had spoken ill of him. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, several figures hurriedly emerged from the Zhun residence, and upon seeing the dark pool upon the ground, they sighed gently. Why provoke someone like him? We must take care of this promptly. Upon finishing, the leader retraced his steps. A vibrant life ultimately vanished without a trace, swept away by a bucket of clear water. In the banquet hall, as Zhu Zian entered, Tang Tian casually sought out an inconspicuous corner to sit. Xiaoyin followed closely by his side, bearing an ample assortment of delicacies for him. Fortunately, the banquet was divided into two sections, one reserved for individuals of Zhu Zian's esteemed status, and the other for attendants like Xiaoyin. Thus, Tang Tian and Xiao Yin's presence here did not seem out of place and attracted little attention. Nonetheless, Zhu Zian had made some arrangements. Ensuring their position afforded them a comprehensive view of the entire hall. Sitting beside Tang Tian, Xiaoyin indulged in the culinary delights while regaling him with tales of the hall's peculiarities and gossip. It was a rather leisurely affair. That man in the light green attire is the one I mentioned, the one with a penchant for dragon and sun. Recently, he attempted to court a young lady, only to be confronted by his paramour, who came to his door in a state of undress. That commotion made quite the stir throughout the entire Jiuxing city. She exclaimed, "Look, look, he is surreptitiously holding another man's hand." She pointed out, indicating a young man whose robust appearance was quite unexpected for someone with such preferences. And then there is that dandy. He claims that the lady is the only one to have captured his heart, yet upon inquiry, I discovered he has uttered those very words to at least 100 women. He has a taste that spans all ages. I heard the oldest among them is a centenarian. Xiaoyin continued. Tang Tian grimaced slightly. He did not quite comprehend such tastes, but chose to extend his respect nonetheless. At least he dared to engage in what many would shy away from. Upon entering the hall, he had observed that this individual had just shared an affectionate farewell kiss with a lady in her 60s. As the conversation progressed, Xiaoyin continuously elucidated on the individuals previously mentioned, and it became evident that her descriptions had been rather restrained. The group indeed was more eccentric than he had anticipated. He listened with great interest, having already devoured a substantial quantity of sunflower seeds. Indeed, witnessing gossip in person proved far more captivating than merely hearing it. However, suddenly, Xiaoyin let out a startled exclamation. "Oh no, that insufferable fellow has arrived." She directed her gaze towards a young man clad in golden-scaled armor, exuding an air of arrogance. Was he not the one who had tossed a piece of innate Dao jade and compelled Ziyin to become his concubine? Tang Tian quickly matched his appearance with memories in his mind. Xiaoyin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he. Zhu Jinshan, the eldest scion of the Zhu family, the second most prominent family in Nine-Star City. He perpetually carried an air of haughty superiority and wielded cruel and vicious tactics, leaving a distinctly negative impression upon their first encounter. While we may not match the grandeur of Nine-Star City, we certainly would not betray our dignity for a mere piece of innate Dao jade, Xiaoyin remarked, wrinkling her nose in disdain. However, her expression soon shifted to one of alarm. "Oh no, he is approaching us," she exclaimed. "Surely, he isn't coming to confront us? Please, let that not be the case." Xiaoyin fervently wished for a different outcome. Unfortunately, reality did not align with her hopes. Zhu Jinshan strode directly to their table, surveying Xiaoyin from a lofty perspective before casting a glance at Tang Tian. Subsequently, he tossed a piece of innate Dao jade onto their table. "Work for me, and this shall be yours," Zhu Jinshan declared. Chapter 884. A sudden conflict. Zhu Jinshan stood before Xiaoyin and Tang Tian, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of a sovereign. Xiaoyin discreetly made a face at Tang Tian, then donned a benevolent smile as she addressed Zhu Jinshan. "Dear young Master Jinshan, you jest. Given your esteemed status, there is no need for such a token as the Dao Jade. Should you require anything, please feel free to command me directly. Even if I am unable to assist, my esteemed mistress will certainly strive to offer her aid." Her words were courteous and devoid of any disrespect. Tang Tian could not help but murmur to himself, astounded. Goodness! Even a mere maid from a prominent family possesses such theatrical prowess. This statement not only spared Zhu Jinshan's dignity, but also subtly rebuffed his attempt to win hearts with the Dao Jade, while cleverly hinting at her mistress, Zhu Ziyan, as a warning not to overstep. She is truly an adept in the nuances of human relations. Tang Tian, who preferred a more forthright approach, believed he could never match such finesse. Indeed, upon hearing Xiaoyin's words, Zhu Jinshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Miss Ziyan is indeed a remarkable individual. Even her subordinate girl demonstrates such exceptional skill, far surpassing the ineptitude of those outside. He praised Xiaoyin, yet did not wait for her to respond before reverting to his previous impassive demeanor. "Regrettably, I am not akin to those ineffectual individuals. You now face two choices. Take the Dao Jade and work for me, or you may attempt to refuse me outright. With the first attempt at persuasion having failed, Zhu Jinchen resorted to open threats. His approach distinctly diverged from that of traditional young masters. Confronted with such aggressive tactics, Xiaoyin felt her teeth clench, yet she ultimately chose not to yield. With dignified composure, she replied, "Changing allegiances is a significant matter for servants such as ourselves. If young Master Jinchen remains insistent, I shall consult my mistress forthwith. As a servant, it is my duty to do so. I hope for your understanding." Rising, she feigned departure to seek Zhu Zian. Zhu Jinchen extended a hand to halt her. "Miss, she is currently occupied. It would be unwise to disturb her. Given your concerns, let us defer this matter for another day." Although his demeanor was somewhat domineering, he seemed reluctant to escalate the situation further. After preventing Xiaoyin's departure, Zhu Jinchen's gaze fell upon Tang Tian. "Who is he? Did he accompany you?" he inquired of Xiaoyin. She responded with a faint nod, "Yes. We arrived together with our mistress to Jiuxing City." This was the narrative they had previously agreed upon. The golden cicada scrutinized Tang Tian, his disdain evident in his gaze. "Mortal." He then produced a pearl that emitted a faint glow from his pocket, placing it before Tang Tian. "I harbor no expectations of you, but consider this luminous gem a token of our first encounter." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, standing there in quiet anticipation of Tang Tian's gratitude. For an ordinary person, such a radiant jewel would be an unattainable treasure, worthy of being passed down through generations. However, the scene he anticipated did not unfold. Tang Tian did not even lift his eyelids, merely uttering a single word, "Leave." He lacked the adaptability of Xiaoyin, for he had no need for it. Should the golden cicada dare to offend again, he would not hesitate to erase the Zhu family from the Nine-Star City entirely. Yet, the golden cicada seemed oblivious to this reality, his brow furrowing at the utterance of that word. "What did you say?" he questioned, doubting his own hearing. A mere mortal, a lowly servant, had the audacity to speak to him in such a disrespectful manner? Even Zhu Zian herself would not dare. Fury ignited within him instantly. "You insolent wretch, care to repeat that?" he coldly demanded. Tang Tian slightly lifted his eyelids, casting a calm glance at him. Faced with the unmasked killing intent emanating from the golden cicada, his heart remained utterly unperturbed. "I shall say this one final time. Leave," Tang Tian stated flatly. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Xiaoyin felt a surge of anxiety. However, one was the esteemed son of the Zhu family, while the other was the enigmatic Tang Tian. She was powerless to intervene. She could only glance frequently towards Zhu Zian, hoping she would arrive swiftly to diffuse the impending conflict. Fortunately, although Zhu Zian was situated in another area, she had been attentively monitoring the situation. Upon noticing the unsettling turn of events, she hastened over. "You seek death." The golden cicada seethed at the apparent disrespect shown by Tang Tian, seemingly poised to strike him down at any moment. However, Zhu Zian arrived just in time. "Enough," she commanded softly, swiftly placing herself before him. "Young Master Zhu, if there are matters to address, direct your ire towards me. There is no need to trouble my family." Zhu Zian spoke coolly, displaying no hint of fear in the presence of the formidable golden cicada. He narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent undiminished by her arrival. "Family? Miss Zian, your relative exhibits considerable audacity, daring to offend even me. Should you fail to discipline him properly, it may bring you unwarranted misfortune," he replied icily. Yet, Zhu Zian showed no sign of retreat, her voice cold as she declared, "My people are not to be taught a lesson by others. His will is synonymous with my own. What do you intend to do?" she asked, equally assertive. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Her words were indeed quite pleasing to the ear. Observing Zhu Zian's steadfastness in her fierce defense of Tang Tian, the killing intent in Zhu Jinshan intensified. He had never suffered a loss in such matters before. Truth be told, Zhu Zian, hailing from a small town, did not command his genuine respect. However, just as the conflict was on the verge of eruption, a gentle voice interjected. "Ladies and gentlemen," a young man clad in black attire approached. The Zhen family had painstakingly organized this banquet, and they could hardly withstand the commotion caused by two prodigies. "I implore you to show consideration. Afterwards, I shall prepare a gift for both of you as an apology for our oversight." The young man spoke with a smile. This individual had already been introduced to Tang Tian by Xiaoyin. He was Jin Feng. the young master of the Jin family, and one of the most formidable contenders in the current pilgrimage conference. Chapter 885. The Gu Worm under the persuasive counsel of the esteemed Jin family heir, Jin Feng. The conflict between Zhu Jinyan and Zhu Ziyan ultimately did not transpire. Ziyan would eventually come to realize that keeping someone like him nearby was merely the inception of her troubles. After voicing this sentiment, Zhu Jinyan turned to depart, while Jin Feng remained alongside Zhu Ziyan. I apologize for the disturbance caused to the Jin family, Zhu Ziyan expressed with a tone of regret. Jin Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's a trifling matter. We had anticipated such a scenario upon inviting him here. That fellow always seems to require a commotion to feel at ease." A moment prior, outside the door, the young master of the Chu family had succumbed to his Gu worms. Zhu Ziyan fell silent, acutely aware of the Chu family scion, who had just been engaging in jovial banter with her. The ruthlessness of Zhu Jinyan's methods was indeed shocking. Deciding to let the matter rest, she warned, "Be cautious moving forward. That individual's Gu worms are insidious and exceptionally formidable." Having said this, he turned to the young lady Xiaoyin beside him, his expression softening with a warm smile. "Are you quite all right, Miss Xiaoyin? That fellow can be rather intimidating." Xiaoyin offered a polite nod, responding, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, young Master Zhen." Jin Feng nodded in affirmation. "As long as you are well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Feel free to act as you wish." Xiaoyin twinkled her eyes, smiling as she inquired, "May I go over there?" gesturing towards the area where Zhu Ziyan and others were situated. Jin Feng laughed heartily. "Of course. With your charm, dear Miss Xiaoyin, you may go wherever you please. Consider this place your home. None would dare voice dissent." With a cheerful giggle, Xiaoyin replied, "Thank you, young Master Zhen." Jin Feng nodded again before shifting his gaze towards Tang Tian. "And this gentleman is?" Zhu Ziyan interjected. "His name is Tang Tian. He is a very important family member of mine." Jin Feng acknowledged this with a thoughtful "oh," then addressed Tang Tian, "Young Master Tang, please do not hesitate. Should you have any needs, feel free to let me know at any time." Tang Tian nodded, smiling, understood. Thus concluded their exchange. Jin Feng then engaged Zhu Ziyan in a few more words before returning to his designated area, as he was the host for the day and had responsibilities to attend to. Once Jin Feng had departed, Zhu Ziyan turned to Tang Tian, inquiring, "Did Zhu Jinyan do anything?" Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before replying. "He prevented the annihilation of his own family." Zhu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly comprehended the implications of Tang Tian's words, which sent a shiver of astonishment through her. She recognized that despite Tang Tian's seemingly ordinary appearance, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Yet, did he truly regard even the powerful Zhu family with such disdain? Tang Tian's prowess had reached an enigmatic level. "If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak," Zhu Ziyan remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Zhu Ziyan turned to the side, addressing Xiaoyin with a hint of exasperation. "Why did you engage in such lengthy discourse with Jin Feng? Although I have forged a connection with him, he remains my competitor. Do not allow him to harbor any misunderstandings." Xiaoyin chuckled. "Isn't misunderstanding preferable? It allows us to extract greater value from him." Zhu Ziyan shook her head in resignation. "You are being overly clever. Jin Feng is not foolish. He will discern the truth swiftly. In the future, refrain from such presumptuousness." Xiaoyin shrank her head, acknowledging her understanding. However, this was but a trivial matter. After imparting a few more words of caution, Zhu Ziyan returned to her previous course. Observing Zhu Ziyan approach Jin Feng once more, Xiaoyin sighed. "I actually find young Master Jin quite agreeable. He possesses formidable strength, a powerful background, and an amiable demeanor. What do you think, Tango?" Tang Tian remained non-committal, replying, "He is passable." Nevertheless, Zhu Ziyan likely harbored no such intentions. Her singular aim was to enter the sacred hall and locate Zhu Ziyu. Indeed, Xiaoyin nodded. "Tango, why do you think there is such a vast disparity among the young masters of prominent families? Young Master Zhen exudes warmth and charm, while that Zhu Jinchen always appears to be disdainful, looking down on others. His temperament is as unpredictable as his moods. By the way, weren't you afraid when you confronted him earlier?" Tang Tian smiled, responding, "Of course I was afraid. I feared he might produce gold from his pocket and purchase me from Ziyan." Xiaoyin stifled a laugh. Well aware that Tang Tian was no ordinary person and held no regard for mundane wealth, He shook his head and resumed his enjoyment of sunflower seeds. Yet soon, he silently sighed. He had initially believed that Zhu Jinchen had successfully averted the demise of his family, but that was far from the truth. He had ultimately chosen the path of self-destruction. As he picked up a sunflower seed, Tang Tian crushed it, revealing a minuscule insect that swiftly crawled onto his finger. This was a vile parasite capable of devouring one's spirit, subsequently leading to the usurpation of one's consciousness. Should it succeed, Tang Tian would become a puppet, controlled remotely by Zhu Jinchen. Although small, the insect possessed exceptionally sharp mandibles, capable of breaching the defenses of even those who had undergone tribulations unnoticed. It seemed that Zhu Jinchen was genuinely enraged. Otherwise, he would not employ such a potent parasite against Tang Tian, a mere mortal. Alas, despite his efforts, the creature was unable to penetrate the skin at Tang Tian's fingertip. In that case, let us see what you can achieve. Tang Tian deliberately exuded a small amount of blood, which he subsequently diluted by several billion times and fed to the goo worm perched on his fingertip. In an instant, the goo worm's body swelled dramatically, commencing its evolution. Once, twice, thrice. With Tang Tian's assistance, it underwent a series of transformations before finally assimilating the latent power contained within that minuscule drop of blood. Following this, Tang Tian flicked it away from his fingertip. It was time to find an opportune moment to return and report. As he watched the goo worm take flight, Tang Tian felt confident that, in the near future, the deceased ancestors of the Zhu Jinchen would undoubtedly express their profound gratitude to Zhu Jinchen for allowing them to witness all their future descendants. Having accomplished this, Tang Tian resumed leisurely munching on seeds, engaging in casual conversation with Xiaoyin. To him, the Zhu Jinchen was merely a trifling matter. As the banquet progressed, the attendees gradually assembled, and Tang Tian observed a diverse array of individuals from this era. Numerous new cultivation sects emerged, which were quite intriguing. The creativity of sentient beings is boundless. Even in the most adverse environments, they managed to discover corresponding cultivation methods. After the banquet continued for a while, the highly anticipated segment of treasure appraisal commenced. A dazzling array of rare and exquisite treasures appeared before the audience, including even celestial objects. However, for Tang Tian, these were rather commonplace. Just a trinket from his personal space could render them utterly insignificant. Yet, amidst the collection, one particular item captured Tang Tian's attention. It was a resplendent, multicolored mayfly. Chapter 886. The colorful mayfly appreciation event is an essential component of most banquets. It serves as a means to forge connections and exchange interests. Once the appreciation event commences, the banquet reaches its most vibrant moment. Brother Tang, let us go take a look. It appears there are many exquisite items. Little Een, feeling restless from sitting too long, leaned forward with a face brimming with curiosity. Tang Tian, however, held little interest in these so-called treasures. Yet, one particular item did capture his attention, a goo insect, the colorful mayfly. This was not an ordinary goo insect, but a goo master, a tool used for nurturing goo insects, exhibiting rather peculiar characteristics. All right, let us proceed, Tang Tian said as he rose to his feet, eager to ascertain whether the colorful mayfly was as he imagined. How wonderful! Little Een exclaimed joyfully, quickly getting up and pulling Tang Tian towards another area. With Zhang Feng's approval, they faced no obstacles and smoothly arrived at the section where the guests gathered. Feel free to wander. I will check that area over there, Tang Tian remarked. Little Een replied with a brief acknowledgement. Be careful, I will find you soon. With that, she skipped away towards a section showcasing exotic flowers. It seems that flowers hold an undeniable allure for girls at any time. Tang Tian paid Little Een no further mind, instead directing his attention to the appreciation of the colorful mayfly. The individual showcasing the colorful mayfly was a member of the Zhen family. However, the true owner of the colorful mayfly was someone else entirely, who remained behind the scenes. After all, it was a goo insect, and those who practiced the art of goo often shrouded themselves in mystery. The colorful mayfly was housed within a crystal box measuring 3 feet on each side. Inside, in addition to it, were over 1 million tiny ordinary mayflies, minuscule compared to mosquitoes, nearly invisible to all present, who were primarily of considerable cultivation. The one radiating a spectrum of colors was the largest and most conspicuous. It darted about within the enclosure, occasionally colliding with other mayflies, each encounter producing curious effects. Those who have gathered here must possess unique insights into the art of goo breeding. Indeed, this colorful mayfly is a goo master, the Jeune family representative announced. The crowd was not particularly large, as the art of goo was somewhat esoteric, with most standing beside the crystal box. Tang Tian also spotted the presence of the candle gold cicada, which noticed him as well, yet no exchange occurred between them. However, it seems distinct from ordinary goo masters. One individual remarked. The person in charge nodded with a smile and remarked, "You possess keen insight, Taoist Qi." The most significant distinction of the seven-colored mayfly from other goo masters lies in its remarkably pure function. It can solely be utilized for the cultivation of ordinary mayflies to serve as goo insects. At this moment, another individual chuckled softly and interjected, "That sounds quite appealing. But it merely indicates a singular function. Can ordinary mayflies even be used as goo insects? I have never encountered such a notion. Their lifespan, I fear, scarcely exceeds that of a half-burnt incense stick." He expressed skepticism regarding the efficacy of the seven-colored mayfly. Yet, the person in charge remained courteous, smiling as he replied, "Taoist Shun, hailing from the esteemed goo sect, your insights are indeed profound. However, the function of the seven-colored mayfly diverges somewhat from traditional goo techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe." As he spoke, he gestured towards the crystal box containing the seven-colored mayflies, employing a unique technique to magnify their image several dozen times. Every intricate detail was vividly presented before the spectators. The true strength of the seven-colored mayfly lies in its inherent uniqueness. It embodies 7 distinct celestial principles, each imparting different attributes. Moreover, any combination of 2 or 3 principles will yield further unique characteristics, thereby influencing its behavior. The person in charge elaborated. The assembly focused intently for a while, discovering that the reality aligned with his claims. Such transformations occurred almost incessantly, entirely at random, akin to the unpredictable chaos. Yet, what purpose does this serve? Another individual inquired. The person in charge chuckled and responded, "Do you know how many mayflies reside within this modest crystal box?" Without awaiting a response, he extended a finger and proclaimed, "A full 1,000,000. Such a multitude of mayflies crammed within created the semblance of a miniature world. Provided they are continually supplied with adequate nourishment, they will continue to evolve. Their existence is fleeting, thus their evolutionary pace is exceedingly rapid, resembling a world where time flows at an accelerated rate." The audience nodded in agreement. Though diminutive, mayflies are nonetheless a form of life. They represent independent entities and exhibit simple collective behaviors, even familial ties and relationships. Observing the rise and fall of mayflies indeed offers insights into certain life philosophies. Noticing that the crowd's thoughts had been captivated, the person in charge continued, "In this scenario, we have placed the seven-colored mayfly within this miniature world. It acts as a goo master, possessing the power to influence the other ordinary mayflies. What do you believe will transpire next?" The man surnamed Shin interjected. "The emergence of a goo master will disrupt the balance among them. Much like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, seemingly minuscule actions can yield far-reaching consequences. The ephemeral mayfly, with its fleeting existence, magnifies these subtle influences, presenting results before the practitioner of the art of goo." The overseer clapped his hands in admiration, remarking on the profound understanding of goo techniques possessed by his companion. "Indeed, as you have articulated, each encounter between the resplendent mayfly and the ordinary ones exerts an undeniable impact on the microcosm within the crystal enclosure. Let us not forget, it boasts a staggering array of 5,040 variations. Each distinct transformation imparts a unique influence upon the ordinary mayflies it encounters, thereby altering the dynamics of this miniature realm. And this is merely the outcome of a single interaction between the vibrant mayfly and an ordinary counterpart. What if there were 2, 3, or even more? The evolution of this microcosm would be boundless. If we could harness the transformations of the colorful mayfly and regulate the frequency and timing of its interactions with other ordinary mayflies, my friends, you could procure any goo insect you desire." The overseer concluded with a smile. Chapter 887. The cultivator of goo and the keeper of fish. Within a crystal box measuring nearly 3 feet on each side lies an entire miniature world. The passage of time in this realm flows at a pace far swifter than that of reality, governed by a logic that is markedly simpler. The scenarios described by the overseer are, in theory, entirely feasible. For instance, should one desire to obtain a goo worm imbued with bloodlust and ferocity, one could indeed achieve this. The initial step involves identifying the colorful mayfly, which possesses combinations that signify its inherent ferocity. By facilitating an interaction between it and an ordinary mayfly, the latent brutality within the latter is awakened. Consequently, the ordinary mayfly begins to hunt and slaughter its compatriots, growing increasingly powerful and savage. Its offspring will inherit this viciousness, perhaps even becoming more bloodthirsty over time. As the cycle of survival of the fittest unfolds, this diminutive mayfly world will gradually be dominated by this bloodline, evolving into a scene of escalating carnage. Ultimately, the last surviving mayfly will be the most brutal of its kind. With some refinement, it can be utilized as a goo worm. This, however, is merely the most rudimentary operation. One could also allow the colorful mayfly to simultaneously influence multiple mayflies, rendering the environment of this small world even more ruthless. Alternatively, during the process of evolution, one could seize opportune moments to affect various mayflies. The possibilities for manipulation are virtually limitless, and the resulting transformations are equally boundless. Thus, the overseer's assertions were not unfounded. Theoretically, one could indeed procure any desired goo worm from this process. This understanding aligns closely with Tang Tian's initial perceptions. However, his interest in cultivating goo was rather minimal. His focus lay predominantly on the crystal box itself. Tang Tian's foremost dilemma was his inability to fathom the intentions of the keeper of fish. He felt utterly at a loss, as he was akin to a fish trapped within the confines of the aquarium, without the means to transcend the boundaries of the fishbowl. Any action he took would be futile. Yet, this crystal box ignited a glimmer of inspiration within him. It was a complete microcosm, and upon the introduction of the colorful mayfly, it transformed into a realm of endless possibilities. This world bore no essential difference from the grand universe inhabited by myriad beings. The mayfly represented the myriad entities, while the world inside the crystal box paralleled the myriad realms of existence. The cultivator of goo, standing outside the crystal box and manipulating the mayfly world through the colorful mayfly, was akin to the keeper of fish. Through the process of cultivating goo, he might just stand in the position of the keeper of fish and glean some insight into her intentions. This represented a potential pathway to surmount the greatest obstacle facing Tang Tian. As he gazed at the ever-changing brilliance of the colorful mayfly, he stroked his chin, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead. Meanwhile, as the overseer concluded his explanation, those surrounding them began to murmur amongst themselves. They were all adept in the art of goo cultivation and were not easily deceived. The person in charge spoke eloquently. However, the practical implementation remains fraught with considerable challenges. Regardless, the ephemeral existence of the mayfly is indeed too brief. Transforming it into a truly effective goo worm is no simple feat. Moreover, among millions of mayflies, the variations are exceedingly vast, necessitating meticulous operations to achieve the desired outcome. This is immensely difficult, and I find it hard to believe that anyone can fully master it. The practitioner of the Shun surname shook his head repeatedly. Nevertheless, during this endeavor, significant growth in the art of goo would undoubtedly ensue. If success were to be realized, the cultivated goo worm would undoubtedly be the most suitable one. The practitioner of the Qi surname expressed a differing opinion. Subsequently, other cultivators joined the discussion, offering a myriad of diverse opinions. This is the paramount significance of the appreciation meeting. Through dialogue, everyone can derive varied insights and inspirations. Tang Tian was also deep in thought, pondering whether there might be a chance to touch upon the will of the fish farmer through this world of mayflies. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Are you also interested in the art of nurturing goo?" It was Zhu Zian approaching. Tang Tian nodded slightly. "I suppose so. This box is quite intriguing." After observing the crystal box for a while, Zhu Zian remarked, "In my family, there are elders who practice the art of goo. I have heard of similar mayfly boxes before. However, they seem perfect in theory but encounter significant difficulties in practice, placing overly stringent demands on the goo farmer." Tang Tian acknowledged with a hum. To delicately control the rainbow mayfly, one must possess an exceptionally strong soul. Yet, for him, this is a remarkably straightforward task. However, If he wishes to simulate the operation of the grand world, he would likely require at least 10 billion mayflies. By the way, where is Xiaoying? Why isn't she accompanying you? Zhu Ziyan, who showed little interest in the Gu nurturing, turned back after a brief glance and inquired. Tang Tian gestured. She is over there admiring the flowers. Zhu Ziyan shook her head with a hint of exasperation. That girl. Everything is fine, but her temperament is too wild. I'll call her over. Tang Tian waved his hand. Let her be. Do you still intend for her to protect me? After saying this, he turned his gaze back to the mayfly box. Following an extensive discussion, the person in charge finally began to quote a price. This was also an indispensable part of the appreciation meeting. The rainbow mayfly, along with the crystal box, was priced at 1,508 Taoist jade. Upon hearing this price, the crowd shook their heads in unison. Too expensive. The rainbow mayfly is indeed powerful, but the difficulty in operation renders it not worth that price. 1,500 jade could easily procure many suitable Gu masters or Gu worms. 500 is still negotiable, people murmured. Observing the crowd's reaction, the person in charge displayed a fleeting look of helplessness. 1,500 jade pieces was indeed exorbitant. However, he was merely presenting on behalf of another, and the price was not within his purview. If no one was willing to make a purchase, so be it. Does the gentleman desire this colorful mayfly? If so, Ziyan can present it to you, Zhu Ziyan remarked, noticing Tang Tian's gaze fixated on the crystal box. Tang Tian turned, smiled, and replied, 1,500. Quite steep indeed. In truth, it mattered little to him. The colorful mayfly was not particularly rare, and he could easily find more suitable alternatives. He merely hesitated due to the slight inconvenience it posed. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Zhu Ziyan smiled and said, You have bestowed a great favor upon me. So what is this meager jade worth? I have long pondered how to express my gratitude. Let this colorful mayfly serve as a token of my appreciation. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well then. Since Zhu Ziyan had made such an offer, he would proceed with the purchase. He could test it upon returning, and if it proved effective, he could later seek out something even better for experimentation. Seeing Tang Tian's agreement, Zhu Ziyan's smile broadened. She then raised her hand and declared, I will take it for 1,500 jade pieces. However, she was unaware that, as she spoke, the candle-gold cicada, standing on the opposite side, had lifted its head to glance over. Chapter 888. A fortunate turn of events upon announcing the price of the iridescent mayfly. The person in charge of the Zhen family could not help but sigh internally at the sight of the crowd shaking their heads in disapproval. 1,508 Dao jade was indeed rather exorbitant. Had the price been set at 1,000 Dao jade, perhaps someone might have considered acquiring it, allowing him to earn a substantial commission. However, given the current situation, it seemed highly improbable. Just then, a voice resonated from the outskirts of the gathering. I shall take it for 1,500 Dao jade. The voice, cool yet imbued with elegance, drew the attention of the official, whose expression shifted momentarily to one of surprise upon recognizing the speaker. However, he quickly composed himself, a broad smile gracing his face. Indeed, the discerning eye of Miss Ziyan is unparalleled. This iridescent mayfly, much like your own radiant brilliance, is impossible to overlook. How foolish of me not to have invited you earlier, he exclaimed, laden with flattery. Having finally encountered a generous patron, he was determined to seize the opportunity. The gazes of the others soon turned towards Zhu Ziyan, their faces mirroring the astonishment of the official. In recent times, her name had become synonymous with renown in the upper echelons of Jiuxing City. Emerging from the selection of the sacred pilgrimage, she had made a remarkable ascent, achieving unprecedented breakthroughs within a mere 2 months, thus establishing herself as one of the most sought-after talents in the city. However, discussions predominantly revolved around her cultivation prowess and promising future. It was well known that Zhu Ziyan hailed from a modest town, leading many to wonder at the depth of her financial resources. The iridescent mayfly, priced at 1,500 Dao jade, had been claimed without hesitation. In the face of the crowd's astonished gazes, Zhu Ziyan remained composed. I simply feel a connection with this iridescent mayfly, she stated softly, exuding an air of mystery. The official quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Since ancient times, extraordinary treasures have belonged to those fated to possess them. It is a great fortune for the mayfly to accompany a talent such as yourself. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, another voice interrupted. Wait. The speaker was none other than the Zhutian Chansher, who had arrived from a family renowned for their expertise in nurturing insects, having come even before Tang Tian. While the others engaged in discussion, he had remained silent, observing quietly. He refrained from making a move when the iridescent mayfly was first offered. But as Zhu Zian expressed her intent, his gaze shifted directly towards her. I did not expect Miss Zian to share an interest in the art of insect nurturing. However, from my understanding of the young lady, it seems she is not particularly adept in this area, remarked Zhu Jinchuan. Zhu Zian narrowed her eyes, fully aware that the emergence of Zhu Jinchuan at this moment was far from fortuitous. This matter does not require your concern, young Master Zhu. Besides, does a lack of skill in this domain imply that one cannot procure it? She replied coldly. Zhu Jinchuan waved his hand with a smile and said, that is certainly not the case. As long as Miss Zian is fond of it, she may do as she pleases. However, having traveled such a long distance to Jiuxing City, how could I allow you to bear the expense? Allow me to purchase this colorful mayfly on your behalf, as a token of my apology for the unpleasantness with your family earlier. His tone was gentle. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback. They were quite familiar with Zhu Jinchuan's character. They had never witnessed such generosity from him. That was a sum of 1,500 jade, not spirit jade. To simply bestow it upon someone, it appeared their previous assessments of Zhu Jinchuan required re-evaluation. Yet, Zhu Zian understood that matters were not so straightforward. Zhu Jinchuan offering apologies? Such words were mere formality. They should not be taken to heart. His willingness to spend money on this colorful mayfly as a gift for her was simply a means to achieve ulterior motives. As for what those motives might be, Zhu Zian did not wish to ponder. She was not inclined to cultivate any relationship with someone like Zhu Jinchuan. I appreciate your kind intentions, young Master Zhu. However, such matters do not require your intervention. I shall handle it myself, she decisively declined. But how could Zhu Jinchuan allow this opportunity to slip away so easily? He squinted slightly and smiled, stating, a promise made by me is never retracted. Since I have resolved to purchase the colorful mayfly for the young lady, I shall not go back on my word. He then turned directly to the head of the Jin family and declared, I bid 1,608 jade. The unexpected turn of events caught the head of the Jin family off guard. Nevertheless, raising the price was certainly advantageous for him. He quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, young Master Zhu is indeed exceptionally generous. To spend lavishly for a beauty, I doubt anyone in all of Jiuxing City could rival your magnanimity. Your tale with Miss Zian shall undoubtedly become a celebrated anecdote of this banquet. Zhu Jinchuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, that is not the case. I merely admire Miss Zian's talent. It is also a gesture of hospitality to welcome her to our gathering. The two exchanged courteous pleasantries, but Zhu Zian's expression had darkened slightly. She could not possibly accept such a favor from Zhu Jinchuan. There is truly no need for your generosity, young Master Zhu. Though I hail from a humble town, I am capable of affording this modest sum of jade. 1,700 jade, she stated directly. The head of the Jin family was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the situation diverged from his initial expectations. However, this held little significance for him. All that mattered was selling the colorful mayfly, and the higher the price, the better. He turned his gaze toward Zhu Zian, prepared to utter more flattering remarks. Yet, the Zhu Jinshan did not afford him that opportunity. Miss Zian, you truly possess a unique character. The more you resist, the more I am inclined to gift you this colorful mayfly. I shall bid 2,008 Dao jade. He beamed at Zhu Zian, the intent in his eyes unmistakably clear. This favor, she must accept, whether she wished to or not. Observing this, Tang Tian transmitted a message to Zhu Zian. Let it go. That item held little importance to him. He merely wished to disengage from someone like Zhu Jinshan. After all, he was but a man on the brink of death. There was no necessity for further entanglement. However, Zhu Zian misinterpreted Tang Tian's meaning, believing he was concerned about her expenses. Do not worry, my lord. In terms of wealth, our Zhu family may not rival the Zhu family, but I shall not be outdone by him. I will secure this colorful mayfly for you. Having said this, before Tang Tian could respond, she once again began to bid. 2,500 Dao jade. At that moment, the head of the Jin family was grinning widely, revealing his teeth. It seemed that fortune had truly smiled upon him. Chapter 889. Suppressing the candle gold cicada. This sudden bidding war, to be frank, was rather peculiar. Initially, It was assumed that the exorbitant price of 1,500 jade would deter anyone from claiming the resplendent colorful mayfly. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhu Zian, who lacked proficiency in the art of raising insects, was willing to invest such a substantial sum to procure it. Subsequently, the typically selfish candle gold cicada unexpectedly displayed an act of kindness, expressing a desire to purchase the colorful mayfly as a gift for Zhu Zian, citing it as an apology for their earlier conflict. When has the candle gold cicada ever apologized? The absurdity of this situation surpassed even the outrageous price of 1,500 for the colorful mayfly. Yet, what they did not foresee was that the absurdity was merely beginning. The candle gold cicada, hailing from a small town, brazenly rejected this generous offer. What ensued was an unusual bidding war between the two, one consistently expressing goodwill, and the other persistently rebuffing it. During this bizarre exchange, the price of the colorful mayfly began to escalate dramatically. 8,500 jade. The candle gold cicada fixated intently on Zhu Zian. His previous air of calmness long vanished. He had once believed that, given Zhu Zian's financial capacity, acquiring her would be a straightforward affair. After all, he had encountered many from humble origins and understood their struggles. If it were not for this, he would not have casually offered a piece of innate jade to have Zhu Zian as his concubine. It was only later that he learned the Zhu family, to which Zhu Zian belonged, was a respectable lineage in their locality, possessing considerable heritage. Nevertheless, he had never regarded Zhu Zian as a serious contender. If one piece of jade could not secure her, surely 1,000 would suffice? If 1,000 fell short, then 2,000 or 3,000, surely that would do the trick. However, to his utter disbelief, Zhu Zian's financial resources far surpassed his expectations. The price of the colorful mayfly had soared to nearly 10,000 jade. Yet Zhu Zian remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. Despite the Candle family's considerable wealth, he was merely a scion with limited discretionary funds. 10,000 was the ceiling. That should be sufficient, Miss Zian, the Candle gold cicada remarked in a low voice. Such a sum must indeed weigh heavily upon you. Even if you wish to decline my kindness, there is no need to incur such a monumental expense. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. At this point, he had entirely lost his composure. Now, the onlookers had largely deduced the situation. It appeared that the coveted Miss Zian had ensnared the attention of the Candle gold cicada. The reputation remained intact. No reassessment was necessary. Yet, it seemed that this time, the Candle gold cicada had indeed met his match, and it was impossible to emerge unscathed. However, Zhu Zian's financial prowess appeared to surpass their anticipations. Oh, she arched an eyebrow and inquired, is the price burdensome? To which she replied, not particularly. It seems manageable. While it may not be comparable to that of Lord Zhu, I reckon it can still be sustained. 9,000 Dao jade, she declared, having thoroughly engaged in a contest of wills with Zhu Jinchen, intent on dragging him down with her. You do not wish for my ease, yet you expect me to facilitate yours? At that moment, the vibrant gathering of colorful mayflies had attracted a throng of onlookers, all prominent figures of Nine-Star City. Should Zhu Jinchen ultimately relent, his reputation within Nine-Star City would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Xiaoyin had already rushed over, leisurely munching on seeds while observing the bidding war between the two. Tang Tian was somewhat taken aback. Since their arrival in Nine-Star City, the duo had spent considerable amounts of money, revealing an unexpectedly substantial financial capacity. Are you not concerned? Tang Tian asked. Xiaoyin paused. Concerned about what? Tang Tian continued. Can your young mistress truly surpass Zhu Jinchen? With a playful chuckle, Xiaoyin responded, I believe it should not pose much of a problem. We may lack in certain areas, but we are not short on Dao jade. When the temple took away young Master Zhu, they left behind a considerable heap of innate Dao jade. Our family acquired 80% of it, and the remaining 20% is in my mistress's possession. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. How much? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyin replied, approximately 1 million. Tang Tian was mildly astonished. This indicated that the temple had expended over 5 million Dao jade to take Zhu Ziyu, a considerable sum in this resource-scarce era, especially since Zhu Ziyu was merely a tribulation phase cultivator. Of course, Zhu Ziyu's exceptional talent accounted for much of this expenditure, but it was still a significant amount. This piqued Tang Tian's interest in the enigmatic temple even further. We have already spent hundreds of thousands of Dao jade regarding young Master Zhu, and we still have several 100,000 left. It is manageable. You need not worry, Xiaoyin assured. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. If that were the case, then indeed, it posed no significant issue, for Zhu Jinch and appeared to be nearing his limit. Nevertheless, Tang Tian was not one to impose on others for payment. He simply preferred to remain inconspicuous. After the proceedings, he could return the Dao Jade to Zhu Ziyan, as it held no value for him. He then resumed watching. Upon witnessing Zhu Ziyan's subsequent bid, Zhu Jinch's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. 9,000 Dao Jade was already his utmost limit. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, if he chose not to continue, he would surely become the laughingstock of Nine-Star City for the foreseeable future. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and elevated the price offered by the colorful mayflies once more. 10,000 Dao Jade, he announced, then turned to Zhu Ziyan, issuing a warning. Miss Ziyan, it truly is sufficient. However, Zhu Ziyan remained utterly unfazed, calmly announcing another price, 11,000 jade tokens. Zhu Jinchang gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes betraying his fury. Zhu Ziyan, have you truly resolved to oppose me? He bellowed, a chilling malice emanating from him that could no longer be contained. Yet, Zhu Ziyan remained composed, undaunted. Young Master Zhu, do you not understand? From the moment you sought to harm my family, our paths have been irrevocably set against each other. At the sacred pilgrimage, we shall surely clash. But should you wish to hasten this confrontation, I shall not refuse. As she spoke, an aura of transcendent power radiated from her, standing steadfast against Zhu Jinchang. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback. She has broken through again. The talents of Fairy Ziyan were truly formidable. Her financial resources were equally impressive. Indeed, Zhu Jinchang had truly kicked against an iron plate this time. Feeling the pressure of Zhu Ziyan's presence, Zhu Jinchang nearly erupted. Yet, in the end, he forcibly suppressed his rage. Very well, he replied coldly. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. I hope you take good care of yourself before the sacred pilgrimage begins. I eagerly anticipate our battle. Do not let me find you absent when the time comes. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. However, before departing, his gaze lingered on Tang Tian for a brief moment. Tang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating. Given the circumstances, should he facilitate their conflict? Leaving Zhu Jinchang as the sole heir of the Zhu clan could indeed be arranged. Chapter 890. The astonished master and servant in this grand banquet. The esteemed reputation of Zhu Jinch has suffered a tremendous blow. The attendees are all influential figures from the Nine-Star City, and this incident will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire city. The young master of the Zhu family, regarded as the second most powerful force, has been bested in financial prowess by a woman from a lesser town. It is evident to any discerning observer that Zhu Jinch's intention was to subdue Zhu Ziyan. Yet not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he was also thoroughly defeated. In contrast, Zhu Ziyan handled the situation with remarkable finesse. First, she showcased her substantial wealth, which far exceeded the meager expectations of others, easily eclipsing the mere trifles that could be dismissed with a single piece of innate Dao Jade. Secondly, she once again demonstrated her extraordinary talent, advancing from the threshold of the feather transformation realm to the third tier within a mere few days. Such a breathtaking pace of breakthrough is indeed awe-inspiring and defies common comprehension. Lastly, Zhu Ziyan seized the opportunity to affirm her stance, her family, represented by her companion, the gentle Xiaoyin, and the unfamiliar man she met today, Tang Tian. They are her Achilles heel, and should anyone dare to threaten them, even the young master of the Zhu family would find Zhu Ziyan unyielding in her resolve to confront them head-on. It can be said that her handling of the appreciation of the colorful mayfly was nearly flawless, save for the fact that the price was indeed exorbitant. After Zhu Jinchen departed, Zhenfeng approached, expressing his willingness to sell the colorful mayfly to Zhu Ziyan at the original price. Given Zhu Ziyan's current performance, investing in her seems exceedingly worthwhile. However, Zhu Ziyan graciously declined this offer. If Zhu Jinchen intended to wield such a favor to control her, why would Zhenfeng not do the same? Alone and without sufficient power to rely on, it is prudent for her to exercise caution amidst the elite. Zhenfeng, unlike Zhu Jinchen, was not overbearing. Upon Zhu Ziyan's refusal, he did not press the matter further. Ultimately, Zhu Ziyan acquired the colorful mayfly, along with a crystal box filled with ordinary mayflies, for the staggering price of 11,000 innate Dao Jade. Moments later, Tang Tian, Zhu Ziyan, and Xiaoyin settled down in a secluded spot, free from interruptions. Zhu Ziyan then handed the colorful mayfly to Tang Tian. Thank you, Tang Tian accepted it. Zhu Zian smiled and replied, "In comparison to your kindness towards me, this is hardly significant. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall strive to procure it for you." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "There is nothing else, just this. My interest in the colorful mayfly was merely a fleeting whim. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Take care of yourself." Moreover, with that, Tang Tian glanced at his personal space, where piles of innate Dao jade resembled a mountain. He casually grabbed a handful and tossed it into a storage stone, placing it before Zhu Zian. Over 10,000 Dao jade is not an insignificant amount for you. On your future path of cultivation, you will find it necessary as assistance. Try not to squander it recklessly. Upon seeing the storage stone before her, Zhu Zian quickly deduced its contents. She smiled and replied, "Young master, you are too generous. This is something I should do. There is no need for you to spend extravagantly. The Dao jade I possess at this stage is sufficient." Tang Tian shook his head slightly. "I am not accustomed to having others foot the bill. Asking you to procure the colorful mayfly was merely to avoid drawing attention. Accept it without hesitation. Consider any excess Dao jade as pocket money for you and Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin has commendable cultivation talent. Do not allow her to waste it. Furthermore, the pilgrimage conference is approaching. Ensure that you prepare adequately." Listening to Tang Tian's unequivocal tone, Zhu Zian felt a hint of helplessness. She had anticipated a chance to express her feelings, but it was clear that if she continued to refuse, Tang Tian would undoubtedly be displeased. "Then I thank you, young master." Though reluctant, Zhu Zian could only accept the storage stone. Subsequently, she handed it to Xiaoyin, who had been managing their finances all along. "With your kindness, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Without you, Xiaoyin and I might have been forced to leave Nine-Star City long ago," Zhu Zian said somewhat awkwardly, as she placed great importance on matters of gratitude. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to dwell on such matters. Your assistance in bringing me from the wilderness to Nine-Star City has already settled the debt. Without you, I cannot fathom when I would have awakened." Zhu Zian was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. With his strength, how could he possibly need their help to arrive in Nine-Star City? Just as she pondered this, Xiaoyin suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" She leaped up like a startled rabbit, cradling the storage stone Tang Tian had just given them, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What happened?" Zhu Zian asked, startled. Xiaoyin, still in shock, glanced at Zhu Zian and then back at Tang Tian sitting across from them. "Brother Tang, did you make a mistake? That colorful mayfly costs 11,000 Dao jade," she murmured. Zhu Zian furrowed her brow instantly. "Xiaoyin, do not speak carelessly. The colorful mayflies were originally meant as a gift for the young master. Whatever he offers us is sufficient. Do not be so calculative." She seemed to believe that the Dao jade within the storage stone was no more than 11,000, and hastily reprimanded Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin's gaze was blank. But the quantity of Dao jade within is indeed vastly different. Please, take a look for yourself." With that, she handed the storage stone to Zhu Zian. Zhu Zian wore an expression of helplessness. This girl was usually astute, so how could she suddenly be so foolish at this moment? Even if there were only a single piece of innate Dao jade inside, one should not display such a reaction publicly. It would be quite embarrassing for Tang Tian. Upon receiving the storage stone, she cast a casual glance but intended to smooth over the situation. However, as her spirit scanned the interior of the storage stone, she gasped sharply, her entire being frozen in place. After a long moment, she exhaled deeply and looked at Tang Tian, seriously stating, "Young master, have you truly made an error?" Chapter 891. Commencing the simulation. Zhu Zian, hailing from a prestigious family, was far from naive or inexperienced. Throughout her upbringing, she had consistently been surrounded by various cultivation resources, never lacking in spiritual jade or Dao jade. Even when the Holy Palace took her brother, Zhu Ziyu, the more than 5 million innate Dao jades had first passed through her own hands before being delivered to her family. She was accustomed to wealth. However, she had never encountered such a vast quantity of Dao jade before. The internal space of the storage stone was quite expansive, comparable to that of several rooms. To her astonishment, the radiant innate Dao jades filled the entire space. At this moment, she comprehended the discrepancy in the number that Xiaoyin had mentioned. It was not merely insufficient by 1,001 Dao jades, but rather an overwhelming abundance. A casual estimation suggested that the figure likely exceeded several billion. Even the entirety of Jiuxing City would hardly be worth such a price. Young master, it appears you may have made a mistake. Would you care to examine it more closely? Zhu Ziyan hesitated to accept such a vast quantity of innate Dao jade and pushed the storage stone back. Tang Tian, somewhat exasperated, replied, I can't be bothered to take another look. This trinket is merely something visually appealing. As I have mentioned, consider the excess as your pocket money to purchase something nice. At the very least, during this banquet, no one will immediately discern that you hail from a lesser background. Despite being part of the same family lineage, Zhu Ziyan still held distinctions from the nobility of Jiuxing City. While ordinary individuals might not perceive the differences, those belonging to this circle could easily differentiate. Although status is often superficial, it is nonetheless essential to maintain it when necessary. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Zhu Ziyan fell into a contemplative silence. Pocket money, which benevolent family would regard several billion innate Dao jades as mere pocket change? Yet, Tang Tian's nonchalant demeanor suggested he genuinely believed this to be the case. This sparked the earlier question in Zhu Ziyan's mind. What manner of existence was Tang Tian? Ultimately, Zhu Ziyan accepted the storage stone filled with innate Dao jade. This time, she dared not entrust it to Xiao Yin, for it was worth far more than both of them combined, and leaving it in Xiao Yin's care could potentially invite calamity. In truth, Zhu Ziyan herself lacked the confidence to manage such a colossal fortune. After a brief period of sitting together, Zhenfeng approached. After all, Zhu Ziyan was one of the key figures at the banquet. Subsequently, she accompanied Zhenfeng back to the venue, while Tang Tian and Xiao Yin remained in their tranquil spot, awaiting the conclusion of the festivities. Having endured such a profound shock, Xiao Yin seemed to have lost interest in the long-anticipated banquet. Brother Tang, is this truly my allowance from you and the young lady? At this moment, she still found it hard to believe the reality that had unfolded. Is it insufficient? He inquired. If so, I can certainly provide you with more. Tang Tian replied, preparing to grasp another handful of the primordial jade. Xiao Yin hurriedly waved her hands, her fingers tracing ethereal arcs in the air. No, it's more than enough. Such a sum of money. I can hardly fathom that it exists in reality. Goodness, Brother Tang, what is your true identity? Zhu Ziyan dared not voice such questions, yet Xiao Yin had no such reservations. Tang Tian paused and said, just consider me as the colorful mayfly within this crystal box. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, not entirely grasping the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. After the banquet concluded, Tang Tian returned once more to the small courtyard of the inn. Seated beneath the ancient locust tree, he gazed at the crystal box containing the vibrant mayflies that danced within. As he observed their continuous flight, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative reverie. Attempting to simulate the vast reality of the world and discern the intentions of the fish farmer was no trivial endeavor. Firstly, the number of mayflies was insufficient. 1,000,000 was far from adequate, and he would require at least a 10,000-fold increase. Furthermore, the lifespan of the mayflies within the crystal box averaged merely the duration of a tea session, rendering them exceedingly short-lived. Yet, for Tang Tian's aspirations, that was still overly lengthy, necessitating a reduction of several thousand times. Lastly, there was the colorful mayfly itself, the variable within this miniature world. It possessed thousands of variations, each affecting different quantities of ordinary mayflies at disparate times and locations, consequently influencing the final outcomes in myriad ways. Moreover, it served merely as a primary variable, with the potential for additional variables to be introduced based on varying needs, such as Tang Tian taking active measures to alter the properties or behaviors of certain mayflies. When all was considered, the transformations within this diminutive crystal box were indeed limitless. Sighing, he resolved to proceed gradually. After a period of contemplation, Tang Tian straightened his posture. Regardless of the circumstances, he had at least discovered a plausible avenue. Perhaps, soon, the desired results would manifest. Or perhaps, he mused, it would remain as it had before, yielding nothing at all. Regardless of the outcome, he knew he must take this step. Next, Tang Tian began by restructuring the spatial configuration within the mayfly box. He expanded the interior space by several 100,000 times, ensuring it could comfortably accommodate all the mayflies. Subsequently, he extracted a drop of his own blood, diluting it countless times before introducing it into the mayfly box. His blood, needless to say, was an unparalleled treasure unattainable in the entire world. Soon, the mayflies within began to reproduce at an astonishing rate, multiplying by tens of thousands in a remarkably short span. achieving the quantity envisioned by Tang Tian. Subsequently, Tang Tian further curtailed their lifespan, accelerating the evolution of this miniature world. If we were to liken the mayflies to the human race and juxtapose the temporal perception of the mayfly world with that of the grander realm, we would find that a mere hour in reality equates to 10 million years within the mayfly domain. This terrifying velocity of time enables Tang Tian to garner a plethora of predictive outcomes. It is solely due to his immensely powerful spirit that he can observe the intricate changes occurring within. Were it anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Even the most supreme beings would falter. Ultimately, Tang Tian introduced the pivotal variable, the resplendent mayfly. After accomplishing this, he exhaled softly. So, where should he commence? He decided to simulate the operations of the grand world, to ascertain the conditions under which they might endure perpetually without decline. Chapter 892. The Rise of the Zhu Family. Cursed wretch. A mere servant from the countryside dares to humiliate me so brazenly. I shall ensure she comprehends the dire consequences of crossing my path. Upon returning to his family, Zhu Jinchuan's fury erupted as he kicked the table before him, sending it toppling over. Since his birth, he had been a prominent figure in the nine-star city, and no one had ever dared to act so recklessly in his presence. Even his contemporaries from the foremost family, Zhenfeng, always treated him with utmost respect. How could he have endured such an affront? To defy my will, I shall not permit such audacity to exist in Nine-Star City. With another punch, he struck a valuable cabinet nearby, shattering it into countless pieces. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from outside his door. As the eldest son of the Zhu family, he found himself belittled by a mere nobody. The dignity of the Zhu family has been utterly tarnished today. Following this, a thin figure stepped inside. Zhu Jinchuan initially intended to unleash his wrath, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he swiftly quelled his anger, adopting a pitiful expression. Father, I did not wish for this outcome. Yet, who could have anticipated that Zhu Xian's family possessed such wealth? I had merely 10,000 jade in total, while she offered 11,000 without a moment's hesitation. What could I possibly do? He lamented with a hint of reproach in his tone. The head of the Zhu family let out a soft snort and replied, You wield your authority carelessly, yet when it truly matters, you act like a blockhead. Zhu Xian, coming from afar, is undoubtedly well prepared with ample resources. How can you compare your pocket money to hers? Matters concerning the family's reputation will always receive support from us. When the time comes, you need not fear her alone. Even her entire family would be insignificant. Zhu Jinchuan fell silent, for despite his bravado outside, he was as meek as a kitten in the presence of his father. After a reprimand, the head of the Zhu family exhaled deeply and stated, The honor of the Zhu family must not be trampled upon by an outsider. Otherwise, how shall we maintain our standing in Nine-Star City? Before the divine selection, we must ensure she pays the price. She must not be allowed to succeed in entering the sacred hall. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinchuan quickly donned a smile, saying, Father, rest assured. I have already planted a controlling spirit worm within one of her servants. It is a high-level spirit worm, and once I gain control over that servant, there is a significant chance I can also manipulate Zhu Xian. At that point, she will be compelled to obey my every command. The head of the Zhu family then nodded in approval. That is reassuring. In this world, one must possess a heart as ruthless as steel. In the city of Jiuxing, it has always been the Zhu family that bullies others. No one dares to challenge us. She must pay the price. Zhu Jinchuan nodded fervently. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Ah, fortuitously, my controlling insect has returned. Moments later, a minuscule creature flew in through the window, landing delicately in Zhu Jinchuan's palm. It appeared that the endeavor had succeeded. Zhu Jinchuan smiled, yet soon his expression shifted to one of concern. Why do I suddenly feel that this controlling insect is somewhat different? It seems to have grown more powerful. He pondered aloud. The head of the Zhu family paused and said, Let me take a look. He then examined the controlling insect closely for a moment. Abruptly, his countenance changed. It has evolved, and not just once. This is a sign of becoming a sacred insect. The head of the Zhu family exclaimed in astonishment. Zhu Jinchuan was also taken aback. His controlling insect had merely been placed on an ordinary person, and inexplicably, it had developed the potential for sanctity. What should be done now? He inquired. The head of the Zhu family laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this is an omen of good fortune. With this, the position of the foremost family in Jiuxing City will soon change. Go, summon all the core members of the family to the ancestral hall. I want our ancestors to witness this moment of the Zhu family's ascension. Meanwhile, in the Zhen family, Zhenfeng stood alongside his father, the head of the Zhen family. What of Zhu Zian? The head of the Zhen family was a robust man with a deep, resonant voice. The situation regarding Zhu Zian was already well known among the various powers in Jiuxing City, yet Zhenfeng understood precisely what his father was asking. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "She is a formidable rival." The head of the Zhen family furrowed his brows slightly. "Just a rival?" Zhenfeng nodded. "She is exceptionally pure, nearly flawless. Maintaining a good rapport is feasible, but fully aligning with our Zhen family will likely prove to be a most arduous task." This was indeed the primary purpose behind his approach towards Zhu Zian. Other nobles were similarly driven by self-interest. Upon hearing Zhenfeng's words, the head of the Zhen family showed little reaction, merely nodding and stating, "You will manage this matter. It would be best to bring her to the Zhen family. I have a certain admiration for this young lady. However, her actions today were somewhat impulsive." Zhenfeng smiled and remarked, "Are you referring to her antagonism with Zhu Jinchuan?" The head of the Zhen family replied, "Though her cultivation talent is remarkable, she has yet to fully mature. Today, she has embarrassed the Zhu family. And given their vengeful nature, it is certain they will not easily let this transgression go alone. Zhu Zian will likely find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the wrath of the Zhu clan." Zhenfeng shook his head and remarked, "I believe she handled it quite admirably. Zhu Jinchuan employs overt tactics. It is challenging to counter them without direct confrontation. Given Zhu Jinchuan's disposition, if her objectives are not achieved, retribution is inevitable. It might be better to completely sever ties. I find such fortitude commendable." The head of the Zhen family remained non-committal, suggesting, "Let us keep a close watch. At the appropriate juncture, offer her some assistance to prevent the Zhu family from succeeding. However, we must exercise caution. I have just received news that the Zhu family seems to have acquired something extraordinary and is poised for a significant rise." Zhenfeng nodded in understanding. But at that moment, a member of the Zhen family rushed in, his face marked by an uncontrollable look of shock. "Head of the family, young master, we have a grave situation," he exclaimed urgently. After hearing his account, both the head of the Zhen family and Zhenfeng were left utterly dumbfounded. What? The Gu worms have revolted? All core members of the Zhu family were blown to pieces in the ancestral hall. The head of the Zhen family wore an expression of disbelief. He had just received word that the Zhu family was on the verge of a great ascent. How could it be that so little time has passed? And they have truly taken flight. Chapter 893. The tragedy of the Zhu family. The shocking news of the complete annihilation of the Zhu family swept through the nine-star city like a tempest, leaving everyone in a state of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the event. After all, it was the Zhu family, the second most powerful force in the city. How could they simply cease to exist? People hurriedly began to seek out the specifics of the situation. Soon, they learned that the downfall of the Zhu family seemed to stem from a violent uprising of a formidable insect. This exceptionally powerful creature appeared in the ancestral hall of the Zhu family and, in the presence of all the core members, erupted into chaos. In an instant, it obliterated everyone except for Zhu Jinchuan, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Once again, the spectators were left dumbfounded. What manner of insect possessed such terrifying power? And how could it be so enigmatic? The other core members, including the head of the Zhu family and their ancient ancestors, all perished at the hands of this creature. Yet Zhu Jinchuan miraculously survived. The circumstances of this incident baffled many, but as the reality of the Zhu family's near-total destruction sank in, there was little time for mourning. This was the second largest force in Nine-Star City, with countless enterprises. Such a substantial piece of the pie could not be overlooked. One must act swiftly lest the opportunity vanish forever. Consequently, various factions began to rally under the banner of uncovering the truth, rushing into the Zhu family's domain. A gluttonous feast was about to commence. However, in truth, few mourned the Zhu family's demise. Having long wielded power and influence in Nine-Star City, the majority responded to the news with applause, and some even went so far as to celebrate with firecrackers. Particularly, the Chu family, whose core members had been slain, hung firecrackers on the doors of the Zhu family. Were it not for their fear of those allied with the Zhu family, they would have confronted Zhu Jinchuan directly. Many believed that the Zhu family had only met their end due to their own misdeeds. Facing the backlash of their nefarious actions, a retribution that seemed to have been orchestrated through sinister means. Yet, Those who delved deeper into the truth discovered a surprising connection to Zhu Zian. According to Zhu Jinshan, the insect that caused the chaos had been deliberately placed on one of Zhu Zian's servants by him, fueled by a desire for vengeance. Zhu Jinshan stormed into the inn where Zhu Zian was staying, eager to exact retribution. However, just as he was about to strike, he was intercepted by Jin Feng. Subsequently, Zhu Jinshan was forcibly taken back by the factions allied with the Zhu family. Without concrete evidence, how could one so hastily condemn Zhu Zian? Indeed, the former Zhu family could have, but the circumstances had changed. To speak candidly, Zhu Jinshuan's worth had diminished in comparison to Zhu Zian. The factions protecting Zhu Jinshan were merely seeking to carve out a larger share of the Zhu family's legacy. Their loyalty was far from genuine. Would they truly risk enmity with Zhu Zian over Zhu Jinshan? Do not jest. No one would engage in such foolishness. Moreover, if it were indeed Zhu Zian who orchestrated this, could she not employ the same peculiar methods to deal with them? Everyone is not foolish. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the massacre of the Zhu family has rendered Zhu Zian the principal suspect, instilling a sense of dread among the populace and prompting a reassessment of her character. This young lady hailing from the outer city possesses not only exceptional talent and substantial wealth, but her background also appears rather formidable. While admiration for her flourishes, so too does a sense of trepidation. Zhu Zian is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, the architect of this tragedy sits leisurely beneath the old locust tree, munching on snacks while observing the mayfly box before him. Brother Tang, Brother Tang. At that moment, Xiaoyin burst in, brimming with excitement. Approaching Tang Tian, she gulped down a large mouthful of tea and, panting, exclaimed, Brother Tang, there has been a major incident. Did you know? The Zhu family has been annihilated, leaving only Zhu Jinshan alive. However, upon hearing this shocking news, Tang Tian exhibited no sign of surprise, merely responding with a casual "oh," his gaze remaining fixed on the mayfly box. What an unexpected turn of events. And how gratifying. Xiaoyin, accustomed to Tang Tian's calm demeanor, continued animatedly, after returning yesterday. Miss and I were worried about that fellow's retaliation. To prepare, Miss devised numerous countermeasures. Yet today, they have met their complete demise. Truly, heaven has eyes, ha ha ha. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyin and remarked, Zian possesses the ability to confront the Zhu family? This was an unexpected revelation for him. Xiaoyin nodded vigorously, of course she does. Otherwise, how would we dare to challenge him openly? We are not fools. Although the family did not send anyone, they still support Mississippi. Prior to our arrival in Jiuxing City, we brought along ample resources. As long as the Zhu family does not overreach, even if the ancestor intervenes, Miss is capable of handling the situation. Even if she cannot, escaping to save her life is still an option. However, I believe they would not be so unreasonable. Tang Tian nodded slightly, realizing why this duo dared to venture boldly into Jiuxing City. It became clear that they were well prepared and not merely reckless youths. By the way, Brother Tang, Xiaoyin suddenly changed the subject. Zhu Jinshan came by today, insisting that we were behind the scenes. He even claimed that a cursed insect placed on you led to the downfall of his family. Is that true? Tang Tian paused momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What do you think? This was indeed his doing. Since Zhu Jinshan had chosen to confront him, their fate had already been sealed. He was no naive lamb. Leaving behind the golden cicada was merely a gesture intended for Zhu Zian. Shall I venture a guess? Xiaoyin twirled her eyes playfully, then broke into a giggle, proclaiming, I know. How could it possibly be my Tango? Such an absurd notion. My Tango is so kind-hearted, approachable, and amiable. Surely, he could not belong to you. I understand that well. She shot Tang Tian a knowing glance, a silent assurance of her comprehension. Tang Tian simply smiled in response. Whether Xiaoyin had unraveled the truth was of little consequence. The knowledge of the outside world regarding the truth mattered not either. What was done. If they could not trace it back to him, he would certainly not step forward to acknowledge it voluntarily. If they did uncover it, he would not deny it. Should they seek to confront him, that would simply be rather tedious. After conversing with Tang Tian, Xiaoyin hurried off to find Zhu Zian. Meanwhile, Tang Tian continued to observe the mayfly box before him. Within this small enclosure, several-minute civilizations were rapidly evolving. Tang Tian resembled a deity, existing beyond this realm, quietly observing all that transpired. Chapter 894, The Continuation of Life, to Survive or to Perish. The former often presents a far more profound quandary. When viewed through the lens of eternity, one observes that the persistence of life is akin to the fleeting ripples upon a vast river, vanishing in an instant. After more than half a month, Tang Tian had conducted thousands of life simulations within the microcosm of the mayfly box. Initially, he held no particular focus, merely observing the rise and fall of civilizations within. However, as the experiments progressed, he discovered that ensuring the continuous existence of a species is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. He experimented with various methods, striving to prolong the civilization of the mayfly community, yet he consistently failed to achieve any significant breakthroughs. The longest duration of continuity he managed was merely a little over 3 hours. In human terms, this equates to just over 30 million years, an interval that pales in comparison to the realities of the myriad realms. This was the outcome even after Tang Tian relentlessly optimized the inherent conditions. Without interference, or if disturbances were introduced only at the outset, the mayfly's period of existence would be even more fleeting. The shortest instance recorded was under 1 million years. Such results prompted Tang Tian to ponder deeply. Relay the issue. Sample size, prerequisites, habitat, or. He continued his attempts, yet remained unable to achieve a discernible advancement. Similarly, his speculations regarding the will of the fish cultivator yielded little progress. Nevertheless, Tang Tian did not relent. It had only been a little over half a month. He harbored an intuition that should he discover a genuine method to allow the mayflies to flourish and develop naturally, he would undoubtedly acquire the knowledge he sought. Time pressed onward. Tang Tian's simulations remained detached from the outside world. Following the abrupt downfall of the Zhu family and the grand feast that ensued, the pilgrimage election commenced in earnest. Every day, Xiaoyin would return to the courtyard to update Tang Tian on the progress of the pilgrimage election. This year's election boasted the highest participation in over a decade, nearing 10,000 entrants. From the preliminary rounds to the decisive moments, an entire month was required. Zhu Ziyan, as a prime candidate, faced no significant challenges in the preliminaries, encountering mostly manageable opponents. The sole adversary of the transformation realm she faced was a young prodigy from an outer city, who, regrettably, paled in comparison to her prowess. She effortlessly subdued him with formidable strength. As time passed, the number of contenders dwindled, yet their strength amplified. Although it is often stated that the Holy Temple does not prioritize strength in its selections, this is merely a relative assertion. Based on past experiences, those who ultimately succeed in the sacred election are, at the very least, formidable beings who have transcended the tribulation phase. Moreover, the prodigies who emerge victorious in this election are inevitably inducted into the sanctuary. Thus, to ensure success, Zhu Ziyan's aspirations must be set at the pinnacle. Fortunately, she now possesses the potential to achieve this. After enduring more than half a month of competition, Zhu Ziyan's cultivation has ascended to the 8th level of ascension. Her celestial energy abundant and formidable, commanding respect from all. Her name has become increasingly renowned, and she has seamlessly entered the ranks of the strongest contenders. This list comprises individuals endowed with the power and potential to reach the zenith, including luminaries such as Zhu Jinchong and Jin Feng. Due to the nature of the competition, these top-tier contenders have yet to face one another. However, as the number of participants dwindles, the moment for a showdown among the strong is imminent. Tengu, are you not going today? Xiaoyin inquired, her excitement palpable, mingled with an unmistakable tension. Given the trends of previous years, Zhu Ziyan's chances of succeeding in the sacred election appeared exceedingly high. Yet, the anxiety remained unavoidable until the final results were revealed. The remaining participants were all formidable, and with each step forward, the likelihood of being selected would increase incrementally. However, Tang Tian exhibited little interest. You go ahead. Cheer for Ziyan on my behalf. This sentiment was one he expressed almost daily. Subsequently, he redirected his focus to the mayfly box before him. It had been over a month since he acquired it. The experiment had reached a bottleneck, and despite numerous iterations of different hypotheses, no progress had been made. He was meticulously searching for potential issues within. Typically, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Xiaoyin would depart alone. However, today, she turned to face him. Tengu, you've been fixated on this box for some time. Have you encountered a particularly challenging problem? She asked. Tang Tian acknowledged her inquiry with a sound of affirmation. The issue of prolonging life was indeed quite troublesome. Upon receiving confirmation, Xiaoyin scratched the back of her head and remarked, If it's a problem you find difficult to resolve, I doubt I can be of assistance. However, whenever I faced troubling matters in the past, I would go out for a stroll or indulge in a hearty meal. After uplifting my spirits, my worries often vanished, and those vexing problems were resolved almost magically. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed trying to encourage him. Yet, his dilemma bore little correlation to mere happiness. To seek answers to such questions is akin to an endless pursuit of mastery. Monotony becomes the prevailing theme. I am fine, he said. You may go. The prospect of your return to report on the battle brings me great joy, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Xiaoyin chuckled. I merely worry about you, pondering alone here and feeling vexed. Moreover, the clashes among those prodigies are truly captivating, featuring formidable experts skilled in the art of nurturing insects. Perhaps they might offer you some unexpected inspiration. Tang Tian exhaled softly. Inspiration, you say? He had never been one to harbor arrogance, even at the pinnacle of his achievements. He did not consider the common folk devoid of value. A brief excursion to refresh his spirits might prove beneficial. By the way, what of Zhu Jinshan? Has he been eliminated? Tang Tian inquired. Xiaoyin shook her head. Not yet. He remains quite powerful. Furthermore, today, he is likely to face the young lady directly. Tang Tian nodded, then rose to his feet. Very well then. Today, I shall heed your advice, venture out, and seek some enlightenment. Chapter 895. Peace and struggle during this period. Jiuxing City has undeniably become increasingly lively. The streets are bustling with numerous figures, and the surrounding shops have all opened their doors, welcoming a steady stream of customers. The reason for this vibrant atmosphere is the sacred election. The venue for the election is centrally located in Jiuxing City, which happens to be the brightest area within the city. 9 stars hang majestically above, illuminating the lively gathering below. As a close confidant of the seed candidate Zhu Zian, Tang Tian and Xiaoyin naturally do not need to mingle with the crowd. They have a designated viewing area. By the time Tang Tian and his companion arrived, the seats were already filled with individuals, predominantly affluent and distinguished. Many familiar faces had previously graced the banquet held by the Jin family, including the head of the Zhun family himself. Upon Tang Tian's appearance, he instantly garnered the attention of many. The tragic incident of the Zhu family massacre had gradually come to light, and everyone knew that the deadly goo worm that led to the Zhu family's demise was personally placed on Tang Tian by Zhu Jinshan. However, the reasons behind its sudden mutation remain a mystery to all. People are acutely aware that this incident is inextricably linked to both Zhu Zian and Tang Tian. Could he truly be an ordinary person? Someone whispered. Yet another swiftly countered, do not be deceived by appearances. How could an ordinary individual cause the annihilation of the Zhu family? Even if he lacks the aura of a cultivator, one should never provoke him lightly. The first individual responded, of course. Only a fool would dare to challenge such a person. I was merely curious. After a thorough examination, Tang Tian sensed that the gazes had shifted away from him. Everyone present was astute. Even if Tang Tian were indeed responsible for the Zhu family's downfall, it bore little consequence to them. Seeking vengeance for the Zhu family? Forget it. Shouting slogans is one thing, but no one would genuinely act on them. The Zhu family has perished, and the spoils have been largely divided. No one would choose to engage in such a trivial endeavor. Tang Tian was content with this state of affairs. He preferred to avoid confrontations from those lacking discernment. After taking their seats in the viewing area with Xiaoyin, the sacred election commenced in earnest after a brief interval. Soon, 2 contestants ascended the enormous arena below. Those who had reached this stage were all gifted individuals. There were no weaklings among them. As the battle began, it quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides showcased their unique talents, dazzling the audience and eliciting waves of gasps. Despite their remarkable performances, ultimately, there could only be one victor. When one of the prodigies fell decisively in the arena, the outcome was clear. The spectators erupted into a thunderous applause, akin to a tidal wave, celebrating the triumph of the victor. Observing the electrifying atmosphere in the venue, Tang Tian found himself lost in contemplation. The audience's cheers are directed towards the victors. Yet, from another perspective, the exuberance of the crowd is equally derived from the efforts of the vanquished. Without the presence of losers, the concept of a winner cannot exist. They coexist in a delicate balance. Therefore, one might assert that the applause is also a tribute to the defeated. However, how can one celebrate the failures? This presents a paradox, a contradiction between the subjective and the objective. To reconcile this dissonance, one might rephrase the assertion: the cheers are for the struggle itself. The struggle ignites the passions of the people, fueling the essence of life. This leads Tang Tian to ponder a profound question in the context of life's continuity. Which holds greater significance, peace or struggle? When confronted with this dilemma, many would instinctively declare peace as the superior choice, for struggle is often accompanied by death. How could death possibly serve the perpetuation of life? Only through sustained peaceful development can a community thrive indefinitely. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that the matter is far from simplistic. Indeed, struggle frequently entails loss of life, but it also engenders another outcome: survival of the fittest. Within the tumult of conflict, the weaker segments of life forms are swiftly eliminated, leaving behind those that are more robust, better poised to progress into the future. This cyclical process strengthens the community as a whole, rendering its vitality increasingly resilient, an essential component of life's continuity. Thus, which is more vital, peace or struggle? At this juncture, a multitude of experimental results flashes through Tang Tian's mind. In his quest to prolong the existence of the Mayfly realm, he has employed various methodologies. Distinguishing these experiments in terms of peace and struggle reveals a noteworthy pattern. Realms that endure for extended periods are predominantly those rife with conflict. For it is struggle that significantly awakens the latent potential of life, driving continual transformation until ultimate transcendence is achieved. Yet, there lies another conundrum. Among these experimental outcomes, the Mayfly worlds with the longest durations are often saturated with competition, while those with the shortest lifespans reflect a similar tendency. They appear as two extremes at either end of the experimental spectrum, either abrupt demise or enduring existence. The realms situated in between are predominantly characterized by a peaceful trajectory. Tang Tian strokes his chin contemplatively. Perhaps the forthcoming experiments can be crafted from these dual perspectives, in pursuit of an optimal equilibrium. The recent impasse may indeed be on the verge of being shattered. Upon this thought, Tang Tian could not help but smile faintly, turning to the little girl beside him, Xiaoyin, and saying, "Thank you, Xiaoyin." Immersed in the spectacle of the battle, Xiaoyin was momentarily taken aback. "Huh," she replied, puzzled by Tang Tian's gratitude. She glanced at herself, as if searching for the reason behind his thanks, and then offered the snacks in her hand to him. Tang Tian accepted them with a smile. "Look, the lady is making her entrance," Xiaoyin suddenly exclaimed. As her words echoed, Zhu Zian, adorned in a flowing white gown, gracefully ascended the stage. Heeding Tang Tian's words, she had donned a new outfit. The gown shimmered with a faint luminescence, leaving a trail of light upon the stage behind her. Coupled with Zhu Zian's dignified elegance and her exquisitely beautiful visage, she truly resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Upon her appearance, the venue erupted into a thunderous applause, akin to the roar of the mountains and the sea. This spectacle led Tang Tian to contemplate another notion. Life is not solely defined by struggle or peace, but also by humanity's eternal pursuit of beauty. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhu Zian's opponent emerged from the opposite side. Xiaoyin gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, it truly is the candle golden cicada. I must be a harbinger of bad luck." Chapter 896. The bloodline extinction under the watchful gaze of the multitude. Zhu Zian and Zhu Jinchen stood upon the arena. This was a contest of extraordinary significance. From the moment Zhu Zian first garnered attention in the nine-star city, Zhu Jinchen had begun to draw near to this woman hailing from the outer city. At that time, the prevailing speculation revolved around the means by which the distinguished young master would successfully claim this newly emerged genius. Yet, as time progressed, Zhu Zian unfurled her formidable talent, her power burgeoning and her status ascending ever higher within Nine-Star City. Consequently, the discourse shifted to whether Zhu Jinchen could still capture her as he once aimed to do. However, following the banquet of the Jin family, an abrupt transformation occurred. The Zhu family met with utter annihilation, leaving Zhu Jinchen as the sole survivor, who firmly asserted that Zhu Zian was the architect of his family's demise. Thus, the two became archenemies. A month prior, Zhu Jinchen sought to confront Zhu Zian in a deadly clash, only to be thwarted by Zhen Feng's intervention. Now, they were finally set to face one another directly, both at the 8th level of ascendance. Zhu Zian and Zhu Jinchen were heralded as prodigies and regarded as seeds of promise for the forthcoming sacred selection. The impending battle instantly captivated every observer. Who would emerge victorious in the end? I leaned towards Zhu Jinchen. Although the Zhu family has been extinguished, Zhu Jinchen was unscathed during the tumult. After a period of dedicated cultivation, he had achieved a breakthrough in his realm. He was indeed a formidable prodigy, harboring resentment, and he would undoubtedly unleash a fiercer combat prowess than usual. Against such an opponent, Zhu Xian's chances appeared less than favorable, as some analysts speculated. Previously, Zhu Jinchen was often referred to as Young Master Zhu or the Distinguished Jinchen, yet now he was addressed by his name alone, while Zhu Xian was honored with the title of Fairy Xian. Such a marked shift had transpired within just over a month. "I am not so certain," remarked another. Although Fairy Xian may be considered a late bloomer, having only showcased her extraordinary talent in her 20s, her rate of growth has been astonishing. She is not to be compared with ordinary geniuses. Moreover, some have meticulously studied her few battles, revealing that her cultivation foundation is remarkably solid. This confrontation will not be an easy feat for Zhu Jinchen. I hold a more favorable view of Fairy Xian. As for Zhu Xian's background, it had long been scrutinized, revealing that her ascent in Nine-Star City was a sudden phenomenon. While the precise reasons for her rise remain elusive, it is clear that she is not merely a figure of impressive rank without the accompanying martial prowess. Nevertheless, she is ultimately a product of a lesser city. And in terms of depth, she undoubtedly pales in comparison to Zhu Jinchen. One cannot be certain of that. Let us not forget how the colorful Mayfly and Zhu Jinchen met their downfall. And have you forgotten how the Zhu family ascended to become the second most prominent family in Nine-Star City? What of it? Where does the Zhu family stand now? When Zhu Jinchen came knocking, the fair and noble Xian did not flinch in the slightest. That kind of confidence cannot be feigned. At that moment, she possessed the strength to deal with Zhu Jinchen. Regardless of your opinions, I still hold faith in Zhu Jinsan's triumph. I believe that Xian will certainly compel you self-important individuals to reevaluate your views and no longer underestimate cultivators from other realms. The crowd divided into two factions, each embroiled in fervent debate. Essentially, it was a clash between the local cultivators of Nine-Star City and those from the outside world, a matter of perspective, to put it plainly. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhu Xian and Zhu Jinchen stood face to face. Zhu Jinsan's eyes burned crimson. Having shed the image of the once great young master, his gaze towards Xian was rife with deep-seated hatred. "I will make you pay dearly. You, your companions, and your family. I shall ensure that blood debts are repaid in blood," he roared. Zhu Xian, however, remained as composed as ever. "That incident was not of my making, but it matters not. From the moment you set your sights on my family, I vowed to never let you go. Today, we shall determine our standings and seal our fates," she concluded, drawing her long sword. As the battle horn sounded, the two instantly clashed in a fierce confrontation. This was the most intense and pinnacle encounter since the commencement of this year's pilgrimage selection. Both parties were formidable, unleashing their full prowess as they engaged in a heated battle. Despite Zhu Jinsan's unsavory reputation, his strength was undeniable. He wielded his poison arts with remarkable mastery. Known for its cunning and unpredictability, Zhu Jinsan's poison arts proved to be incredibly potent even in direct combat, creating a perilous atmosphere with immense pressure. However, Zhu Xian remained unperturbed, advancing steadily, methodically countering each of Zhu Jinchen's assaults while patiently seeking the opportune moment to strike. After observing for a while, Tang Tian quickly lost interest. Though their exchanges appeared fierce and evenly matched, there was no real suspense. People marveled at Zhu Xian's rapid breakthrough, unaware that her advancement in realms was the least of her progress. Her foundational cultivation was already exceptionally solid, and she had continued to refine it diligently under Tang Tian's guidance. He would occasionally impart wisdom, and even his casual remarks would benefit Zhu Xian for a lifetime. The so-called inheritance of the Zhu family is utterly insignificant in the presence of Tang Tian. It is not an exaggeration to assert that Zhu Xian's comprehension of cultivation and Taoist principles has transcended the entirety of the Nine-Star City, surpassing multiple tiers. This represents an insurmountable gap in understanding. Zhu Xian's engagement with Zhu Jinshan was merely a means to conceal his true strength, opting for the most prudent method to resolve the conflict. Indeed, after a brief period of seeming parity, Zhu Xian suddenly unleashed his full power. What followed was an unstoppable momentum. Zhu Jinshan found himself without any opportunity for retaliation, completely subdued by Zhu Xian, who commanded the entire situation. even when he resorted to the secret techniques of the Zhu family, sacrificing his own life and future to forcefully amplify his strength several-fold. There remained no chance to reverse the tide of defeat. Ultimately, beneath Zhu Ziyan's long sword, Zhu Jinshan stained the arena with blood. Thus, the bloodline of the Zhu family faced a true and irrevocable extinction. Chapter 897. The new experiment, the Battle of Peak Geniuses, surpassed the expectations of all. While it was speculated that Zhu Ziyan might triumph over Zhu Jinshang or even vanquish him, no one anticipated such a crushing outcome. The initial parody was merely an illusion. Once Zhu Ziyan truly unleashed her power, Zhu Jinshang was left with no opportunity to contend. Ultimately, he suffered a devastating defeat on the arena, falling to Zhu Ziyan's blade. No one mourned the demise of Zhu Jinshang. Rather, they were astonished by Zhu Ziyan's combat prowess. How could she be so formidable? What opportunities had she encountered upon arriving in Nine-Star City that enabled such terrifying advancement? With the conclusion of this battle, Zhu Ziyan's reputation soared once more within Nine-Star City, reaching an unprecedented zenith. Her ranking in the sacred election ascended from merely entering the top 10 to surpassing all, claiming the top position and forcefully displacing the former leader, Zhen Feng. No wonder she looked down upon the alliances with all factions. Zhen Feng, with a wry smile, remarked, "It turns out she truly possesses the strength and foundation to disdain everything." His sentiment echoed that of the crowd. Now, I am beginning to believe that the massacre of the Zhu family is indeed related to Fairy Ziyan. In the subsequent battles, Tang Tian found little interest in what transpired. His reflections on peace and conflict led him to contemplate new ideas. Upon deeper consideration, it became evident that the myriad desires of humanity throughout the course of civilization are undeniable catalysts. Some desires have led to the ruin of clans, while others have ensured their continuity. The forthcoming experiment could genuinely explore these aspects. After a brief wait, having witnessed Zhu Ziyan's second battle, Tang Tian departed the venue alone, returning to the small courtyard of the inn. He did not attend the final confrontation the following day. However, upon Xiaoyan's return, she excitedly recounted the events that had unfolded. Without much suspense, Zhu Ziyan had decisively defeated the formidable Zhen Feng in the climactic battle, achieving a breakthrough to the 9th level of metamorphosis. Following this, Zhu Ziyan accomplished her goal, successfully entering the sacred hall. The lady was promptly taken away, leaving uncertainty about her return. However, the sacred hall had issued an edict, forbidding any harm against them, or else they would face annihilation. She had finally entered the sacred hall, and surely she would be able to locate young Master Ziyu. Xiaoyan rested her chin on the table, her hands supporting her cheeks. She was elated, yet the exuberance and vivacity she once exhibited were now absent. For her, Zhu Ziyan represented everything in the world, and now that they were apart, her previously carefree demeanor seemed tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Next, let us await the lady's message here." As she spoke, Xiaoyan suddenly tilted her head to gaze at Tang Tian and said, "Brother Tang, do you still have that powder you previously gave to the lady?" Tang Tian turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I wish to cultivate as well. I desire to become stronger." Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "What brings about this sudden desire to cultivate? You have never cared much for such matters." Xiaoyan's world was simple, revolving solely around Zhu Ziyan. However, this also meant that she was not particularly attentive to anything beyond Zhu Ziyan. Cultivation was no exception. "I am merely the lady's little follower. As long as she is formidable, that suffices for me." This was her oft-repeated mantra. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Xiaoyan let out a gentle sigh. Previously, she had been indifferent, but now the lady was growing increasingly powerful, and she could sense the widening gap between them. If this continued, she feared that the lady might no longer need her. Xiaoyan rested her head on the table, her face filled with melancholy. Tang Tian smiled and reassured her, "That will not happen. You are also one of Ziyan's most important people. She would never abandon you." Xiaoyan murmured, "But if I am too weak, I fear I will be of no help to the lady. I do not wish to become her burden. I want to be more useful." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyan's demeanor reminded him once again of Gu Xiaoxue. The personalities of the two girls were surprisingly similar. Perhaps when Gu Xiaoxue was by his side, she too experienced such melancholy. After a brief silence, Tang Tian spoke, "Very well. I shall assist you." Xiaoyan's eyes instantly brightened, and she sat up straight. "Really? Can that powder grant me the same cultivation talent as the lady?" Her anticipation was palpable. However, Tang Tian shook his head. That powder will not work for you, but you do not need it. Your talent is already quite good. You simply have not taken it seriously. I will provide you with some small items. If you utilize them, while it may be challenging to surpass Xian, keeping pace with her should not pose much of a problem. Xiaoyin was instantly exhilarated. That would be sufficient. Wow, Brother Tang, you are truly the omnipotent deity of legend. I adore you so much. Her way of expressing emotions was always direct. Subsequently, Tang Tian did not elaborate further. He retrieved some spiritual items from his personal space, intended for assisting in cultivation, and placed them in a storage stone to give to Xiaoyin. From now on, there can be no slacking. If you fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2, these items will be confiscated. Tang Tian declared. Xiaoyin nodded vigorously. I won't. I will make the utmost use of their gifts, and I shall never betray Brother Tang's assistance. Upon receiving the storage stone, her countenance radiated with blissful anticipation. It is estimated that the young lady shall not return for 2 to 3 months. If I could achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage before her return, she would undoubtedly be astonished. And should I reach the transformation stage, I can already envision the expression on her face. Little Ian has begun to fantasize about the future. However, Tang Tian shook his head slightly. This vision is rather too conservative. The items he provided to Little Ian are exceedingly rare treasures of heaven and earth, for which even the supreme beings would vie fiercely. Allowing someone at the golden core stage like Little Ian to wield them will surely benefit her for a lifetime. 2 to 3 months to break through to the nascent soul transformation? As long as Little Ian does not squander her days in frivolous pursuits, transcending the out-of-body and integration stages should be quite manageable. If she applies herself diligently, even transcending the tribulation will be an effortless endeavor. I hope she does not become overly astonished by her own progress. Very well, he said. Focus on your cultivation. Tang Tian then turned his attention to the mayfly box before him. A new experiment is about to commence. Chapter 898. The fisherman remains unperturbed desolation, ruin, and desiccation. Despair. The yellow sands swirled violently, the winds howled, and the sky was enveloped in darkness. No sign of life could be discerned. Time passed unmeasured until a figure clad in a black robe emerged through the tempest, making his way from the distance. Behind him trailed a few young children, huddling against his back, striving to resist the fierce winds that threatened to sweep them away. They pressed on, stumbling several times in the swirling dust, yet resolutely rising again, unwavering in their determination to move forward. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached their destination, a colossal statue, standing majestically amidst the desert. Half of its form lay buried beneath the yellow sands, surrounded by the unrelenting gusts that howled around it. Yet, even in such a dire state, it could not conceal the resplendent colors radiating from within the dust. This brilliance reflected in the elder's eyes, embodying a glimmer of hope. With a soft thud, the elder knelt before the statue, bowing in profound reverence. Omnipotent deity, save us, he implored. The world teeters on the brink of annihilation, and my kin are on the verge of extinction. I humbly beseech you, bestow your divine power and rescue the last remnants of life in this world. Prostrate at the feet of the statue, he wept bitterly. Decades prior, his entire clan had migrated in search of hope. Now, only he and a handful of children remained. Fortunately, he had finally found the fabled all-powerful deity. If only the deity would grant him divine favor, then perhaps all could be restored, and the world could be reborn. However, reality seldom aligns with one's wishes. The elder pleaded fervently for an extended time, yet the vibrant statue remained eerily silent, the only sound being the relentless roar of the winds. When one of the children could no longer endure the harshness of their surroundings and collapsed in fear, the elder's fury ignited. You are not a deity. You are a devil, the greatest fiend in this world. He cried in despair and rage. With a heart full of anguish, he scooped up the sand at his feet and hurled it at the resplendent statue. Yet, he was far too weak. The moment the sand was cast into the air, it was swept away by the winds, becoming just another part of the storm. The statue remained unresponsive, continuing to stand serenely in the desert. After a brief outburst, the elder collapsed in exhaustion upon the sands. The remaining children, still conscious, hovered nearby, their tear-streaked faces now dry, replaced by profound concern in their eyes. Ha ha ha. The elder suddenly emitted a low, hoarse laugh, gazing at the still glowing statue. He murmured to himself, "Futile. All is in vain. This world is destined for ruin. Hope has never truly existed. Hope has never truly existed." As his voice faded, the sky suddenly grew darker. The earth beneath trembled, emitting a resounding roar, ultimately shattering. Civilization number 16,344 met its catastrophic end. Observing the complete destruction of the world within the ephemeral box, Tang Tian remained serene, his heart devoid of any turmoil. He had witnessed such scenes over 10,000 times before. This particular civilization had endured the longest, spanning an entire 300 million years in the greater world. For the relatively fragile ephemeral realm, it had reached its limit. Upon returning from the grand pilgrimage, Tang Tian had infused the ephemeral world with elements of peace, struggle, and desire. Under his influence, the duration of the ephemeral world's existence had gradually extended. Yet, today, 3 months later, it finally reached its utmost limit. Alas, it still could not evade the fate of death. Death, indeed, is an inevitable occurrence, utterly unavoidable. In the absence of external intervention, meaning, without Tang Tian's active alteration, allowing life to develop autonomously, no matter how hard they strive, the conclusion remains inexorable: obliteration. This was the conclusion Tang Tian had drawn after simulating the evolution of civilizations over 10,000 times. And what of the greater world? A thought emerged clearly in Tang Tian's mind. This world is destined for annihilation. The Lord of Realms had once uttered this phrase, as had Jun Changqing and many others who discerned the truth of existence. Previously, Tang Tian had not fully grasped its meaning. Yet now, a flicker of understanding began to dawn upon him. Though the complexity of the greater world far surpasses that of the diminutive ephemeral realm, their essence remains fundamentally the same. Even if it theoretically endures for a far longer duration than the ephemeral world, the ultimate outcome remains death. It is akin to an eternal black hole, drawing all beings and all things inexorably towards it until they are consumed. Tang Tian sighed softly. This outcome is indeed despairing. Unless one can embark upon eternity, nothing can escape the finality of death. But does eternity exist? Undoubtedly. For the ephemeral realm, the resplendent ephemeral creature embodies eternity. However, it remains an unreachable destination. Or rather, that destination equally signifies death. Previously, within a civilization of ephemeral beings, there existed an extraordinarily powerful ephemeral creature that, through various extraordinary means, evolved into a form akin to the resplendent ephemeral. It transcended the confines of the ephemeral world, ensuring its existence even amidst total annihilation. Yet, in escaping the boundaries of the world, it finally glimpsed the truth. The world it inhabited was but a trapped crystal box. It became aware of Tang Tian's presence. Subsequently, it descended into madness, much like the Emperor Heng. People often ponder the causes of tragedy, yet the truth remains, from the moment of your birth, everything is already predestined. Born within the confines of a mayfly box, tragedy becomes inescapable, akin to being born into the vast world itself. Alas, Tang Tian sighed once more. The clearer one perceives the truth, the deeper the despair. The insanity of Emperor Heng was not born from a fragile will. Rather, the reality was simply too brutal. Throughout the ages, only the Realm Lord has withstood all despair, choosing to confront the fisherman directly and, in doing so, succeeded in bestowing a glimmer of hope upon the world. The purpose behind Tang Tian cultivating the mayfly box was, in truth, to glean insight into the will of the fisherman through this endeavor. Yet, after such an extended period and numerous samples, he found himself with little substantial gain. If one were to argue otherwise, there would be but a singular conclusion. The fisherman is utterly indifferent to the existence or demise of sentient beings and the world itself. Just as earlier, the elder of the mayflies fervently implored Tang Tian to intervene and save this world. However, Tang Tian remained unmoved, his heart a tranquil sea without a ripple of emotion. The mindset of the fisherman is likely similar. Alas, Tang Tian gazed skyward, sighing deeply once more. Chapter 899. The Origin of the Sanctuary. After months of contemplation and witnessing the rise and fall of over 10,000 civilizations, Tang Tian gleaned some insights through the diminutive ephemeral box. Yet, these revelations only deepened her despair. If the existence of the fish keeper mirrored her own reality beyond the ephemeral box, then the survival of the world held no significance for her. All struggles seemed utterly futile. She could only await the inevitable arrival of death in silence. However, there remained some distinctions. The fish keeper had indeed responded to the pleas of the realm master. But what prompted such a response? Previously, Tang Tian had believed that the sincerity of the realm master moved the fish keeper to intervene. Yet, following the obliteration of the 344th civilization, Tang Tian recognized that this was not the case. The piety of the elders, the tragedies of sentient beings, and the annihilation of worlds held little meaning for her. She had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. The fish keeper likely shared a similar indifference, suggesting that the decision to send forth her colorful ephemeral was not solely influenced by the realm master. What, then, was the true catalyst for the fish keeper's involvement? Tang Tian pondered for an extended period but could not discern an adequate rationale or answer. An inexplicable sense of something missing lingered, yet she could not identify its nature. The simulation of civilizations fell once more into an insurmountable quandary. Time passed unmeasured until, suddenly, a powerful surge of Taoist energy jolted Tang Tian's thoughts back to reality. It was within Xiaoyin's chamber. At that moment, a torrent of celestial energy emanated from her room, magnificent and overwhelming. She had ascended to immortality. It had been over 3 months since Tang Tian gifted her a collection of divine artifacts. During this interval, Xiaoyin's cultivation had skyrocketed, akin to a rocket soaring into the heavens. Unlike Zhu Zian, she did not pursue the pinnacle of strength. Instead, she focused entirely on breaking through her cultivation realms. Thus, her rate of growth appeared even more formidable than that of Zhu Zian. In a mere 3 months, she had traversed 6 significant realms: nascent soul, divine transformation, out-of-body, fusion, tribulation, and ascension. Today, she had finally crossed the threshold of the mortal realm and officially entered the realm of immortality. The commotion accompanying her ascension was monumental, and to avoid drawing attention, Tang Tian snapped her fingers, concealing the overwhelming celestial energy. Otherwise, it would surely attract notice, and Tang Tian despised such complications. The process of ascension lasted nearly half a day, and at last, all traces of energy were reined in. Xiaoyin had completed her transition to immortality. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the room with great speed. "Brother Tang, I did it. I have ascended to immortality. Can you believe it? I have become immortal." With a hearty laugh, Xiaoyin rushed up to Tang Tian, her little face flushed with excitement, her joy evident in her demeanor. "What a remarkable achievement!" she exclaimed. "Becoming an immortal is no trivial matter." Tang Tian shook his head. Xiaoyin, her bright eyes gleaming, responded, "Can this not be considered extraordinary? I never dreamed that I would have a day of ascension. Goodness, in just a few months, I have reached the same cultivation level as my ancestors. If I were to return home, it would surely astound them. The young lady would be equally shocked." She chuckled foolishly. For Xiaoyin, the breakthrough in cultivation was not the main thrill. Rather, it was the prospect of surprising Zhu Zian that truly delighted her. Now, she need not worry about being of no assistance to the young lady. After a moment of silly laughter, she turned to Tang Tian and said with heartfelt admiration, "Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable. You are the most formidable person I have ever encountered. With just a casual gesture, you transformed someone like me, a mere cultivation novice, into an immortal. Is there anything in this world that you cannot accomplish?" Her gaze was filled with unwavering admiration for Tang Tian. Yet, Tang Tian sighed gently and shook his head. "There are many things beyond my reach. Some matters are insurmountable." Unaware of what Tang Tian referred to, Xiaoyin raised her fist defiantly. "How can that be? What could possibly challenge you?" She insisted, "Believe me, no matter the problem, you will surely find a solution." Tang Tian smiled. "Very well. I believe you." Subsequently, he advised Xiaoyin to solidify her cultivation before hastily pursuing further breakthroughs, allowing herself time to consolidate her foundation. Although her expectations for strength were modest, rapid advancement could lead to instability. Xiaoyin, naturally obedient to Tang Tian's counsel, prepared to dedicate time to fortify her cultivation. However, she did not anticipate that the day after her breakthrough, Zhu Zian would return. When Zhu Zian was taken by the sanctuary, she had mentioned that she would likely return in 2 or 3 months. Now, over 3 months had passed, and she was finally back. Xiaoyin hurried to greet her, playfully emitting a hint of her own aura as she clasped her hands behind her back. Zhu Zian stood frozen in place, unable to fathom that, in merely 3 months, Xiaoyin had ascended to immortality. This was utterly absurd. Seeing Zhu Zian's reaction, Xiaoyin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the moment she had eagerly anticipated during her arduous training. After her initial shock, Zhu Zian quickly realized that this was undoubtedly another of Tang Tian's remarkable contributions. "Your grace in nurturing me, my lord. I will never forget it," she declared with utmost sincerity. Tang Tian waved his hand, indicating that she need not be overly concerned. It was merely a trivial matter. Over the course of 3 months, Zhu Zian had made significant strides in her cultivation. She had now reached the pinnacle of true immortality, on the verge of stepping into the realm of celestial immortality. "Have you found your brother?" Tang Tian inquired. However, in response to this question, Zhu Zian sighed and shook her head. "No, the situation within the sanctuary is not as I had previously imagined. It is considerably more complex. There exist numerous distinct positions and identities, all independent and unrelated to one another. I entered through the pilgrimage selection, and my current status is that of a postnatal candidate. In contrast, Ziyu is a primordial seed. I can only gain access to information regarding the primordial seeds once I become a postnatal seed myself," Zhu Zian explained. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, finding this so-called sanctuary rather peculiar. "Is there truly no information at all?" he asked. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zian replied, "Well, not entirely. I have learned some details about the primordial seeds and discovered that most of them have already left the Starry City. It seems they have ventured to a
luminous world that genuinely possesses the sun, moon, and stars." Tang Tian paused slightly. "A world adorned with sun, moon, and stars?"
He seemed to have gleaned the true purpose of this sanctuary. Chapter 900. The Difficult Person. The temple is a mysterious organization that spans the globe. It is powerful, affluent, inviolable, and unassailable, and it never intervenes in worldly disputes. Tang Tian had previously pondered the nature of this formidable force, but the possibilities were too numerous for him to arrive at a definitive conclusion. However, after listening to Zhu Zian's remarks today, he seemed to grasp its essence. It is a realm that truly possesses the sun, the moon, and the stars. When the brilliance of the great world fades, the only place that can harbor such existences is likely to be one, the New World. A new world crafted by the Lord of Realms and brought to fruition by Jun Chongqing. Though Tang Tian's own ginkgo world also boasts light, it is merely the radiance inherent to the ginkgo tree itself, not derived from the celestial bodies. Thus, the enigmatic master of the temple must indeed be Jun Chongqing. No wonder the temple is so immensely powerful and wealthy. In today's world, who could possibly surpass Jun Chongqing? Why, then, is he searching for young prodigies across the globe? Clearly, this is the criterion for selecting beings to enter the new world. Only the talented? It is rather cruel, yet undeniably the most straightforward and effective method. "Sir, does such a place truly exist? I always believed it to be a mere ethereal legend," Zhu Zian remarked. Tang Tian nodded slightly. "It exists. If your brother has indeed ventured there, then his future should be quite promising. With the great world on the brink of total annihilation, being chosen to successfully enter the new world is indeed a monumental fortune for Zhu Ziyu." Nevertheless, Zhu Zian furrowed her brow. "Yet he sent me a signal for help." She then produced a fish-shaped jade pendant, broken in two. This pendant is a twin. Both she and Ziyu each possess one. When they parted ways, they agreed on a certain pact. Should either encounter an insurmountable danger, they would shatter their pendant, causing the other's to break as well. Over half a year ago, her pendant shattered. Thus, his current predicament. Zhu Zian did not elaborate, yet the implication was clear. Tang Tian paused, contemplating. If this occurred over half a year ago, then it may already be too late. Zhu Zian did not deny this, and simply whispered, "One must see the living, and the dead must be verified. I must uncover what he has truly endured." Tang Tian remained silent, for he was unaware of the specific process by which Jun Chongqing selects individuals, leaving him unable to ascertain whether Zhu Ziyu was alive or dead. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. Zhu Zian replied, "For now, my status remains that of a potential candidate. Upon transcending to the realm of celestial beings, one can transform into a postnatal seed. Should one ascend to the golden immortal stage, they would attain a status equivalent to that of an innate seed, and clarity would eventually dawn. Therefore, I resolved to focus intently on advancing my cultivation." Tang Tian shrugged, stating, "This is your choice. You must decide for yourself. If you continue to refine your foundation at this juncture, it would be quite challenging for you to maintain your focus. It would be more prudent to swiftly uncover information regarding your brother, allowing your thoughts to flow freely. Zhu Zian nodded earnestly. To her, Tang Tian represented a mentor of sorts, which is why she sought his counsel. Having received his approval, she felt unencumbered in pursuing her objectives. Once they settled this matter, Zhu Zian suddenly shifted the subject, inquiring, "By the way, my lord, what is the status of Xiao Yin's cultivation?" When broaching this topic, a look of astonishment lingered in her eyes. She was well aware of Xiao Yin's cultivation talent. While commendable, it certainly did not rank among the elite. In merely 3 months, she had progressed from the initial stage of golden core to the realm of immortals. Such speed was not inferior to her own. How had Tang Tian achieved this? Did she possess some extraordinary constitution? Zhu Zian questioned. Tang Tian shook his head. No, she is quite ordinary. However, in the realm of cultivation, external factors invariably outweigh innate talent until one begins to compete in terms of gifts. There are myriad methods to achieve such results. There is no need for alarm. You will understand in due time. Xiao Yin is a splendid girl. Do not take her kindness for granted. Zhu Zian grasped Tang Tian's meaning and assured him that she regarded Xiao Yin as family and would never betray her trust. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhu Zian inquired about Tang Tian's experiments. Have you discovered the answers you sought? Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. I have made some progress, but I am still a bit short of the mark. Perhaps at some point in the future, a moment of inspiration will illuminate further answers. Or perhaps, this is all there is. The endeavor of discerning the will of the fish farmer through nurturing worms was merely a fleeting insight. Whether he could truly unearth the answers remained an enigma. Observing Tang Tian's contemplative demeanor, Zhu Zian hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, I know you are no ordinary individual. The entire 9-star city appears as mere ants in your eyes. However, if you are interested, I could introduce you to someone. He is a venerable elder exceptionally skilled in the art of worm nurturing, and I had the fortune of meeting him not long ago. The colorful mayfly you acquired is, in fact, his. He may provide you with new insights." Tang Tian paused, contemplating the prospect of meeting the seller of the colorful mayfly. However, the experiments he is currently conducting are incomparable to any mere art of raising puppets. The two parties exist on entirely different planes. Yet, he finds himself unable to break through the shackles before him. Given this predicament, it may be more beneficial to take a stroll, even without any tangible gains. It could serve as a means of respite, much like the last time he attended the pilgrimage election. That sounds good, Tang Tian agreed with Zhu Zian. However, Zhu Zian hesitated before speaking. That elder is quite an eccentric. His temperament is peculiar, and he often disregards many influential figures. He is a rather difficult individual to deal with. If you wish to seek him out, you may need to prepare yourself mentally. Tang Tian chuckled. Difficult is merely a challenge. It is not insurmountable. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Just take me to meet him. Zhu Zian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two engaged in further casual conversation before Zhu Zian, accompanied by Xiao Yin and Tang Tian, departed from the small courtyard of the inn. Chapter 901. What consequences await? The internal hierarchy of the sanctuary is exceedingly intricate. For instance, the innate seeds like that of Zhu Ziyu are shrouded in secrecy, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to glean any pertinent information about them, and they are prohibited from engaging with the external world. Conversely, candidates who have emerged through later stages are afforded different privileges. At appropriate times, they may maintain communication with the outside and even usher outsiders into the sanctuary without issue, provided they adhere to the established regulations. Thus, under Zhu Zian's guidance, Tang Tian and Xiao Yin ventured into the depths of the sanctuary. The sanctuary is not merely a grand hall. It encompasses a vast dominion spread across numerous towering mountains. The area Tang Tian found himself in was but a minuscule segment of the sanctuary. Do not stray too far from me, nor engage in casual discourse with others. Otherwise, we risk expulsion, Zhu Zian cautioned. I trust you will bear with this. It is merely the way of the sanctuary. It will be much better once we reach the designated individual. Tang Tian nodded, as he was always one to respect rules. Is that peculiar individual also from the sanctuary? He inquired. Zhu Zian affirmed. Indeed, and his standing within the sanctuary is notably unique. I am unaware of the specifics. but many of the higher-ups exhibit considerable deference in his presence, akin to juniors before their elders. Tang Tian responded with an "oh," realizing that this person must possess significant hidden influence. The trio pressed onward, traversing 2 mountain peaks before ultimately arriving at a serene valley. Here, bioluminescence blanketed the ground, with flowers radiating a myriad of colorful glows, resembling a hidden paradise. After a brief moment, they approached the entrance of a residence. At the threshold stood a young doorkeeper, lazily leaning against the doorframe, dozing off. Observing this, Zhu Zian stepped forward and politely inquired, "May I ask?" However, before she could finish her sentence, the doorkeeper waved his hand dismissively. "The master is not receiving guests today. Please return," he said languidly. Zhu Zian furrowed her brow and persisted, "I recently visited the elder, and I believe he should remember me. I would appreciate it if you could kindly relay my presence and mention that." The doorkeeper raised an eyebrow, interrupting her once more. "Hard of hearing?" I said. "The master is not receiving guests today," he stated bluntly. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, perceiving that this fellow indeed carried an air of authority. Meanwhile, Zhu Zian's frown deepened. She had brought Tang Tian with utmost sincerity and would not accept leaving empty-handed. "Young man," she implored, "we genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with the elder. I kindly ask that you convey our request. I assure you there will be ample reward." She contemplated bribing the haughty doorkeeper. The doorkeeper smirked slightly. "Heh, do you take me for someone who has never encountered the world? You are granted a final opportunity to depart. Do not compel me to resort to harsh words." He remained utterly unmoved. Zhu Zian could not help but grit her teeth, for she understood that this individual was notoriously difficult to deal with. Yet, she had not anticipated such formidable resistance, as they could not even gain entrance. Beside her, Xiaoyin was equally incensed. Had they been outside, she would have already engaged in a verbal altercation. Observing this, Tang Tian smiled and remarked, "Allow me to take the lead." Without waiting for Zhu Zian's response, he strode forward. As Tang Tian approached directly, the doorman's demeanor shifted to one of hostility. "Are you seeking death?" he exclaimed, as a golden light flickered at his fingertips. It was a formidable goo worm, far more powerful than the controlling goo of the candle gold cicada. Upon seeing it, Zhu Zian's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly prepared to warn Tang Tian. However, what transpired next left her utterly stunned. Tang Tian showed no signs of hesitation. The doorman, intending to unleash the goo worm, aimed to subdue this audacious youth on the spot. Yet, as his hand lifted, it froze mid-air, and a look of sheer terror washed over his face. "Would you guide us?" Tang Tian inquired, standing before him with a smile. The doorman, now filled with dread, attempted to move, only to find himself incapable of even twitching a finger. He could not suppress a loud cry, yet the words that escaped his lips were altogether different. "Of course, please. This way." At last, his body regained mobility, but he instinctively performed a welcoming gesture, his face adorned with a warm smile. However, the incongruity of his terrified eyes rendered the smile unsettling. Even Zhu Zian felt a shiver run down her spine. What had Tang Tian done to him? His demeanor seemed amiable enough. He was not as difficult to manage as claimed. "Come, let us meet the esteemed elder you mentioned." Tang Tian turned to Zhu Zian with a grin, and under the doorman's voluntary guidance, they entered the estate. Zhu Zian's expression was one of disbelief, and only upon witnessing Tang Tian step into the courtyard did she mutter a quiet, "This is perilous," before hastily following. The estate was vast, and after a considerable walk, they finally arrived at the rear courtyard. Along the way, Zhu Zian felt compelled to caution Tang Tian that the elder held an exceptionally high status within the holy temple and possessed formidable strength. Few dared to offend him. To provoke him would be tantamount to incurring the wrath of the entire holy temple. Yet, Tang Tian seemed oblivious to her warnings, continuing onward. Eventually, by a crystal-clear pond, they beheld the legendary elder. He was a man with gray-white hair, and Tang Tian discerned his cultivation level at a glance. Indeed, he was a powerful figure at the Dao Offering realm. The most formidable force in Nine-Star City, the Zhen family, boasted only cultivators of the immortal king realm at their pinnacle. The venerable elder had unexpectedly ascended to a realm of enlightenment. It is no wonder that the people of the sanctuary held him in such high regard. At that moment, the elder sat leisurely by the pond, fishing. The arrival of Tang Tian and his companions did not escape his perception. "Did I not mention that I would not receive guests today?" the elder remarked with a hint of indifference. Tang Tian released his control over the doorman, who stumbled a few steps, gasping for breath, the terror still evident on his face. Upon hearing the elder's words, he pointed at Tang Tian and exclaimed, "My lord, they have intruded forcefully. They seized control of my body. Their intentions are malevolent." Oh, the elder turned his gaze. His eyes were an unsettling shade of gray. An overwhelming aura of dread descended upon Tang Tian and his companions. Zhu Zian felt an immediate wave of anxiety. It was a terrifying presence that extinguished any thought of resistance. Those who trespass into the ethereal valley face but one consequence. The elder's voice was devoid of warmth. An icy chill enveloping the estate. The specter of death loomed ever closer. Zhu Zian, now at the peak of her tension, clutched her life-saving talisman, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. "What consequence?" he inquired with a smile. The elder narrowed his eyes, a palpable intent to kill hovering in the air. However, just as the shadow of death was about to descend, the atmosphere suddenly stilled. The elder then opened his mouth. Well, the consequence, of course, is to offer fine wine and exquisite dishes. Who, pray tell, lacks discernment? Hurry and prepare, for esteemed guests have arrived without prior notice. I humbly apologize for the unexpected visit and any lack of hospitality. Please forgive me." The elder spoke with utmost reverence, the previous murderous intent dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 902. Just for fun, as the elder's overwhelming murderous intent descended like a dark cloud, Zhu Zian felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Although she was on the brink of becoming a formidable celestial being, in the face of such an aura, she felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. What kind of existence was he truly? In an instant, Zhu Zian clutched the life-saving talisman she had brought from her family, ready to flee with Tang Tian and Xiao Yin at any moment. Though uncertain whether it would be of any use against this elder, she felt compelled to make every possible effort. However, to Zhu Zian's astonishment, just as the atmosphere grew tense and conflict seemed imminent, that boundless murderous intent suddenly dissipated into thin air. The elder, who had previously worn an exceedingly grim expression, now bore an unexpectedly warm smile, even exhibiting a hint of humility, as she watched him rise cautiously from the lakeside, addressing Tang Tian with utmost reverence. Zhu Zian, after a moment of stunned silence, quickly grasped a profound realization. Tang Tian's power had once again far exceeded her expectations. This was the Holy Palace, and this elder was one of the most esteemed figures within it. Even such a formidable being had to bow and scrape before Tang Tian. She could scarcely fathom the unparalleled status he must possess. Yet, in response to the elder's sudden change in demeanor, Tang Tian remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated and grown accustomed to such occurrences. "I heard you were not receiving guests today," Tang Tian remarked with a deliberate smile. The elder, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "Well, I am not receiving guests. But how could you possibly be considered a guest? Your esteemed presence graces my humble abode, a fortune that cannot be sought even in 1,000,000 years. I had foreseen the arrival of a distinguished visitor today, which is why I publicly claimed to be unavailable, merely to await your arrival." He struggled to articulate his flattery, though it was evident that he was not particularly adept at it. Tang Tian waved his hand, interrupting the elder and liberating him from his awkwardness. "No need for so many words. I came to see you today to inquire about a few matters." The elder looked as if he had received a great reprieve, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and beaming with a smile. Of course. I am at your service, ready to share all that I know. Please, take a moment to rest while I prepare some food and drink for you, and then we can discuss matters at leisure." As he spoke, he began to arrange chairs and tables for Tang Tian and his companions. Tang Tian shook his head. "No need for such trouble. It's merely a small matter. A few months ago, at the Zhen family banquet, was that colorful mayfly yours?" The elder paused, then nodded. It seems that was indeed the case. At that time, the Zhen family came to the Holy Palace seeking treasures to bolster their reputation. We casually provided them with a few items, and the colorful mayfly was among them. Tang Tian paused momentarily and inquired, "Are you skilled in the art of cultivating insects?" The elder chuckled lightly and replied, "Not quite. It's merely a hobby of mine." The colorful mayflies interact differently from ordinary ones, leading to fascinating effects on the overall equilibrium of the mayfly enclosure. Observing this process is quite intriguing. As for the specific techniques of insect cultivation, I do not consider myself particularly adept at them. Tang Tian silently nodded. If the elder were a master in the art of insect cultivation, it was likely that this journey would yield little fruit. However, since the elder approached it merely as a pastime, there were parallels between his methods and Tang Tian's recent experiments. Perhaps some inspiration could be gleaned from this. How long have you indulged in this hobby? Tang Tian inquired. The elder seemed taken aback by Tang Tian's continued questioning and, after a brief moment of contemplation, responded, "Oh, it has been a few hundred years. After realizing that my ascension in the Tao was hopeless, I sought other pursuits to pass the time. The colorful mayflies were a serendipitous discovery. I found them quite fascinating and decided to keep them. I currently have dozens of them, all of exceptional quality. If you, esteemed sir, are interested, I would gladly offer them all to you." Upon hearing that Tang Tian seemed to have come solely for the colorful mayflies, the elder's previously tense demeanor gradually relaxed. "Let us take a look," said Tang Tian. He wished to see the extent to which the elder had cultivated the colorful mayflies. "Certainly," the elder replied. "Please follow me." After a brief moment, Tang Tian and his companions followed the elder into a vast underground space. Numerous rooms had been constructed here, each containing a unique specimen. Some housed insects, while others contained peculiar beasts or spiritual plants. According to the elder, these were all items he had acquired out of passion. By the way, the elder's name is Yuan Zhou. After walking for a while, they arrived at a relatively spacious room. Dozens of identical crystal enclosures were meticulously arranged within. This was indeed the mayfly enclosure. "Esteemed elder, the colorful mayflies are right here," Yuan Zhou announced. Tang Tian nodded and approached the enclosures. Among the dozens of crystal boxes, only about half contained swarms of mayflies. They were significantly larger than those sold at the Zhen family's banquet, with some enclosures housing millions of mayflies. However, this quantity fell far short of the sample size Tang Tian required. These mayfly boxes could only accommodate very limited experiments, far from sufficient to construct a miniature world akin to the grand cosmos. Upon closer examination, the reality confirmed Tang Tian's suspicions. In the realm of mayflies, not a single one has evolved to the point of civilization. All remain in an exceedingly rudimentary stage, perhaps even lacking the essence of nascence. Tang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was, in truth, to be expected. After all, Yuan Zhou is merely a cultivator of the Tao, and his spiritual prowess could hardly support the evolution of a substantial populace. The notion of accelerating time is far beyond reach. In matters of civilizational evolution, he possesses no relevant experience. Nevertheless, Tang Tian chose to engage Yuan Zhou in conversation for a while. "How do you typically operate these mayfly boxes?" Tang Tian inquired. Yuan Zhou pondered briefly and replied, "I haven't invested much thought into it. I simply let it unfold naturally." He continued, "I allow the colorful mayflies to reveal their characteristics, allowing them to interact with ordinary mayflies, and then I observe the ensuing effects on the mayfly world." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "Is it really that simple?" Yuan Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is. I hardly intervene at all. I find this uncertainty rather intriguing." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian asked, "So you harbor no expectations for the eventual outcome? You merely let them develop on their own?" Yuan Zhou chuckled lightly. "What expectations could I possibly have? They are merely mayflies. Once they perish, I simply replace them with another box. To put it plainly, I am merely indulging in a pastime." Yuan Zhou's words left Tang Tian momentarily taken aback, as a sharp insight flashed through his mind. Chapter 903. Prepared in advance after acquiring the colorful mayfly. Tang Tian had been contemplating how to simulate the grand world through the mayfly realm and subsequently extrapolate to discern the intentions of the fishers. However, following Yuan Zhou's remarks, he suddenly realized that his research direction appeared to have veered off course. Indeed, he was preoccupied with the longevity of the world and the continuity of all beings. Yet, the fisher might not share the same concern. If the fisher, like Yuan Zhou, regarded this world merely as a source of amusement or curiosity, then any thought of continuity for the world and its myriad beings would be futile. In fact, it would be a fortunate occurrence if she refrained from tossing a bomb into the world simply to witness its destruction as a spectacle. Furthermore, Tang Tian harbored a nagging suspicion that the fisher might indeed be more akin to Yuan Zhou than he initially believed. Perhaps she truly engaged in this for mere entertainment. Contemplating this brought Tang Tian an inexplicable sense of indignation. Such an immense world, with countless lives hanging in the balance, was merely a plaything for her? That was profoundly disheartening. Yet, gazing at the mayfly box before him, he found a semblance of understanding. The life and death of countless mayflies in their realm were, for Yuan Zhou or himself, simply a form of diversion. There was no fundamental distinction between the two scenarios. Tang Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What do you find most enjoyable? He inquired of Yuan Zhou. The latter, somewhat perplexed by Tang Tian's intent, nonetheless responded honestly. Perhaps it is the uncertainty of the outcome. The transformations of the colorful mayfly are random, and their effects on the mayfly box are also unpredictable. This unpredictability piques my interest in the final result. Tang Tian pondered for a moment. If the fisher's mindset mirrored that of Yuan Zhou, she would likely refrain from actively interfering with the world's operation. Yet, she did not. She responded to the pleas of the realm's master and later brought him back into the grand world after he leaped from the creation pillar. Thus, her purpose as a fisher could not be so simplistic, at least not solely so. Have you ever actively interfered with the operation of the mayfly box? Tang Tian posed the question once more. Yuan Zhou contemplated briefly before replying. Indeed, I have. At times, when the development of the mayfly realm proved particularly intriguing, I would intentionally manipulate the properties of the colorful mayfly to enhance the amusement of the world. On other occasions, I would deliberately place unique items within the mayfly box for the colorful mayflies to seek. If they failed to find them, the world would progress in a routine manner. Conversely, should they succeed, it would yield an entirely different and fascinating conclusion. In essence, regardless of the methods employed, the ultimate aim is to enhance the intrigue of the ephemeral box. After all, my intentions are merely to indulge in playful pursuits. Tang Tian fell once more into silence. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. The fish keeper had never intervened in his thoughts or actions. Yet, she had executed two significant deeds. The first was transforming the devouring demon into a system, which she then bestowed upon him. The second was reintegrating him into the grand world. The latter is easily comprehensible, for without his return, the fate of this world would be irrevocably sealed. His presence alone introduced uncertainty into the equation. The metamorphosis of the devouring demon into a system could similarly be construed as a variable. Had Tang Tian chosen to squander the power of the system on indulgence and leisure upon ascending to the Qingyue sect, the world would have unfolded differently. Alternatively, had he prematurely revealed himself and attracted the ire of dangerous adversaries, it would have yielded yet another outcome. In summary, the situation is rife with variables. Thus, when considered alongside the previous assertions, it becomes apparent that the complexity and intrigue have been amplified. Are there other variables at play? Tang Tian felt an intense intuition surging within him. There must be. Moreover, it is highly probable that these elements were laid out long ago, awaiting his discovery. At that moment, he recalled a phrase once uttered by the realm master. You can certainly achieve it, provided you can uncover it. With this thought, Tang Tian exhaled deeply and closed his eyes once more. Countless fragmented thoughts swirled within his mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular understanding. The grand world is distinctly different from the ephemeral box. The fish keeper is also far more intricate and elusive than the realm of Yuan Zhou. Compared to Yuan Zhou, the fish keeper is undoubtedly more complex and challenging to comprehend. However, there remain certain commonalities between the two, reflecting on the actions of the realm master. The evolution of the world, and his own myriad circumstances, Tang Tian gradually began to believe that the force capable of altering everything, as described by the realm master, is indeed a tangible entity. Moreover, it is highly likely that this force had already been set in motion by the fish keeper. It merely hinges on his ability to uncover it. Yet, where could this force possibly reside? Tang Tian continued to ponder, envisioning every conceivable location within his mind, only to swiftly dismiss each one. What form might the power capable of transforming everything take, and in what manner would it manifest? After an extended period, Tang Tian's musings were interrupted by an external voice. It was Yuan Zhou. He noticed that Tang Tian had remained in a daze after absorbing his words for quite some time, prompting him to gently rouse him. Do you have any further instructions? Yuan Zhou inquired cautiously. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing of significance remains. The mayfly box itself holds no intrinsic value. The pivotal element lies in the item that the aquarist has prepared in advance. Only by locating it can he rewrite the conclusion of everything. Ah, and there is another matter. Tang Tian glanced at Zhu Ziyan beside him and said, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of a certain individual. Zhu Ziyu. Approximately a year ago, he was brought into the temple as an innate seed. Upon hearing this question, Zhu Ziyan became visibly excited, her eyes brimming with anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Zhou slowly remarked, I do indeed have a recollection of this innate seed. His cultivation talent is exceptionally remarkable, the kind that is rarely seen in a millennium. Those in authority hold such prodigies in high regard. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should have already proceeded to Yangwan City. Chapter 904. Thoughts cannot be concealed. The internal regulations of the sanctuary are indeed exceedingly stringent. Yuan Zhou serves as one of the chief overseers of the sanctuary. Yet he finds himself unable to ascertain the precise whereabouts of Zhu Ziyu. He is not the individual responsible for managing the innate progeny. However, according to his account, a genius of Zhu Ziyu's caliber, under normal circumstances, should have journeyed to a place known as Yangwan City approximately 2 months after entering the sanctuary. Yangwan City serves as the gateway to a realm that truly possesses the sun, moon, and stars, a world now referred to as the Mingjia. What unforeseen events might transpire upon reaching Yangwan City? Tang Tian inquired further. Yuan Zhou shook his head slowly. There should be none. The innate seeds are individuals under rigorous protection, constantly monitored. Yangwan City is also our domain, so significant issues are unlikely to arise. And as for the Mingjia, surely, the senior is aware of what kind of world that is? In that realm, no one can stir up turmoil, he ventured cautiously. Tang Tian cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond to that query. If the Mingjia is indeed the new world orchestrated by Jun Chongqing, then it is true that no one could incite unrest there. Yet, Zhu Ziyu has encountered trouble. Regarding this matter, Yuan Zhou expressed that he was now in a semi-retired state and regrettably unable to offer substantial assistance. Nevertheless, if Zhu Ziyuan insists on investigating, he could facilitate her within the sanctuary, ensuring her smoother transition into becoming an acquired innate seed, thus obtaining the qualification to proceed to Yangwan City. I have heard of Miss Ziyuan's talent. Greatness often flourishes late, and she possesses potential that, while perhaps not as dazzling as Zhu Ziyu's, is nonetheless the type of genius we currently require. I can reach out to some old friends. Obtaining Miss Ziyuan's qualification for entry to Yangwan City should not pose a problem. However, how far she can go and whether she can successfully enter the Mingjia will ultimately depend on her own capabilities, Yuan Zhou remarked. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Zhu Ziyuan's spirits were somewhat dampened. She had initially believed that once she became an acquired innate seed, she would finally be able to uncover Zhu Ziyu's whereabouts. Yet, she found the reality to be even more arduous than she had anticipated. Yangwan City, Mingjia. If Zhu Ziyu indeed encountered troubles there, she could scarcely fathom the dreadful tribulations he might have faced. Then I leave this matter in your hands, Tang Tian stated. Yuan Zhou promptly bowed, saying, a trivial matter. I shall see to it properly. Tang Tian responded with a simple acknowledgement. Subsequently, he cast one last glance at the mayfly box within the room before departing with Zhu Ziyuan and Xiao Yin. He chose not to take the mayfly box along, as it had lost much of its significance. If one wishes to conduct further experiments, utilizing one's own miniature world of mayflies suffices. After bidding farewell to Tang Tian and his companions, Yuan Zhou exhaled a long breath. The terrifying oppressive force he had just experienced was something he had never felt even among the great figures of the Bright Realm. From whence does this existence originate? The Salvation Alliance? Or perhaps the ancient Holy Land? Yuan Zhou shook his head, murmuring to himself, those two factions are as incompatible as fire and water. It cannot be them. So, could it be an unfathomable supreme being from the hidden world? Never mind. Such entities are beyond the reach of a mere pawn like me. With a watchful eye upon the impending calamity and the invincible lord of the celestial kings at hand, I shall simply indulge in leisure, awaiting the ultimate unveiling of the Bright Realm. Over the past few centuries, my contributions should have sufficed. As he muttered to himself, Yuan Zhou turned and walked back to his small courtyard. In the inn's courtyard, Tang Tian, Zhu Ziyan, and Xiaoyin sat beneath the old locust tree, each enveloped in silence. Tang Tian had initially intended for the pilgrimage to the temple merely to clear his mind, yet unexpectedly, he had garnered some insights. He realized that his previous path had deviated and began to formulate more conjectures regarding the will and actions of the fish breeder. He could almost affirm that the legendary power capable of altering everything truly exists and had long been embedded in the world by the fish breeder. However, a new dilemma arose. Where exactly is this power concealed? Tang Tian contemplated all conceivable locations, only to dismiss each one, for if it resided there, it would have undoubtedly been discovered by now. Furthermore, he confirmed that the temple was indeed a creation of Jun Chongqing. They were gathering prodigies from across the globe, subjecting them to rigorous trials before transporting them into a new world, preserving the seeds of the future for all living beings. This is what Yuan Zhou referred to as the Bright Realm. Regarding the criteria for selection, Tang Tian had little to critique. It was straightforward yet effective. The third matter concerned Zhu Ziyu. The challenge exceeded Zhu Zian's expectations once more. She must travel to Yangwan City to uncover genuine news about Zhu Ziyu. However, a year had elapsed since Zhu Ziyu's distress signal, and no one knew his current circumstances. Zhu Zian could only determine from the jade pendant's information that Zhu Ziyu was still alive, but beyond that, she was entirely in the dark. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyin could no longer contain herself. She gently grasped Zhu Zian's hand and softly reassured her. "Miss, everything will be all right. Young Master Ziyu is destined for fortune. He will surely turn misfortune into good fortune." Zhu Zian sighed slightly, offering no response, instead glancing at Tang Tian. "Did you find any insights during this pilgrimage to the temple?" Tang Tian nodded slowly. "Yes, I have developed some new ideas." Zhu Zian remarked, "That is well. In the ensuing period, I shall likely focus on obtaining the qualifications to journey to Yangwan City. Barring any significant matters, I do not anticipate returning here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Tang Tian responded with a grunt. "It's nothing. Just attend to your own affairs. Xiaoyin stood by my side, so there is no need for you to worry." Zhu Zian expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. Moments later, under Xiaoyin's tearful gaze, Zhu Zian departed from the inn's courtyard once more. Following this brief reunion, only Tang Tian and Xiaoyin remained. Subsequently, the despondent Xiaoyin retreated to her room. Over the past few months, she had cultivated a commendable habit of practicing. Meanwhile, Tang Tian continued to sit beneath the old locust tree, silently observing the mayfly box before him. A multitude of fragmented memories flickered rapidly through his mind, from his initial arrival in this world, to Yunding Tianfu, then to the Tai sacred ground, and on to the Genesis pillar. Lu Chang'e, Long Jiuzhou, Yuxian, the sun god, Jun Chongqing, the realm master. Ultimately, he returned from the Genesis pillar to the great world, encountering Zhu Zian and Lin Ying. After choosing to embrace a lackadaisical attitude, the colorful mayflies and Yuan Zhou appeared. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tang Tian suddenly broke into a smile. "Fishkeeper, it seems your thoughts can no longer remain concealed." Upon uttering this, a black orb materialized in the palm of Tang Tian's hand. It was the peculiar orb bestowed upon him by the Realm Master, containing but two items, the portrait of the Realm Master and his true name. Chapter 905. Journey to Yangwan City as time swiftly passes. Half a year has fleetingly slipped away. Since returning from the sanctuary, Zhu Zian has not graced us with her presence again. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and Xiaoyin have resumed their previous lives. However, Xiaoyin has increasingly devoted herself to her cultivation. In just over half a year, she has ascended to the realm of celestial beings, her speed of advancement eclipsing all prodigies. Yet, in truth, she has nearly reached her limits. Once she becomes a golden immortal, her progress will visibly decelerate. Without making significant changes or breakthroughs, she risks stagnating before the threshold of enlightenment. Tang Tian, on the other hand, remains seated beneath the old locust tree, quietly observing the mayfly box placed on the table. This time, however, he refrains from attempting various strategies in pursuit of a definitive outcome. Instead, he watches in silence as the colorful mayflies and their ordinary counterparts engage in a natural dance, assuming the role of an impartial observer to the rise and fall of the mayfly world. His demeanor has settled into complete tranquility. No one knows the thoughts that occupy his mind. Much like the black orb held in his palm, the true nature of the realm master, his true name and likeness remained shrouded in mystery. Today is yet another ordinary day. Tang Tian sits sipping tea while Xiaoyin practices within the confines of the room. Suddenly, his hand pauses mid-sip. In the next moment, a powerful aura rushes towards him from afar, emanating from a being above the realm of enlightenment. Moments later, two familiar figures descend from the sky into the courtyard. It is none other than Zhu Ziyan, whom he has not seen for over half a year, along with Yuan Zhou. After months of diligent effort, Zhu Ziyan's cultivation and strength have significantly progressed, rendering her a formidable immortal king. Her aura is cryptic and unpredictable, and among her peers, few can rival her. Yuan Zhou, however, retains his previous demeanor, his face adorned with a respectful smile. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. He bows. Tang Tian shifts his posture and inquires, has Ziyan obtained the qualification to travel to Yangwan City? You even took the trouble to inform me personally. He speaks with an air of intrigue. From the expressions on their faces, he has already discerned the nature of the events that have transpired. Although Zhu Ziyan strives to suppress her emotions, her excitement remains evident. This is the matter at hand. Yuan Zhou straightens, smiling as he explains. I was eager to share this good news with you, esteemed elder. As soon as Miss Ziyan passed the selection, I hurried her here. Tang Tian, non-committal, savors a sip of tea before responding, is that all? Noticing that Tang Tian's reaction diverges from his expectations, Yuan Zhou chuckles awkwardly, pauses, and then adds, that is not the entirety of it. I also wish to inform you that I have already paved the way to Yangwan City on your behalf. Upon your arrival there, you will be warmly received, and everything will be meticulously arranged for you. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Yuan Zhou nodded. According to the rules of the sanctuary, only Miss Ziyan was initially permitted to journey to Yangwan City. However, I took the liberty to negotiate on your behalf. After all, both you and Miss Xiaoyin are among the most cherished family of Miss Ziyan. It would be unthinkable to separate you. Ultimately, through my fervent advocacy, a special exception was granted, allowing 2 additional slots for Miss Ziyan. Thus, both you and Miss Xiaoyin may accompany her to Yangwan City. That is all. A wry smile graced Tang Tian's face. What was this fellow scheming? He harbored doubts about Yuan Zhou's benevolence. Yet, it had been over half a year since their last encounter, and no one from the realm of mortals had sought him out. Yuan Zhou was likely intent on keeping this matter under wraps. He did not wish to escalate the situation. Now, his motives were all too clear. Yuan Zhou aimed to expedite the departure of this Buddha from Jiuxing City. Nonetheless, Tang Tian was indifferent, as he never intended to remain in Jiuxing City indefinitely. He was merely awaiting the right opportunity. Perhaps this was that very chance. Well then, I thank you. Is there any way I can repay you? Tang Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhou visibly relaxed, exclaiming, no need for that. It is my privilege to serve as senior. I seek no reward. It is an honor. Moments later, Yuan Zhou departed the courtyard, brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Zhu Ziyan remarked with a hint of exasperation. He has been waiting outside since I participated in the selection. The moment I passed, he hurried me back without giving me a chance to refuse. However, she pondered, he has indeed cared for me quite a lot over the past 6 months. Tang Tian waved dismissively. It's fine, don't mind him. When do you plan to go to Yangwan City? Zhu Ziyan contemplated before replying. I initially thought I would be the only one going, so I didn't consider it much. I intended to wait for the others from the sanctuary to depart. However, Senior Yuan Zhou has opened a special opportunity for us, stating that as long as we are prepared, he can activate the teleportation array for us at any time. Therefore, I wish to leave as soon as possible. Tang Tian nodded. Very well, then go fetch Xiaoyin. I am ready to depart at any moment. Zhu Ziyan nodded emphatically. Shortly thereafter, the master and servant reunited. Tang Tian had assumed that after such a long period of solitary cultivation, Xiaoyin's disposition would have undergone some slight transformation. Yet she remained, as before, a child at heart, weeping uncontrollably upon seeing Zhu Ziyan, resembling an ungrown little girl. Indeed, she was but a young girl. The news that she could accompany Zhu Ziyan to Yangwan City filled Xiaoyin with unparalleled joy. Upon learning that Tang Tian would also be joining them, her elation soared to new heights, and her smile was unceasing. Even as the 3 ascended the grand teleportation array, Xiaoyin continued to beam, grasping one hand in each of hers, her face radiating pure happiness. Such a little girl is easily content. The mere presence of her companions was sufficient to make her forget all her troubles. Subsequently, amidst the shimmering light of the teleportation array, the trio vanished from sight. Once the fluctuations of the array subsided, Yuan Zhou let out a long sigh of relief from afar. Finally, we have sent this formidable deity on their way. Had they remained in Jiuxing City, who could have predicted the chaos that might ensue? Time was of the essence, and stability was paramount. As for this deity, it was best to leave them for Yangwan City to contend with. With that, Yuan Zhou strolled away, hands behind his back, whistling a carefree tune. Chapter 906. Arrival at Yangwan City. A formidable force of spatial energy enveloped Tang Tian and his companions. By gauging the intensity of this power, Tang Tian discerned that they had traversed a grand teleportation array that spanned the barrier between worlds, and the distance was indeed vast. It appeared that under the jurisdiction of Yangwan City, numerous cities akin to Jiuxing City were governed. This also indicated that those who successfully passed the selection to arrive at Yangwan City were exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack within the entire realm. If the outcome remained unchanged, all others would perish alongside the world's destruction. After a considerable passage of time, approximately half an hour, the entire teleportation process came to a conclusion. Following a brilliant flash of light, Tang Tian and his companions found themselves standing upon an enormous teleportation array. This array was immense, featuring not only their singular entrance, but also hundreds of other portals. Through some of these entrances, individuals were arriving from the other side, predominantly young prodigies. Due to the extensive distance of the teleportation, Zhu Zian and Xiaoyin felt disoriented upon their arrival, struggling to maintain their balance. With Xiaoyin nearly fainting, Tang Tian bestowed upon them a measure of life force, enabling them to regain clarity of mind. As they surveyed their surroundings, a glimmer of bewilderment flickered in their eyes. Was this truly Yangwan City? In the next moment, Xiaoyin exclaimed, "Wow, my goodness, what magnificent and bright stars!" Tang Tian and Zhu Zian also looked up. Above them, a star the size of a grinding disk hung majestically in the sky. Its brilliance far surpassed that of the 9 stars combined in Jiuxing City, shining with a radiance akin to that of a true sun. However, Tang Tian quickly realized that this was merely an illusion. In comparison to the sun, its brightness was still lacking, perhaps only a few times brighter than a full moon. Nonetheless, when juxtaposed with Jiuxing City and the places where Xiao Yin and the others had previously dwelled, it truly felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. "It is indeed astonishingly bright," murmured Zhu Zian. She then turned to Tang Tian and inquired, "Is the true sun this bright?" Tang Tian smiled, replying, "You will know when you see it in the future." Describing an unknown entity is perhaps the most challenging endeavor. While the two marveled at the grand star of Yangwan City, a voice emerged beside them. "Pray tell, is the esteemed Miss Zian from Jiuxing City?" Tang Tian and his companions turned to see an elderly man, whose formidable cultivation hinted at the strength of the celestial path. Yet, his demeanor was unexpectedly amiable. "Indeed, that is I," Zhu Zian responded. "May I inquire as to your identity?" The old man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Yuan Bin. The Yuan Zhou of Jiuxing City is my senior apprentice brother. He specifically asked me to wait here to greet you all." As he spoke, his eyes occasionally darted towards Tang Tian, suggesting that Yuan Zhou must have shared some information with him. Otherwise, a powerful figure from the celestial path would not exhibit such courteous behavior. Zhu Zian respectfully acknowledged Lord Yuan Bin. Yuan Bin smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. Since you are esteemed guests of my senior brother, you are equally my honored guests. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform me. Although my status within the sacred hall of Yangwan City pales in comparison to that of my senior brother in Jiuxing City, I am still capable of assisting you to the best of my abilities." Zhu Zian expressed her gratitude once more. She understood that the courtesy shown by Yuan Bin was not entirely related to her. Yuan Bin nodded and could not refrain from glancing at Tang Tian, inquiring, "May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" Tang Tian replied, "You may call me Young Master Tang." Yuan Bin clasped his hands together. "Young Master Tang. Please follow me," he continued. "Once you are settled, I shall take you to explore Yangwan City. This place is the central hub of numerous worlds, and I am certain you will find much that piques your interest." Tang Tian nodded, and under Yuan Bin's guidance, the group descended from the teleportation array. After traversing a considerable distance, a vast estate came into view. Is this the sacred hall of Yangwan City? Zhu Zian exclaimed in awe. However, Yuan Bin chuckled and shook his head. No. You have been within the sacred hall since you stood on the teleportation array. This is merely a residence designated for geniuses from other worlds. Zhu Zian was momentarily taken aback, while Xiaoyin gasped. What? We have been walking such a long distance. And it was all within the sacred hall. Yuan Bin nodded with a smile. The sacred hall is the sovereign of Yangwan City, encompassing a third of the city's territory. However, the exterior is equally splendid. The factions that have established themselves in Yangwan City are all top-tier powers from various worlds, many being remnants of once great sanctuaries. You will come to understand this in due course. Moments later, Yuan Bin led the three into the expansive courtyard. He had prepared a relatively spacious residence, well-furnished and equipped with nearly all necessities. Among the items, one particular object immediately captured Tang Tian's attention. It was the array plate of the Universal Commerce Association. Noticing Tang Tian had halted, Yuan Bin promptly approached him. The array plate is exclusive to the Sacred Hall and can be utilized by all of you. It grants access to the Void Realm, a most intriguing place. Young Master Tang, have you encountered it before? Yuan Bin inquired tentatively. Tang Tian did not conceal anything and nodded, acknowledging, I have seen it. However, he was surprised to find it within the sacred temple. Yuan Bin immediately responded with a smile. The Global Commerce Association spans the entire world. It naturally finds its way into the sacred temple as well. You may not be fully aware, but in today's world, there exists, strictly speaking, only one dominant force, and that is the sacred temple. Tang Tian remained silent. He certainly understood the implications of the sacred temple. He had simply not anticipated that Jun Changqing would refrain from suppressing the Global Commerce Association. It appeared that both parties had reached some form of collaboration, though the workings of this arrangement remained unclear. After a brief moment, Yuan Bin produced a storage stone containing a quantity of Dao Jade. Although the virtual realm is indeed captivating, the costs are exceedingly high. You may use this for now, and should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me, Yuan Bin stated. Tang Tian did not decline the offer. Sometimes, accepting the goodwill of others can provide them with greater assurance. After discussing a few matters, Yuan Bin departed with Zhu Zian, whose identity as a postnatal seed of the sacred temple necessitated certain formalities. In the courtyard, only Tang Tian and Xiaoyin remained. Bored and restless, Xiaoyin picked up the storage stone left by Yuan Bin. Upon opening it, she immediately pouted in disappointment. I expected something more generous. It only contains 1,000,000 Dao Jade. You are too spoiled by me, Tang Tian chuckled, shaking his head at her reaction. Glancing at the formation plate before him, he proposed, shall we venture into the virtual realm for some amusement? Chapter 907. My father is Wang Gang since returning to the great world. Tang Tian had yet to encounter any of his former acquaintances. Currently, he had no intention of doing so, unless the fundamental issues were addressed. Even a reunion would hold little significance. Furthermore, he had ensured their safety before his departure, alleviating any excessive concerns. However, as fate would have it, he stumbled upon the array of the virtual realm today, and thus decided to explore it. He found himself intrigued by the collaboration between the Tianxia Tong and the Holy Temple. Virtual realm? Xiaoyin inquired with curiosity. Is it enjoyable there? Tang Tian nodded. Indeed, although it was a fabricated world, it surpassed the current reality in excitement. Moreover, there, one could witness the true essence of the sun. Upon hearing about the sun, Xiaoyin immediately perked up. Really? Then let us hasten. With that, she leaped to the side of the array. However, she soon encountered a dilemma. There was only one array, and the previous individual had mentioned it could only be utilized by one person. Tang Tian chuckled and said, Go ahead, you can use it. I can enter without it. Slightly skeptical, Xiaoyin nevertheless complied with Tang Tian's words. Following his instructions, she infused a strand of her spirit into the array. Tang Tian, not wishing to delay, connected directly to Xiao Ji within through the array using his spirit. Master. The voice of Xiao Ji resonated swiftly. Though devoid of emotions, Tang Tian could sense the excitement in that call. Yes, I have returned. Tang Tian's figure materialized at the entrance of the virtual realm. The moment his spirit entered the array, Xiaoyin was utterly astonished. She had never witnessed such a spectacle, nor could she have ever imagined it. A world brimming with light, adorned with vibrant flowers, crystal-clear springs, and tender green leaves swaying in the breeze. Each element assaulted her worldview. Do these truly exist? Xiaoyin vigorously shook her head, repeatedly reminding herself that this was merely a virtual world. Yet, the overwhelming beauty before her ensnared her senses, plunging her into a trance from which she might have been lost had Tang Tian not roused her. Brother Tang, I truly, such she could no longer formulate coherent thoughts. Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh and remarked, the real world has always been like this. At least, it once was. Xiaoyin opened her mouth, gazing at the scene ahead, her eyes filled with confusion. Could the real world also be like this? Yet, how did it vanish? Will they return? Tang Tian paused momentarily before softly replying, they will come back. He then affectionately ruffled Xiaoyin's hair and said with a smile, let us venture into the virtual realm now. You've lingered here for far too long. Xiaoyin was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Isn't this the virtual realm? Tang Tian nodded with a smile. This is merely the entrance to the virtual realm. Once we enter, we shall encounter the true essence of the virtual world. Ensure that you do not lose yourself as you have now. Xiaoyin, rendered speechless, could only stare blankly. After a brief moment, Tang Tian guided her into the virtual realm. They found themselves in a bustling city, far more lively than the outside world. The sun hung high in the sky, leaving Xiaoyin in a state of awe, utterly mesmerized, rendering Tang Tian's prior caution ineffective. Reluctantly, he had to rouse her from her stupor. After spending some time helping Xiaoyin acclimate to the environment, he elaborated on the fundamental rules of the virtual realm, and gradually, she began to calm down. You may explore freely for now. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly, Tang Tian informed her. He intended to meet an old acquaintance. Okay, sounds great, Xiaoyin replied eagerly. With a shake of his head, Tang Tian swiftly departed. Before leaving, he reminded Xiaoji to keep an eye on Xiaoyin. The virtual realm was safe, but its inhabitants were not always trustworthy. Xiaoyin was but an innocent child, easily deceived. After Tang Tian vanished, the vibrant scene around him transformed into a bright, tidy, and spacious room. This was the pinnacle of the Creation Tower, a place exclusively belonging to him. Despite his absence for several centuries, the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors remained untouched, showing no signs of occupancy by others. The original arrangement still stood. Seated by the window, Tang Tian gazed down below. The view had not changed significantly in hundreds of years. The only difference lay in the people inhabiting it. Previously, the individuals here were primarily those seeking relaxation, their faces adorned with carefree smiles. However, now it resembled a genuine world, filled with a diverse array of people, and he could sense the scent of ambition and conflict in the air. This was an expected development. As the virtual realm evolved, it would inevitably draw closer to the realities of the world. Only in this way could the virtual realm endure through the ages. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Tian felt a stirring within him. The 6th floor of the Creation Tower housed the high-level conference hall, accessible only to the core management personnel of the virtual realm and the World Trade Association. However, at this moment, a 5-year-old lad stealthily crept into the council chamber. He perched himself upon the main seat, his face alight with excitement. This position, in fact, rightfully belonged to Tang Tian. With a hint of amusement, Tang Tian stroked his chin, having discerned the identity of this young rascal. In a swift motion, he vanished from the upper level. The little boy sat in a chair even higher than himself, displaying his pearly white teeth, missing a few, as he giggled and swayed, his small feet bouncing playfully. Suddenly, a voice resonated beside him. Is it fun? The little boy was startled, tumbling from his seat. Yet, he was quite resilient, not uttering a cry of pain, and clumsily scrambled to his feet, stammering, I'm not. I didn't I just happened to pass by. The door was open. He fumbled through his explanations, but upon rising and catching sight of Tang Tian, he froze in astonishment. Who are you? Tang Tian smiled at him. What is your name? The little boy tilted his head. Don't you recognize me? My name is Wang Lin. My father is Wang Gang. Chapter 908. The supreme ancestor of the great celestial being, this 5-year-old boy, with his tousled hair, is none other than the child of Wang Gang and Miao Yun. Upon first laying eyes on him, Tang Tian immediately discerned this fact. He was taken aback to realize that, after several hundred years, the couple had finally welcomed a child into their lives. What have they been preoccupied with all this time? I don't believe we've met before, Wang Lin said, tilting his head and gazing with wide, curious eyes. Are you also a senior member of the Merchant Guild? Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle, despite his tender age. The boy exhibited a surprising amount of understanding. "I am not a member," he replied, "but rather a friend of your father's." Wang Lin's eyes widened in comprehension. "No wonder you seem somewhat familiar." He then broke into a playful grin, taking hold of Tang Tian's large hand. "Uncle, you're so kind. Please don't tell my father about this, all right? You know how fierce he can be. If he finds out I sneaked into the council chamber and sat in that chair, he would surely give me a sound thrashing. Uncle, I'm begging you," Wang Lin implored. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Is he truly that fearsome? Why then does he not allow you to sit in that chair?" Wang Lin pouted. "My dad says that's the seat of our supreme ancestor of the great celestial being, and no one is permitted to sit there, not even him. One time, I accidentally bumped into the chair leg, and he gave me a thorough beating. Ever since, he has forbidden me from coming within a step of the council chamber." Tang Tian shook his head inwardly. The title of supreme ancestor of the great celestial being was quite a ridiculous appellation, he mused. It was merely a chair. What significance could it possibly hold? The purpose of a chair is simply to provide a place for someone to sit. Wang Lin's eyes glazed over momentarily. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. That is exactly what I think. But my father sees it as more important than my own mother. He's disciplined me many times over this matter. Wang Lin expressed his indignation, yet his gaze towards Tang Tian was one of camaraderie. "If that's the case, why do you still dare to sneak in? Aren't you afraid of receiving another beating?" Tang Tian smiled. Wang Lin huffed, tilting his head back defiantly. "The more he forbids me, the more I want to come. The more he tells me not to sit, the more determined I am to sit. I simply have to see what makes this chair so special." Tang Tian found himself amused. This child, though not yet 5, already exhibited the rebellious spirit of a true maverick. He could easily envision the number of times Wang Gang must have been exasperated by his son's antics. "Now that you've sat in it, what do you think?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Lin tilted his head slightly and pouted. "Well, it doesn't feel particularly special. It's just like an ordinary chair, perhaps even harder than a typical one, making it quite uncomfortable and causing my backside to ache. I wonder how the ancestor managed to sit here. Did he not find it painful?" As he spoke, Wang Lin turned his gaze towards the front of the conference hall, where a massive portrait hung. The painting depicted a young man with a detached expression, as if he were gazing down upon all living beings. He appeared exceedingly gentle, yet the aura of authority emanating from him was so profound that it deterred one from looking directly at him. However, after a couple of glances, Wang Lin suddenly froze. He then shifted his gaze between the portrait and Tang Tian several times before exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, Uncle, you look exactly like my ancestor." Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Do I? I think it's rather ordinary." Wang Lin scrutinized the image again before earnestly stating, "It really is quite similar. But you are far more amiable than my ancestor. He seems like a very stern person, even stricter than my father." Tang Tian laughed heartily. This spirited child was truly delightful. Nonetheless, the portrait on the wall had indeed been artistically enhanced. He did not possess such an overwhelming demeanor. Tang Tian intended to tease the young boy further, but time was of the essence, as he noticed a figure hastily approaching the conference hall. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the door of the hall was forcefully flung open from the outside, and an enraged voice reverberated through the room. "You little rascal! How dare you sneak in here? I'll make sure you regret it." "Huh? Who gave you permission to sit in the ancestor's seat? Get down at once." The intruder was Wang Gang. Perhaps due to his fury, he completely overlooked Tang Tian's presence behind him. Tang Tian, accustomed to such occurrences, remained unfazed. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Wang Gang burst into the room, Wang Lin was so startled that he jumped up, clutching the back of the chair, trembling uncontrollably. Aye. He struggled to gather his thoughts, but his youthful mind was overwhelmed, leaving him in a state of confusion. Just as it seemed Wang Lin would topple from the chair, Tang Tian stepped forward to steady him. "I permitted him to sit. Is that a problem?" he said softly. It was only then that the furious Wang Gang noticed another person in the conference hall besides Wang Lin. He was about to unleash another tirade when he recognized the figure before him and was left utterly speechless, instinctively taking a couple of steps back, frozen in shock. His mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. "Don't recognize me?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Wang Gang's gaze was vacant, his face etched with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a few fragmented words. "Is it truly you, my esteemed lord? Have you finally returned?" His voice trembled with emotion. In response, Tang Tian chuckled softly. Please address me by my full title, the Supreme Ancestor of the Great Heaven. After a considerable pause, Wang Gang emerged from his stupor, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. This is splendid, truly splendid. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, You have returned at last. I always knew you would be safe. Of course. How could anything ever pose a threat to you? As he beamed with joy, rubbing his hands together, his legs trembled with excitement. This display astonished Wang Lin, who had never witnessed such a side of his father. He seemed almost like a well-behaved child. Did I ever suggest that I was in peril? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Before I departed, I had arranged for all matters to be taken care of. I never implied that I would not return, did I? How could such rumors have arisen? Wang Gang paused, then scratched his head. The rumors circulating in the world suggest that you have fallen. This news originated from the realm of light. Following this, Wang Gang recounted to Tang Tian the events that had transpired over the past few centuries. Chapter 909. The Salvation Alliance. Ancient Sacred Land. Through Wang Gang's narration, Tang Tian gained a rough understanding of the events that unfolded after he leaped from the creation pillar. Initially, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, largely adhering to the plans Tang Tian had set forth prior to his departure. Even with the simultaneous disappearance of the sun, moon, and stars, there was no catastrophic disaster. Under the governance of the newly ascended Supremes, such as Tsin Wuhui and Junya, the various sacred lands began to systematically organize their core personnel to seek refuge. During this period, rumors surfaced suggesting that Tang Tian had ventured to a perilous domain to engage in battle with a formidable fiend named Jun Changqing, and that he might meet his demise there. At that time, people did not take this news seriously, for they understood that Tang Tian stood at the pinnacle of this world, impervious to any threats. Even if he could not vanquish the fiend, his safe return was deemed assured. However, over 6 months later, Jun Changqing emerged. With unparalleled power, he manifested in every corner of the vast world. He proclaimed to all beings that everything in this world now belonged to him, and that anyone daring to defy him would face immediate annihilation. He not only spoke these words, but also acted upon them. Thus, within a brief span, the world was plunged into chaos. Fortunately, Tang Tian had prepared in advance. The core personnel of the sacred lands, the key members of the Global Trade Association, and the 9 great heavenly realms were largely unaffected, managing to preserve their strength. Yet, that was the extent of their capabilities. They could only safeguard themselves, lacking the resources to attend to others. Within just a few years, apart from the factions Tang Tian had previously sheltered, the entire world was thoroughly cleansed by Jun Changqing, transforming into his private domain. Henceforth, the world belonged solely to the supreme heavenly monarch. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Such an outcome was, in some sense, to be expected. Jun Changqing was not one to exercise patience, nor did he concern himself with casualties. He would employ the most effective means to achieve his objectives. On a positive note, he had not broken his word. Following his declaration of a unified world, he began to establish rules and select talents for the new world, a process that continues to this day. The news of your fall began circulating around that time. The individuals disseminating this information held significant status and influence. Coupled with your prolonged absence, an increasing number of people began to believe it, Wang Gang stated. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Who is it? Wang Gang paused before responding. It is Long Jiuzhou, the former sovereign of the Tai Sacred Land. Besides him, many powerful supremes and unmatched supremes have also tacitly accepted this matter. They have gathered to create several sanctuaries, claiming to leave behind seeds for the future. This organization is called the Salvation Alliance. Once again, Tang Tian fell silent. At that time, prior to his final confrontation with Jun Changqing at the Pillar of Creation, he had intended to engage in discussions with Long Jiuzhou and his companions. With so many supreme beings gathered, they surely could protect more sentient lives. Unfortunately, the trust between both parties had been irrevocably shattered, and thus, the endeavor did not proceed as hoped. However, what took Tang Tian by surprise was the fact that they had established an organization of their own, aiming to preserve some possibilities for the world's future. He had presumed that these individuals would choose to abandon the greater world and retreat into the chaos, seeking only their own well-being. It seems he had underestimated their determination to safeguard the world. Did Jun Changqing not intervene? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang shook his head. At least he has not personally taken action. Moreover, the location of the Salvation Alliance's sanctuary is exceedingly secretive. The Bright Realm has searched for it for centuries without success. Thus, even if he wished to obstruct them, it would be quite challenging. Tang Tian silently shook his head. After acquiring the devouring sky demon, Jun Chongqing had effectively reached the threshold of eternity. Once he consumed all the world's essence, he would truly step into the realm of the eternal. In this world, nothing could remain concealed beneath his gaze. The fact that he did not act against Long Jiuzhou and the others was merely a matter of his own volition. Perhaps he was too indifferent to intervene. Or perhaps he was simply preoccupied. The supreme beings, who traversed the cosmos, could sense the events that transpired. It is understandable that they believed I had fallen, Tang Tian remarked. Yet, Wang Gang shook his head. Regarding the existence of supreme and unparalleled beings, we are not well acquainted. Thus, when the news first circulated, most of us merely considered it to be mere rumors. However, later, the Bright Realm confirmed the news, and it was even acknowledged by Jun Chongqing himself. The most crucial aspect, however, concerns Miss Xiaoxue. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Xiaoxue? Wang Gang nodded. We could not hastily conclude matters regarding you. As the rumors proliferated, we sought means to verify them. Ultimately, we located Miss Xiaoxue, who stated that she would never believe you had perished. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Then why did you all ultimately believe it? Wang Gang sighed slowly. Young master, those were Miss Xiaoxue's words. The very fact that she could utter such a statement indicated that your situation must have been quite dire. While Miss Xiaoxue did not believe it, I Miao Yun, Li Hong, Lan Yu, El Zhu, and Prince Yu all shared her disbelief. However, others did not share our sentiments. Miss Xiaoxue traversed every corner of the world in her quest to find you. However, to the outside world, the longer she fails to find you, the more credible the news of your demise becomes. Now, after more than 7 centuries, Miss Xiaoxue continues her search for you. Tang Tian has come to a profound understanding of this. He cannot help but let out a quiet sigh, not due to the rumors of his own fall, but because of that foolish girl, Xiaoxue. Why persist so stubbornly in a quest that has consumed 7 centuries? What is her current state? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang responded. She is still searching for you. Simultaneously, she has taken on the responsibilities you left behind. After Jun Chongqing cleansed the world, the conditions of our sacred lands deteriorated significantly, and the populace grew increasingly restless, making it difficult for the unrepentant sovereign to address all concerns. Thus, Miss Xiaoxue extended her hand, enlarging the sanctuary and transforming its environment to make it more conducive to survival. In time, the people collectively revered Miss Xiaoxue as their new sovereign. This group of individuals has also acquired a designation in the outside world, the ancient sacred land. Chapter 9-10. Exclusive position. Listening to Wang Gang's narration, Tang Tian gradually comprehended the events that had unfolded over the past 7 centuries. Most of it was anticipated, yet some occurrences were utterly unforeseen. It was neither as splendid as one might hope nor as dire as one could fear. In summary, in the present world, aside from the Salvation Alliance and the ancient sacred grounds, everything belonged to the Bright Realm, under the dominion of Jun Chongqing. The Salvation Alliance, in its own manner, preserved the seeds of the future for the world. The ancient sacred grounds remained aloof, occasionally making their presence known to the populace. Meanwhile, Jun Chongqing was merely fulfilling the promise made to Tang Tian long ago. As for this world, no one possessed the energy or strength to pay it heed any longer. And what of you? Tang Tian continued to inquire. Has Jun Chongqing, the Bright Realm, not chosen to confront you? He was quite astonished to learn that they had infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Holy Temple. This was indeed surprising. Setting aside the personal grievances between Tang Tian and Jun Chongqing, the World Trade Association would never yield to the Bright Realm. Yet, the fact that the Bright Realm allowed such a situation to transpire was perplexing. Upon hearing this question, Wang Gang let out a resigned smile. How could the Bright Realm not wish to confront us? In truth, from the very beginning, they sought to constrict our space for existence, compelling us to survive solely within the ancient sacred grounds. However, as time passed, the circumstances outside deteriorated severely. People lost all hope for living, existing daily in fear and uncertainty. Without a means to vent their emotions, it would not be long before the entire world transformed into a hell on earth. Thus, the Bright Realm approached us, seeking collaboration. Initially, We were reluctant to engage, as many core members of the World Trade Association had perished during their pursuit of us. However, in the end, Miss Xiaoxue persuaded us, stating that if you were here, you certainly would not wish to witness such a conclusion. Eventually, a partnership was forged. The Bright Realm would not interfere with the operations of the World Trade Association and the Void Realm, while we would open the portals to the Void Realm in every holy city. Tang Tian realized the nature of the situation, recognizing it as a mutually beneficial collaboration. Xiaoxue was correct. Had he been in their position, he too would have sought to prevent the continuous decline of the external world. Yet, regardless, this world deteriorated day by day. Wang Gang sighed again, saying, every moment, places inexplicably shatter, and countless beings perish as a result. Over the past 7 centuries, the number of shattered small worlds has become incalculable, leading to an endless loss of life. As time goes on, this phenomenon has only intensified. However, it is fortunate that you have finally returned. With you here, we now have a pillar of support. The future will surely improve. I shall convey this delightful news to them at once. If Miss Xiaoxue were to learn of it, I can scarcely imagine the extent of her excitement. As Wang Gang spoke, it seemed as though an infinite reservoir of strength surged within him, prompting him to produce the communication jade talisman, eager to relay the news of Tang Tian's return to others. Yet, Tang Tian raised his hand, halting his actions. Not just yet, he advised. Wang Gang, taken aback, inquired, why not? Do you not realize that everyone is eagerly anticipating your return? Tang Tian pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. It is of no consequence. My return cannot alter much, at least not for now. I am in pursuit of something, and once I have found it, I shall naturally reveal myself. The time is not ripe. He must discover that power capable of transforming everything. Otherwise, even his return would bear little significance. That enigmatic force remained of paramount importance. Although Wang Gang was unaware of the nature of what Tang Tian referred to, he acquiesced to his command and resumed his seat. Is that thing truly difficult to locate? Is there any assistance we can provide? Wang Gang queried. Tang Tian slowly shook his head. It was not a matter of their inability to assist. Rather, he doubted whether they could be of any help at all. His current adversary was not Jun Chongqing, but a far more formidable and nearly inscrutable opponent, the fish farmer. When it came to matters involving the fish farmer, everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Tang Tian had already formulated his plans. If this path proved unviable, he would consider alternative strategies as time permitted. There was still over 200 years until the world faced total annihilation. Very well, Wang Gang conceded with a reluctant nod. I shall refrain from informing the others for now. Should you require me for any task, do not hesitate to command me. In this world, aside from the Ming realm, we are the sole remnants of our ancient sacred land. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He then deftly shifted the conversation away from weighty matters, playfully tousling Wang Lin's hair and remarking, what is the matter with you two? After 700 years, how is it that you have only just welcomed your first child? Wang Gang, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and replied, the world is perilous. We never intended to have children. However, well, as you know, sometimes unexpected events occur. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin raised his eyebrows in indignation. You are the unexpected one. My mother said she endured countless hardships to bear me. Wang Gang's expression darkened, and he raised his hand as if to strike. The astute Wang Lin immediately clung to Tang Tian's arm, recognizing that Wang Gang dared not act recklessly in front of their esteemed ancestor. Enough, Tang Tian interjected. It is but one child. Let us not treat it as if it were an enemy. I find this child quite clever, possessing both courage and wisdom, far surpassing you. Tang Tian remarked with a hint of exasperation. Wang Gang shot a glare at Wang Lin, but ultimately lowered his hand. So mischievous, he lamented. Such unruliness would undoubtedly lead to trouble in the future. As long as one does not err on matters of great importance, everything will be fine, Tang Tian remarked. By the way, regarding my title, what kind of mindset could conjure such an eccentric name? Supreme Ancestor of the Great Heavens is truly a bit juvenile. Wang Gang chuckled. This title was unanimously approved by the council in the hall. Originally quite lengthy, it was shortened for convenience. Primarily, it serves to emphasize your esteemed authority. Tang Tian waved his hands dismissively. You know I dislike such ostentatious embellishments. And this chair was originally reserved for you, yet you insist on leaving it vacant. If you don't want it, I shall bestow it upon young Wang Lin. Henceforth, it shall be his designated seat, mark my words." Wang Gang was taken aback, while young Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, really? The ancestor is so kind. The ancestor is the best." In the council hall, the jubilant cheers of children echoed. Chapter 911. Impersonation within the Genesis Tower. Tang Tian engaged in a lengthy conversation with Wang Gang. Through Wang Gang's recounting, Tang Tian learned that his former acquaintances were now thriving. Wang Ziyu had ascended to become a formidable master of the infinite path and was likely already striving towards the esteemed realm of supremacy. Others, too, were faring well. However, the most remarkable transformation was that of Gu Xiaoxue. Once perceived merely as Tang Tian's naive attendant, requiring constant protection, she stepped into the limelight after Tang Tian's disappearance. It became evident that this woman had long transcended her previous role as an uninformed maid. Though she possessed only half a step towards supremacy, she swiftly earned the trust of numerous supreme beings. Her methods were swift and decisive, as she faced the challenges from the bright realm without faltering, even achieving several victories. Had it not been for her prowess, none would willingly have accepted her as the sole holy master of the ancient sacred land. She had matured significantly. It was simply that others had not recognized her growth. Tang Tian remarked. Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Primarily, your previous brilliance overshadowed her, rendering her invisible to others. It was only after your departure that her radiance began to shine forth. Coughing lightly, he added, "Of course, I am not suggesting that your absence was a favorable occurrence." Tang Tian rolled his eyes. "All right, let us conclude our conversation here for today. My intent in entering the virtual realm was merely to ascertain how you all are faring. Hearing your words has eased my mind considerably, allowing me to focus more intently on the forthcoming matters." Wang Gang nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, we are all doing well. Should there be anything we can assist with regarding your affairs, do not hesitate to command us." Tang Tian nodded slowly. Indeed, upon departing from the Genesis Tower, Tang Tian returned to find Xiao Yin, observing her joyfully engaged in the city. He chose not to disturb her and instead retreated to the small courtyard of the holy temple. Zhu Ziyan had yet to return from her errands, so he made his way to the backyard, sitting by the edge of a small pond. The lotus flowers were in full bloom, and beneath the leaves, small fish swam in schools, occasionally surfacing to create gentle ripples upon the water's surface. In a little over 200 years, the world would face utter annihilation, and Jun Changqing would truly embark on the path of eternity. Time was not abundant. In fact, it was exceedingly pressing. Yet, Tang Tian's mood grew increasingly tranquil. He gradually discerned certain truths, confident that soon the opportunity for resolution would surface. For a time, Tang Tian felt as though he had returned to the inn in Nine-Star City. The only difference was that the old locust tree had been replaced by the pond. Although Zhu Ziyan's visits had increased since arriving in Yangwang City, she appeared even busier than during her time in Nine-Star City. The sanctuary of Sunshine City dwarfs that of Nine-Star City by a magnitude of 1,000. Its complexity is elevated by more than a single order of magnitude. Even with Yuan Bin's assistance, it took her several days to comprehend the fundamental rules governing this place. Subsequently, she began to inquire about Zhu Ziyu. The findings were largely consistent with what Yuan Zhou had previously mentioned. For an innate seed of Zhu Ziyu's caliber, barring any unforeseen events, he should have ventured into the Ming realm a year prior. If he has indeed entered the Ming realm, there would be no cause for concern, as innate seeds are among the most pivotal entities even within that realm. Furthermore, the Ming realm serves as the stronghold of the sanctuary, where no force could threaten the safety of an innate seed. Therefore, if Zhu Ziyu were to encounter trouble, it would certainly be within Sunshine City. However, this raises a similar quandary. Zhu Ziyan's current standing does not afford her access to information pertaining to Zhu Ziyu. Yuan Bin's position is not as influential as Yuan Zhou's in Nine-Star City, rendering him equally powerless in this matter. Ultimately, Zhu Ziyan is left with but one path: to continue enhancing her own abilities to qualify for entry into the Ming realm, thereby increasing her chances of obtaining specific information about Zhu Ziyu. As a result, she became busier than ever before. When she occasionally returned, it was merely a fleeting visit. The majority of her time was devoted to cultivation. In stark contrast, Xiao Yin was the complete opposite. While in Nine-Star City, she managed to focus on her training. However, upon arriving in the bustling Sunshine City, The young girl completely let herself go. There was no denying it. The plethora of novel and entertaining experiences was simply overwhelming. Even a year would be insufficient to explore the sanctuary's interior. Outside the sanctuary, countless fascinating wonders awaited, each one igniting a spark of joy in Xiao Yin's eyes. Not to mention the virtual realm. Tang Tian had granted Xiao Ji the authority to bestow upon Xiao Yin extensive privileges within the virtual realm, allowing her to indulge freely without regard to identity, strength, status, or spirit jade. She could play to her heart's content. For a girl hailing from a humble background, this was akin to stepping into a new world, nay, countless new worlds. Thus, Xiao Yin spent the majority of her time immersed in the virtual realm, lost in its allure, oblivious to the passage of time. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue, as her current level of cultivation was more than adequate. Days slipped by in a rhythm that was neither urgent nor languorous. Soon, Tang Tian had spent an entire year in Sunshine City. After a year of relentless tension, Zhu Ziyan finally returned with good news. "Young master, I have successfully passed the selection." Her face bore the marks of fatigue, yet it could not conceal the exhilaration that bubbled within her. From the 9-star city to the present, after years of relentless striving, an exhilarating outcome has finally emerged. In just 3 days, I shall be able to tread upon the Yangwan path. This place is the very heart of the sanctuary, and once I enter, I shall undoubtedly uncover the whereabouts of Ziyu. At long last, I will be able to see him. In this moment, Zhu Ziyan, who has ascended to the rank of an immortal sovereign, cannot help but shed tears. Only she knows the immense sacrifices she has made over these few short years to reach this pivotal juncture. "Congratulations," Tang Tian said with a warm smile. He was already aware of the rigorous selection process for the Yangwan path, which proved to be remarkably challenging, surpassing any previous selections he had witnessed. All participants were unparalleled geniuses among geniuses. Zhu Ziyan's success was not solely attributed to Tang Tian igniting her pure Yang bloodline. Her relentless determination and tenacity were equally significant factors. In 3 days, the invitation to the Yangwan path would be delivered to Zhu Ziyan by the sanctuary. At that moment, the truth about Zhu Ziyu's current state would be unveiled. However, reality often deviates from our desires. After anxiously waiting for 3 days, the invitation to the Yangwan path had yet to arrive. It was only in the evening that someone finally visited the estate. Yuan Bin's expression was exceedingly grim. "Your invitation has been fraudulently claimed by another." Chapter 9:12. No recklessness. I have been waiting there since dawn. I beheld your invitation letter, 24 years old, Zhu Ziyan. However, the portrait on the invitation is not yours. Yuan Bin stated in a low voice. The crowd in the courtyard was instantly taken aback. How could this be? Did the sanctuary make a mistake? Zhu Ziyan expressed her disbelief. Yuan Bin sighed deeply, saying, "Initially, I too believed that the sanctuary had committed such an unforgivable error. Upon witnessing it, I promptly reported it to the higher authorities. Yet, the response I received was that there was no issue. The Zhu Ziyan who passed the selection is indeed the woman depicted in the portrait, and you are not among them." Zhu Ziyan stood in shock. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. After striving so hard for so long, all she yearned for was to tread the path to the sunlit realm, to uncover information about her brother, Zhu Ziyu, and she had not even considered the bright realm. Yet, she never anticipated such a predicament would arise. "I will seek Lord Jing. He is the head of the assessment, and he personally passed my evaluation. He can certainly attest to this matter." Zhu Ziyan shouted defiantly, preparing to leave the courtyard. However, Yuan Bin reached out to stop her. "It is futile. I have already inquired." He spoke softly. "When I brought your portrait to Lord Jing, he claimed he had never seen you. The individual who passed the assessment is the woman mentioned in the invitation." Upon receiving this answer, I realized that this matter is far more complicated than I had imagined. Subsequently, I investigated the woman in the invitation. Her name is indeed Zhu Ziyan. Behind her stands the Zhu family of Yangwan City, an ancient clan of considerable power and even greater wealth. "Ziyan, it seems you have been supplanted for this opportunity." Zhu Ziyan stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. Had it not been for Yuan Bin revealing the truth, she would still be awaiting the arrival of her invitation. Who could have foreseen such a dark underbelly existing within the sanctuary? The allure of the bright realm is overwhelmingly potent. Yuan Bin sighed once more, stating, "You may not yet fully grasp what the bright realm signifies. It is not merely a passage to a more perfect world. Countless eyes are fixated on those opportunities. They must have investigated your background, knowing that even if they impersonated you, there would be little uproar. With the Zhu family's wealth and influence in Yangwan City, suppressing this matter would be effortless. Zhu Zian gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse. The sanctuary, so lofty and transcendent, cannot resist the allure of mere mortal greed? Yuan Bin shook his head. There is no transcendence, no detachment from the mundane. It is merely that the stakes are not sufficiently high. The Zhu family can indeed offer sufficient benefits. Zhu Zian clenched her fists. I refuse to believe. I cannot accept that there is no place within the entire temple to uphold justice. She shouted in fury and stepped resolutely towards the courtyard. What do you intend to do? Yuan Bin exclaimed loudly. Zhu Zian's eyes glistened with tears. Senior Yuan Bin, you cannot fathom the significance of this opportunity to me. I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. No matter the cost, even if it causes upheaval, I will retrieve this opportunity. Yuan Bin's brow furrowed. Cause upheaval? Do you truly believe you can? Those individuals are beyond my control. You, a mere immortal emperor with no power, wealth, or connections, what can you possibly do? The Zhu family could effortlessly erase you from the Sunlight City with just a sneeze, leaving no trace behind. With a gentle sigh, he approached Zhu Zian's side. Miss Zian, over this past year, your effort and determination have earned my admiration. However, this matter is exceedingly challenging. One misstep could plunge you into an abyss of despair. Even if you disregard your own safety, you must consider those around you and your distant family. Zhu Zian fell silent. Indeed, while she might disregard her own life, could she ignore the lives of Xiaoyin and Tang Tian and her family? If the Zhu family in Sunlight City were powerful enough to arbitrarily alter the invitation to the Sunlight Path, extinguishing her family would be as simple as a flick of a finger. She felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, but what could she do? The entire courtyard was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Observing the somber expressions of the group, Tang Tian rose from by the lake and approached them. Are you done speaking? He asked softly. Yuan Bin nodded. However, suddenly, it seemed he realized something and hastily added, Senior, we cannot. This is Sunlight City, the entrance to the Ming realm. We cannot act recklessly here. He evidently guessed Tang Tian's intentions, likely having heard about his character from Yuan Zhou. Recklessly? Tang Tian chuckled. Is there anything more reckless than impersonation? I never imagined such absurdities could occur in this world. Jun Changqing must be oblivious. Under his very nose, such situations arise. And he remains unaware of how many genuine talents have slipped through the cracks over the years. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Bin felt as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, nearly losing his balance, and stared wide-eyed at Tang Tian. You, how dare you utter the name of the Supreme Heavenly Lord? Tang Tian cast a glance at Yuan Bin, then disregarded him, turning his attention back to Zhu Zian. It's all right. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly, Zhu Zian said, his expression troubled. However, the Zhu family of Yangwan City is indeed formidable. I am concerned. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. Neither you nor your family will come to harm. You shall receive what is rightfully yours. Ah, by the way, do you possess any concrete evidence to demonstrate that you have indeed passed the assessment? He preferred rational discourse. If reason failed, then alternative means could be employed. After some contemplation, Zhu Zian replied, upon passing the assessment, we are recorded on a list. However, that list has undoubtedly been tampered with. Tang Tian nodded. Tampering is inconsequential. Even the heavens leave traces, let alone a mere list. Where is it? Zhu Zian inquired. It is in the possession of Lord Jing, he replied. Very well, Tang Tian said. Let us seek out this Lord Jing. With that, he departed the small courtyard, accompanied by Zhu Zian. Xiaoyin promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Yuan Bin remained rooted in place, stunned for an extended duration. Eventually, he slowly regained his senses. Surely, he must have misheard. Who would dare to utter the name of the Supreme Heavenly Sovereign so freely? Such audacity is terrifying. This is bad. They cannot truly be intending to confront Lord Jing directly. I must hasten to prevent them, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. In a place like Yangwan City, one cannot afford to act recklessly. With that thought, he too swiftly exited the small courtyard. Chapter 9:13, Swinging his arm. Striking him in the face, this marked the first occasion that Tang Tian ventured beyond the confines of his residence since arriving in Yangwan City. To him, everything in the outside world appeared akin to a mirage, poised to dissolve into the ether at any moment. He felt little enthusiasm. Yuan Bin, swift in his pace, soon caught up with Tang Tian and his companions. With earnestness, he elaborated on the formidable nature of the Zhu family and the peculiarities of Yangwan City. In such a place, it was indeed unwise to stir trouble. Upon hearing Yuan Bin's words, Zhu Zian hesitated, reluctant to gamble the safety of her loved ones on her own selfish desires. In contrast, Xiao Yin remained resolutely indignant. I believe in my brother Tang. He will surely champion our cause. It is utterly shameless to brazenly seize the fruits of another's labor, she declared with fervor. Tang Tian smiled gently. See, Xiao Yin articulates it well. Why should we endure such indignities in silence? I have no inclination to abide by such a habit. He maintained his speed, continuing toward the main hall of the temple, where the esteemed Lord Jing, responsible for the Yangwan Road assessment, awaited. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Bin sighed deeply. He had conveyed all he could, yet Tang Tian remained resolute in his course of action, leaving him with little recourse. Perhaps, if the situation escalated, Zhu Zian might attain the assessment qualification she deserved, but the instigator, Tang Tian, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. As for his own safety, it seemed secure enough. Thus, he resolved to accompany his noble companion, come what may. The four continued onward until they arrived outside the main hall. However, at that moment, a formidable figure obstructed their path. It was a dignified middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, possessing a cultivation level of Tai, commanding respect without a word of anger. Enough, there is no need to proceed further, he spoke with indifference. Tang Tian regarded him coolly. Who are you? The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at Tang Tian before disregarding him entirely, fixing his gaze upon Yuan Bin. Yuan Bin, it is unwise for you to wade into these murky waters. I am aware that you have secured your passage to the Ming realm. No one can touch you. Yet, do you not concern yourself with how you shall spend the next 2 centuries? He queried softly. Yuan Bin met his gaze unwaveringly. Though he had feigned humility before Tang Tian, he displayed no trace of fear in front of this more powerful adversary. My future is of no concern to the Zhu family. However, I did not expect that this matter was indeed orchestrated by you. He spoke coldly. To dare flout the rules at the foot of the Ming realm, you possess remarkable audacity. It became evident that the middle-aged man who barred their passage was indeed affiliated with the Zhu family. His presence here signifies that the impersonation of Zhu Zian was indeed orchestrated by them. Yet, in response to Yuan Bin's warning, the middle-aged man exhibited no fear whatsoever. Rules are rigid, yet humanity is dynamic. One must not be overly pedantic at any given moment, should you cease your pursuit. I can assure you of a future replete with comfort and ease for the next several centuries as you enter the realm of light. He proposed his terms. However, Yuan Bin merely sneered derisively. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? You have surely misidentified your counterpart. The opportunity you seized from the Zhu clan was never mine to begin with. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Tang Tian and Zhu Zian. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, finally settling his attention on Zhu Zian. Very well, I comprehend your position. With that, he opened his palm, revealing a storage stone. I am aware of you, Zhu Zian. Though your greatness has come late, your displayed talent surpasses that of many exceptional prodigies. However, the realm of light is beyond your reach. The resources within this storage stone could elevate your family by 3 tiers. Take it back with you, and do not dwell on matters pertaining to the realm of light. Otherwise, he threatened ominously, this world may very well lose another Zhu clan. Zhu Zian felt an overwhelming surge of anger, clenching her fists tightly. Yet, at this moment, she and her family were akin to eggs striking against stone when faced with such a formidable force. She found herself bereft of choices. Fortunately, at that juncture, Tang Tian stepped forward to speak. Xiao Yin, accept it, he instructed. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, though she was somewhat puzzled by Tang Tian's intent. She obediently responded and took the storage stone from the middle-aged man. A smirk of disdain crept onto the man's lips. Now this is the prudent course of action. You have salvaged your... Yet, before he could finish, Tang Tian's subsequent words rendered him speechless. With a swift motion, he swung his arm and struck the storage stone against the man's face. Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, Whatever Tang Tian commanded, she would follow. She gripped the storage stone tightly and swung her arm forcefully towards the middle-aged man. Perhaps caught off guard by the unexpected turn, he failed to evade and was struck squarely in the face by the storage stone. Xiaoyin's strength, of course, was insufficient to inflict harm upon a formidable adept of Tai, yet the middle-aged man felt a burning sting on his face. It was an affront. This was swiftly followed by an overwhelming fury. You seek death. The middle-aged man acted with immediacy, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped Tang Tian and the others. Yuan Bin was instantly alarmed, preparing to counter this attack. However, one person moved even more swiftly than he. Tang Tian stepped forward, extending his hand towards the middle-aged man. You overestimate your capabilities. The middle-aged man had utterly underestimated Tang Tian, as the essence of his Tao surged forth, intending to shatter Tang Tian's arm completely. However, to his astonishment, upon contact with Tang Tian's limb, his Tao crumbled instantaneously, akin to a glass of water poured into a vast ocean. It was at this moment he realized that this seemingly ordinary man was anything but simple, as he observed Tang Tian's colossal hand drawing ever closer. The middle-aged man hastily summoned his strength, attempting to thwart the impending grasp. Alas, no matter how fervently he exerted himself, his efforts proved futile. In a fleeting moment, he sought to distance himself from Tang Tian, only to discover that his body had been entirely ensnared, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Tang Tian's hand swiftly approached, seizing his throat. In the next instant, he was hoisted aloft like a mere chick by Tang Tian's single hand. Moments later, his body crashed firmly against the ground with a resounding thud. The tremendous noise reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. A massive pit was created beneath him, as even the fortified ground could not withstand such overwhelming force. Lying in the crater, the middle-aged man spat blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, his breath faint. The imposing demeanor he once held had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained composed, as if this were merely a trifling matter. Xiaoyin, bind him and take him along. Consider it a piece of evidence, he instructed, before resuming his forward stride. Absolutely, Xiaoyin exclaimed with excitement, producing a rope to secure it around the middle-aged man's neck, dragging him along. Miss, let's hurry. I told you Tang Ge would be just fine. With that, she eagerly followed after Tang Tian. Chapter 914. A forceful arrival. Tang Tian walked at the forefront, with Xiaoyin dragging the middle-aged man behind him as they entered the main hall. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zian and Yuan Bin followed suit. Their sudden appearance immediately captured the attention of those present. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and those who recognized the middle-aged man's identity were struck with sheer horror. This is bad. A grave situation has arisen, he thought to himself, promptly retreating to a safe distance. In such circumstances, the wisest choice was to distance oneself from the messenger of trouble. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, Yuan Bin trembled slightly, still reeling from the abrupt turn of events. A formidable Tai Dao master was effortlessly subdued by Tang Tian. Yuan Zhou had informed him that this elder was exceptionally fierce, yet he had not anticipated such a display of prowess. Moreover, since arriving in Yangwan City, Tang Tian had remained within the confines of the courtyard, never venturing elsewhere. Their previous interactions had led Yuan Bin to perceive Tang Tian as a benevolent and cultured elder. The sudden shift was challenging for him to comprehend. Furthermore, with Tang Tian's actions, it was as if he had irrevocably offended the entire Zhu family, a clan under the protection of supreme power. He needed to devise a plan to mitigate this dire predicament, but alas, reality afforded him little time. Due to Tang Tian's imposing entrance, several administrators of the Holy Hall had already converged. What is the meaning of this? The leading figure, a young man, inquired. Though his cultivation was merely at the ritual realm, his status within the Holy Hall commanded respect, even from the Zhu family. Yet, it was evident that Tang Tian held no such regard. I seek the one in charge of the Yangwan Dao assessment, Lord Jing. This matter does not concern anyone else, he stated coolly. The young man frowned. Lord Jing has been particularly busy of late. Please wait here while I report to him. Tang Tian shook his head defiantly. I do not wish to wait. Stand aside, he declared, striding forward. The young man instantly adopted a defiant stance, positioning himself in front of Tang Tian. Yuan Bin sensed impending trouble and hurriedly moved to intervene. However, it was too late. Tang Tian did not afford his opponent the chance to speak, seizing the young man's collar. Before he could react, Tang Tian swung his arm, and the young man was sent crashing through numerous walls, propelled far into the distance. Unbridled arrogance. The remaining administrators of the Holy Hall shouted in indignation, rushing forward. As they flew towards him, they unleashed a variety of formidable spells. Yet, Tang Tian did not even glance their way. He simply raised his hand and struck the air with a punch. In the next moment, the entire space erupted in a terrifying tempest akin to an unstoppable tsunami, instantly sweeping away all those in proximity. In an instant, only Tang Tian and his 3 companions remained, alongside a bound member of the Zhu family. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Bin was rendered utterly speechless. What kind of physical prowess could generate such terrifying spatial fluctuations? Tang Tian's strength once again exceeded all of his expectations. No wonder he possessed such confidence to seek justice alone. However, they were in Yangwan City, the gateway to the Ming realm. The formidable beings of the Ming realm were virtually limitless. Moreover, injuring a steward of the Holy Temple meant there would be no easy resolution. Lost in his thoughts, Tang Tian's voice broke through beside him. "Where's Lord Jing? Lead the way." Yuan Bin took a deep breath. Given the circumstances, there was no turning back. In a certain sense, the greater the commotion, the safer he might be. Yet, it was Tang Tian who would bear all the consequences. But if he himself was unfazed, what more could Yuan Bin say? "Very well. Please follow me." He then took the lead, guiding Tang Tian and the others forward. In a lavish private residence, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe sat by the window, 3 black storage stones laid out upon the table before him. Beside him stood an elderly man in quiet contemplation, along with a young woman whose beauty rivaled that of Zhu Zian, appearing to be of a similar age. "I have taken considerable risks in this matter," the middle-aged man spoke in a low tone. The elder smiled slightly, his wrinkles accumulating to the point where his eyes were nearly obscured. "I understand, esteemed sir. The Zhu family will not forget Lord Jing's kindness." The middle-aged man, indeed Lord Jing, shook his head at the elder's words. "No, you do not comprehend." He turned to the elder and stated, "You previously informed me that this woman was merely a genius from a small city, lacking any substantial background. Yet today, someone has come to see me, a representative of our holy temple, one who already possesses the qualifications to enter the Ming realm." Lord Jing's tone conveyed his displeasure. The elder paused before continuing with a smile. "You refer to Yuan Bin, do you not? He is just a guide. Given his status, he is unlikely to stir up much trouble." Lord Jing sipped his tea leisurely. "If he were to report this matter through the proper channels, I would have no justifiable reason to intervene." At this statement, the elder narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lord Jing remained unperturbed. After a moment, the elder's smile returned. "It seems we have been negligent. However, I believe this is not a difficult matter for Lord Jing." With that, he produced 2 more black storage stones and placed them upon the table. Lord Jing extended his hand, and after a moment of contact, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He then turned his gaze towards the woman standing nearby. "Indeed, commendable. With your innate talent, you are undoubtedly entitled to enter the Yangwang path. However, whether you can successfully access the Ming realm will depend solely on your own endeavors. Do not disappoint the expectations your family has placed upon you." The woman let out a soft huff. "Of course not. That was meant to be my opportunity. I merely faltered slightly, allowing that country bumpkin to seize it first." Yet, before she could finish her thought, the elder interjected with a fierce reprimand. "Silence. You are Zhu Zian, and that opportunity belongs to you. Keep such matters to yourself." After being chastised, the woman appeared somewhat defiant, but replied, "Understood, ancestor." Observing this, Lord Jing offered a faint smile, saying, "Old Zhu, you must keep a close watch on your treasured granddaughter. Should any issues arise on your end, I would be powerless to assist." The elder sighed quietly and assured, "Rest easy, Lord Jing, there will be no issues. That young woman from the small town shall not trouble you again." Lord Jing nodded. "That is reassuring." However, scarcely had their words settled when a sudden, thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Before they could comprehend the situation, the door to the room was violently shattered from the outside. Moments later, several figures emerged before them, with Zhu Zian unmistakably among them. "Who is Jing Xiaoyuan?" inquired a stranger, his tone indifferent. Chapter 9:15. Replicas. The sudden turn of events left the 3 individuals in the room momentarily stunned. How audacious it was for someone to intrude upon the sanctity of the temple. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the intruder was even more brazen than they had anticipated. Among the four, a young girl held a rope, binding dozens of figures, each one visibly injured and gasping for breath. To their astonishment, the majority of these figures were, in fact, members of the temple. Zhu Zian. As the two parties exchanged glances, the young woman from the Zhu family could not contain her exclamation. The elder of the Zhu family shot her a fierce glare. This girl had indeed been overly sheltered, speaking without a thought. How could she utter the name of the opponent at such a critical moment? Upon seeing this woman, Zhu Zian's expression darkened. So it is you. Clearly, she recognized her adversary. As the situation threatened to unravel, the elder of the Zhu family hastily stepped forward, bellowing, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in the temple? Are you unaware of where you are?" Jing Xiaoyuan also furrowed his brow. It had been a long time since he encountered anyone so audacious as to create chaos within the temple, especially with such ferocity. What infuriated him further was that the elder of the Zhu family had just assured him that Zhu Zian would never appear in Yangguan City again. Yet, here she stood before him. It was a blatant slap in the face. Moreover, the fact that she had specifically come to see him clearly indicated an intent to impersonate. This matter would likely not conclude peacefully. Casting an annoyed glance at the elder of the Zhu family, Jing Xiaoyuan rose to his feet. "You dare to injure the temple's overseer and force your way into the temple's inner sanctum? You possess remarkable audacity." He first placed the blame squarely upon Tang Tian and his companions. At the same time, Tang Tian's gaze fell upon Jing Xiaoyuan. "So you are Jing Xiaoyuan?" he inquired. Observing the unfamiliar man, Jing Xiaoyuan frowned slightly. "And who might you be?" Tang Tian did not respond directly, but instead gestured toward Zhu Zian beside him. "Zhu Zian is my disciple. She passed the examination of the Yangguan path, but has yet to receive her invitation. I came to ascertain the situation." Jing Xiaoyuan scoffed dismissively. "Nonsense." The audacity of their intrusion into the temple was unforgivable. "Elder Zhu, I would appreciate your assistance in apprehending these brazen miscreants. After I notify the temple's enforcers, we shall make a decision." He offered Tang Tian no opportunity to further discuss the matter. Forcing the elder of the Zhu family to act was also a means to ensure that Tang Tian and his companions would be eliminated here and now. As for the temple's enforcers, it was merely a pretense. He had no intention of allowing official intervention in this affair. Upon hearing the words of Jing Xiaoyuan, a glimmer of ruthless intent flickered in the eyes of the ancestral figure of the Zhu family. "As you command," he declared, and in an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from his being, far more potent than that of the previous middle-aged man. This elder of the Zhu family was indeed a master of the limitless Tao. The space surrounding Tang Tian and his companions had been utterly sealed. Without the requisite power to break free, their demise was inevitable. Just as the ancestral figure was poised to strike, Yuan Bin stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Tang Tian and his companions. "Hold on." He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Lord Jing, this surely contravenes the rules. Although their methods may be somewhat extreme, you cannot simply disregard the matter concerning Zhu Zian, can you?" Yuan Bin's sudden appearance caused both the ancestral figure and Jing Xiaoyuan to furrow their brows. "Manager Yuan," Jing Xiaoyuan replied in a calm tone, "I find it perplexing that you would associate with these reckless individuals. However, I trust that you are not complicit with them. Or do you consider yourself one of their ranks?" By the end of his statement, Jing Xiaoyuan's tone had turned frigid, a clear warning. As long as Yuan Bin ceased to pursue this matter, all would be well. Yet, should he continue to press, he too would face the same dire consequences. Based on his understanding of Yuan Bin, who was usually cautious and prudent, he assumed the manager would make a wise choice. To Jing Xiaoyuan's surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Yuan Bin produced a silver-white token. Inscribed upon it were the bold characters Mingjia. "In my capacity as a representative of Mingjia, I hereby request a thorough investigation into Zhu Zian's qualifications for the Yangguan Dao. The rules of the sanctum must be upheld. Such egregious acts of impersonation must not be tolerated," he proclaimed loudly. Jing Xiaoyuan fell silent at once. Though the silver-white token was small, it was impossible for anyone to dismiss its significance. It symbolized the utmost authority in the current world. Tang Tian felt a twinge of surprise. Yuan Bin was merely Zhu Zian's guide, yet he had escalated matters to this extent. Forcing a confrontation with Jing Xiaoyuan offered him no advantage whatsoever. After some contemplation, he resolved to observe how events would unfold. As for the ancestral figure of the Zhu family, his countenance was already steeped in ominous intent. The aura of the limitless Tao continued to build, as if he intended to eliminate Yuan Bin as well. However, Jing Xiaoyuan's gaze restrained him. Before he turned his attention back to Yuan Bin, I greatly admire your commitment to the rules, Manager Yuan. But do you not fear that you are being deceived by petty rascals? He spoke softly. Yuan Bin snorted coldly. I possess my own discernment of right and wrong. The matter concerning Zhu Ziyan must be thoroughly investigated. Jing Xiaoyuan chuckled, displaying not a trace of anxiety. Very well. How would you like to investigate? Yuan Bin pondered for a moment and replied, during the assessment at Yangwang Road, there exists a record book. The identity of Zhu Ziyan and whether he passed the evaluation can be discerned with a glance. Attempting to navigate through official channels would be an exceedingly intricate and protracted endeavor, and there lies a significant scope for manipulation by Jing Xiaoyuan. It is only by establishing evidence face-to-face that one can retain control over the situation. However, Yuan Bin initially believed that Jing Xiaoyuan would not so readily present the record book. Yet, he agreed without hesitation. All right then, he said. Immediately, Jing Xiaoyuan produced a jade slip and tossed it directly to Yuan Bin. Furrowing his brow, Yuan Bin was uncertain of the other party's intentions. But he chose to open the record book nonetheless. A series of names, portraits, and soul imprints were clearly visible within the tome, easily comprehensible. Soon, he discovered information pertaining to Zhu Ziyan. Yet, the Zhu Ziyan inscribed in the record was not the individual he knew, but rather a woman associated with the ancestral figure of the Zhu family. How could this be? Yuan Bin's brow knitted in confusion, unable to fathom how things had taken such a turn. He had witnessed Zhu Ziyan participate in the assessment and subsequently pass it. Let me have a look. Tang Tian interjected. Yuan Bin nodded and handed the jade slip to Tang Tian. However, upon receiving the jade slip, Tang Tian merely glanced at it before returning it. Did you not realize? This is a replica. Yuan Bin was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Jing Xiaoyuan paused, his sharp gaze fixating on this unfamiliar man. Chapter 916. Proving your identity. The roster presented by Jing Xiaoyuan to Yuan Bin was but a replica. However, it was an exceptionally sophisticated imitation, one that even a master of the Wuji path might struggle to discern. Astonishingly, the seemingly unremarkable master of Zhu Ziyan recognized its true nature at a glance. It is no wonder that the individual managed to traverse this space with such ease. Indeed, they possess considerable prowess. Nevertheless, Jing Xiaoyuan remained unperturbed by their presence. Within the sanctum, those endowed with strength are the least of one's concerns, for no matter how formidable one's power may be, it pales in comparison to that of the bright realm. Master Jing, is this roster merely a copy? Yuan Bin inquired, his brow furrowed as he held the jade tablet. Jing Xiaoyuan chuckled lightly, responding, of course. After the assessment concluded, the authentic roster was delivered to the higher echelons of the sanctum for archiving. Everything else is merely a facsimile. It is entirely understandable that you, having had little exposure to this matter, remain uninformed. Yuan Bin's expression darkened as he resolutely declared, I demand to see the original roster. Jing Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow, replying, that can be arranged. However, items submitted to the higher authorities require a formal request. You shall need to wait a few days. Yuan Bin's countenance soured. Waiting several days was out of the question. Setting aside the likelihood that Jing Xiaoyuan would manipulate the situation, the recent uproar caused by Tang Tian had surely alerted the sanctum's enforcers, who would undoubtedly be on their way. Regardless of whether the truth would come to light, Tang Tian and Zhu Ziyan would surely face dire consequences. Jing Xiaoyuan possessed countless ways to ensure their downfall. Thus, it was imperative that he procure the roster without delay to uncover the truth. As a representative of the Bright Realm, I demand immediate access to the original assessment roster. Yuan Bin asserted with unwavering conviction. Jing Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Master Yuan, he cautioned, the status of a Bright Realm individual is not to be wielded lightly. Such reckless behavior may jeopardize your future and even risk your standing as a Bright Realm person. Yet, Yuan Bin had long since resolved to pursue this matter to its conclusion. I am fully aware of my actions and willing to bear all consequences. I implore you, Master Jing, to assist me in examining the original assessment roster, he urged. Jing Xiaoyuan regarded Yuan Bin, a hint of malevolence creeping into his expression. Very well, he conceded. However, before Yuan Bin could respond, Jing Xiaoyuan shifted his tone, adding, "Yet, matters submitted to the higher authorities must be treated with utmost caution. Even I, and even you, cannot simply demand a review. Therefore, I require sufficient justification." A sense of foreboding crept into Yuan Bin's heart. "What do you require?" he asked. Jing Xiaoyuan smiled slyly, stating, "It is quite simple. You must now declare that the woman beside you is the true Zhu Ziyan. Present your evidence then. If you can substantiate that this woman is Zhu Ziyan, I shall accompany you to examine the assessment roster and unveil the truth, whether there exists any malpractice or favoritism." Yuan Bin was momentarily taken aback. Proving that Zhu Ziyan is indeed Zhu Ziyan? On the surface, it appeared to be a rather straightforward task. Yet, upon deeper examination, the intricacies involved were substantial. How could one provide proof? Identification cards? The travel permit from Jiuxing City? Each could serve as potential evidence, yet all fell short. For regardless of the method employed, Jing Xiaoyuan would invariably conjure excuses to prolong the matter indefinitely. He was acutely aware that they could not afford to delay any longer and needed a swift resolution. However, Jing Xiaoyuan's assertions were firmly within the bounds of protocol, leaving Yuan Bin with few viable options. Thus, this predicament transformed into an unsolvable conundrum. At that moment, Zhu Ziyan grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming coldly, "Are you asking me to prove my own identity? Sir Jing, is this request not excessive? I am Zhu Ziyan. Without a doubt, just inquire around, and you shall discover the truth." Nonetheless, Jing Xiaoyuan remained unmoved by her declaration. "My dear lady, if everyone were to come before me claiming to be Zhu Ziyan, would I be compelled to escort each individual to higher authorities for verification? As it stands, the evidence at hand indicates that she is indeed the genuine Zhu Ziyan." Jing Xiaoyuan gestured toward the woman beside the Zhu family ancestor. Zhu Ziyan regarded her counterpart with a grim expression. The predicament before her was a blatant manifestation of collusion between officials and merchants. As an ordinary person devoid of connections, she could only helplessly witness her own entrapment, with no means to extricate herself, not even the ability to prove her own identity, utterly ludicrous. In stark contrast, the woman from the Zhu family exhibited a smug smile. "Huh, who would have thought? I am now the true Zhu Ziyan. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to aspire to the qualifications of the Ming realm? What does it matter if you possess greater strength? Dream on," she declared with arrogance. "Silence." The Zhu family ancestor shot her a fierce glare. This girl's intellect is indeed somewhat lacking. The woman felt a tinge of grievance but dared not defy the elder's will, falling silent. Subsequently, Jing Xiaoyuan turned his gaze toward Yuan Bin and spoke once more. "So, can you affirm that she is Zhu Ziyan? If proof cannot be provided, then this farce must come to an end today." Yuan Bin clenched his teeth in frustration. He truly found himself at a loss in this situation. The opposing party's status was significantly superior to his own, and their adherence to the rules rendered his identity as a Ming realm individual insufficient to warrant any special consideration. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately directed his gaze toward Tang Tian. Tang Tian chuckled and remarked, "It seems there is no way out. Is there? I have already informed you that in certain matters, adhering strictly to the rules will not lead to victory against them. Therefore, allow me to take the lead." Upon uttering these words, he advanced to the forefront. Yuan Bin instinctively wished to intervene, yet ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh as he permitted Tang Tian to step forward. He truly felt devoid of any options. After all, having reached such a juncture, what further calamities could possibly ensue? Observing Tang Tian's approach, Jing Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke in a calm tone. "Do you possess any evidence to substantiate her identity as Zhu Ziyan?" Tang Tian flashed a grin. "I shall prove your mother. Enough of the trivialities. Hasten with me to retrieve the roster. Today, I am determined to unveil the truth and ascertain whether fairness still exists within the sacred hall." Jing Xiaoyuan's expression darkened instantly. The elder of the Zhu clan, standing nearby, immediately barked, "Insufferable! How dare he speak so disrespectfully to Lord Jing? Do you seek death, boy?" However, Tang Tian did not spare him a glance. A large hand reached out directly towards the elder of the Zhu clan. Noisy. Chapter 917. The arrival of the High Council. No one could have anticipated that this individual, who proclaimed himself as Master Zhu Ziyan, would choose to take the initiative here. Jing Xiaoyuan, a figure of considerable rank within the Holy Temple, stood in stark contrast to the previous leaders of the temple. Moreover, the ancestral patriarch of the Zhu family wielded the formidable power of the Wujidao Lord. Yet, he exhibited not a trace of fear. After a brief moment of astonishment, both the Zhu patriarch and Jing Xiaoyuan revealed a glimmer of delight in their eyes. With Yuan Bin positioned in front, they found it inconvenient to directly engage with Tang Tian and his companions. However, should Tang Tian dare to strike first, even Yuan Bin's identity as a member of the Mingjia could not shield them from the consequences. For them, this presented an exquisite opportunity. In a flash, Jing Xiaoyuan signaled to the Zhu patriarch with a knowing glance, clearly indicating the intent to eliminate Tang Tian and his companions on the spot. This would ensure a permanent resolution to their predicament. The Zhu patriarch, understanding the implication, unleashed his full power, targeting not only Tang Tian but also the nearby Zhu Zian and Xiao Yin, aiming to vanquish all three in one fell swoop. Yuan Bin discerned their scheme and was immediately filled with alarm. "Stop!" he shouted urgently, but alas, it was too late. Tang Tian had already engaged directly with the Zhu patriarch. To everyone's astonishment, the anticipated clash did not unfold. The Zhu patriarch's overwhelming power disintegrated upon contact with Tang Tian, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Tang Tian remained utterly unscathed, leisurely extending his hand and approaching the Zhu patriarch with an unhurried grace. At that moment, the Zhu patriarch finally comprehended why this man dared to venture into the upper echelons of the Holy Temple. It became clear why he had exhibited no fear from the outset. The attack of the Wujidao Lord had failed to impede him in the slightest. The man's cultivation was now unmistakably revealed. Above the Wujidao, he stood as the supreme of the 9 heavens. Regrettably, by the time the Zhu patriarch grasped this truth, it was far too late. Tang Tian's hand had already clamped around his throat. Subsequently, akin to the earlier encounter at the main hall's entrance, the Zhu patriarch was hoisted aloft by Tang Tian and then ruthlessly slammed down onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled violently. The estate where Jing Xiaoyuan resided was reduced to rubble. Terrifying spatial waves surged forth from his chamber, rapidly radiating outward and obliterating everything in their path. The woman beside the Zhu patriarch was also caught in the fierce onslaught, spewing forth a copious amount of blood as she was sent hurtling away, her fate uncertain. Jing Xiaoyuan, though positioned at a slight distance, was not spared from the turmoil either. However, he possessed the profound cultivation of the primordial Tao, and after retreating several steps, he managed to steady himself. Yet, he could only feel the tumult of his blood surging, and his complexion had completely altered. This individual was unexpectedly formidable. Nevertheless, Tang Tian appeared utterly unfazed, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. After incapacitating the ancestor of the Zhu family, he dusted off his hands and approached Jing Xiaoyuan. As Tang Tian drew nearer, Jing Xiaoyuan finally succumbed to panic. "Wait, this is the Holy Temple. You cannot," but before he could finish his plea, Tang Tian's hand had already tightened around his throat. "Where's the roster?" he stated calmly. "Think carefully. You have but one chance to respond." Gazing into Tang Tian's eyes, Jing Xiaoyuan could not suppress a gulp. This terrifying figure would undoubtedly follow through on his threats. Ultimately, with trembling hands, he retrieved a white jade slip from his storage space. "This is the original roster. Senior, please remain calm." He feared that he would meet the same fate as the ancestor of the Zhu family in the next moment. However, it was evident that Tang Tian regarded him with indifference. After obtaining the jade slip, he casually tossed him aside. Subsequently, Tang Tian opened the roster and quickly located the information concerning Zhu Zian. With a mere glance, he discerned that the information had been tampered with. The method of alteration was exceptionally sophisticated, indicating that the perpetrator was highly skilled in this art. Even the master of the infinite Tao might struggle to detect such deceit. Regrettably, before Tang Tian, even the most talented individuals who had been altered could not evade scrutiny. "All right, the evidence has been secured. What shall we do next?" Tang Tian inquired, turning to Yuan Bin. At that moment, Yuan Bin was still in a state of shock and astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Tang Tian could possess such overwhelming strength. The ancestor of the Zhu family was a seasoned master of the infinite Tao, with profound foundations and unfathomable power. Yet before Tang Tian, he seemed no more than a fledgling chick, effortlessly subdued. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, Tang Tian merely refrained from killing him. Otherwise, hey, why are you in a daze? I'm speaking to you. Tang Tian's voice prompted Yuan Bin to regain his senses. Observing the jade slip in Tang Tian's hand, he exclaimed, "Have you already examined it? The information has been altered?" Tang Tian nodded in affirmation. Yuan Bin exhaled deeply, stating, "That's good. Moving forward, we simply need to present it to the higher-ups, and the Holy Temple will undoubtedly restore justice for Miss Xian." However, he surveyed the surroundings, taking in the ruins that had once been a residence, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "You've certainly stirred up quite the commotion." Tang Tian smiled nonchalantly. "It matters not, as long as justice can be restored. Currently, the premise is that the temple still upholds justice." Yuan Bin hastily asserted, "The temple undoubtedly embodies fairness. In truth, occurrences like today are exceedingly rare. Jing Xiaoyuan is merely a parasite within the temple. The vast majority of individuals act with integrity." Tang Tian chuckled softly. "A single rat can spoil an entire pot of soup. A parasite, too, is one of the temple's own, wielding dominion over the fates of countless ordinary people. For those oppressed by tyranny, parasites and the temple are indistinguishable." Yuan Bin found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he nodded, conceding, "What you say holds merit. I trust that the higher-ups of the temple will also regard this matter with seriousness. Let us proceed together." However, Tang Tian slightly shook his head. "There is no need. They have already arrived." As his words fell, several formidable figures appeared above the ruins, subtly encircling Tang Tian and the others below. In the distance, more powerful beings were hastening their approach. The earlier commotion had been rather excessive. Observing the estate below, now reduced to rubble, the group furrowed their brows. Subsequently, an elder clad in a robe of purple and gold coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 918, The Master of the Bright Realm Soon. Dozens of formidable figures emerged above the ruins. Each possessed at least the cultivation of the primordial Tao, with more than 10 being masters of the unbounded Tao. These powerful beings were predominantly high-ranking members of the sanctuary. Observing the dilapidated estate below, their brows were furrowed in concern. "Who are you?" inquired the elder at the forefront, his voice icy. In response, Yuan Bin promptly stepped forward and proclaimed, "I report to you, esteemed master of the sanctuary. Jing Xiaoyuan has abused his power, colluding with wealth and authority to usurp Zhu Zian's qualifications for the Yangwan path. We have come to uncover the truth." The elder was none other than the master of the sanctuary of Yangwan City. He scrutinized Yuan Bin, then glanced at the pallid-faced Jing Xiaoyuan, and finally at the Zhu family ancestor, lying unconscious on the ground. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" Yuan Bin produced his identity token as a member of the Bright Realm. "I report to you, esteemed master, I am Yuan Bin, a steward of the outer hall of the sanctuary. Furthermore, I am a person of the Bright Realm." Although a steward of the outer hall might not attract the master's attention, the identity of a Bright Realm person was altogether different. Even the master of the sanctuary could not easily disregard it. "Have you found evidence?" the master inquired. Yuan Bin nodded eagerly, and then turned to Tang Tian, who, understanding the situation, swiftly tossed the jade slip he held to Yuan Bin. Yuan Bin presented the jade slip to the master. "Esteemed master, this is the initial list for the Yangwan Path assessment. Zhu Zian, through her exceptional performance, secured her qualification for the Yangwan Path. However, Jing Xiaoyuan, in collusion with the Zhu family, conspired to alter the identity of Zhu Zian on the list, allowing a junior member of the Zhu family to impersonate her. I implore you to discern the truth." The master of the sanctuary cast a sidelong glance at Jing Xiaoyuan. "Is this true?" Jing Xiaoyuan stiffened momentarily, but ultimately mustered the courage to respond, "Esteemed master, I am wronged." Yet, his feeble rebuttal had already sown the seeds of doubt in the master's mind. With a cold snort, the master took the jade slip from Yuan Bin's hand and passed it to another master of the unbounded Tao standing nearby, one seemingly adept in this matter. After a brief examination, the unbounded Tao master furrowed his brow and remarked, "Master, there indeed appear to be signs of tampering with the roster. The method employed is exceedingly sophisticated. Had it not been for Yuan Bin pointing out the discrepancies concerning Zhu Zian, even I might not have discerned it." Upon hearing this, the expression of the master of the sanctuary darkened considerably. "Arrest Jing Xiaoyuan," he commanded coldly. Jing Xiaoyuan immediately panicked, exclaiming, "Esteemed master, I can explain." However, The Lord of the Hall did not allow him the opportunity for further explanation, swiftly sealing his lips. Shortly thereafter, several enforcers from the sacred hall descended from the heavens, binding Jing Xiaoyuan entirely with chains imbued with the power of law. After completing this task, he turned his gaze once more to Yuan Bin. The laws of the sacred hall are more stringent than the heavenly principles. Those who pervert justice for personal gain shall inevitably face the punishment they deserve. Thank you, my friend, for uncovering this rogue among us, the Lord of the Hall said graciously. The identity of the people from the Bright Realm was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Yuan Bin finally felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply and cupping his hands in respect. I dare not take credit. It is my duty as a subordinate. The Lord of the Hall nodded, then inquired of the Tao Master beside him. Is it possible to restore it to its original state? The Tao Master furrowed his brow and shook his head slowly. No, I can only discern that the name has been altered, but I cannot confirm the true identity of Zhu Zian. We may need to summon a dignitary from the Bright Realm to restore it. The Lord of the Hall pondered for a moment and replied, that is acceptable. The Zhu family still wields considerable influence in Yangguan City. It would be prudent to allow a dignitary from the Bright Realm to make the final decision regarding their fate. After speaking, he turned to Yuan Bin and said, you have heard the matter at hand. Therefore, I must trouble you to accompany us for a while. But rest assured, if matters unfold as you have described, I shall ensure that justice is served. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Yuan Bin was taken aback. They were unable to restore the original list. If memory served, Tang Tian had merely glanced at it and discerned all the truths. As for whether or not to accompany them, that was beyond his control. Yuan Bin looked to Tang Tian. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly and replied, that's fine, as long as we can clarify the situation. He had overheard the discussion among the Lord of the Hall and others, mentioning summoning someone from the Bright Realm. The altered list could not be restored by the Wujidao Master. Only a Supreme could accomplish that. Thus, he was curious to see which Supremes had already pledged allegiance to Jun Chongqing. Of course, it was merely curiosity. He had no intention of saying more. With Tang Tian's consent, Yuan Bin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Tang Tian would clash with the Lord of the Sacred Hall again. That would leave no room for resolution. I shall adhere to the Lord's wishes, Yuan Bin said, bowing respectfully. The Lord of the Sacred Hall nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Tian before leading everyone towards the summit of the Sacred Hall. Along the way, Yuan Bin quietly asked Tang Tian, Senior, you should be able to restore that list, correct? Tang Tian nodded. Yuan Bin was momentarily taken aback and inquired, then why do you not restore it directly? If it were restored, we would not need to involve a dignitary from the Bright Realm to handle this matter. Tang Tian grimaced, saying, I can't be bothered. Since they are capable of handling it, let them do so. Is there a problem? Yuan Bin let out a wry smile and replied, the esteemed officials of the Ming realm are unwavering and impartial, strictly adhering to the rules. The most crucial aspect is that my identity as a citizen of the Ming realm holds no value in their eyes. If the matter were to be addressed internally within the Holy Temple, my presence would effectively mitigate our intrusion into the Holy Temple. However, if the officials from the Ming realm intervene, I fear. He was concerned for Tang Tian's safety. After all, it remains a fact that Tang Tian forcefully invaded the Holy Temple, injuring several of its overseers. Nevertheless, Tang Tian responded with a nonchalant smile. It's all right. After all, he is still my old friend. Aside from the newly ascended sovereigns of the past few centuries, he is acquainted with nearly all the other sovereigns in this world. In 700 years, few have attained such a status. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Yuan Bin was once again taken aback. This formidable senior actually knows an official from the Ming realm? Why is he still lingering within the Holy Temple? A simple word from him could easily facilitate Zhu Zian's entry into the Ming realm. Yuan Bin was left in a state of utter confusion. Chapter 919. You are still alive, my lord. I am unable to find any information about that individual. All I know is that his name is Tang Tian, and he first appeared in Jiuxing City, accompanying Zhu Zian. Zhu Zian claims he is her family member, but our investigation reveals no such connection. It is as if Tang Tian emerged from nowhere. A figure cloaked in black whispered beside the Lord of the Sanctuary. After comprehending the sequence of events, the Lord of the Sanctuary had already dispatched individuals to investigate further. He was now nearly certain that Zhu Zian, who was beside Yuan Bin, had indeed been impersonated. Only a direct piece of evidence remained to be uncovered. However, the matter concerning Zhu Zian was not the focal point. The paramount concern was the unfamiliar man who claimed to be Zhu Zian's master. His audacious breach of the sanctuary, his fearless demeanor, and his ability to subdue the ancestral patriarch of the Zhu family with ease indicated the extraordinary identity and strength of Tang Tian. Moreover, he discerned at a glance the tampering of the registry. The Dao master who had just examined the registry was the most adept in formations within the sanctuary, and even he had nearly overlooked it, yet Tang Tian saw through it effortlessly. These various occurrences compelled the lord of the sanctuary to regard Tang Tian with increased seriousness. The decision to summon a distinguished figure from the Ming realm was driven not only by the matters of the registry and the Zhu family, but also by the presence of Tang Tian. In this era, the emergence of someone more formidable than the sanctuary was intolerable. Have we conducted a further investigation? He may have only just emerged from seclusion, the lord stated. The figure in black replied, we have searched, but none match his description. However, I did uncover something from over 700 years ago. He abruptly shook his head. Never mind, it cannot possibly be that individual. That would be too terrifying. The lord furrowed his brow but chose not to delve deeper, saying, very well, I have summoned a distinguished figure from the Ming realm. Once he arrives, all issues will be resolved. The dignity of the sanctuary is not to be trifled with. Moments later, within a grand hall, Tang Tian, Yuan Bin, Zhu Zian, and Xiaoyin occupied the central area. Beside them sat Jing Xiaoyuan, the ancestral patriarch of the Zhu family, and the woman who had impersonated Zhu Zian. Surrounding the hall were numerous powerful high-ranking members of the sanctuary, along with dozens of enforcers, all glaring intently at them. At this moment, the once arrogant demeanor of Jing Xiaoyuan and his companions had vanished, replaced by a pallor of defeat. The expression of the Zhu family woman was particularly ashen. She had never encountered such a scene before. In contrast, Tang Tian appeared considerably more at ease. Zhu Zian and Xiaoyin sat behind him, and simply seeing his figure instilled in them an immense sense of security. Only Yuan Bin appeared somewhat anxious, constantly glancing towards the uppermost part of the temple, which remained eerily vacant at that moment. Rest assured, nothing will happen, Tang Tian remarked, slightly irritated by his fidgeting. Yuan Bin let out a gentle sigh, pondering which esteemed individual the temple lord might summon, if it were someone with a less amiable temperament. Senior Tang Tian, while I may have no cause for concern regarding Lady Zian and myself, what about you? Aren't you truly worried? It seemed he still harbored concerns for Tang Tian's safety. In response, Tang Tian merely smiled serenely and said, then you needn't worry at all. To me, it makes no difference who arrives. Even if Jun Changqing were called upon, it would be of little consequence. Yuan Bin's expression abruptly shifted. This time, he had indeed comprehended that Tang Tian was referring to the Supreme Heavenly Lord. However, before he could respond, the solemn bells of the temple resonated, summoning a few formidable figures who entered in succession. Among them were the temple lord and several venerable elders. Prominently leading was a middle-aged man with an indifferent demeanor. He appeared as an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, upon his arrival, all within the temple rose in reverence, casting awestruck gazes in his direction. We pay our respects to the Supreme Lord. The crowd chorused in unison. Indeed, the newcomer was a supreme. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing he did not recognize this supreme, though he felt a strange familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. While Tang Tian pondered, the middle-aged man took his seat at the highest point. His indifferent gaze swept across the assembly, rendering the great hall eerily silent. What is transpiring beneath the bright realm? His voice, calm yet chilling, sent shivers through those present. The temple lord immediately knelt, respectfully stating, it is my failure. I am willing to bear all blame. He took full responsibility upon himself. The middle-aged man observed him quietly for a moment before raising a hand. Rise. Should such an incident occur again, do not return to the bright realm. The temple lord quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I shall remember this. He certainly couldn't allow such a situation to arise again. In fact, this was the first time in over 700 years that such a disturbance had escalated to this extent. A bit more vigilance in the future would suffice. After admonishing the assembly, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted downward, landing on Jing Xiaoyuan. As the one in charge, he had broken the law. No leniency. Execution. Upon uttering these words, he flicked his fingers lightly, an invisible force penetrating Jing Xiaoyuan's body. In an instant, Jing Xiaoyuan's cultivation was entirely sealed, rendering him motionless. Frozen in place, words eluded him, leaving only the profound despair etched upon his countenance. The middle-aged man delivered a remarkably simple judgment, pronouncing the death sentence with unwavering certainty. Following this, he turned his gaze towards the patriarch of the Zhu family. The Zhu family would no longer need to make appearances in Yangwan City. This judgment was far more straightforward than that of Jing Xiaoyuan. The Zhu patriarch, suddenly alarmed, exclaimed, "My lord, you cannot." Yet, before he could finish his plea, the middle-aged man flicked his fingers. A blade, swift as the wind, flashed through the air, and the Zhu patriarch fell lifeless. Such a fierce and decisive display left the entire hall enveloped in a chilling silence, where even the sound of breathing dared not intrude. However, Tang Tian merely nodded slightly, approving of the method employed. It seemed the holy temple was not as feeble as he had once presumed. At the very least, its laws were undeniably stringent. After dealing with the Zhu patriarch, the middle-aged man turned his attention to Tang Tian and the others. "Yuan Bin, fearless in the face of power, you shall be rewarded for uncovering the truth. Zhu Zian, you are reinstated with the qualifications for the Yangwan path. As for your audacious intrusion into the holy temple, you must understand that the sanctity of the holy temple is not to be infringed upon by anyone." With that, his indifferent gaze settled upon Tang Tian for the first time. Yet, upon recognizing Tang Tian's visage, he stood frozen in shock. Fear and disbelief intertwined with fervor. "You are still alive," the middle-aged man exclaimed, rising to his feet in astonishment. Tang Tian responded with a faint smile. "I did not anticipate that you two had survived." Memories flooded back. This eminent figure, the middle-aged lord, was indeed a member of the realm of brightness, present during the siege of the celestial palace by the sun god. If memory served him correctly, he had been slain by Jun Changqing's own hand. Yet now, he stood before Tang Tian, seemingly intact. Their eyes met across the distance, and after a brief moment of astonishment, a surge of powerful spatial energy erupted around the middle-aged man. Unfortunately for him, Tang Tian's voice followed closely behind. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Chapter 920. Kidnapped. The austere and incisive judgment delivered by the Lord of the Ming realm cast an atmosphere of unparalleled seriousness and gravity over the entire hall. Almost everyone held their breath, too afraid to exhale. Jing Xiaoyuan was immediately sentenced to death, and the mighty Zhu family was on the verge of annihilation with a mere utterance from the Lord of the Ming realm. This exemplified authority, absolute authority, one that none dared to offend. Thus, Tang Tian, who had the audacity to storm the sacred hall and brazenly injure the overseer, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Indeed, under the judgment of the Supreme Elder, Tang Tian was about to encounter severe retribution. Yet, the subsequent developments far exceeded their expectations. The dialogue between the hall master and Tang Tian indicated an unexpected familiarity between them. Even more astonishing was the fact that upon recognizing Tang Tian's identity, the once imperious lord of the Ming realm displayed unmistakable signs of fear. Yes, fear. He did not even attempt to conceal it, as astonishment and dread were plainly etched upon his visage. Ultimately, he contemplated fleeing in sheer panic. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What manner of terrifying being was this Tang Tian that even the exalted lord of the Ming realm held such trepidation? "Did I grant you permission to leave?" As the Supreme Elder prepared to escape, Tang Tian's voice halted him in his tracks. "It has been many years since we last met. Let us catch up, shall we?" Though they had never truly exchanged words, their paths had crossed just fleetingly, leaving only a faint impression. The other party had likely only glimpsed Tang Tian once. Perhaps unintentionally, the Supreme Elder stood frozen, incredulous as he gazed at the relaxed figure of Tang Tian below, struggling to regain his composure. The others in the hall were equally astonished. None had anticipated that the supremely authoritative lord of the Ming realm would exhibit such fear before a man named Tang Tian. Indeed, it was fear. They could scarcely fathom what kind of entity could evoke such a reaction from a being of this caliber, a sight reminiscent of a mouse encountering a predator. Only the cloaked figure beside the hall master suddenly recalled certain information. While investigating Tang Tian, he had unearthed details from 700 years prior. "What? Do you not wish to converse with me?" Noticing the absence of response, Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The Supreme Elder, jolted from his stupor, hastily replied, "Oh no, I merely, you see He struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Tang Tian shook his head and said, "Allow the others to leave first. We need to have a private discussion." After a moment of silence, the Supreme Elder gestured with his hand, signaling for the others to exit. "Everyone, please step outside." The crowd, filled with uncertainty, ultimately chose to leave under the guidance of the temple leader. "You should go out as well. Rest assured, they will not harm you," Tang Tian reassured Zhu Ziyan and the others. At that moment, they were already in a state of utter bewilderment, as the events of the day had far exceeded their comprehension. Perhaps only the level-headed Xiao Yin could still think rationally. "Very well, we shall wait for you outside," Xiao Yin replied. Subsequently, the three of them exited the grand hall, leaving only Tang Tian and the esteemed middle-aged figure behind. "Come, have a seat," Tang Tian invited. The middle-aged figure, with a cautious demeanor, descended from above and sat down beside Tang Tian. Observing this, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it really necessary to be so tense? I am not going to devour you. Besides, with Jun Chongqing backing you, even death could be reversed. What is there to fear?" After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged figure spoke slowly. "I simply did not anticipate your return. I believe the Lord of Heaven did not foresee this either." Tang Tian smiled. "I had informed him long ago that I would certainly return. It seems he did not place his faith in my words." The middle-aged figure nodded. "Indeed, the Lord of Heaven believed you had. However, if he were to learn of your return, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. In these past few centuries, you have been the most frequently mentioned individual by him." Tang Tian was taken aback. This was something he had not considered. Why would he speak of that fellow? Has he developed an affection for him? Shaking his head, he continued, "Let us discuss matters concerning Jun Chongqing later. For now, let us focus on the present situation. Is such a circumstance common within the temple?" The middle-aged figure replied, "Rarely. The temple's regulations are established according to the will of the Lord of Heaven, and none can defy them. After similar incidents, our methods of handling them have been quite severe, which deters most from taking risks. Such a grave matter as impersonating a quota for Yangwang Road has occurred only twice in several centuries." Tang Tian nodded. Given the middle-aged figure's approach towards Jing Xiaoyuan and the Zhu family, this indeed seemed accurate. However, no matter how stringent the rules may be, there will always be those who seek to exploit loopholes. Such occurrences cannot be entirely eradicated. He would not dwell on this point as long as Jun Chongqing was attentive to the matter. Lord Tang Tian, the middle-aged figure hesitated before continuing. "I have heard that the young lady named Zhu Ziyan is your disciple. If that is the case, you need not go through such complications. With but a single utterance, the gates of the bright realm shall swing open for her." Tang Tianla remarked. "Is my influence truly so profound?" The elder of the Middle Ages nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed. To be candid, although we were adversaries in the past due to our differing stances, the vast majority of us harbor a deep respect for you. This sentiment is predominantly influenced by the high regard in which Lord Heavenly Sovereign holds you." Tang Tian curled his lip, contemplating that this last point is perhaps the most fundamental reason. He dismissed the topic with a wave of his hand, stating, "Whatever I do, I have my own intentions." Furthermore, Zhu Ziyan did not come here with the aim of entering the bright realm. Her primary objective is to locate an individual, her brother, Zhu Ziyu. You are surely capable of uncovering information regarding his current circumstances. Now that we have engaged with the upper echelons of the bright realm, there is no need for further delay. We should inquire directly. However, upon hearing this name, the elder of the Middle Ages furrowed his brow. "I have heard of this individual. If memory serves, he was preparing to enter the bright realm when he was abducted." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Abducted? By whom?" The elder replied, "The Salvation Alliance. Their leader is someone you are acquainted with, Long Jiuzhou." Chapter 921. Journey to the Salvation Alliance. What took Tang Tian by surprise was that Zhu Ziyuan's younger brother, Zhu Ziyu, whom she had been desperately searching for, was not in the Holy Temple, nor in the Bright Realm, but had been abducted by members of the Salvation Alliance. The Salvation Alliance was an organization that Tang Tian had previously heard mentioned by Wang Gang. Established after the Age of Darkness, it was led by figures such as Long Jiuzhou, the Supreme of the Remnant Path, the Supreme of the Primordial Chaos, and the Supreme of the Dustless. Their endeavors were quite similar to those in the Bright Realm. They selected certain seeds to preserve, intending to leave a spark of hope for the future of this world in their own manner. However, Tang Tian was astonished that they would actually snatch individuals from the Bright Realm. The confrontations between us and the Salvation Alliance had persisted for centuries. They were elusive, striking swiftly, always managing to depart before we could react. Over the years, the number of seeds the Salvation Alliance had taken from us had approached the staggering figure of 100,000, as the middle-aged Supreme remarked. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. So many? Was Jun Chongqing indifferent to this? The middle-aged Supreme chuckled wryly. The Lord of Heaven is preoccupied with numerous affairs. Matters concerning the Bright Realm are overseen by Lord Taizong. The locations where the Salvation Alliance concealed themselves were exceedingly obscure, and their strength formidable. Therefore, as long as their actions did not exceed certain bounds, we typically turned a blind eye. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Jun Chongqing had effectively relinquished his responsibilities. Otherwise, how could Long Jiuzhou and his cohorts possibly abduct individuals from the Bright Realm? Moreover, in Jun Chongqing's perspective, aside from the Ginkgo world, there were no truly hidden places in this realm. He could locate any site connected to the Great World at any time. The tolerance towards Long Jiuzhou's existence could either stem from Jun Chongqing's genuine busyness or his utter indifference. Considering Jun Chongqing's character, Tang Tian leaned more towards the latter. However, this was not entirely unfavorable. At least Long Jiuzhou and his companions were still alive. When was Zhu Ziyu abducted? Tang Tian inquired, seeking to pinpoint the timeline. Subsequently, the middle-aged Supreme provided him with an accurate timestamp. Yet, upon cross-referencing, Tang Tian uncovered a peculiar anomaly. Zhu Ziyu had sent a distress signal to Zhu Ziyuan not immediately upon his abduction, but rather over a month later. This indicated that Zhu Ziyu had remained within the Salvation Alliance for more than a month before encountering any peril. This detail was rather strange. The Salvation Alliance abducted individuals to preserve seeds for the future, and logically, they should not harm Zhu Ziyu. What, then, had transpired? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian resolved to personally unravel this mystery. Do you possess anything belonging to Zhu Ziyu? Something that carries his essence? Through the essence of Zhu Ziyu, he could accurately ascertain the precise location. Since his return to the Grand World, this clue had accompanied him unwaveringly. Thus, he must persist in following this thread until he unravels its entirety. Certainly, I shall have someone bring it to you immediately. The esteemed Zhong and I comprehended in an instant what Tang Tian intended to do. After instructing those beneath him, he cautiously inquired, Lord Tang Tian, may I ask what is so remarkable about Zhu Ziyu that has captivated everyone's interest? Tang Tian frowned immediately and replied, why do you pose such a question? Zhong and I chuckled lightly and remarked, it is not only the Savior Alliance. Lord Taizong also seems quite intrigued by him. After the Savior Alliance abducted him, Lord Taizong exhibited a significant reaction, nearly rallying the entire forces of the Ming realm to pursue him. However, he later abandoned this endeavor just before setting out. This is precisely why I hold a profound impression of that name. Tang Tian fell silent. So it remains thus? It appears that Zhu Ziyu is indeed no ordinary individual. Previously, upon discerning Zhu Ziyu's pure yang constitution and witnessing the dual-birth jade pendants shared between him and Zhu Ziyu Yan, he had speculated about Zhu Ziyu's identity. The most plausible possibility was that of a pure yin constitution. A pure yin body is minimally affected during the epochs of darkness, thus allowing it to naturally exhibit its formidable cultivation talent, attracting the attention of the Holy Temple. This theory withstands scrutiny. Yet, it is implausible that a mere pure yin body could incite Lord Taizong to amass the entire might of the Ming realm in an attempt to reclaim it. He is yet to reach such a level. So what truly is Zhu Ziyu's identity? Tang Tian harbored an instinct that this matter would serve as a pivotal core. After contemplating for a moment, the head of the Holy Temple personally delivered Zhu Ziyu's belongings. Subsequently, he cautiously retreated. It was an unremarkable celestial sword, infused with a trace of Zhu Ziyu's primal essence due to his refinement. Through this sword, Tang Tian could effortlessly pinpoint Zhu Ziyu's exact location, regardless of where he might be concealed at present. Let us proceed together, Tang Tian declared after stowing the celestial sword. Zhong and I, taken aback, responded, Ah? Am I to accompany you? Tang Tian smiled and said, in this matter, you have indeed assisted me. It will earn you some merit in the eyes of Jun Chongqing. By the way, I am not yet acquainted with your name. Zhong and I paused for a moment before replying, I am Chen Yongxin. Tang Tian nodded. His decision to bring along the esteemed Yongxin was not solely to grant him merit, but rather for practicality. After all, 7 centuries had elapsed, and he was unfamiliar with many matters. Having a guide would prove advantageous. Subsequently, he inquired about several details before concluding the conversation. Moments later, Tang Tian found the anxious Zhu Ziyan and the others waiting outside. He then informed Zhu Ziyan about Zhu Ziyu's situation. "You should accompany me to see what exactly is happening." "Rest assured," he assured her. "With my presence, he will encounter no troubles." Zhu Ziyan, momentarily dazed, nodded in agreement. For her, an overwhelming series of events had unfolded that day, leaving her unable to fully comprehend it all in such a short span. Zhu Ziyu's predicament had also exceeded her expectations. Now, to locate Zhu Ziyu, she could only rely on Tang Tian. After making arrangements, Tang Tian turned his gaze to Yuan Bin, who stood nearby. "This individual is commendable," he remarked, "as is Yuan Zhou from 9-Star City. Make a note of them. Ensure they come to no harm." Tang Tian instructed the Supreme Lord of Yongxin. The Supreme Lord nodded, assuring, "Rest easy, I shall ensure their safety." Upon hearing this, Yuan Bin was overwhelmed with excitement, fully aware of the profound weight of a Supreme Lord's promise. "Thank you, my lord." Yuan Bin bowed in gratitude. The Supreme Lord waved his hand dismissively. "Express your gratitude to Lord Tang Tian. Encountering him is a fortune of several lifetimes." Moments later, the figures of Tang Tian and the others vanished atop the summit of the sacred hall. Chapter 922. Finding Zhu Ziyu. The boundless chaos appeared before Tang Tian, yet it bore little distinction from an ordinary road. After confirming Zhu Ziyu's precise location through the immortal sword, Tang Tian, accompanied by Zhu Ziyan and Xiaoyin, traversed the chaos with great haste towards the indicated spot. They were guided by the esteemed Yongxin. At the summit of the holy temple, Tang Tian had effectively revealed his return, and it was likely that the entire world would soon be aware of it. Jun Chongqing might come seeking him, as well as Xiaoxue. However, before that, Tang Tian needed to ascertain the true nature of Zhu Ziyu's circumstances. Tang Tian's speed was remarkable, and soon a colossal world emerged before them. This realm had evidently undergone transformation, its expanse surpassing that of an ordinary small world. Surrounding it were countless layers of formidable arrays, shielding it from the encroaching chaos storms and obscuring it from external scrutiny, thus cloaking its existence within the chaos. If left undisturbed, this world could potentially endure for at least 1,000,000 years. It could certainly serve as a commendable refuge. "No wonder we have been unable to locate the Salvation Alliance," Yongxin mused while observing the intricate arrays. Tang Tian chuckled softly and replied, "It is impossible to remain hidden forever. You simply have not taken action against them. Now, let us proceed." With that, Tang Tian extended his index finger and touched the void. Instantly, a stable spatial tunnel manifested before them. Under Tang Tian's guidance, they entered the tunnel. Within an expansive underground space, shaped like an elongated egg, walls adorned with countless luminous crystals illuminated the area, rendering everything visible. At the center of this space, a grand array floated, enveloped in a terrifying wave of energy. Atop this array sat a boy who appeared no older than 10, eyes tightly closed, seated in meditation. Outside the array, 2 figures hovered in the void, silently observing the boy within. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have recognized these 2 as familiar acquaintances, Long Jiuzhou and the remnant Dao Sovereign. After a prolonged silence, Long Jiuzhou finally spoke. "Is it still ineffective?" The remnant Dao Sovereign sighed softly and replied, "It is quite difficult. I need to fully manifest the complete world projection, a process that is exceedingly complex. 2 years have passed, and we have yet to accomplish the first step entirely." Long Jiuzhou pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How much longer do you estimate it will take?" The remnant Dao Sovereign considered and said, "If we are to achieve our ultimate goal, it may require at least 5,000 years. Long Jiuzhou's brow furrowed in concern. "But we have only a little over 200 years remaining." The Supreme Being of the Path of Remnant sighed and said, "I understand. Yet, the truth remains as it is. This is not a feat achievable by mere mortals. Had I not been enlightened by that individual over 7 centuries ago, I would have had no chance of even the slightest success." Long Jiuzhou also sighed, "Indeed, this task is solely within your capacity. When it comes to understanding the world's rules, no one in the entire Salvation Alliance can compare to you. I have sought out potential allies, yet I have found none. The supreme being of the path of remnant paused and remarked, "Actually, there are individuals who could assist us in this matter." Long Jiuzhou's gaze shifted, and he replied solemnly, "No, she cannot be involved." The supreme being of the path of remnant sighed once more, stating, "Jiuzhou, our enmity with the ancient sacred land is not as profound as it seems. We should not allow divisions to arise. Even if we harbor doubts about Tang Tian, he is no longer among us. Seeking collaboration is our most prudent choice for resolving our issues." Long Jiuzhou shook his head. "Remnant path, you still do not comprehend. My grievances concerning Tang Tian are not as deep as you might think. Even though he killed the sun god and devoured the three primordial realms of the sun, moon, and stars, because I cannot fathom him, I am unable to render an accurate judgment. However, I can understand Gu Xiaoxue. Her heart is forever set on one objective, to find Tang Tian. If she were to become involved in our plans, it would inevitably lead to severe discord. At that point, any notions of cooperation would be discarded, and conflict would erupt between us. That is my greatest concern." Upon hearing Long Jiuzhou's words, the supreme being of the path of remnant fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke softly, "What if she is indeed correct?" Long Jiuzhou frowned. "She? Are we truly placing all our hopes on Tang Tian, relying on someone who has been absent for over 700 years to save the world?" The supreme being of the path of remnant replied, "That is a fantastical notion, an impossible illusion." He then murmured, "But why do the Qilin maiden and others stand with the ancient sacred land?" Long Jiuzhou fell silent. Indeed, he had once invited the Qilin maiden and powerful beings like the Spirit of Chaos to join the Salvation Alliance, only to have them decline. They believed the Salvation Alliance to be utterly meaningless, asserting that as long as Jun Chongqing existed, all efforts would be in vain. Ultimately, they chose to align themselves with the ancient sacred land. This was the most perplexing aspect for Long Jiuzhou. Could it be that the world can only rely on a figure who vanished for over 7 centuries and nearly consumed the entire realm? Observing Long Jiuzhou lost in thought, the supreme being of the path of remnant sighed again, saying, "Jiuzhou, we both understand that the only reason our Salvation Alliance has endured is that Jun Chongqing has chosen not to confront us. Once he casts his gaze upon this place, it shall mark our demise. He is invincible. The only one capable of obstructing him is but a solitary figure." Long Jiuzhou remained silent. He was well aware of these truths. He simply did not wish to entrust his fate entirely to another's hands. He yearned to contribute something to this world. "Allow me a moment to ponder." He finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "You should continue to break through from Zhu Ziu's side. Every little advance counts. Be prepared to draw upon his essence at any moment." The remnant Tao Supreme murmured, "That would lead to his death. We would consequently lose all possibilities." Long Jiuzhou nodded. "I understand. If it truly comes to that, I shall take action. At the very least, it would allow our realm to expand a bit more, prolonging its existence." The remnant Tao Supreme sighed, offering no rebuttal. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions, and Long Jiuzhou departed from the subterranean space. Simultaneously, several figures traversed through all the formations, materializing above the grand array. "Who goes there?" The remnant Tao Supreme abruptly turned his head, yet in the next instant, he stood frozen in place. Chapter 923, Child of the World. In the elliptical space where Zhu Ziyu was imprisoned, a formidable array of protective barriers had been established. Across the realm, apart from Jun Chongqing, no one could easily breach these defenses to reach Zhu Ziyu. However, just after Long Jiuzhou's departure, several figures unexpectedly materialized above the array. The remnants of the Tao Supreme were taken aback and turned to look. "Who?" he exclaimed in a deep voice. Subsequently, boundless array power unfolded around him, and a black, broken blade manifested in his palm. Yet, upon recognizing the figures before him, he stood frozen in disbelief. It had been a long time. Remnant Tao, Tang Tian greeted him with a smile. The remnant Tao Supreme was momentarily stunned. Had it not been for the presence of several others beside Tang Tian, he would have questioned the veracity of his own vision. Yet the reality was undeniable. The improbable had indeed transpired. Tang Tian had returned. "You," he murmured, struggling to fathom the astonishing fact before him. In this world, nothing was truly impossible. Tang Tian remarked with a calm demeanor. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the remnant Tao Supreme gradually came to terms with the truth of the situation. "We were just speaking of you." "I and Long Jiuzhou," he said. Tang Tian nodded slightly. You must have endured quite a bit these years. Establishing this savior alliance under Jun Chongqing's watchful eye, the world seems quite well structured. What of the others? Tang Tian inquired. They just departed, the remnant Tao Supreme replied. Still concerning matters of the savior alliance. Tang Tian nodded once more, then surveyed the grand array around them, smiling as he remarked, "This is your handiwork, isn't it? It appears your understanding of the world's rules has deepened significantly since my departure." "It is indeed thanks to you," the remnant Tao Supreme acknowledged. "Had it not been for your words to me back then, I might never have experienced such a breakthrough before my demise." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Without sufficient insight, words alone bear no weight. Come, let us converse. It has been many years since we last met, and I have numerous questions to pose to you." After a brief silence, the remnant Tao Supreme did not refuse and swiftly approached Tang Tian. It was at this moment he noticed that beside Tang Tian stood the everlasting Faith Supreme, who had been in the company of Jun Chongqing. They were familiar with one another, having crossed paths before. However, in light of Tang Tian's return, all other matters seemed to pale in significance. "Much has transpired in the 7 centuries of your absence. Many have changed," the remnant Tao Supreme remarked. Tang Tian raised his hand, indicating his awareness. "I know. Let us set aside these matters for the moment and instead discuss the situation regarding that youth." With these words, he flicked his fingers lightly, causing the concealment array surrounding them to vanish. Soon after, a pale-faced boy, who appeared utterly dispirited, materialized before the gathered crowd. "Ziyu!" Zhu Ziyin exclaimed in shock, swiftly rushing to his side. This boy was none other than her long-lost brother, Zhu Ziyu. Tang Tian had pinpointed his exact location, allowing them to penetrate this subterranean realm. Upon witnessing the dire condition of Zhu Ziyu, Zhu Ziyan's heart brimmed with anguish and concern as she softly called out to him, seeking to rouse him from his slumber. Yet, regardless of her entreaties, Zhu Ziyu remained unresponsive, his eyes resolutely shut. "Do not exert yourself. His soul is ensnared," Tang Tian remarked. Zhu Ziyin turned to glare at the remnant Path Supreme with a gaze filled with animosity. "What transgression has he committed? Why do you torment him so?" she demanded vehemently. Faced with Zhu Ziyan's fierce inquiries, the remnant Path Supreme merely sighed softly, offering no explanation. Upon encountering Zhu Ziyu, Tang Tian had begun to surmise the motives behind the Salvation Alliance's abduction of the boy. As he had previously conjectured, Zhu Ziyu's identity was far more extraordinary than that of a mere pure body. Deep within the source of his fate, Tang Tian perceived an infinite reservoir of the world's primal power and an extraordinarily refined set of world rules. Such depth could only belong to the essence of the world will. Tang Tian was unaware of the current state of the world will in reality. Yet he distinctly sensed its presence within Zhu Ziyu's source of fate, perhaps in the form of a seedling. In a certain sense, Zhu Ziyu embodied the world will, or could be referred to as the son of the world. This, undoubtedly, was a principal reason for the Salvation Alliance's abduction of Zhu Ziyu. They sought to leverage his identity as the son of the world to facilitate the evolution of their own realm, transforming it into a truly enduring world capable of lasting millions of years. The intricate array encircling them attested to this ambition. However, it may be too late. In a mere 200 years, Jun Chongqing would achieve eternity, and the world would be utterly annihilated, Tang Tian lamented. The remnant Path Supreme sighed slightly and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is too late. Although I have comprehended the principles of the world, realizing this ambition remains as arduous as ascending to the heavens. It is essentially an impossible task. Thus, we have an alternative plan." Tang Tian glanced at one of the myriad arrays enveloping Zhu Ziyu. "Sacrifice him to save countless others?" The remnant Path Supreme acknowledged with a grim nod. "That is the final contingency. The life of one may be exchanged for a future imbued with hope." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyan's fury ignited. "By what right? On what grounds do you presume to decide the fate of others?" Her fury was justified, for Zhu Ziyu was her dearest kin. Yet, the harshness of reality lay beyond her control. Tang Tian raised his hand, signaling Zhu Ziyin to momentarily restrain herself, then turned his gaze towards the supreme of the residual path. "Yield," he urged. "This is futile. Based on my understanding of Jun Chongqing, your continued existence thus far is merely due to his disinterest in intervening. Once he ascends to eternity, all your endeavors will be obliterated in an instant." The supreme of the residual path forced a bitter smile. We are well aware of this predicament. Nevertheless, we cannot simply stand idly by and await our demise, can we? Tang Tian placed a reassuring hand on the Supreme's shoulder. There are matters I cannot disclose at this moment. However, if there remains a glimmer of hope for survival, it will not be achieved through the death of Zhu Ziyu. Trust me, the Supreme of the residual path fell into silence. 7 centuries ago, they had placed immense faith in Tang Tian, only to be ensnared by a grand conspiracy. Since then, their trust had waned. Yet, after the passage of 700 years, a realization dawned upon them. They could only rely on Tang Tian. After a long contemplation, the Supreme finally nodded in agreement. However, just as he was about to speak, a sudden and fierce surge of Taoist energy erupted from outside, followed by an alluring, melodic laughter. Oh, how delightful! So this is where your stronghold lies. Upon hearing this voice, the Supreme furrowed his brow, while Tang Tian displayed a contemplative expression. Could it truly be her? Chapter 924. The gathering of all, a resplendent crimson sun hung majestically in the sky. Yet upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this was not the true sun, but a magnificent illusion conjured by an unparalleled formation. Its radiance mirrored that of a sunset, illuminating the entirety of the world beneath it. Directly below this grand celestial body loomed a towering and majestic peak, steadfast upon the earth. Atop this lofty summit, a woman clad in a flowing red gown hovered, surveying the land below with an air of regal aloofness. The red light cascaded upon her, rendering her as if she were ablaze, yet simultaneously exuding an irresistible allure. At last, I have found you, she remarked lazily, her arms crossed, her gaze sharp yet fluid, reminiscent of a highborn lady. As her words echoed in the air, dozens of formidable figures swiftly converged upon the peak. Each emanated an overwhelming aura, the weakest among them being a formidable entity of the Hunyuan Dao level. However, upon beholding the woman before them, their expressions turned grave, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Your Excellency, an elder at the forefront stepped forward, intending to converse with the woman. Yet, before he could utter another word, an unexpected wave of pink energy enveloped him entirely. The mist swiftly expanded, capturing all present before they could react. In the blink of an eye, those dozens of powerful beings lost all sense of agency and consciousness. Shoo, the woman whispered playfully, placing a finger to her lips. Wait for your master to arrive. However, before long, a beam of white light surged from the depths of the peak, slicing through the pink fog and racing toward the red-clad woman. She remained unperturbed, flicking her fingers effortlessly to shatter the incoming light. When she turned her gaze forward again, a woman in white stood before her. Oh, I thought it was someone else, the red-clad woman teased, her tone playful. Isn't this my dear dragon baby as companion? The woman in white was none other than the formidable Shoujuan Supreme. With a fierce brow and a cold demeanor, she regarded the woman before her without anger, simply stating, Miaoyan, you brazenly intrude upon the World Alliance. Are you seeking war with us? The woman known as Miaoyan was indeed the long-absent figure from the past. During the incident at the Lingyun mountain range, she had utilized a doppelganger to outmaneuver Mingyao Supreme while he confronted Tang Tian, seizing the latter's domain. At that time, she had, like Sun Wuhui, merely been at the pinnacle of Dao Lord level. Yet now, the aura she radiated signified her successful ascension to supreme status. Faced with the might of Shoujuan Supreme, she displayed no hint of trepidation. War? Miaoyan slowly shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. You always perceive me as the villain. I merely had a past with Long Jiuzhou. Must you be so severe? Xiao Jun, the Supreme, maintained her icy demeanor, disregarding Miao Yan's jesting remarks. In a cold tone, she inquired, What brings you here, if not to instigate conflict? Do not feign a visit. You are, after all, the greatest adversary of the Salvation Alliance, second only to the realm of light. Miao Yan feigned boredom and retorted, with such a perpetual scowl. It's a wonder how long Jiuzhou endures your presence. Very well, I shall be candid. I have come today to request the loan of an individual. A slight furrow appeared on Xiao Jun's brow. A loan? Whom do you seek? Miao Yan chuckled softly, responding, Zhu Ziyu, the one you abducted from Yangwan City 2 years ago. The furrow in Xiao Jun's brow deepened. What purpose do you have for him? Miao Yan replied with a smile. Naturally, I have taken a liking to that young gentleman. His skin, so tender tsk. As she spoke, Miaoyan licked her lips, causing Xiao Jun to frown even more. However, suddenly, Miaoyan's gaze turned serious as she quietly fixed her eyes on Xiao Jun, saying coolly, "Let us dispense with the pretense. You possess such a remarkable treasure, yet choose to conceal it so thoroughly. Isn't that rather ungracious? Our ancient sacred land willingly shares crucial information with you." Xiao Jun's expression darkened. Regarding Zhu Ziyu's identity, only a few within the Salvation Alliance were privy to the truth. Most believed him merely to be an exceptionally gifted talent chosen as a seed. How did Miaoyan come to know this? He is of great significance and cannot be disclosed to you, Xiao Jun asserted. Given that Miaoyan was clearly aware of Zhu Ziyu's identity, Xiao Jun saw no need for further concealment. Nevertheless, she outright rejected Miaoyan's request, for Zhu Ziyu was indeed too extraordinary. Nonsense, Miaoyan rolled her eyes. I am well aware of his significance. Why else would I have come all this way? I understand your intentions for him, but those pursuits are utterly unattainable. It would be wiser to entrust him to us and explore our methods. Xiao Jun merely scoffed. Your methods? Are you truly placing your hopes on someone who has been lost for over 7 centuries? Indeed, Tang Tian possesses the potential to alter the situation. But can you locate him? After 7 centuries, have you found even a trace of him? In response to Xiao Jun's probing, Miaoyan shook her head. That is a matter for our sovereign. It does not concern me. My sole duty is to bring that young gentleman back. If you refuse, Xiao Jun raised an eyebrow. Refuse? What do you intend to do? Forcefully seize him? However, as her words hung in the air, a vast, dark net suddenly descended from above, enveloping her entirely. Subsequently, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Miaoyan shook her head. Of course, it was a forcible seizure. Is that even debatable? Yi, well done indeed. The figure that emerged from the shadows was none other than Yi. Stop your chatter and find someone quickly. I cannot hold her for long. Yi shouted. Miaoyan curled her lips and, with a swift motion, dashed towards the towering peak before her. However, before she could approach, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted behind her. Yi dark net was ruthlessly torn apart from within by the supreme Xiao Jun, and the overwhelming force sent Yi flying. Following that, a brilliant light raced towards Miaoyan's direction. Goodness, the time is far too brief, Miaoyan exclaimed, hastening her pace in a desperate attempt to breach the peak before the supreme Xiao Jun arrived. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Or rather, the supreme Xiao Jun was simply too swift. Ultimately, she was obstructed in her path. Shall we engage in further discussion? Miaoyan smiled. However, what awaited her was merely a sword. In an instant, a cataclysmic battle unfolded atop the peak. Concurrently, the crimson sun suspended high in the sky suddenly erupted. Several terrifying figures appeared at the site where the sun once resided. Long Jiuzhou, the supreme Hong Meng, and the supreme Wu Chun, among others. Facing them were also familiar faces, the Qilin Maiden, the Chaos Remnant Spirit, and, of course, Sin Wu Hui. Their commotion nearly shattered this realm. At that moment, Tang Tian and the remnants of the supreme Tao also manifested within this world. Oh ho, everyone has arrived? Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Chapter 925. Reunion with old friends within the subterranean realm. The intense fluctuations of Taoist power from the outside world swiftly captured everyone's attention. Upon hearing that familiar laughter, Tang Tian immediately deduced that it was the enchanting Miaoyan, whom he had not seen in centuries. He sensed that Miaoyan had successfully ascended to the rank of supreme, finally realizing her greatest aspiration. Just as Tang Tian began to contemplate the potential enmity that might have arisen between the Savior Alliance and this restless woman over the years, the remnant Tao Supreme revealed an astonishing piece of news. Miaoyan had joined the ancient Holy Land. Tang Tian was taken aback. He was well acquainted with the ancient Holy Land, knowing that Gu Xiaoxue was its sovereign. Yet, considering the long-standing animosity between Miaoyan and the Tai Holy Land, how could she possibly be accepted? Moreover, Sin Wu Hui had actually consented to her joining. However, the remnant Tao Supreme offered him a definitive answer. Indeed, she affirmed. Furthermore, she was among the first group of outsiders to join the ancient Holy Land. The remnant Tao Supreme continued, back in the day, after you devoured. When the sun, moon, and stars vanished, the world succumbed to utter chaos. We, alongside the ancient Holy Land, made concerted efforts to maintain stability. Numerous hidden powers chose to emerge from the shadows, joining our ranks and contributing their strength. Miao Yin was among them. She first approached our Savior Alliance, but after teasing Long Jiuzhou, she departed and turned her allegiance to the ancient Holy Land. Although Tsin Wuhui and the others initially had no desire for her, she invoked your name, claiming that you had granted her a second chance at life, and thus ultimately, the ancient Holy Land accepted her. And she remains there to this day. Tang Tian, a second chance at life? Miao Yin certainly knows how to speak. Yet, from a certain perspective, it made sense. Had he not dealt with the illustrious Supreme and allowed Miao Yin to leave, she would not have succeeded in her ascension. That fellow didn't act recklessly, did he? Tang Tian inquired, for Miao Yin was hardly a compliant individual. However, the remnant Tao Supreme shook her head, stating, at least for now, she is indeed here to repay a debt of gratitude. In matters concerning the ancient Holy Land, she has been at the forefront, contributing significantly over the years. Though, she added, her methods are sometimes not entirely agreeable. You should be aware of this. Tang Tian nodded in resignation. The dialogue between Miao Yin and Xiao Jun Supreme had already hinted at this. Having grasped the situation, Tang Tian departed the subterranean realm alongside the remnant Tao Supreme, bringing Zhu Ziyu with them. Upon their emergence, the resplendent sun hanging high in the sky suddenly erupted. Subsequently, a multitude of old acquaintances materialized within Tang Tian's line of sight. Long Jiuzhou, the Hongming Supreme, the Wuchan Supreme, the Qilin Maiden, the Chaos Legacy Spirit, and Tsin Wuhui. After more than 7 centuries, Tsin Wuhui has astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of supremacy, truly standing atop the realm of existence. Although Tang Tian left him with resources sufficient to attain such greatness, accomplishing a breakthrough in merely a few hundred years is indeed a testament to Tsin Wuhui's extraordinary cultivation talent. At this moment, they have engaged in their initial confrontation, temporarily dividing into 2 factions. You have gone too far, Long Jiuzhou remarked, his countenance dark and voice cold. Opposite him stood his former subordinate, Tsin Wuhui. My lord, the divine sovereign. He inclined his hands in a respectful gesture. Zhu Ziyu is an essential component of our plan. Therefore, we must take him with us, no matter the cost. I hope the divine sovereign will show understanding. Long Jiuzhou's gaze remained indifferent. We have long since parted ways. There is no need for such formalities. As for the matter concerning Zhu Ziyu, I wish to know how you obtained information about him. Before Tsin Wuhui could respond, the Qilin Maiden interjected. I have visited the realm of the world will. Decades ago, we became aware that the world will had departed from there to choose rebirth. It is in the process of self-redemption. Since that moment, we have been searching for him, only to be outpaced by you. Long Jiuzhou remained silent for a moment before stating, first come, first served. Zhu Ziyu is equally vital to our plan and cannot be relinquished to you. Furthermore, your methods for acquiring him, are they not rather excessive? At these words, the chaos spirit laughed heartily. Your plan? Rebuilding the world? It is not that I underestimate you, but that is utterly unattainable. Unless you can enlist Jun Chongqing's aid, there exists but a sliver of possibility. The primordial sovereign scoffed coldly. So your plan is feasible? Huh. You still pin your hopes on Tang Tian, do you? Have you not been deceived enough in the past? The 2 sides have long held severe disagreements on this issue. However, Tsin Wuhui shook his head and said, not only that, we have other intentions, but these involve our most fundamental secrets, and I must beg your forgiveness for my inability to disclose them fully. Yet, if successful, we should be able to save half of the world's sentient beings in the following 2 centuries. Half is indeed an extraordinarily exaggerated figure. It is crucial to note that for all these years, the beings sheltered by both sides amount to but a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. Nonetheless, Long Jiuzhou clearly could not accept Tsin Wuhui's assertions. Since you cannot be forthright, do not blame us. Zhu Ziyu, you cannot take him. Tsin Wuhui sighed. Divine Sovereign Jiuzhou, we should not be adversaries. This world has but a mere 200 years left. It is only through mutual cooperation that we may grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope. Otherwise, when Jun Chongqing achieves eternity, it will be too late for all. Yet, Long Jiuzhou remains resolute. It is not that I lack faith in you, Wuhui the Supreme. Rather, I have no trust in your sovereign. Even if you possess alternative schemes, once you acquire Zhu Ziyu, the first action your sovereign will undertake is undoubtedly to continue the pursuit of Tang Tian. And should that endeavor fail once more, he too harbors his own concerns and plans. This matter has reached an irreconcilable impasse. Sun Wuhui offers a bitter smile. So, must we resort to battle? Long Jiuzhou, bow in hand, declares, if that is your desire, I shall accompany you to the very end. The two sides stand resolute once more. The aura emitted by the six formidable supreme beings scorching the heavens above. Should they truly engage in earnest combat, the realm of the Salvation Alliance would inevitably collapse. However, just as the situation teeters on the brink of complete deterioration, a voice resonates from afar. If I were Jun Chongqing, witnessing your current predicament, I would surely break into laughter. Accompanying the voice growing closer, Tang Tian's figure gradually materializes in the void. Chapter 926. A 60% assurance. The sudden appearance of Tang Tian brought an abrupt halt to the tension-filled standoff between the two factions, their poised readiness now dissipated. All eyes were fixed upon him, each face etched with disbelief. They stared, rendered speechless by his unexpected arrival. What? Do they no longer recognize me? Noticing their silence, Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Why not take a moment to enjoy some tea? Engaging in endless conflict seems rather pointless, does it not? Or shall I wait until you have finished your skirmish? Several individuals gaped, dumbfounded, as they gazed at Tang Tian. After a lengthy pause, the supreme being of Hongmeng murmured, how can this be? Tang Tian smiled and replied, in this world, nothing is truly impossible. Do not linger there. Surely you must be weary. Come down, he instructed. Moments later, in a garden atop the Savior Alliance's peak, Tang Tian, Long Jiuzhou, Sun Wuhui, the Kirin Maiden, and the supreme being of Kanda gathered around, while others stood by their side. Miao Yin, Xiao Jun, and Yi Xian had also returned. They had been embroiled in fierce combat, yet upon witnessing Tang Tian's appearance, they too ceased their hostilities. The disbelief remained palpable on nearly every face. Let us converse. Why remain silent? Tang Tian sipped his tea leisurely. The assembly exchanged glances until Sun Wuhui finally spoke. Over 700 years ago, you dispersed all your cultivation and leapt into the pillar of creation. According to Jun Chongqing, there was no possibility of your return to the great world. Tang Tian scoffed. He knows nothing. Pure fabrication, he continued. I had told him before I departed that I would assuredly return. With that, he shifted into a more comfortable position. Regarding the matters of your Savior Alliance and the ancient Holy Land, I have gleaned a general understanding. In these dark times, your unwavering commitment to the world's future is commendable. As he spoke, Tang Tian glanced at Long Jiuzhou, who merely shook his head with a sigh. A futile struggle. He lamented. The more one understands Jun Chongqing, the clearer it becomes that all efforts and struggles are rendered meaningless in his presence. Tang Tian did not dispute this notion. Some may argue that effort itself is inherently meaningful, but such assertions are merely self-deception. Only when results accompany that effort does it attain significance. What of the bright realm? Tang Tian suddenly shifted the topic. Long Jiuzhou paused, reflecting before responding. It's quite remarkable, actually. Some of our people have ventured there, and it can be considered a complete world. A new realm flourishing with the sun, moon, stars, the Tao of heaven, and nature. Under the management of the Supreme Lord of Taizong, the order of the Bright Realm is remarkably refined, contrasting starkly with the chaotic state of the Salvation Alliance. Consequently, in recent years, many among us have wavered, questioning the righteousness of our endeavors. Rather than allowing the seeds of the world to remain ensnared within our illusory domain, it would be far more prudent to transport them to the Bright Realm, where a more luminous future awaits. Before Tang Tian, Long Jiuzhou revealed the entirety of the circumstances. Subsequently, the Supreme Lord of Remnants let out a soft sigh. In truth, we had succumbed to confusion 2 or 3 centuries ago, beginning to falter in our resolve. We have long considered ourselves saviors, meddling in the affairs of the world. Yet, in essence, we lack the capacity to redeem it. As the Supreme Lord of Remnants spoke, expressions of helplessness surfaced on the faces of Wu Chun and Hongmeng. They yearned to effect change in this world, but found themselves utterly powerless. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian gestured dismissively, stating, there are certain matters beyond the realm of human influence. You are not alone in this. Jun Chongqing is likewise affected. I, too, am no exception. Do not dwell excessively on these thoughts. Pursue what you desire. Just as our ultimate destination is death, must we cease to live, colliding with our end the moment we are born? A gentle laugh arose among them, the metaphor strikingly novel. With this laughter, The previously oppressive atmosphere began to lighten. After a moment of hesitation, Long Jiuzhou addressed Tang Tian, saying, "Tang Tian, I apologize. I should not have doubted you then. We were ensnared by Jun Chongqing and the Realm Lord, not by you. You were one of the victims." Tang Tian waved his hand, replying, "There is no need to revisit that matter. Furthermore, the situation concerning the Realm Lord is intricate, not easily elucidated in a few words. You need only understand that he did not betray our world. The Moon Fairy, the mother of nature, also did not forsake our realm. In fact, quite the opposite. They sacrificed everything for this world, including their very lives. He felt compelled to vindicate the Realm Lord and the Moon Fairy. However, upon his conclusion, the crowd did not display excessive astonishment, but rather a serene demeanor. "We were already aware," said the Qilin maiden. "After your disappearance, I, along with Chaos and the others, ventured to the location of the world well. From him, we gleaned much of the past that had eluded our understanding. After a series of investigations, we discovered that the complexity of the situation far exceeded our expectations. There were numerous aspects beyond our comprehension, such as the self-sacrifice of the Sun God and the Moon Fairy, and the pact between the Realm Lord and Jun Chongqing. Nevertheless, we indeed uncovered the truth that the Realm Lord and the others did not genuinely betray the world." Tang Tian nodded slightly. It appeared that over the span of 7 centuries, numerous changes had transpired. Much like the myriad beings within the world, the realm of mortals had become the most coveted sanctuary for humanity. The ancient holy sites and the Salvation Alliance had, in contrast, been relegated to the periphery. In fact, due to the Salvation Alliance's frequent acts of abduction, certain regions had even branded them as evil and heretical. These developments were merely the continual evolution of time. Enough of that. Tang Tian exhaled softly and remarked, "You all have worked tirelessly over the years. It is high time you take a well-deserved rest. I shall handle the matters that lie ahead." Instantly, the eyes of Long Jiuzhou and the others brightened as they inquired, "Do you truly possess a means to save this world?" Yet, 7 centuries prior, there was none. They were filled with a mix of surprise and trepidation, fearing that this might merely be a fleeting dream of false hope. Tang Tian, however, smiled and replied, "Before I encountered Zhu Ziyu, I had only a 40% assurance. But upon meeting him, my confidence has risen to approximately 60%. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Ziyu? Chapter 927. A reasonable assurance upon hearing Tang Tian's words. The crowd immediately directed their gaze towards Zhu Ziyu, who was standing nearby. At this moment, Zhu Ziyu had lifted the restrictions on his soul and awakened. Noticing the attention of the esteemed figures upon him, his already pale complexion turned ghostly white. The previous ordeal had frightened the young man profoundly. Observing this, Zhu Ziyan stepped in front of him. Although she too felt a twinge of fear, she chose to shield her brother. Tang Tian shook his head slightly and reassured, "Do not worry, nothing will happen to him." Subsequently, the others diverted their gazes. Could he truly be that pivotal? Long Jiuzhou spoke up, stating, "Zhu Ziyu's status is indeed unique, yet at most he can only prolong our refuge a little longer. Can the embodiment of the worlds will truly salvage the entire situation?" Tang Tian smiled and replied, "He is indeed crucial, but not due to his identity, rather because of the essence of who he is. This matter cannot be succinctly articulated. Even if I were to express it, you would not comprehend it. In due time, you shall understand." The crowd fell silent. They were individuals standing atop the pinnacle of the world. Had anyone else uttered such words, it would surely be deemed a trivial jest. Yet, Tang Tian, he indeed possessed the credentials. "What then should we do now?" Long Jiuzhou inquired. Tang Tian savored his tea and suggested, "Let us not rush into that discussion. Instead, let us address another matter." He turned his attention to Xin Wuhui. "What do you intend to do with Zhu Ziyu?" Xin Wuhui exchanged a glance with Long Jiuzhou before responding, "We have 2 objectives. The first, as the esteemed Jiuzhou sovereign previously mentioned, is to trace your whereabouts." Long Jiuzhou merely snorted softly, remaining silent, while Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you intend to trace me?" Xin Wuhui hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Since you have returned, there is nothing left to conceal. For over 7 centuries, the primary goal of the ancient sacred land has been to locate you. The Snow Saint Lord has always believed that you did not vanish. She has endeavored through various means to retrieve you. However, all those attempts have invariably failed. Ultimately, The Snow Saint Lord chose to refine the time-space mirror. Tang Tian immediately furrowed his brow. That is impossible. The time-space mirror had long since dissolved into nothingness, becoming an eternal flow of time, an existence utterly untouchable. No one could refine it. Sin Wuhui nodded. Indeed, the essence of the time-space mirror could no longer be sought. However, its projection does exist. I am uncertain of the methods the Snow Saint Lord employed, yet she indeed manifested the power of the time-space mirror. The temporal mirror transcends the boundaries of time, and with the embodiment of the world's will, it can manifest any existence that has left a mark in this realm. Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing the situation. However, he soon noticed certain discrepancies. To unleash the power of the temporal mirror and achieve their desired effect is no trivial feat. Even the supreme beings cannot accomplish it. Even he himself, or Jun Changqing before attaining eternity, would find it exceedingly difficult. For Gu Xiaoxue to achieve such a miraculous endeavor, there exists but one possibility. She harnessed the power of the ginkgo world. Before Tang Tian departed, he had connected Gu Xiaoxue's life source with the ginkgo tree, enabling her to wield the formidable power of the ginkgo world with ease. Yet, this alone was insufficient. She must fully immerse herself to have any hope of accomplishing this extraordinary task. In other words, did Xiaoxue fuse herself with the temporal mirror? Tang Tian's expression darkened slightly. Sin Wuhui sighed softly. We have advised her, but, you know, her feelings for you are irreplaceable by anything. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, she will not relent. Fortunately, she ultimately succeeded, so you will still be able to see her. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. This girl is truly too tenacious. When it comes to matters concerning him, she has never considered her own well-being. What about the other objective? Tang Tian steadied himself and inquired once more. Sin Wuhui replied. The other objective is quite similar to the plan of the 9 provinces supreme. You are most familiar with the ginkgo world. It is a remarkably perfect realm. However, the sole issue is its incompatibility with the myriad worlds. Thus, we can only shelter a small portion of the minor worlds from the outside, unable to utilize it for greater endeavors. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a hum.
It was a fundamental issue. The ginkgo world and the myriad worlds exist independently, and the ginkgo tree cannot serve as the world tree for a greater realm. Otherwise,
over 700 years ago, he would have directly eliminated Jun Changqing. However, later, we discovered a method to reconcile the two worlds. Sin Wuhui's gaze shifted once more to Zhu Ziyu. The original will of the world could not actively merge with the ginkgo world. Yet, it chose self-redemption, manifesting in the world in an incarnate form. Through Zhu Ziyu, we can facilitate a partial fusion between the two realms. Should we succeed, we will be able to use the power of the ginkgo world to protect approximately half of the living beings within the world. That is our second objective. After this revelation, a brief silence enveloped the gathering. Long Jiuzhou and the others appeared somewhat astonished, seemingly unprepared for Sin Wuhui and his companions to possess such a purpose. Moments later, the Supreme of the Remnant Path suddenly slammed his hand on the table. If your world can indeed resolve the issue of compatibility between two realms, and coupled with our grand array designed to reshape the world, might there exist a glimmer of possibility for the entire world to be reborn? The words of the Supreme Path of Ruin jolted everyone into awareness. Indeed, the most pressing dilemma facing this world stems from its inherent flaws that have led to internal collapse, plunging it into a state of desperation. Its most significant shortcoming is the absence of the world tree, which serves to stabilize existence. In contrast, the ginkgo realm possesses the ginkgo tree. If the issue of merging the two worlds can be resolved, and the grand array of the Supreme Path of Ruin can be employed to remold the world, theoretically, there exists a slender chance for resurrection. The crowd hastily began to deliberate, swiftly affirming the feasibility of this theory. Subsequently, they turned their gaze toward Tang Tian. What do you think? Long Jiuzhou inquired. Tang Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the table. While others were fervently engrossed in discussion, he remained calm, refraining from participation or expressing an opinion. Yet, upon witnessing the hopeful yet uncertain expressions on their faces, a faint smile graced his lips. At present, I possess an 80% assurance. Chapter 928. Reunion. Tang Tian's response served as a potent tonic for the gathered multitude. They deemed it a truly viable path. I have long asserted that collaboration and mutual exchange are essential. It is astonishing that such crucial information has only just come to light. Were it not for the return of the esteemed Tang Tian, we might have continued on our separate paths until the world's demise. The supreme being of the remnant path remarked, shaking his head. Long Jojo nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, this predicament is my fault. My hesitance regarding the Holy Master Xiao Shui led me to reject the prospect of cooperation. Subsequently, Sun Wuhui hastened to add, we too bear responsibility. For we have persistently doubted your plans, deeming them nonsensical. It is truly admirable that the Supreme Being of the Remnant Path has managed to manifest the world's grand formation. Moments ago, the two factions, once at odds, now found themselves in an unexpected harmony, each acknowledging their missteps with a sense of camaraderie. Yet, Tang Tian remained composed, leisurely savoring his tea, his gaze profound and contemplative. His assertion of having an 80% certainty diverged significantly from their understanding. Thus, we shall now devote ourselves entirely to these two endeavors. The Supreme Being of the Primordial remarked with a hint of excitement. However, he soon furrowed his brow, adding, yet, it is unlikely that Jun Chongqing will allow us to achieve this so easily. Furthermore, with the sun, moon, stars, and the Mother of Nature all present in the bright realm, without those primordial spirits, the newly formed world may indeed be incomplete. The assembly fell into a moment of stunned silence. The earlier exhilaration swiftly gave way to somber reflection. Indeed, without the sun, moon, and stars, or the essence of nature, their envisioned new world would remain flawed. The fate of the future would scarcely differ from the present. After considerable contemplation, it became evident that the most formidable obstacle they faced reverted to Jun Chongqing. If he could be overcome, all other issues would be resolved, heralding a flawless rebirth for the entire world. Yet, who could accomplish such a feat? After a period of reflection, their gazes converged on Tang Tian. I am currently unable to contend with him, Tang Tian stated plainly. At this juncture, he had merely regained strength equivalent to what he possessed before absorbing the sun, moon, and stars, while Jun Chongqing had already mastered the devouring ghost. He could not possibly match him. However, he swiftly pivoted his thoughts. Nevertheless, should I succeed in locating that particular item, all obstacles would be surmountable. He referred to the object placed within the world by the fisherman. Yet, the others were unfamiliar with it and promptly inquired, what item? How may we assist? Tang Tian slowly shook his head. You cannot. This matter must be handled solely by me. However, it seems I shall locate it soon. The crowd exhaled softly, their faces illuminated with joy. The return of Tang Tian seemed to lighten each of their burdens, as if a beacon had emerged from the depths of despair to guide them. Even though the future's outcome remained uncertain, the intangible pressure that had weighed upon them had markedly diminished. Consequently, the atmosphere among them grew more relaxed. Yet, Tang Tian himself exhibited little change, for his aspirations transcended their imaginations within this world of ginkgo. The colossal ginkgo tree continued to stand majestically in the sanctuary of the 9 dragons, its immense stature and boundless strength serving as the most reassuring source in this realm. Beneath its boughs, a wooden loft retained its tranquility, an abode constructed long ago by Gu Xiaoxue and Gun Gun. Though it appeared as if a mere gust could topple it, it had withstood the test of over 7 centuries, standing firm as ever. Its structure was entirely fashioned from the branches of the ginkgo tree. At this moment, at the pinnacle of the loft, myriad specks of light filled the space, intertwining the forces of time and space to create a uniquely extraordinary dimensional realm. Even the most supreme beings would find themselves eternally lost within this boundless continuum. At the very center of this temporal expanse sat a woman, meditating serenely. The countless luminescent points, emblematic of the power of time and space, emanated from her being, as she irrevocably merged with this dimension. Time flowed indistinctly, and suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. Their clarity shimmered with ripples under the reflection of the surrounding lights. In the next moment, the entire realm began to resonate, mirroring the tumult of her emotions. Foolish girl, came Tang Tian's voice from behind Gu Xiaoxue. She trembled slightly, and 2 streams of crystalline tears cascaded from her eyes. Gradually, she rose to her feet, gazing at the figure she had longed for in dreams for over 7 centuries. I knew it. I knew you would return. Gu Xiaoxue spoke, her voice ethereal, resonating throughout the continuum. It bore no overt emotion, yet the dimension itself seemed to weep in response. Observing Gu Xiaoxue before him, Tang Tian let out a gentle sigh. Look at you, he remarked. You had to put yourself through this. When I departed, I merely asked you to wait for me. The Gu Xiaoxue before him had transcended the realm of mere mortals. She had fused her life essence with the ginkgo tree and, through her primordial power, transformed herself into a mirror of time and space. The essence of her being has utterly vanished, leaving behind only a pure consciousness and boundless power. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Gu Xiaoxue smiled radiantly. Without you, I often act foolishly, but it matters not. As long as I can see you again, nothing else holds significance. The only regret lingering in her heart was her yearning for her embrace, now rendered impossible. Gazing at Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian stepped forward. Arriving before her, gently, he raised his hand to rest upon her exquisitely unchanged face, yet there was no sensation, only an emptiness. Do not worry, he spoke softly. I shall restore everything to its former state. Gu Xiaoxue slightly closed her eyes, as if she truly felt Tang Tian's touch. After a long moment, she reluctantly opened them once more. Yes, she replied, I await the arrival of that day. A joyous smile graced her lips, sweet and profoundly happy. Chapter 929. The origin and source. In that shimmering expanse of time and space, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue engaged in a lengthy conversation. Upon his return, Gu Xiaoxue seemed to revert to the carefree girl she once was, attentively listening to Tang Tian's words and occasionally breaking into innocent laughter. From Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian gleaned the entirety of events that transpired over the past 7 centuries, gaining a deeper understanding of the plan they had devised, aptly named the Origin Plan. Upon hearing the name, Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. Is the name unappealing? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. It was a decision made collectively after much deliberation, as it is derived from the very core of the world's essence. The origin and source are of utmost significance, she elucidated. However, Tang Tian gently shook his head. No, the name aligns perfectly with your plan. It merely reminded me of something someone once said. This recollection was from the time Tang Tian and the sun god entered the realm of the world's consciousness and first pinpointed the location of the devouring demon. When that beam of light locked onto Tang Tian, the sun god was filled with despair, ultimately choosing a path akin to that of the moon fairy. In his final moments, the sun god uttered words that Tang Tian had struggled to comprehend for a long time. We are often blinded by the immediate, neglecting the most vital essence. Regardless of the trials we endure or the transformations we undergo, the origin and source of all things remain unaltered. This is paramount, Tang Tian. This is of utmost importance. These words were so profound that Tang Tian could not fully grasp their meaning. However, after encountering Zhu Ziyu at the Salvation Alliance and learning of the plans shared by the Salvation Alliance and the ancient sacred land, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. No matter how circumstances evolve, the origin and source remain unchanged, much like the world itself, regardless of its form. The pillar of creation stands steadfast amidst the chaos. Then, where lies his own origin and source? In the hands of the fisherman. It was the fisherman who cast him into this world. If the fisherman indeed left behind something capable of altering the very fabric of existence, it would most likely reside in that place. Well, I thought you might find that name rather unattractive. What do you intend to do next? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Without much contemplation, Tang Tian replied, eliminate Jun Changqing. Then, merge the ginkgo world with the great world, allowing the world to be reborn. At that point, everything shall return to its original state. Gu Xiaoxue gazed at Tang Tian with glimmering eyes. Is that so? But why do I sense that you seem rather reluctant to undertake this task? Tang Tian could not help but smile. It is indeed Gu Xiaoxue. While Long Jiuzhou and Sun Wuhui failed to perceive his thoughts, Gu Xiaoxue discerned them at a single glance. Indeed, I have alternative plans. Should they succeed, there is nothing more to discuss. Yet, if they fail, everyone shall perish. Gu Xiaoxue furrowed her brow slightly. Including you? Tang Tian paused before responding. Including you and me. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head, leaning against Tang Tian in a comforting manner. As long as you have made up your mind, I will support you unconditionally. In the midst of chaos, a small world, resembling a smooth pebble, floated in the void. It was perfectly rounded, emitting a faint glow. In this dark era, the preservation of such a small world in its entirety is a rare feat. However, it did not endure solely by its own strength. A much larger world, separated by infinite distance, continuously supplied it with primal energy, allowing it to persist until now. Otherwise, it would have succumbed like other worlds, either teetering on the brink of collapse or utterly fragmented. Suddenly, a figure appeared beyond this world. Gazing upon the realm before him, Tang Tian felt a pang of nostalgia. This world was the genesis of all his endeavors, guiding him through his initial confusion until he ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens. It was his starting point. After observing in silence for a while, Tang Tian raised his hand, and an ordinary celestial sword materialized in his palm. This sword, procured casually during the expansion of the Yunding Tianfu's commercial endeavors, possessed no extraordinary powers. Yet, it proved useful now. For Tang Tian, the rules governing the Yunding Tianfu, this diminutive world, were far too fragile. Even a single drop of his blood or a wisp of his divine consciousness could not be sustained, leading to its instantaneous collapse. Thus, should Tang Tian wish to enter, he must employ all other means. Utilizing an object as a vessel was the simplest approach. Akin to how Honyun Daoist once used a replicated time-space mirror to enter the Yunding world from the heights of the heavens. Now, he intended to use this celestial sword to convey a fragment of his divine consciousness within. Grasping the sword, Tang Tian flicked it gently with his other hand, splitting off a wisp of his divine consciousness. Subsequently, he drew upon vast amounts of chaotic energy and the world's primal essence to construct an array that concealed his presence, enveloping this wisp of consciousness within layers of protection. This was to safeguard the Yunding world. Once the array was set, Tang Tian sealed the consciousness within the celestial sword. Completing these preparations, he gazed at the world before him and exhaled softly. Go. The possibility of rewriting the ending rested upon this moment. With that, the celestial sword shot forth from his hand, piercing through the world's barrier and vanishing from Tang Tian's sight. Qinghua sect. Since Tang Tian ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens, the status of this subordinate sect, which once held a mid-tier position within the cloud-top paradise, began to undergo a transformation. As time progressed and the world evolved, this shift became increasingly apparent, although its overall strength pales in comparison to the formidable cloud-top paradise. Its standing in the world is now one that cannot be easily overlooked. In fact, it has subtly begun to eclipse the cloud-top paradise, resembling an independent utopia that no one dares to infringe upon. Within the Qinghua sect, there are also several such places, one of which is the Zizhu Courtyard, a location where Tang Tian once resided. Another, equally significant to Tang Tian, is an unassuming little stone house situated in the area designated for the disciples' menial tasks. In fact, it appears even more inconspicuous than the other stone houses occupied by the menial disciples. Nevertheless, it has been given special protection by the Qinghua sect, rendering it inaccessible to all. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a celestial sword swiftly descended from the horizon and entered the stone house. Chapter 930. A piece of brick, Qinghua sect. This area, once a marginal zone for the servant disciples, has transformed into a forbidden realm, a legendary sanctuary, due to the astonishing rise of Tang Tian. However, in truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it, only a modest stone hut nestled in the corner. After the celestial sword embedded itself within the stone hut, Tang Tian's ethereal form manifested from the sword. Observing the simplicity of the surroundings, Tang Tian felt a flicker of nostalgia. It was almost identical to when he departed. A dilapidated bamboo bed creaked underfoot, and the neatly folded servant's attire he left behind rested at the bedside. An aged mat, worn and wrinkled, bore the marks of time, while a chair, broken in two, stood neatly alongside a stool by the window. Here, in this unremarkable abode, lay the humble beginnings of Tang Tian's journey, the very source of all that he had become. It was here that he first opened his eyes to this world, where he first practiced cultivation and utilized the system's exchange function, transcending the realm of ordinary mortals. It was also here that he encountered Gu Xiaoxue for the first time, a naive girl ensnared by the machinations of others. Standing in this space, all the memories flooded back, as vivid as if they had transpired only moments ago. After a long pause, Tang Tian took a step forward, approaching the mat where he had once found himself upon his arrival. In that moment, the tragic youth had perished while cultivating, overwhelmed by his emotions. Contemplating this, Tang Tian crouched down and sat cross-legged upon the mat. If his judgment was not flawed, The object he had tirelessly sought should be within this humble stone hut, or rather, it must be contained within these walls. Yet, as he expanded his consciousness to survey the stone hut, he found no anomalies. It appeared to be an ordinary stone structure. Had he misjudged? Tang Tian shook his head with a smile. No, he could not be mistaken. That object could only exist here. After a moment of reflection, he closed his eyes. After a period of waiting, he gradually opened them, his gaze settling upon a piece of green brick before the mat. He remembered that upon his awakening, he had collapsed in a prone position upon the ground. The green brick still bore faint traces of blood, remnants not entirely cleansed. Looking at the inconspicuous brick, a subtle smile graced Tang Tian's lips. I have found it. He then extended his hand and pried the green brick from the ground. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the blue brick exhibited no remarkable characteristics. Every aspect, from its exterior to its interior, indicated that it was merely an ordinary brick. However, when Tang Tian pressed his fingers together and thrust them toward the surface of the brick, an astonishing event transpired. Although he restrained his power to maintain the stability of the world, limiting it to a level just shy of the Tao realm, that single thrust would have obliterated any entity within the Yun Ding Tian Fu. Instantly, they would be reduced to mere powder. Yet, this seemingly ordinary brick absorbed the force, leaving not even the slightest trace. Upon witnessing this outcome, Tang Tian's hand halted midair. He stared at the brick with a dazed expression, his emotions shifting dramatically. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. His booming, peculiar laughter resonated throughout the stone chamber, evoking an indescribable sensation. He continued to laugh, eventually doubling over, his entire body trembling with mirth. He made no attempt to conceal his laughter. Curiously, the guard stationed outside the stone chamber seemed oblivious, allowing the bizarre sound to echo within. Tang Tian laughed for an extended period, to the point of breathlessness, his smile freezing on his face. Yet, the gaze he directed at the blue brick was colder than ever, icy to the core. You truly exist. I know. There is an abundance of evidence attesting to your existence. Yet, I have always struggled to accept the notion that this vast world is merely a fishbowl manipulated by your hands. But you do exist. How can you possibly exist? As he spoke, 2 streams of murky tears slowly trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground. At that moment, he finally comprehended the despair that had consumed the Realm Master. He understood why the Emperor Hung and other ancient powerhouses had succumbed to madness. Tang Tian had never truly cultivated. His strength stemmed almost entirely from the sky-eating demon. In fact, he could hardly be considered a cultivator. Yet, upon discovering this brick, he too found himself enveloped by an overwhelming sense of despair. It was utterly absurd. Truly absurd. Why did such incomprehensible beings as the Aquarists exist? Why? What? Tang Tian murmured hoarsely. What do you truly seek? Are you conducting some sort of experiment to observe the rise and fall of civilizations? Or is it simply for amusement? What form of existence are you? He did not raise his head, but the subject of his inquiry was unmistakably clear. Alas, no one responded to him, as if his words were mere whispers in a dream. Thus, Tang Tian remained in that position for an eternity. The light outside, mimicking the cycle of day and night, changed countless times. Eventually, Tang Tian set down the brick in his hand, using it for support as he gradually rose from the mat. He lifted his head and gazed straight ahead. His expression seemed to reflect a newfound clarity. He was once again the unflinching Tang Tian, unperturbed as if a mountain had crumbled before him. His posture was resolute. He picked up the azure brick, regarded it for a moment, and then secured it to his waistband. Very well then, he murmured. The ginkgo tree, the child of the world, the grand array of existence, and this brick. By vanquishing Jun Changqing and reclaiming the sun, moon, stars, and nature of the Ming realm, this world, which had long since approached its end, could be reborn. The ultimate aspiration of the realm's master could indeed be fulfilled. With that, he strode towards the direction of the celestial sword. However, just as he was about to return to the sword's essence, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the void. It resembled that day when the realm master had conversed with an unknown entity. Yet, Tang Tian remained silent. After observing for a while, a smile graced his face. Subsequently, he vanished within the stone chamber. Chapter 931. The final moments after departing from the stone house. Tang Tian arrived at his second residence in Qinghua Sect, the purple bamboo courtyard. This place marked a new beginning for him and was imbued with countless memories. Outside the courtyard, the formation left behind by him and the Star River Immortal Emperor bore no signs of disturbance. Contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian stepped into the purple bamboo courtyard. A thick carpet of fallen leaves blanketed every corner of the yard. Over 700 years had passed, yet the ancient locust tree still thrived. As Tang Tian entered, it was in full bloom, the fragrance of the flowers enveloping him. Perhaps due to the changes in light, the blossoms appeared somewhat translucent, resembling shards of ice, adorning the branches. Under the illumination of the external white light, they emitted a twinkling brilliance, swaying gently with the tremors of the branches. It was indeed quite a sight. Beneath the old locust tree, there was a subtle protrusion at the base of the trunk. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian brushed aside the thick layer of leaves, revealing a familiar face, none other than the deceased Lu Chang'e. Being a semi-immortal, he had not decayed over the centuries, retaining his former appearance. Seated with his head bowed, he appeared to have departed in peace. I have found Lin Ying. Tang Tian spoke softly. He had come here primarily to convey this message to Lu Chang'e, a man of deep affection. All of Lu Chang'e's actions had been in pursuit of fulfilling his promise to Lin Ying, and he had succeeded. Unfortunately, matters were not as simple as he had envisioned. He was merely an inconspicuous pawn in a grand scheme. If the opportunity arises, I will ensure your reunion, Tang Tian vowed. In the realm of the ginkgo, within the wooden loft's temporal expanse, Gu Xiaoxue remained quietly seated, now utterly intertwined with this dimension, forever unable to depart. Yet, compared to before, she appeared far more at ease, seemingly liberated from all worries. In fact, she had conjured a long scroll, meticulously embroidering it in the most primitive manner, each stitch infused with patience. Suddenly, her delicate needle hesitated. Have you found it? You've been gone for quite some time. After speaking, Gu Xiaoxue resumed her work. Shortly thereafter, Tang Tian's figure materialized behind her. Yes, I found it, he replied. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, inquiring, what is your level of confidence now? After a moment's thought, Tang Tian responded, 50%. Gu Xiaoxue looked up, 50%? Before you found it, weren't you at 80%? How has it diminished after locating it? Was it stolen by someone? She laughed, seemingly unperturbed by the decrease to 50%, as if it were no longer a matter of concern for her. Tang Tian settled beside Gu Xiaoxue, his hands propped behind him, legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Alas, he sighed. What I have discovered is rather different from what I had anticipated. I initially believed it would resolve all our dilemmas, yet it seems it can only address Jun Chongqing. Gu Xiaoxue turned to him with a smile. If we have resolved Jun Chongqing, does that not mean we have solved all problems? Or do you harbor other thoughts? Tang Tian nodded, but refrained from elaborating on his ideas. Gu Xiaoxue did not press further, saying, then we possess only half the certainty. Do you still wish to proceed? Tang Tian responded affirmatively. Yes, we must. Regardless of the outcome, action was essential. However, the cost of failure was indeed steep. Gu Xiaoxue did not raise her gaze. Please help me thread that line over there, the light blue one. Afterward, she returned to the previous topic. You have already informed me. Either everyone survives, or everyone perishes. Have I overlooked anything? Tang Tian chuckled, mimicking Gu Xiaoxue as he began to thread the needle in the most rudimentary manner. Aren't you afraid? Gu Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. Stop with the nonsense. Tang Tian shook his head. Gu Xiaoxue was the person he cared for most in this world, without exception. If she expressed fear, or even the slightest desire to survive, or indicated a wish to be with him, he would abandon his risky plan without hesitation. Yet, she did not. She unconditionally supported all of Tang Tian's decisions, regardless of the outcome. This was truly, what are you embroidering? Tang Tian inquired. He had been away for over 100 days, and Gu Xiaoxue had made considerable progress. He could vaguely discern his presence within it, our shared past. Gu Xiaoxue replied, every moment we once experienced together. Each of those moments represents my most cherished memories. I wish to record them all in a different manner. I have now reached the point of our first cooking experience together. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the lengthy scroll. Isn't this a bit too intricate? At this rate, it would take at least 10,000 years to stitch all our memories. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. I never intended to embroider so much. However, as I reminisced, I realized that every moment is worth commemorating. Thus, I decided to immortalize them all. They are my most treasured memories. Tang Tian responded, They are ours. Gu Xiaoxue turned to him, her smile radiating pure joy. In this realm that belongs exclusively to Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue, the two sit quietly together. After a considerable passage of time, Tang Tian finally rises. I shall step out for a moment, he declares, to meet that fellow, Jun Chongqing. Gu Xiaoxue responds with a soft acknowledgement. He seems quite reluctant to accept your return. Our acquaintances from the Ming realm have informed me that he has recently shown signs of emerging from his retreat. I wonder if it is related to this matter. Tang Tian shakes his head with a smile. No, he is not particularly concerned with anything beyond himself. Sensing that Jun is on the verge of re-emerging, Tang Tian resolves to seek him out. It is necessary to meet and discuss certain matters. Having said this, he returns to the present moment, cherishing the time spent with Gu Xiaoxue. She beams at him. Very well, I will await your return. Tang Tian nods and then vanishes from this realm. Upon departing the ginkgo world and standing amidst the chaos, Tang Tian gazes into the distance. There lies the location of the Ming realm. At this moment, an immensely terrifying entity is rapidly awakening. I hope your psychological fortitude is as exceptional as that of the realm lord, he muses, as he touches the brick tied at his waist and hastens towards the direction of the Ming realm. Chapter 932. Jun Chongqing emerges beneath the radiant sun. A singular realm within the entire chaotic universe still basked in its light, Mingjia. Above a vast altar, 100 formidable figures stood united, their formidable auras sending shivers down the spine. Each of these individuals was at least of the supreme rank, and at the forefront stood a familiar face to Tang Tian, the Supreme of Taizong. Behind the Supreme of Taizong were several other unmatched sovereigns from the Zongxing Imperial Palace, all of whom were once the esteemed supremes of the palace. They had been personally slain by Jun Chongqing, yet now they had returned to life, appearing even more powerful than before. In this moment, a profound silence enveloped the assembly as they collectively gazed at the grand temple suspended high above, their faces etched with reverence. An intensely terrifying aura was gradually seeping from within the temple, exerting immense pressure even upon these supreme beings, who could only barely maintain their stance. Had it not been for the formidable formation laid out upon the altar, it was likely that the entire Mingjia would have crumbled under the weight of such oppressive energy. After a time of waiting, the formidable aura from the temple suddenly receded. Subsequently, a figure clad in a pale blue robe appeared before the crowd. All hail the supreme heavenly monarch. Your humble servant welcomes your emergence from seclusion. The Supreme of Taizong immediately knelt, followed by the other supremes, as they bowed their heads in unison. The individual from the temple was none other than Jun Chongqing, who had been in seclusion for several centuries. Standing before the sun, his figure eclipsed all radiance, casting a vast shadow upon the altar, obscuring his visage from view. Yet, even if his appearance were visible, none dared to raise their heads at this moment, for he was Jun Chongqing, the sole sovereign of the chaotic universe, exalted above all. Jun Chongqing stood in quietude, uttering not a single word. None could fathom his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. The Mingjia is yours henceforth. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that the first words from Jun Chongqing would convey such a message, bestowing the Mingjia upon them. The Supreme of Taizong was equally bewildered, but ultimately mustered the courage to lift his head. Supreme Monarch, what of you? Jun Chongqing remained silent for an extended period before gently responding. Under eternity, all is void. There remains but a fleeting moment. Manage it as you see fit. His words carried a clear implication. In Jun Chongqing's eyes, that which lay beneath eternity had lost its significance. He would no longer entangle himself in the mundane, entrusting everything to those who had once steadfastly followed him. It was a form of recompense, perhaps. However, the Supreme of Taizong felt a sense of urgency. Yet, without your guidance, where should I turn? The palace of all lives cannot lose its cornerstone. Jun Chongqing's tone remained indifferent. During the centuries of my absence, you have performed admirably. Just continue on. As for the palace of all lives, it belongs to the past. A new world requires new symbols. The Supreme of Taizong gritted his teeth. But what about Tang Tian? We cannot withstand that individual. Jun Chongqing paused momentarily. Then radiant light cascaded upon the earth as his figure manifested before the Supreme of Taizong. He cannot return. The Supreme of Taizong respectfully replied, yet he indeed has returned. 2.5 years ago, a year prior, He unified the Salvation Alliance and the ancient sacred grounds once more, aiming directly at our realm. Heavenly Lord, he must be well prepared this time. Jun Chongqing gazed into the depths of the Supreme's eyes, as profound as an endless abyss. However, he exhibited no concern over Tang Tian's return, instead revealing a faint smile. Interesting. He has truly returned. Where is he now? The Supreme of Taicang responded. Tang Tian's power is unfathomable. We cannot keep track of him. However, based on our assessments, he should be within the headquarters of the ancient sacred grounds. If you wish to meet him, we could force him out. Yet, Jun Chongqing shook his head. No need. He has already come. With that, he turned his gaze towards another direction in the sky. In the next moment, a figure gradually emerged from the void. It was Tang Tian. At that moment, Tang Tian, arms crossed and holding a brick, looked at the crowd above the altar and languidly said, "Taicang, you old rascal, still so cunning." The so-called forcing him out surely bodes ill. Upon Tang Tian's appearance, the supreme gate above the altar instantly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His ability to manifest here unnoticed attested to his terrifying strength. Yet, it was evident that Tang Tian's target today was not them. You have finally emerged from seclusion, Tang Tian remarked, glancing at Jun Chongqing. How is it? Jun Chongqing slightly shook his head. I did not see her. Tang Tian shrugged. What a pity. She likely does not wish for you to know of her existence. Jun Chongqing replied softly. Perhaps you are mistaken? Yet, your return is indeed quite intriguing. This exchange was incomprehensible to the others present, but Tang Tian and Jun Chongqing understood precisely what they were alluding to. Let us find a quieter place to converse, Tang Tian suggested. Jun Chongqing did not refuse. Let us go there. It is more suitable. Having spoken, he did not linger further and vanished into the void. Tang Tian shook his head, finding this fellow increasingly pretentious. However, he was aware of the location that Jun Chongqing had referred to. Indeed, it was the only place suitable for discussing such topics. As Jun Chongqing's figure faded from sight, Taicang Supreme and the others grew increasingly apprehensive. Without Jun Chongqing, they stood no chance against Tang Tian. The two parties faced each other for a moment. Then Tang Tian suddenly remarked, I have heard from Qingdao that over the past few centuries, you have fared rather well. You have adhered strictly to the rules and have not deliberately obstructed their actions. Previously, I also beheld your sanctuary and encountered one among you, seemingly named Chun Yongxin. Indeed, you all have performed admirably. Taicang Supreme furrowed his brow and replied, Regardless, we have all been nurtured within this world. Our intention is to leave behind greater possibilities for it. The realm of light, the Salvation Alliance, and your ancient sacred grounds, though differing in methods, share fundamentally similar objectives. Thus, there is no need for obstruction. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. You have indeed deepened my sentiments towards this world. Until we meet again, I hope for another opportunity. With that, Tang Tian's figure also vanished into the void, leaving Taicang Supreme and his companions furrowing their brows, pondering the words of Tang Tian and the demeanor of Jun Chongqing upon his emergence. Alas, no matter how they speculated, they could not arrive at an accurate conclusion, for these two had transcended the realm of this world. Chapter 933. Simple happiness in the vast river of time. Jun Chongqing departed without disclosing the location. Nevertheless, Tang Tian managed to find his way here. Their discussion revolved around the topic of fish farming. Where could one possibly engage in such a discourse? If a specific venue had to be chosen, it would undoubtedly be the chess pavilion, meticulously crafted by the realm master at the river's origin. Indeed, upon Tang Tian's arrival at the chess pavilion, Jun Chongqing was already seated within. You seem to have taken your time, he remarked, gesturing toward the seat across from him. Tang Tian entered the pavilion and took a seat opposite Jun Chongqing. At that moment, Jun Chongqing occupied the position of white pieces, while Tang Tian sat as the black pieces. I conversed with some of your subordinates. While traversing the river of time, I reflected on certain past events, which caused a slight delay, Tang Tian explained. Jun Chongqing's expression remained indifferent. What is there to discuss with them? We are not from the same world. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Tian chuckled. I perceive that you have grown increasingly arrogant. After secluding yourself for centuries, your confidence appears to have soared. Jun Chongqing regarded Tang Tian and replied, Strictly speaking, I am no longer from the same world as you. My interest in your presence here stems solely from curiosity about your return from the creation pillar. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Jun Chongqing was indeed quite forthright. Do tell, how did you manage to return? You had lost all your cultivation, making it seemingly impossible to return to the great world, Jun Chongqing inquired. Tang Tian smiled and reiterated, in this world, nothing is impossible. He continued, as you are aware, I returned due to that entity. Jun Chongqing shook his head resolutely. I do not believe it, he asserted, for I have not seen her. That is merely because she does not wish for you to see her, Tang Tian responded. Jun Chongqing spoke softly. I am now closer to eternity than the Emperor Hung of yore. I stand merely a step away from attaining the Realm Master's utmost level. If the Emperor Hung could perceive her, then those far beneath his stature should also be able to see her. Yet I have not. In my eyes, there exists only one possibility. They are all mistaken. The entity you speak of does not truly exist. Tang Tian shook his head and laughed. So the Realm Master was mistaken? Has he, after losing chess for 10,000 years here, merely indulged in his fantasies? Jun Chongqing paused before responding. I only trust the tangible truths before me. If I achieve eternity and still do not behold her, it shall signify that the Realm Master too was wrong. Tang Tian sighed with a smile. Engaging in conversation with such an exceedingly self-assured individual inevitably led to this outcome. He placed unwavering faith solely in himself. As long as he does not see it, it simply does not exist. In truth, I came here today to kill you, Tang Tian stated directly. However, he swiftly altered his tone, adding, yet I have changed my mind. I wish to witness whether that individual will appear before you once you attain eternity. I am also curious to observe your reaction at that moment. Jun Chongqing furrowed his brow slightly. But you cannot kill me. Tang Tian chuckled. Indeed, I can. Even if you ascend to eternity, I can do so as well, and with remarkable ease. Jun Chongqing's frown deepened, for he understood that Tang Tian was unlikely to jest regarding such matters. If you truly possess the ability to kill me, I shall believe in the existence of that individual you speak of, for it is inherently an impossible feat. You may attempt it now, Jun Chongqing declared. Tang Tian did not respond, but instead rose to his feet. The black side of the chess pavilion enveloped his figure entirely, rendering him somewhat indistinct. No rush. We shall speak again once you have become eternal. At that point, I will come, Tang Tian remarked. Jun Chongqing gazed at Tang Tian, who stood shrouded in shadow. And an unexpected sensation emerged within him, one he had never anticipated. It was a sense of panic. This panic arose without reason, for he did not believe that Tang Tian could truly kill him. In his current state, even the Peak Realm Lord could not achieve such a feat yet. He felt panic nonetheless, as if standing before him was not Tang Tian, but rather a profoundly terrifying unknown entity. Very well, take your time. It will only be a little over 200 years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. With that, Tang Tian turned and walked away from the chess pavilion. I will soon take the final step toward eternity. The world shall swiftly collapse entirely. All living beings will cease to exist. Jun Chongqing's voice echoed from behind Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian did not turn back. It matters not. Do as you must. Jun Chongqing frowned and spoke again. I will not interfere with the Savior Alliance, nor will I confront your realm. You may continue with your endeavors. Tang Tian raised his hand. All is well. I wish you the best of luck. Afterward, there was no further dialogue between the two, and Tang Tian never looked back. Jun Chongqing watched Tang Tian's silhouette until he vanished entirely within the river of time. In the ginkgo world, I thought you would keep me waiting for quite some time again, Gu Xiaoxue remarked with surprise upon seeing Tang Tian return. Tang Tian smiled and sat beside her once more. I said I would spend this final period with you, together always. With that, he skillfully began threading the needle. However, Gu Xiaoxue's hands came to a halt as she gazed at Tang Tian, asking, over 200 years? I cannot escape. I am confined to this place, embroidering. Do you not find it tedious? Tang Tian turned his head, meeting Gu Xiaoxue's eyes. You are the one speaking nonsense. He returned her earlier words to her. They locked eyes for a moment, and suddenly, Gu Xiaoxue let out a soft laugh. I suddenly feel so happy. Tang Tian smirked. That is because your definition of happiness is rather simplistic. Standing at the pinnacle of the world, yet you remain that naive girl from the village. A simple tool. The smile on Gu Xiaoxue's face never faded. But happiness is inherently simple. Or perhaps, simplicity makes it easier to attain happiness. Tang Tian slightly shook his head and picked up the threaded needle. Where were we in the embroidery? Let me join you. Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Can you do it? Do not mess it up. This is my most treasured possession. Huh. Who do you think I am? Is there anything in this world I cannot handle? Fine. Then start with the grass. All right, it's time to showcase my true skills. Moments later. Brother, I asked you to embroider grass, and you created a wheat field? Well, it is all quite similar. Just make do with it. No, you must undo it and start over. Is it really necessary to be so meticulous? Indeed it is. Hee, what if I refuse? Hurry and undo it, or I shall prick you with the needle. Very well. Chapter 934. The destruction of the world. 2 centuries have passed in the blink of an eye. Initially, people anticipated that upon the return of Tang Tian and the emergence of Jun Chongqing from seclusion, the two would inevitably engage in a fierce confrontation, leading to a final cataclysmic upheaval in the world. Yet, in reality, the world has become remarkably tranquil. The 3 most formidable forces at the end of days, Mingjia, the Salvation Alliance, and the ancient sacred grounds, previously experienced varying degrees of friction among themselves. However, following Tang Tian's return, an unexpected harmony has emerged. The Salvation Alliance and the ancient sacred grounds have stepped out of the shadows, openly facilitating the entrance for the seed of redemption. Those not chosen by Mingjia or disinclined towards its ambience may freely select from either the Salvation Alliance or the ancient sacred grounds. The 3 factions no longer vie against one another, coexisting in unparalleled harmony. Amidst this atmosphere, subtle changes have begun to manifest within the world. It appears that everyone has adopted a more harmonious disposition, and their cultivation goals have crystallized with clarity. The aspiration to enter one of the 3 realms, Mingjia, the ancient sacred grounds, or the Salvation Alliance. Thus, in this twilight of civilization, the realm of cultivation has paradoxically entered a minor zenith, reminiscent of the era following the unification of the heavens by the realm's sovereign. This phenomenon has been dubbed the last prosperity of the apocalypse. Indeed, prosperity is genuine, and so is the apocalypse. After Jun Chongqing emerged from seclusion, he took his final step towards the eternal realm. The devouring demon relentlessly exerted its force, gradually siphoning the last remnants of the world's primal energy. Although Jun Chongqing could not drain the entire world in mere breaths as Tang Tian once did, his pace was not entirely slow. Each day witnessed the depletion of energy from hundreds of minor worlds, leading to their complete collapse. Fortunately, prior to extracting the primal energy, Jun Chongqing would announce the targeted areas in advance. This foresight allowed Mingjia, the ancient sacred grounds, and the Salvation Alliance to prepare adequately, relocating a portion of the sentient beings within. Naturally, this pertains only to those deemed valuable. The vast majority of sentient beings, unfortunately, followed their worlds into oblivion. This was an unavoidable reality, or perhaps the most optimal solution at this stage, unless one could genuinely eliminate Jun Chongqing, which evidently no one could achieve, not even Tang Tian. However, this time, the populace did not experience the same profound psychological dissonance as before. In other words, without expectations, there can be no disappointment. People no longer anticipated that Tang Tian could truly vanquish Jun Chongqing, given the latter's overwhelming strength. To possess a relatively harmonious atmosphere in these final moments was already something they had not dared to envision. Moreover, Tang Tian was not idle. The remnant Dao sovereign, through Zhu Ziyu, constructed the grand formation of the world but could not complete it independently. Yet, Tang Tian was capable of such a feat with Tang Tian's assistance. The remnant Dao sovereign gained mastery over the complete grand formation of the world, applying it within the realm of the Salvation Alliance. Under the guidance of Tang Tian, the plans for the ancient Holy Land have been successfully realized. By harnessing the power of ginkgo trees and the world array, the realm of the Salvation Alliance has expanded exponentially, its scope multiplied by thousands. The internal regulations of this world have also been meticulously refined, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a complete world. Concurrently, its lifespan has been significantly enhanced. What was once limited to a mere million years can now extend to 2 or 3 tens of millions of years without issue. Although it cannot be compared to the Bright Realm or the Ginkgo world, it is nonetheless sufficiently robust. At the very least, the tireless efforts and sacrifices made over the years have not been in vain. Thus, the entire world swiftly traversed its final passage, entwined in a peculiar state of destruction and rebirth. 2 centuries later, the myriad worlds that once dotted the vast expanse beyond the great world have long since vanished. The great world itself has been torn into countless minuscule fragments, which, bereft of their primal energy, exhibit no signs of life. 3 colossal void gates stand resolutely atop the last remnant of the great world, each symbolizing a distinct realm: the Bright Realm, the ancient Holy Land, and the Salvation Alliance. The chosen beings, having been preordained for distribution, line up in lengthy queues to enter their respective void gates. Once the last being has stepped through, the sentinel guarding the void gate casts a final glance at the world that once bore countless lives before stepping inside. Subsequently, the 3 immense void gates begin to close slowly. As they vanish from sight, the last remnants of the ancient world's land are suddenly riddled with countless fine cracks. In the next moment, an overwhelming chaos surges forth, utterly fragmenting it. The once vibrant world, in that instant, proclaims its demise. Simultaneously, all remaining beings sense the emergence of an extraordinarily terrifying presence, rapidly manifesting from the chaos. This entity exudes a profound oppressive force on a soulful level. Yet, deep within, they do not experience panic. Though the pressure is immense, it carries an alienating quality, as if it were not a creature of this dimension. However, those who stand at the pinnacle of existence comprehend the true nature of the situation. Jun Changqing has ascended to eternity, Dragon Jiuzhou states from the distant chaotic void. Beside him are the esteemed elders of the Salvation Alliance, Xiao Junzun, Kandao Zun, Hongming Zun, and Wu Qin Zun, among others. Indeed, murmurs Kandao Zun, he has ultimately succeeded, becoming a being akin to the Realm Lord. Wu Qin Zun nods in agreement, noting that both he and the Realm Lord symbolize the pinnacle of this world's glory, while also being the architects of its downfall. Fortunately, in this final period, there have been few disputes, and all our plans have been executed rather smoothly. The crowd nodded slightly, yet the expressions on their faces were devoid of any significant joy. After a moment, the supreme being of primordial chaos raised his head. But is this truly the conclusion we desired? A profound silence enveloped the assembly. Indeed, they had achieved a remarkable feat, rescuing countless lives. However, as one surveyed the scene, there was not a single countenance displaying delight. The vast majority had lost their loved ones, relatives, friends, dear ones. The exhilaration and elation of having escaped the jaws of despair were nowhere to be found. Only silence remained, only despondency. Thus it was with all beings. They, too, were no exception. After a prolonged pause, Long Jiuzhou spoke. Is Tang Tian still in his world? The supreme being of Xiao Jun nodded. He has always remained there. After assisting us in executing our plan, he has not emerged since. Once more, the group fell into an extended silence. Suddenly, Long Jiuzhou let out a laugh. I now find myself wishing fervently that he would step forth once more. Even if... Never mind. He did not complete his sentence, shaking his head, and turned to depart. Chapter 935. This is impossible. This is not the conclusion we wish to witness. Amidst the chaos, the Kirin maiden stood alongside the other remnants of the world, gazing at the shattered remnants of the last continent. That was the mother that had nurtured them. Yet what could we do? We have exhausted all possible efforts. The chaos spirit let out a deep sigh. What would Jun Changqing do? Would he, like those before him, succumb to madness inexplicably? The one speaking was the Huangquan spirit. The Kirin maiden shook her head, expressing her hope that he would maintain his sanity. If a true eternal were to lose their mind, everything would be obliterated in an instant. The chaos spirit managed a faint smile and remarked, I wish he could suddenly develop a fondness for this world, much like the Realm Lord did. The Huangquan spirit curled their lip in disdain. With the world gone, love could only transform into mourning. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be more prudent to consider our next steps. The ancient sacred land no longer requires our presence. The ancient sacred land belongs to Tang Tian, and its internal affairs are meticulously organized. Before the world's annihilation, they were a formidable ally. Yet now, their position has become rather awkward. After a moment of contemplation, the Kirin maiden inquired, what of Tang Tian? The chaos spirit replied, he remains in that world. I had hoped he would make a grand move, but it seems he has truly chosen to lay still. The Huangquan spirit added, what else could he do? He is also a victim in this scenario. We have burdened him with far too much. The spirits collectively sighed once more. Given the circumstances, everything has been settled. Further discussion would be futile. The world has been utterly destroyed, and Jun Changqing has officially embarked upon the eternal realm. In such a situation, Who could possibly turn the tide? It is laughable. Such a feat is utterly impossible. After a lengthy silence, the Kirin maiden shook her head. Let us return and inform Tsin Wuhui. I intend to venture into the depths of chaos. If you wish to remain, then. However, before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying tempest erupted from the distant chaos. In an instant, the storm surged, causing violent upheaval throughout the chaotic realm. Within this tempest, they sensed two very familiar auras. One belonged to Jun Chongqing, and the other was none other than Tang Tian. Instantly, expressions of utter astonishment spread across each face. Tang Tian, he has acted now. Time rewinds to several hours earlier. When the last shard of the world vanished, the essence of the former realm also dissipated completely. Tang Tian, who resided in the ginkgo world, felt this shift acutely. He paused momentarily. Beside him, Gu Xiaoxue, who had been embroidering for over 200 years, immediately sensed the change and halted her needlework. Are you leaving? Tang Tian sipped his tea and nodded slightly. Over the years, apart from the occasional outing, he had remained in this peculiar realm of time and space with Gu Xiaoxue. This had been the longest period they had spent together. It was time to resolve everything. Tang Tian set down his teacup and rose to his feet. Gu Xiaoxue also stood up, saying little, merely stepping closer to Nestle in Tang Tian's embrace. He extended his arms to hold her. Gu Xiaoxue lacked a tangible form. Thus there was no sensation. It resembled a union on the soul's plane. After a moment, Gu Xiaoxue released Tang Tian. Go, she said softly. Tang Tian nodded, casting one last glance at her before turning away. In the midst of chaos, Jun Chongqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in the void. His gaze was the epitome of indifference, profound to an extreme, and hollow to the utmost degree. He appeared almost otherworldly. Yet, the terrifying aura that emanated from him was enough to make any being's soul tremble. Even the chaos itself could not approach him. For tens of millions of miles around, there was nothing but pure emptiness. At that moment, a figure emerged not far from Jun Chongqing. Ah, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Is this the power of eternity? Indeed, it is quite fearsome. Though he was still some distance away from Jun Chongqing, he felt a sharp pain on the surface of his body, a manifestation of power from a different realm altogether. Jun Chongqing's indifferent gaze shifted towards him. Yet, I still do not see her, he spoke. I have witnessed everything, the true origin of the world. Yet I have not discerned anything unusual. The only thing I cannot comprehend is the Realm Master. I cannot recall his name, nor his true appearance. However, this should be understandable, as he too embodies eternity. Jun Chongqing spoke slowly, though it seemed more like a soliloquy than a conversation with Tang Tian. In response, Tang Tian waved his hand. Hello? Are you there? After a brief silence, Jun Chongqing continued, I cannot see you clearly either. You are quite peculiar. You are not supposed to exist. Tang Tian chuckled, but in truth, I do exist, right here before you. Jun Chongqing fell silent once more. His current state was curious. Uttering a single word seemed to require extensive contemplation. Have you come to kill me? He inquired. Tang Tian nodded, yes. You mentioned earlier that you still could not perceive her existence. I once thought that was because she did not wish for you to see. Yet, after pondering it for over 200 years upon my return, I realized that it might not be the case. She merely wished to manifest her existence in an alternative manner. Upon finishing her statement, a cerulean brick materialized in Tang Tian's grasp, the very same one he had extracted from the stone dwelling, his original point of inception. Jun Chongqing scrutinized it for a moment and inquired, Do you intend to slay me with that? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, with that very brick. Jun Chongqing responded, Is that even possible? Tang Tian retorted, Why not give it a try? The two locked eyes. Suddenly, Jun Chongqing raised his right hand, directing it towards Tang Tian before him. In an instant, chaos erupted. The eternally transcendent Jun Chongqing had risen above all, capable of wielding any force at will. He did not choose to hold back. This gesture amalgamated the powers of countless realms, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon Tang Tian. Yet, Tang Tian made no effort to defend himself. Instead, he simply positioned the cerulean brick horizontally before him. In the next moment, that terrifying might engulfed Tang Tian entirely. The entire chaotic realm trembled violently under the weight of Jun Chongqing's strike, sweeping across unfathomable distances. No entity could possibly endure such a magnitude of assault. However, upon impact with Tang Tian, The previously indifferent gaze of Jun Changqing underwent a profound transformation. How could this be? This is impossible. Chapter 936. The collapse of the Tao heart. This marks the most terrifying aftermath of a battle in the primordial chaos of the universe. Every being within the cosmos has sensed this dreadful disturbance. The realms of the bright world, the Savior Alliance, the ancient sacred grounds, and the Ginkgo world have all been subjected to intense shockwaves. Expressions of horror adorned the faces of the onlookers as they gazed into the unfathomable distance. That was the aura of Tang Tian. Why did he choose to act now when Jun Changqing had not intervened before? What could possibly be the reason behind this? Whispers filled the air. Tang Tian. Is he courting death? The people struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. They could scarcely believe that at this moment, there was anyone capable of challenging Jun Changqing. Yet, as anxiety gripped the crowd, the terrifying battle fluctuations only occurred once, never to return. In the chaotic universe, Jun Changqing's entire being radiated with light, a brilliance surpassing that of the sun 1,000,000,000,000-fold, rendering it impossible for ordinary beings to behold. Surrounding him was an atmosphere of utter annihilation. Anything that ventured into this domain would be reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. This was the essence of eternity. He had ascended to a realm beyond, akin to a supreme being among mortals. Only those of equal eternal stature could dare to stand before him. However, at this moment, Tang Tian stood quietly not far from Jun Changqing, untouched by the overwhelming force. In his hand, he held an ordinary brick. Yet, it was this seemingly mundane brick that shielded him from Jun Changqing's surrounding annihilation and his unparalleled, terrifying strike. Gazing at the ordinary azure brick, Jun Changqing appeared momentarily stunned. He repeated the same phrase, maintaining an outward demeanor of calm, yet internally, he was like a tempest raging within. He had ascended to eternity. He perceived all things. Nothing was beyond his comprehension. Even without fully grasping the realm lord or Tang Tian, he felt no sense of loss. This was because both individuals had previously delved deeply into the essence of eternity. Yet, this brick had plunged him into an abyss of profound terror. It was no longer a matter of understanding. It was simply impossible. Tang Tian had used it to block his attack, akin to striking fiercely upon the very edifice of his lifelong cultivation. Observing Jun Changqing, who was beginning to doubt himself, Tang Tian spoke slowly. Indeed, this is her. Now you see it, don't you? Jun Changqing's gaze was vacant, his body trembling slightly. Impossible. It must be due to some other reason. It must be, he roared, as his eyes, visibly bloodshot, transformed into a crimson hue. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tian shook his head slightly. I anticipated that you would find it difficult to accept. However, it is of little consequence now. You shall soon meet your demise here. With that, Tang Tian seized a brick and hurled it towards Jun Changqing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before him, raising the brick high above his head before bringing it down upon Jun Changqing's face. Jun Changqing did not flinch. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as he summoned all his power to strike back at Tang Tian. This was the true essence of eternal strength, one that even the divine force of creation atop the pillar of creation could not withstand. Yet, once again, disappointment awaited him. The formidable attack dissipated upon contact with the brick, not even causing a ripple. In the next moment, the brick struck Jun Changqing squarely on the forehead. Bang! With a resounding impact, he was sent flying, spinning several times in the void before finally coming to a halt. A stream of crimson blood flowed from a gash on his forehead, resembling a scene where an ordinary person was mercilessly struck by another with a brick. The sharp sting rendered Jun Changqing numb, his eyes turning an even deeper shade of crimson. I refused to believe it. This time, he charged toward Tang Tian. Bang! The sound of the brick striking once more echoed as he was sent flying again, a new bleeding wound appearing on his forehead. He chuckled softly, raising his gaze to Tang Tian, the blood-red hue in his eyes beginning to darken. I refuse to believe it. No matter what, I cannot accept such an existence. After declaring this, he lunged at Tang Tian once more. Yet, regardless of his efforts, they proved futile. Before the brick, all was rendered equal. Every ounce of his lifetime's endeavor crumbled into nothingness at that moment. Jun Changqing charged at Tang Tian repeatedly, only to be repelled by the brick time and time again. The towering edifice of his painstakingly constructed path of cultivation rapidly collapsed with each strike of the brick. Before long, his entire being was drenched in his own blood. Stars danced before his eyes, and the world spun around him. Those experiences typically reserved for ordinary individuals befell him in full measure. Ultimately, after enduring one last strike from the brick, Jun Changqing found himself utterly drained of strength. His body plummeted from the void, descending into the boundless chaos. Observing this, Tang Tian soared forward to prevent his fall. I too find it hard to believe that such events could transpire. Yet, reality is indeed so. It is absurd in its nature, Tang Tian spoke softly. At that moment, Jun Changqing had transformed into a figure drenched in blood. He gazed with bloodshot eyes, his expression hauntingly vacant. Heh, a jest of cultivation. A joke, merely a jest, he murmured to himself, evidently in a disturbed state of mind. However, to Tang Tian's astonishment, it wasn't long before Jun Changqing regained a flicker of clarity. You and the Realm Master have seen through this matter, haven't you? Tang Tian paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, we refer to her as the Fishkeeper. Jun Changqing's smile was one of profound despair. The Fishkeeper. It turns out we are merely fish within a fishbowl. A chilling laughter escaped him, accompanied by blood spilling from his lips. After a considerable silence, he spoke again. What are your intentions now? Tang Tian replied, to eliminate you, then seize the devouring demon. Harness its energy to merge the Ming realm with my world, creating an entirely new and complete realm. Yes, just like that. Chapter 937. The destruction of both jade and stone. The performance of Jun Changqing truly exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. He had initially thought that a pure cultivator like Jun Changqing, who had devoted his life solely to the pursuit of the Tao, would completely unravel upon witnessing the existence of the fish farmer, just as Emperor Hung and others had. However, the reality was quite different. Under the relentless blows, Jun Changqing's resolve did indeed shatter, yet he managed to retain a flicker of clarity, avoiding total madness. To be honest, Tang Tian found this quite admirable. Nevertheless, admiration aside, he knew he had to proceed with the necessary actions. The Kirin Maiden and Gu Xiaoxua had discovered a method for the fusion of different worlds, while the remnants of the Tao Supreme and Long Jiuzhou had created the primordial formation of the world. With the addition of the Ming realm, which possessed the essence of a world's ancestral ground, the original realm could be reborn, evolving into a more perfect world. A world with the world tree as its foundation. An eternal world. Yet, this process required a substantial amount of the world's primal essence, specifically, the devouring ghost. By eliminating Jun Changqing and seizing the devouring ghost from him, the aspirations of the Realm Masters would finally be realized. Rescuing the original fractured world held little significance. The crucial task was to forge a perfect new world. So that was it. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Jun Changqing murmured, no wonder the Realm Masters placed all their hopes upon you. It turns out you truly can achieve this. You can indeed find the power that does not belong to this world. The power of the fish farmer. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, revealing a key entwined with yin and yang fish in the palm of his hand. This was the very key to control the devouring ghost, and astonishingly, Jun Changqing had taken the initiative to present it. Tang Tian, he said, I have one final request. Tang Tian paused for a moment and then nodded. Speak. Gazing into Tang Tian's eyes, Jun Changqing spoke softly. After you take the devouring ghost, please kill me. Please ensure you end my life. I do not wish to become like Emperor Hung. Tang Tian was taken aback. He could see that although Jun Changqing appeared calm, his inner turmoil had long since erupted into chaos. He was merely struggling to suppress the overwhelming disorder within him. A mere misstep could plunge him into complete madness. This declaration from Jun Changqing also reminded Tang Tian of Emperor Hung. After forcibly aiding Emperor Hung in regaining clarity, his last request had been similar. These pure cultivators, devoted solely to the Tao, still found it impossible to accept such an absurd reality. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian nodded. Very well. After all, this was not the first time he had undertaken such a task. Jun Changqing silently expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he raised the key in his hand and presented it before Tang Tian. Upon receiving the key, Tang Tian instantly grasped the manipulation method of the celestial devouring demon. It must be said that the artifacts left behind by the Realm Lord were indeed formidable. The primal power of the world within the celestial devouring demon was sufficient for him to forge a super new world no less grand than the original Great Realm. With this, everything would finally reach a conclusion. Gazing at Jun Changqing before him, Tang Tian picked up the brick. Then, farewell. With that, he charged towards Jun Changqing one last time, the brick raised high, ready to strike fiercely before him. Jun Changqing, however, calmly accepted it, slowly closing his eyes. Yet, to his astonishment, the anticipated fatal blow did not arrive. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the brick had halted just above his forehead, not descending upon him. Why? Jun Changqing inquired, perplexed. Can you not fulfill this last wish of mine? Tang Tian remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. In truth, I had no intention of killing you today. You are not my target. This outcome is not what I desire. Jun Changqing furrowed his brow. Then what is your target? Suddenly, it seemed he comprehended certain matters. You could have killed me long ago. 1,000 years ago, during the creation of the Pillar of Genesis, you could have. Over 200 years ago, you could have as well. Yet you did not. Instead, you made other choices. So, you intend to walk the path of the Realm Lord? To engage in a game with the fisherman? 1,000 years ago, during the creation of the Pillar of Genesis. The question that perplexed Jun Changqing the most was why Tang Tian had chosen to spare his life and even willingly bestowed the celestial devouring demon upon him. He had initially thought that Tang Tian was concerned about the beings of the world, unwilling to become the executioner that annihilated all. However, it now appeared otherwise. Yet, in response to Jun Changqing's conjecture, Tang Tian shook his head. Engage in a game? No, I do not possess the same refined interests as the Realm Lord. I am wagering against her. As he spoke, Tang Tian looked skyward, his gaze traversing the infinite chaos, landing upon an untouchable realm. The last time during the creation of the Pillar of Genesis, I lost the wager. The fisherman is indifferent to the destruction of this world, as well as to the beings within it. But I believe, Jun Changqing interjected, you still have matters you care about. Tang Tian smiled lightly, and with a calm demeanor, uttered 4 words, all shall perish together. Jun Changqing was taken aback. If the fisherman is truly as omnipotent as you say, why do you believe you can achieve this annihilation? Tang Tian shook his head once more. In fact, the fisherman is not what we have speculated. She is indeed all-powerful. Yet, she is bound by limitations. Although the origin of these constraints remains a mystery, my experiences upon returning to the grand world undeniably affirm their existence. Jun Changqing fell silent, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Do you have confidence? He inquired. Tang Tian chuckled softly. Of course not. Otherwise, how could it be called a gamble? Victory means life. Defeat signifies a shared fate. With that, Tang Tian unhesitatingly activated the key to the devouring demon. Countless invisible tendrils emerged, swiftly enveloping the few remaining worlds within the chaos. The Bright Realm, the Salvation Alliance, the ancient sacred land, and the Ginkgo world itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his fingers, and multitudes of tendrils penetrated the Bright Realm. In an instant, it shattered into pieces. And the beings who had just thought they had escaped death were caught off guard, meeting their demise in an instant. Jun Changqing began to articulate his thoughts, but before he could finish, Tang Tian's focus shifted to the realm of the Salvation Alliance. Once again, he acted without hesitation. With a mere gesture, the world housing the Salvation Alliance crumbled, claiming the lives of all, including the supreme of the remnant path, Long Jiuzhou, and the unblemished sovereign. Yet, Tang Tian's actions did not cease. Within a breath, the ancient sacred land erupted into chaos. Xin Wuhui, Prince Yu, Junya Sovereign, Miaoyan, and all those familiar to Tang Tian, including the Cloud Peak heavenly mansion of the Qingyue sect, were obliterated, as Tang Tian directed his attention toward the Ginkgo world. Jun Changqing finally grasped the meaning behind Tang Tian's words of mutual destruction. He intended to annihilate all that exists within this world, including himself. He would take the fishbowl of the fish farmer down with him. Mutual destruction. Chapter 938. Another gamble lost? Regarding his actions, Tang Tian was devoid of certainty. He was indeed gambling. After being brought back to the great world by the fisherman, he found himself at a loss, unable to discern his purpose or the fisherman's intentions, ultimately resigning himself to a state of inaction. However, subsequent developments gradually unveiled subtle revelations to him. His first venture outside led him to the banquet of the Zhen family in Jiuxing City. There, he happened upon a mayfly box, which initiated a series of experiments. After conducting extensive trials, he reached a significant conclusion. The fisherman was indifferent to the survival of the world. Yet, he soon found himself ensnared in a predicament, unable to make any groundbreaking progress. By a stroke of serendipity, he ventured out once more. On his second outing, he received new information from Yuanzhou, leading to deeper conjectures regarding the fisherman. Following this, he journeyed to Yangguan City, where he resided for a year, never leaving the confines of that estate. However, after a year, yet again by chance, he was compelled to address the issue of Zhu Zian being impersonated. Had Tang Tian been unaware of the fisherman's existence, these experiences would appear entirely normal, as they coincidentally reached that juncture. However, he was acutely aware of the fisherman's presence and recognized his own uniqueness. Thus, while these occurrences seemed conventional, they were anything but. It may sound convoluted, but to rephrase, all these coincidences were not mere happenstance. They were deliberately orchestrated. They were arranged by a certain entity that sought out Tang Tian. Undoubtedly, this entity was the fisherman. Why? Why would the fisherman act in such a manner? Tang Tian was oblivious to the reasoning and could offer no analysis. Yet, the fisherman's actions revealed a crucial piece of information. The fisherman had intent, regardless of her motives. The mere existence of intent suggested the presence of reservations. This indicated that the fisherman was not as infallible as they had previously assumed. She, indeed, harbored concerns. Tang Tian could not decipher what those concerns were, nor did he know their significance or whether they would allow him to engage in direct dialogue with the fisherman. Nonetheless, he had to gamble on this possibility. According to the fisherman's design, the outcome would resemble the following scenario. Gu Xiaoxue and the Qilin Maiden would resolve the issues of interworld integration, while the remnant path supreme and Long Jiuzhou would establish the great formation of world origin. Coupled with the Ming realm, as long as Tang Tian could eliminate Jun Chongqing, a brand new, flawless world would emerge seamlessly. This was the ultimate goal of the realm lord and Yu Xian, and the fishermen would fulfill their supplication. This conclusion appeared rather promising. Regrettably, this was not the conclusion that Tang Tian desired. In pursuit of this so-called new world, far too many beings have met untimely ends. The Lord of Realms, the Sun God, the Moon Fairy, the Star Ancestor, the Mother of Nature, and many others. They all sacrificed everything, including their very lives. If the situation remains irretrievable, then Tang Tian would reluctantly accept this fate. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the fisher possesses the power to alter everything. Given the existence of a chance for redemption, Tang Tian finds himself increasingly dissatisfied with this outcome. He intends to engage the fisher in yet another gamble, wagering that the fisher would be concerned about his fish tank shattering to pieces. Thus, the remarks he previously made to Jun Chongqing were merely a ruse, crafted to deceive both him and the fisher, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. His ultimate aim is to harness the power of the devouring demon to annihilate all within the chaotic universe, including himself. With an attitude of mutual destruction, he seeks to compel the fisher to reveal himself. Moreover, Tang Tian is acutely aware that in this endeavor, he must cast aside all apprehensions and act with utmost decisiveness. Consequently, the realms of the Bright World, the Salvation Alliance, and the ancient Holy Land erupted in a series of explosions within the span of a single breath, leaving even Jun Chongqing momentarily stunned. All beings within the three realms perished alongside the cataclysm, without exception. In the next instant, Tang Tian's gaze shifted to the Ginkgo world, a realm he had nurtured himself, a world painstakingly crafted in collaboration with Xiaohua, akin to his own child. The Ginkgo world had flourished remarkably, teeming with life as various creatures thrived in harmony with the 3,000 innate spirits. Faced with the Ginkgo world, Tang Tian hesitated for a brief moment. Yet ultimately, he raised his hand and struck down. The colossal ginkgo tree crashed to the ground, shattering the earth. The beings within were caught utterly unprepared, their existence erased in an instant. However, after the destruction of all four realms, the anticipated event did not transpire. Silence enveloped the scene. The fisher did not emerge. Was it futile? Tang Tian slowly lowered his head. At that moment, Jun Chongqing was rendered speechless, stunned by Tang Tian's actions. Even the collapse of his own resolve was momentarily forgotten as he stared blankly at Tang Tian. "You have truly lost your mind," he murmured. Tang Tian remained silent for a moment before letting out a low laugh. "It's not over yet. It has not yet reached its conclusion." With that, he turned his gaze towards the distant chaos. Within the entirety of the chaotic universe, apart from Tang Tian and Jun Chongqing, There existed another presence that had not been reduced to ruins, a wooden pavilion, the very one where Gu Xiaoxue resided. She had become one with time and space, existing beyond the confines of any world. Thus, even if the ginkgo tree were to be destroyed, its impact on her would not be so profound, as it continues to exist within the realm of chaos. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxue seemed to sense Tang Tian's gaze, putting down her needle and thread to look over from a distance. As he beheld that familiar visage, a series of memories flashed rapidly through Tang Tian's mind, each a fragment of their journey together since their fateful encounter. He felt a sharp pang in his heart, yet found himself ensnared in a dilemma. His arm, raised high, lingered in the air without descending. Just then, Gu Xiaoxue, existing within the fabric of time and space, suddenly smiled, and Tang Tian comprehended her unspoken message. If Gu Xiaoxue were to assist him in making a choice, there could only be one path forward. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, Tang Tian clenched his teeth and lowered his hand. A terrifying force surged forth, aimed at the modest little attic, capable of obliterating it in an instant. Jun Chongqing fell into a profound silence, acutely aware of the weight Gu Xiaoxue held in Tang Tian's heart. In the next moment, the little attic erupted into a cacophony of destruction. Subsequently, the entire chaotic universe fell into an overwhelming stillness. Jun Chongqing lifted his gaze to meet Tang Tian's, and then, Tang Tian broke into a smile, seemingly liberated from all burdens, feeling an unparalleled lightness. "Then, it is us," he replied. Jun Chongqing sighed softly, fully cognizant of his impending demise. Yet, he had not anticipated such an end. With that, he too smiled. "Then let it come." Tang Tian nodded slightly, slowly snapping his fingers. In the next instant, Jun Chongqing's body began to dissolve rapidly, fading into the intangible. Within mere breaths, he had vanished completely. Following this, Tang Tian let his arms fall and gazed upwards. "So, I have lost the bet again, haven't I? It matters not. It matters not." With those final words, his body too began to dissolve, surrendering to self-destruction. Moments later, he disappeared into the chaos. Thus, all within the chaotic universe was utterly extinguished. Chapter 939, A Dialogue with the Fisherman. In a daze, Tang Tian suddenly heard someone calling his name. It was a voice that felt hauntingly familiar. Soon after, he sensed a soft, smooth hand gently caressing his face. The sensation was strikingly real. "Wake up!" As the voice continued to beckon him, Tang Tian gradually realized that this voice indeed belonged to the realm of reality. "What is happening? Am I not dead? Who is calling for me?" Tang Tian's consciousness began to awaken rapidly. He finally mustered the strength to open his eyes. The blinding sunlight prevented him from focusing for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his vision and discerned the person beside him who was calling his name. It was Gu Xiaoxue. Her delicate face was etched with concern. However, upon seeing Tang Tian's eyes flutter open, her anxious expression transformed into one of profound joy and exhilaration. "You finally awakened. I knew you would return." Gu Xiaoxue enveloped Tang Tian in her embrace. Soon, he felt a dampness spreading across his chest. He raised his hand and placed it on her head. The silky strands of her hair brushed against his fingertips, creating an incredibly vivid sensation. "Is this hell? So there truly exists another world beyond death," Tang Tian murmured. Gu Xiaoxue lifted her head, her face glimmering with evident tears that sparkled in the sunlight. Gazing at Tang Tian, she suddenly burst into laughter. "What foolishness are you speaking? We are both still alive. You truly did it." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He did it? They were still alive? Yet, he distinctly remembered that everyone had perished by his hand, including himself. What on earth is happening? This is not hell. It is simply the place where our memories are most vivid, Gu Xiaoxue continued. Tang Tian regained his senses and began to survey his surroundings. The familiar architecture allowed him to recognize their location at a glance. The purple bamboo courtyard. At that moment, he lay on a simple bamboo bed within the purple bamboo courtyard. However, unlike before, the ancient locust tree that had once overshadowed the entire courtyard had vanished. In its place stood a tree of moderate size, a ginkgo tree, the world tree of the ginkgo realm. It seemed to have seamlessly merged with the present world. Did I truly succeed? Tang Tian spoke, barely able to contain his disbelief. Gu Xiaoxue nodded affirmatively. Yes, though the means by which it was achieved remain a mystery. After a prolonged period of bewilderment, everything transformed. Jun Changqing was no more. The obliterated grand world resurfaced. The souls that perished alongside this vast realm also re-emerged into existence. The ginkgo world and the grand world successfully intertwined, and the ginkgo tree now stands as the world tree of the grand realm. Moreover, the sun god, moon fairy, and star ancestor, along with the celestial bodies, returned as well. Every soul that had once departed or passed away has returned. Tang Tian, you have restored everything. In a daze, Tang Tian's gaze wandered. The weight of the revelation was overwhelming. Yet, the words of Gu Xiaoxue encapsulated precisely the ultimate goal he yearned to achieve. Initially, he believed he had lost yet again. However, this time, it appeared that he had genuinely triumphed. Only one being could accomplish such a feat, the fisherman. After a considerable time, Tang Tian gradually embraced the reality before him. The golden sunlight bathed him, warm and comforting, a sensation he had not felt in ages. They are waiting for you just outside the purple bamboo pavilion. How do you feel? Would you like to meet them? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian nodded. With Gu Xiaoxue's support, he slowly approached the entrance of the purple bamboo pavilion and pushed open the grand doors. Countless gazes converged upon him. Wang Gang stood at the threshold, cradling Wang Lin, accompanied by his wife, Miao Yun. Li Hong and the Lan sisters were also present, alongside Wang Ziyu, all beaming at him. Behind them, the sun god, with his crimson hair and arms crossed, offered a slight nod. Beside him stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, smiling warmly at Tang Tian. She was the moon fairy. To Tang Tian's surprise, he also spotted Lu Chang'e, whose arm was entwined with Lin Ying as they leaned into each other, laughter radiating from their joyful expressions. Further back stood Long Jiuzhou, Xiu Jun Jizun, Qilan Nu, the Chaos Spirit, Kandao Jizun, and Wu Chun Jizun. All the familiar faces stood unharmed outside the purple bamboo pavilion. At that moment, a small figure peeked out from behind the moon fairy. Tang Tian, can you forgive me? It was Xiao. Upon seeing these cherished visages, Tang Tian could not suppress a smile. They had returned, and that was all that mattered. Centuries later, the dust had settled over the grand world. Under the watch of the ginkgo tree, the world had filled its final void, becoming remarkably stable. Over the years, Tang Tian lived alongside Gu Xiaoxue in the purple bamboo pavilion. Her health had fully restored, and they were no longer confined to communicating solely on a spiritual level. They could engage in genuine, delightful exchanges. This life was precisely what Tang Tian had longed for, filling him with profound contentment. However, there was one matter that continually weighed upon his heart. Initially, it seemed insignificant, but as time passed, its burden grew increasingly heavy. He often found himself sitting beneath the ginkgo tree, lost in thought, idly toying with a black bead. As his closest companion, Gu Xiaoxue naturally noticed the shifts in Tang Tian's demeanor. One day, she approached him, leaning against his shoulder. If you wish to go, then go, he murmured after a moment's silence. Once you leave, you may never return. Gu Xiaoxue took his hand and gently pressed his finger against the location of her heart. It's all right. You have always been here. Tang Tian remained silent, simply enveloping Gu Xiaoxue in a tender embrace. In the vast river of time, he stepped into the chess pavilion once more, resuming his previous position before the realm's master. The black bead was placed upon the chessboard, and he gazed quietly at it. Lost in contemplation, his thoughts a mystery to all. Suddenly, words appeared before his eyes as if conjured from thin air. Are you not satisfied with this outcome? Upon reading the text, Tang Tian smiled. At last, you have revealed yourself. Your story has concluded. Do not engage in further endeavors. After a brief pause, he inquired, why did you not bring the realm's master back? He does not wish to return, came the reply. Tang Tian chuckled. Do you know why he does not desire to come back? I know everything, was the answer. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, we are all your creations, and you comprehend all that pertains to us. Yet, do you realize that we long to truly live, rather than merely exist within your design? With that, he grasped the pitch-black bead once more. You cannot achieve this. Tang Tian did not refute the statement. True, I cannot accomplish this alone. Thus, I require more individuals to collaborate in this endeavor. By the way, your weakness is the fish keeper, is it not? This world was, in fact, salvaged by them. The words ceased to appear thereafter. Tang Tian closed his eyes, as though merging himself with the realm master's black bead. Uncertain of how much time had passed, There was suddenly a stir above the river of time. A man clad in a flowing white robe approached from the direction of the future. Tang Tian opened his eyes. "I have seen what you left behind," the man stated. Tang Tian nodded, gesturing for him to enter. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" he asked. The man's gaze was tranquil. "My surname is Yi. My given name is Sui Feng." "Then let us begin,"